Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast today. I got an original Chinese novel for you. The name of the novel is The Fourth Calamity Starry Sky Frenzy, author Shengren, chapter 271. It seems my luck isn't so good. The roar of cannons and the thunderous sound signaled an unmistakable message. The other players immediately rushed out of the gate and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the other transport planes in the sky. Charge, brothers. Blow them down. Eat me, the cannibalistic demon. The incendiary bomb exploded on the nose of the transport plane, creating a huge flame, and the metal casing quickly turned red and scorching hot. At the same time, explosive arrows shot into the sky, and the shockwave shook the transport plane. The Kroni did not panic when they saw this. The transport plane immediately dispersed, and batches of Kroni soldiers jumped directly from the hatches to attack the players and the mower. Watch out for grenades. Eat me, eat people, quick. Don't let him release the cannibalistic female demon. That bastard's trying to steal experience points. I need a portable bunker, and please. My shield exploded, I'm quitting. More than a dozen brave players charged forward, carrying a piece of sheet metal and braving bullets, grabbing machetes and long sticks and engaging in a brawl with the Kroni. Galio slammed his blade into Kroni, sparks flying. Kroni staggered, then drew his own cleaver and fought Galio. Ezio, wielding a pair of axes, remained calm despite the constantly flashing shields on his body. He was wearing fishbone and alloy armor, both proven in combat to withstand bullets and perfectly suited to his fighting style. Cut them down. Several grenades flew in an arc and crashed into the players. Even though the players reacted quickly and lay down to avoid them, two of them were still blown away. Fortunately, their shields protected them from the shrapnel, and they were only stunned by the shockwave. Bang 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 bang, 3 or 4 crocodile gods roared, scraping off the metal plates of the Kroni soldiers with a series of cracking sounds, before blasting them apart. Xia was also diligently firing a chrono rifle, simply because other players protested and banned his grenade throwing style at the start of the game, and he could only throw it if he was completely outmatched. What the hell? If you guys don't play the bombing build, why can't others play it? The 9-5 Cheongsam initially protested, but eventually yielded, which led to the docile scene we see today. After firing several rounds, Xia noticed that some players were actually fighting with harpoons. He couldn't help but take a closer look and realized that they seemed to be involved with the fishing and hunting team. How can someone use fishing gear to start a fight? Xia exclaimed in shock. Don't think that harpoon can also increase the same frequency. Jia Li, who was crouching behind a portable cover, glanced at him and replied, after installing the void crystal, it can be used as a spear or lance. Even the fishing and hunting teams are envious. What's up with that guy? Using a pickaxe. Xia pointed to a dark-skinned man in front of him, who was using a pair of straight pickaxes to send Kroni soldiers flying. His bravery was no less than that of Laronyo. Holy crap, are all melee weapons this powerful? Shooting is fun, isn't it? Sigh, my Cohen thermal gun isn't ready yet, otherwise I would have been the MVP of the game. By the way, how's the guy who pulled out the chainsaw sword doing? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, that's when the players noticed that the transport plane above them was starting to go out of control, swaying and gliding towards the planes. Horus was covered in blood, and Golden Toilet had somehow climbed onto the cabin with him using a grappling hook. The two of them, one wielding a chainsaw sword and the other a Genera submachine gun, barely managed to kill more than 10 people after using up 2 lives. More than 10 people had jumped out of the cabin to provide support on the ground at some point. We've got a transport ship. They controlled the transport ship to crash to the ground, carving a furrow along the edge of the plane. The two didn't plan to return to the battlefield, as they wanted to save up 1 respawn point in case something unexpected happened during other missions that day. It seems this siege won't be too difficult. It's not as serious as the announcement made it out to be. The Golden Toilet said contentedly. It might be the first test for the players, kind of like a tutorial level, Horus analyzed. I guess it won't be this easy in the future. It's normal for the difficulty to be increased step by step. Hundreds of Kroni soldiers fought against nearly 100 players for more than 10 minutes, but ultimately they couldn't withstand the players who had respawn times. Even though many players are casual players with little combat experience, they can still kill Kroni soldiers with the help of other players. During this time, a clone pilot, seeing that things were not going well, tried to escape the battlefield but ran into players who had returned from the Jade Forest. They were equipped with grappling hooks, boarded the transport plane, and easily took down the pilot. Even so, one transport ship still managed to escape through the players' pursuit, much to their regret. With the last Kroni soldier killed, the first faction invasion battle ended, with the invading side failing to even breach their own gates. It's over. Hearing that the sounds of fighting outside had completely subsided, Lal went out to check the situation. He saw a mess outside the gate, with players searching for their desired loot, and some picking up some crystal-clear items from the corpses. Boss Lyle, we've captured the transport plane. 2 players approached him, seemingly preparing to return to their base. They seized them all. Were the cargoes on all 4 transport planes inspected? Lyle was not surprised. He genuinely did not believe that the Kroni could defeat this group of void madmen without adequate preparation. No, not really. One vehicle made a run, but I don't know if it will bring reinforcements. They ran away. Lyle was speechless for a moment. You let them get away. Do you think they won't bring back reinforcements and attack you again? My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Just as Lyle was about to tell these players that they should be meticulous in their work, several other familiar players passed by and, hearing the players' concerns, couldn't help but join the conversation. Xia, it would be best if he could bring people back. These few low-level soldiers aren't enough for us to share. Galio, indeed, it felt like it was over before it even started. For example, the announcement was too conservative. This time the game was so easy. I'm afraid that next time a skilled player comes, no one will pay attention, and then it will really be like crying wolf. Ezio praised me, saying, there are still too few players. If there were enough players, with plenty of players at the strongholds at all times, we wouldn't have to worry too much about this random siege environment. There's a battle segment near the player's home base that frequently provides experience points to new players. For players, it's more like an experience boost customized by the development team. Lyle immediately shut his mouth, swallowing the words he was about to say. A figure stepped onto a hoverboard and crossed the battlefield, arriving beside Lyle. It was Xia Shang, who had just returned. Arrange for battlefield cleanup and remove the clones' corpses, Xia Shang said to Lyle. But Lyle told Xia Shang about the fish that had slipped through the net. Xia Shang, however, didn't take it to heart. We'll have to face Kroni sooner or later. It's a kind of growth for them, and letting them go is also a choice. Looking at Xia Shang's calm demeanor, Lyle suddenly asked, you arrived a while ago? Yes. Xia Shang had actually watched the entire battle from a distant hilltop. All right, then I suppose you've already made contingency plans, so I don't need to worry about it. Lyle shook his head and turned back to find the refugees, hiring them to clean up the corpses. The 4 transport planes returned to the base entrance almost intact, sitting in a row in the shade. The resources inside were moved into the base warehouse by the players, most of which were metal, which made up for Lyle's manufacturing consumption in various infrastructure and weapons. Boss Lyle, could we convert this thing into a plane? That way we wouldn't have to spend so much time getting to the Jade Mountain area, some players suggested. It's not impossible, Lyle scratched his head. The main thing is that you need to take care of the Kroni camp with anti-aircraft beacons within 200 kilometers of this route first. You can check the Iron Line for details. Upon hearing about the prerequisite quests, some players rushed off to accept them. Boss, when will our private spaceship be ready? Lyle, I don't know either. If things go smoothly, it'll take a little over a month, or 2 months if things don't go smoothly. He was genuinely unsure. Boss, can you make a low-spec version of the anti-gravity warp drive? Lyle, you overestimate me. Besides, calling it low-end is a stretch. Hoverboards are low-end. If you want to fly, why don't you go find Kroni's individual airships? While Lyle was still tormented by the player's ideas, Audi's also made progress in hacking the transport ship's data. It's all coordinates, and the flight path spans the entire northern hemisphere. Xia Shang looked around but didn't find any data on leaving the ground and heading to orbit. It was clearly just a flying three-wheeled vehicle used for delivery. Actually, it's even better. Players love this kind of thing. Send these coordinates to the Steel Defense Department and have them add them to the Steel Road package. It's time to move the next stronghold to the schedule. As Xia Shang was speaking, a player message suddenly arrived. Upon opening it, he saw that it was Quinn's private message. Quinn, mission complete. The transport ship has stopped at a small camp outside the Plains of Night for rest. The camp has now been cleared, and the coordinate pins have been placed. Just a small camp. Xia Shang was somewhat disappointed. He had thought the ship would take the 2 suits of armor to a more important place. If I'm unlucky, I'll try again next time. Chapter 272. Is the game going to shut down? Series is an extreme example of Cronin's utilitarianism and ignorance of the natural landscape. They endlessly produced war machines and expanded their shipbuilding industry, completely enveloping this dwarf planet in factory exhaust. Of course, these projects are not limited to Series. The entire solar system is providing support for their fleet, making them appear endless. Source: fragments of Series. The sky was gloomy and terrifying, with torrential rain and strong winds lashing the ground. The eerie, swirling sea of clouds showed no sign of dissipating. It had been there for countless years. The atmosphere was almost saturated with water vapor. Taking a single breath felt like drowning. In this planetary environment, tens of millions of shipyards and factories are at work. They have no rest and no concept of time. The inferior clones produced by the arsenals are thrown into these assembly lines as laborious, using their last drop of blood to serve the queen. Ceres is very small. Its own resources are far from sufficient to meet the needs of so many processing plants. This is all thanks to its location, the asteroid belt of the solar system, where it is the only planet in the system. This is a ring of fragments surrounding the sun, each fragment of varying size rich in minerals. Endless resource mining ships cut and collect these fragments, then transport them to Ceres, where the minerals are transformed into ships, continuing the endless cycle. The exhaust pipes spewed billowing black smoke into the sky like a flood. The dark green deck covered the surface rocks. The Kroni riflemen patrolled the factory platform in the rain, and a track meandered along the cliff connecting several workshops, where the parts of the huge hull were assembled. The foundation of the ship's Kroni system was established simply because they were willing to fill the ship's components with oro batteries to provide a stable energy source. For convenience and speed, the Queen also allowed the oro battery manufacturing process to be carried out here. As a result, Ceres shipyard also absorbed special resources from the surrounding planets to manufacture oro batteries and supply them for transportation. An unassuming transport ship came for this purpose. It had a high-level transport visa and was equipped with high-specification powerful cannons, heat decoys, missile launchers, and an overload shield temporarily installed from the Cooper's partners. In exchange for this shield, they had to provide cups with oro batteries. It will also be accompanied by dozens of elite Kroni gunners to ensure the safety of the cargo, all hidden within this unassuming transport ship, simply because it is about to load hundreds of oro batteries and head to the Imperial planet where the application was submitted. The heavy battery compartments were carried into the cabin in pairs by laborious on trolleys and, as usual, were inspected by the guards inside the cabin. Next group. After confirming that the battery was working properly, the guard waved his hand to drive the laborer away. "Brother, do you have to be so serious?" asked the Kroni soldier who was partnering with him. Sigh, the auditor sighed helplessly upon hearing his teammate's question. The applicant for this batch of batteries is Senator Heck from the Imperial planet. If anything goes wrong, none of us will have a good ending. But if we encounter Chenchi, the outcome will be even worse. After hearing this, the atmosphere in the cabin became even more tense. Hundreds of battery compartments gradually unfolded in the ship's hold, finally ending the long loading process. With the engine starting, this ordinary transport ship broke through the rain and soared into the sky, quickly breaking out of the atmosphere. We have obtained information about the transport ships for the oro battery. This batch of transport ships will jump from Mars to the Imperial planet in a week, but the exact time is not clear. Joe told Chenari about the brief message he had received. A week later. That's a long time. Dust was taken aback upon hearing this, and then looked somewhat disappointed. Seeing his expression, Joe immediately burst out laughing. To travel from outside Mars to the Imperial planet in less than 8 days is already considered the limit of speed within the Cloni realm. It's probably only because this was a direct order from Heck. Otherwise, it would have taken 7 days from crossing the port to the jump. I see. Although she said that, Dust still had no concept of interstellar travel. But 7 days is 7 days. He's not in a hurry, because he has some things to do. Have you been busy these past 7 days? You haven't trained me since I knocked you out last time, Dust retorted. Joe raised an eyebrow. What, itching for a beating? No, it's mainly that I wanted to ask you about two-handed greatswords. The message reached Xia Shang. 7 days was neither a long nor a short time. If you had to calculate it, it would be roughly within this range. Unlike those celestial chariots in space with void engines, they couldn't reach various locations in the solar system within a day. They could only rely on digging into the foundations of ancient empires to piece together some barely comparable methods. You've been seizing the shipping hub for so long, and you still haven't been able to gain access to the core control deep inside. Xia Shang muttered to himself, his tone clearly showing disappointment with Cloni. But it makes sense. The channel hub is a void leap technology from the Aura era. Its core is protected by the void force field. The replicants who failed to inherit the void technology are already doing a great job of utilizing the permeated force field. Unfortunately, without the power of the void, there is no true key to the navigation hub. Commander, with 7 days to prepare, what method should we use? Audis asked eagerly. Methods. There's no need for that, Xia Shang waved his hand and said. We just need to announce this to the players, and they will naturally make sufficient preparations, no matter what methods they use. Hundreds of people have a more comprehensive understanding than I do. But Commander, shouldn't only the 3 players with the armor be qualified to participate in this battle? Will announcing it to other players have any effect? Audis asked doubtfully. That's not necessarily true. There might not be only 3 armors after 7 days. As far as I know, there are actually 2 other guys who could get armor in a short time. In order to give them a push and help them gather the materials to build the armor as soon as possible, we need to issue a server-wide mission with participation requirements. A server-wide quest? Audis asked, puzzled. However, after Xia Shang's actions, Audis quickly understood Xia Shang's meaning and drafted a brief mission message. After Xia Shang checked it and found no problems, it was quickly sent to the player's user panel and even the game's official website. Dear Sky Warriors, greetings. As the game has reached this point, we must come out to provide you with game guidance, otherwise the game world may be pushed to an irreversible timeline, crossed out. As we all know, Heck requested a batch of oro batteries from Ceres for his secret experiments. According to our Game World Dynamic Balance Expert Group's evaluation, this is likely to be the only channel for players to obtain oro batteries. If no other unforeseen circumstances occur, when Heck successfully completes his experiment, players' gameplay experience will be greatly reduced, and there is a probability of at least 33% that the game will be shut down indefinitely. To avoid this situation, the game sponsoring team strongly requested manual intervention, resulting in a real alert mission, the details of which are as follows. 1. The guards escorting the battery cargo are predicted to be extremely powerful, so only players who own Warframe and whose frequency is above 33% can participate. Players who have the opportunity to build or obtain Warframe should hurry up. 2. The Oro battery transport ship will arrive in the Empire 8 days later, but the time and destination are unknown. Players need to find and learn about the transport ship and lock onto the target. After completing the prerequisite tasks, the threat of server shutdown will be eliminated, but you will be able to access optional side quests. 3. Decipher the radial regulations of the transport ship, obtain the coordinates of Weeheek's secret laboratory, and sabotage the plan. Some highly engaged players may already know a little about the plan, but the choice is up to each player. Friendly reminder, Condition 1 and Mission 2 are not conflicting. Players without warframes can also participate in intelligence gathering. Participating in the intelligence gathering process will earn you 2,000 entropy points. Players or groups with outstanding contributions will receive Aurora Battery as a mission reward after the battle. In addition, completing optional tasks will grant exclusive and generous rewards, the details of which can be discussed with Xia Shang. The amount obtained depends on the player's abilities. Due to the urgency of the situation, this is all the information that can be disclosed at this time. I hope all players within the Great Firewall and all Heavenly Warriors have fun in this mission that will impact the game world. Have fun. Players were nearly scared to death when they saw this quest announcement. What does it mean that there is a probability of at least 33% that the game will be in an indefinite shutdown? Does that mean the game qualification I got by pulling out all the luck from my ancestors might be taken back if I fail this mission? Yes, and the entire game has been shut down indefinitely, so nobody can play it. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. What kind of AI have you created that could shut down the game? What? The game is shutting down. I knew it was a scam. Serves it right. Chapter 273. You said this is a child. As expected, the forum exploded. Even casual gamers couldn't accept it. We've waited so long, urging these players to open new strongholds every day, hoping to get into the game in the next wave. Now we haven't even gotten the strongholds, and you're telling me the servers might be shut down? Countless posts began to erupt with outrageous opinions, and within minutes, the search volume for a strange keyword reached its maximum. #Starry Ocean Frenzy server shutdown. Players who haven't had time to read the announcement or those who only watch online games are often confused when they accidentally see this search term. Dude, how long has it been since the siege battle ended? Why are the servers shutting down already? Never won a siege. What a bunch of useless trash. Just as they were about to rush to the official forum to criticize veteran players, they saw the announcement on the official website. It turned out to be a milestone quest in the game storyline. That's all right. No, wait. Things have gotten worse. Holy crap, this is a turning point in the plot of the Great World. I need to think about this carefully. In order to prevent their favorite game from shutting down, players are discussing countermeasures everywhere. Many people focused on the first hurdle in the announcement, the requirement for warframes. Apart from those 3 well-known characters, no other player possesses warframe, so this threshold is practically a no-brainer. Some people say the development team should just name those 3 guys, but others disagree, because the development team also said that they are players who may create and obtain warframes. In other words, some players can still build the armor within 7 days. This might be questionable, because the battery alone has dashed the hopes of many, but you can't be sure that no one has found a battery. After all, it's possible for someone to find an entire suit of armor. It just goes to show that Star Trek is truly free and relies heavily on luck. The first sniper god and the second empire dare not speak, and the later mention of obtaining the armor probably refers to the guy who found it. Seriously, it's unbelievable how lucky some people are. Not only do they get game access, but they also find armor on the street, and it's even fully equipped. At this point in the discussion, many players were slightly swayed. How about, we all go out for a walk? Someone suggested. There are over 200 of us, so our chances of winning a prize aren't low, right? Adding even one more warframe now would be a fatal blow to the probability of the server shutting down. Everyone, stop loitering in the mountains and hurry up and collect warframes, please. This was said by an unqualified player who frequently floods the forum. That being said, there are still some difficulties, but some people have discovered a blind spot, namely the existence of the Oro battery. Because some people followed their memories and looked through past game clips, they discovered that the material Oro battery was actually not uncommon in the Oro Empire. It was mostly used to power large machinery or semi-permanent equipment. Some people even had trouble obtaining batteries before and asked Audis, who gave a similar answer. Simply put, is there a chance that disassembling Kroni's equipment will cause the battery to explode? Although it's uncultured of you to say that, unfortunately, what you said is very accurate. I couldn't even find a more precise description in the dictionary. Are you praising him or criticizing him? Look, that's professionalism. Even when they're criticizing you, it sounds as sweet as a compliment. Stop messing with us, brothers. Stop yelling. If you keep yelling, the kid'll get stupid. But what you said is indeed correct. The Oro battery itself has a wide range of uses, and even giving it functions to armor is just one of its uses. Since Kroni has mastered the battery's production method, he will definitely use it in various devices. By the way, didn't the steel line update a batch of coordinates? We can go check it out. I've already invited my best buddies. We'll go after work and dinner. Even so, very few players can obtain batteries in a short time, as most players have only been playing for a short time and are penniless. They may not lack weapons, but they lack everything else. More pragmatic players won't waste time on things they can't control, and will instead focus on the second task. It doesn't restrict participation and offers rewards for participation. 2,000 entropy points are equivalent to the experience of more than 20 Kroni minions, a surefire way to win. But how do you obtain intelligence, as it says? It's a problem not only for new players, but also for veteran players. If it's about intelligence gathering, I heard from the head of the Iron Defense Line that it's possible to intercept their classified information through the communication signal towers in some of Kroni's camps. Is this even possible? Yes, but it's difficult because you have to consider the area where the signal tower is located and the sky coverage area. It's not easy to intercept signal bands in space. The information is likely to be incomplete fragments, and if you misinterpret even one gap, it will be sent. What does send mean? It means it's all over. Alright, the Iron Defense Department also has intelligence interception missions. Go pick up a few later. While discussions are taking place outside the forums, players within the game are already taking action. I don't understand why the game's operation model has to be combined with the game's storyline. These are casual players who feel sorry for the game but can't participate in high-intensity battles. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fight. You can team up with experienced players and take care of the puzzle-solving part. Veteran players would love to bring along sensible players like you so they can go and fight without worry. I don't know who leaked this news, but soon the private messages of veteran players were flooded. Veteran players. What's going on? We all want a pro to mentor us, so how did we suddenly become pros? However, looking at the situation, it's a team application for an interception mission. Besides, there's still some time to go, and we can also check these camps for battery pack equipment while we're at it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But, is that really the case? After much deliberation, both the first Sniper God and the Second Empire chose to collect the materials for the Holy Sword blueprint. They had gathered most of the components, and according to Lyle, an employee of the Stronghold and owner of the Armory, a material shopping area would be opened near the Resurrection Square. Moreover, this sector will be operated by Audis, ensuring fair and transparent operations for all ages. Why don't we just choose different types? Wouldn't it be more comprehensive if each of us wore a different type of armor? The Second Empire was still hesitant. We don't have the time. The armor alone takes 3 days to manufacture. How can the 2 of us gather night spirits and fish entrails within 3 days? The top sniper shook his head and said, besides, if we complete the mission this time, we'll definitely get batteries. We can build another warframe to upgrade it then. The game doesn't stipulate that players can only have 1 warframe. After the first Sniper God explained it this way, the Second Empire understood what he meant. At least we need to be in the top tier first, then we'll have the confidence to do anything, right? I didn't say that. So when it was afternoon, after the two amorphous alloys and two neural sensors were traded from the Audi's terminal, the manufacturing requests for the two armor components immediately arrived at the foundry. See, I told you so, Xia Shang laughed. But Commander, strictly speaking, there are only these two application orders, Audi said. Xia Shang understood what he meant and waved his hand, saying, actually, it's more than enough. Even if there are only these two people for these 7 days, it's still better than the original situation. Commander, only 5. Audi's asked in surprise. He had originally thought that Xia Shang had issued this announcement to give them more room to maneuver, but he hadn't expected this. 5 armored warriors are indeed a bit few, but it's not a problem. They are much better than the previous heavenly warriors, Xia Shang said. Those from before, you mean those from the past? Didn't you have a very good opinion of them back then? You talked about their initiative and personal development, and things like that. Audi's asked, puzzled. Xia Shang was somewhat speechless. Do you consider these compliments? Oh, so it wasn't a compliment. Audi's asked in surprise. Forget it. It's better for you not to know. It's better for you because you'll be prioritizing flattering these players from now on. Those guys were a bit mentally unstable to begin with, but the players are more normal. Just treat them like children. Xia Shang quickly advised. Raise a child. I don't understand, Commander. Audi's has never raised a child, but Audi's will give it a try. Audi's perked up. Don't be so serious, I was just saying. While Xia Shang and Audi's were still debating whether the players were children, the players who were children were fighting a bloody battle at the Kroni stronghold. 2 black dots flew across the sky. Qin Chuan and Juhua looked down at the battlefield on the ground, paid little attention, and left. Or perhaps it's as if they're looking for something. Chapter 274 Hidden Preconditions. Found it. As Qin Chuan and Juhua passed over a narrow rift valley, they caught a glimpse of a metal structure standing atop it and couldn't help but excitedly call out to it. In the Kroni signal expansion camp, heavy sentry turrets are situated on the hills in 3 groups, used to defend against any force's attempts to destroy the signal towers. Judging from the sparse trees and blackened stone scattered throughout the area, it is not hard to guess that battles have frequently taken place here. Kroni Marines patrolled with guns, walking along the paths and checking the situation with the sentries on various high rock platforms. However, just as they were repeating their daily routine, a grenade fell from the sky. Flames swept across the land, as if the end of the world had arrived. Enemy attack. Alert. The Kroni Marines sprang into action. Their genes made them for it, their limbs moving faster than their brains. They found the nearest cover and then identified the enemy. However, immediately afterward, 2 figures descended from the sky. Despite their rapid fall, which left them in a blur, they landed with surprising ease and immediately launched an attack on the group of cloners. It's Tianxi. Bullets whizzed toward Qin Chuan, but his glass armor shattered into a swirling storm of fragments. The bullets were swallowed up as they entered the storm and quickly deflected away, not only failing to harm him in the slightest, but the stray bullets also injured other Kroni soldiers. Chrysanthemum held a blue longbow in her hand, narked an arrow and fired it in rapid succession, piercing and killing all those who tried to activate the turret. The new bow is awkward to use. It's supposed to be the Paris, but it's not. Chrysanthemum complained, simply because the bow was given to him by Dust and was a proper weapon to match the armor, not a weakened version of the 1 Malawian Quachar. Upon first use, I noticed that this bow is indeed more robust and requires more effort than the 1 Malawian Quachar. To improve the feel, I also consumed entropy to increase the frequency of fire. With the addition of rate of fire crystals and damage crystals, each arrow can emit a shrill sound that tears the air. Why would you use it if it's not convenient? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. It's not convenient to use without it. In the midst of laughter and conversation, the Marines stationed there were completely wiped out. Chrysanthemum went to retrieve the arrows, while Qin Chuan went to the arch tent under the signal tower and took out the decryption module. This is a hacking module required for the so-called interception mission. It can not only copy Kroni's historical frequency bands, but also steal and record the signal channels that the current signal tower can receive. Did you get anything? Chrysanthemum came to the tent after retrieving her arrows and saw Qin Chuan trying to operate the control panel. There's a lot of information to tell you. They've recently been deploying some troops to deal with a problem in a certain area. They say there have been unusual casualties there, and they suspect it was the work of the Sky Warriors. Did we do it? Possibly. After all, we don't even know which areas we fought in. Anything else? Yes, mostly it's about replenishing supplies and personnel, and also about the Night Spirit planes. They're still conducting excavation and research on the Night Spirits. After looking at it for a while, Chrysanthemum explained, if a regular game development team were to handle just this much information, the copywriting team would probably get beaten up by other teams to death. Possibly. Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. After all the information in this game was generated by the character AI on its own. After they communicated, they would really act according to these procedures. I even sometimes suspect that someone in their development team might be guiding and arranging these things. Seeing Juhua's puzzled look, Qin Chuan continued. What I mean is, does the development team have an administrator or similar role in the game, guiding the faction AI from a godlike perspective to act in a general direction? Otherwise, how could such a completely autonomous, fully AI-driven open world be possible with current technology? Chrysanthemum watched Qin Chuan's analysis, which seemed very logical, but she couldn't understand it herself. She could only nod and hum in agreement until the signal was successfully intercepted. Let's go, let's go. The two wasted no time and quickly put on their curved wings and soared into the sky. And what about this devastated place? After a while, the personnel transport planes for the shift change will arrive, find the bodies, record them, and transport them back to the arsenal as recycling materials. The shift changers will then continue to keep the signal tower running. The actions of the Celestials will eventually come to an end, but the Empire's clones will be endless. The intelligence brought back by the players was somewhat beyond Lian Ping's expectations. He even had a sign put up outside the Iron Defense Line office, indicating that he would no longer accept those hacking modules and that the modules should be sent to Audi's or Lyle instead. From now on, those who take on interception missions will also go to their side to get the hacking modules. The brothers of the Iron Defense Line really can't handle so much information at such a high intensity. Commander, we have obtained the coordinates of 188 new Kroni camps. Hand it over to the Iron Defense Line department. Commander, records have been discovered suggesting biological experiments in the area, involving the deployment of 300 toxic agents. Mark the location so the little ones can be careful to avoid it. Commander, we have discovered 52 pieces of intelligence related to the movement trajectories of the Sky Warriors. After path comparison, 25 of them are Sky Warrior movement records that are not belonging to players. Heavenly Chi. Xia Shang repeated upon hearing this, then followed up with, is there a pattern? Insufficient intelligence to make comparisons, but most of them are records of cargo theft, likely due to a shortage of some kind of material by the Celestial Warriors. Furthermore, 20 of these records are from 6 months ago, with only 5 cases occurring in the last month, Audi's guessed. Are you looking for them, Commander? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Not for now, let them be. Xia Shang pondered for 2 seconds, then shook his head in denial. But, Commander, they're on our side, aren't they? If we could cooperate, things would definitely go much smoother than they are now, Audi said. Let's talk about it later, Xia Shang shook his head. They're not mature enough yet. Audi's. Which aspect are you referring to as immature? Then 1 day passed, then 2 days. Even with Qin Chuan and Juhua flying around using anti-gravity curved wings, they found virtually no relevant information. I think we're looking for a needle in a haystack. If it were truly a highly classified shipping route, how could it have been leaked into a frequency band that ordinary signal towers can detect? Looking at the stagnant task progress, Qin Chuan posed a soul-searching question. But even Brother Quinn and Brother Xia Shang don't have any more guidance, so we can only do this for now. Chrysanthemum was also a little bored. For the past 2 days, they had been searching everywhere for a signal tower. They even went out to sea to try their luck and were almost shot down by an unfamiliar fighter jet, which looked like it was Kroni's offspring. So I'm wondering, are we thinking in the wrong direction? Qin Chuan pondered. This so-called interception shouldn't be on the ground, but rather the sky. Chrysanthemum looked up at the sky, where sparse clouds dotted the landscape, creating a desolate and tranquil scene. That's not right. This mission doesn't have any entry requirements. If it requires going to space orbit, then the curved wing barrier is too high. So the lack of entry barriers is just talk, or rather, it's a perk that Xia Shang gives to new players so they can collect ground intelligence to expand their database. The real progress of the mission still requires us to do it, Qin Chuan said. Us. Since the curved wing was also brought back by us, and it's not really needed, why would Brother Shang have a search for this void coordinate at the exact same time? So I'm guessing the curved wing mission is a prerequisite for the battery mission. Chrysanthemum wanted to say that the two tasks might not be related, but he didn't have any evidence to refute it. Besides, he was really clueless at the moment. If Qin Chuan's guess was true, then he could push the task forward quickly and avoid the crisis of the game shutting down. Shall we go to outer space and take a look? Come to think of it, we've never actually used the anti-gravity warp wing we got. We've been using it like a jetpack, Chrysanthemum said. Qin Chuan, we must go, but not now. We're lacking something. What's missing? Chrysanthemum asked, puzzled. Exchange successful, item set issued. Aldous' voice entered the sensors of the two armors, and then two brand new metal boxes appeared in their void passage. The box is about 2.5 meters long and 40 centimeters thick, and can even be described as a coffin. But it was indeed a box, with hinges connecting it. When the two of them took the box out of the void passage, its weight, which slammed onto the ground with almost no rebound, made the two players hold their breath. After unlocking it and opening it, the two saw two things sealed inside. A large, shooting weapon, resembling a teething stick, has two handles at one end. The other is a 2.2-meter long broadsword with an upward-pointing hook at the tip. The triumphant general. The Great Sword of Truth, Qin Chuan and Ju Hua recited their names. These are some of the few finished weapons available in the reputation shop after this hotfix that can be obtained simply by spending reputation. However, there is one condition for purchasing them. They must have anti-gravity curved wings, because they are firepower equipment specifically designed for combat in weightless space environments. Chapter 275. The new visitor to Jade. There is a 75% chance of rain in 30 minutes. A group of scavengers walked cautiously across the plain. They were covered up in their clothes, had little equipment, carried small knives under their arms, and loosely packed bags, clearly indicating that they had reaped almost nothing. The team leader glanced at the relatively clear sky, said something to the group, and then asked, "Shall we find a place to take shelter from the rain?" "If it's not too big, we can walk in the rain," someone replied. "It's almost impossible to find anything to scavenge lately. Have the Kroni reduce the frequency of their patrols. We need to look further afield." They spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, perhaps to conserve their energy. The group quickened their pace, and as the rain began to fall heavily, they arrived at a stream. They saw that the opposite bank was lined with dense woods, which pleased them. They found a stone path that someone had intentionally paved with stones to cross the river, and were finally able to take shelter from the rain under the shade of the trees. "I wonder if we can find some small creatures to eat some meat," someone said. "Let's go take a look." Two men perked up and went hunting, but after a while they only brought back some leaves and wild vegetables, as well as a large root of some kind of plant. The animals seemed to have disappeared. "These things have grown like crazy," they said, carrying what they were holding. The fire was already lit, and they used waterproof cloth to tie to the tree trunk to make a rain shelter. Then they squatted down by the fire to warm themselves and prepare food. There was a stream right next to them, and soon each of them had a bowl of cooked root and vegetable soup. "How far have we come out?" the group asked as they ate. "Probably a few hundred kilometers." "I know, I'm asking for specific numbers." "We've been walking for 5 days, covering less than 200 kilometers. According to past communication records, there should be a campsite in this mountain forest. Jade Camp, I remember it. Should we go? But we didn't bring anything." "Go, perhaps we can find out why Kroni is so rarely seen." They didn't plan to stay too long. Daytime was precious, and they wanted to find the camp before nightfall. But before they could finish their food, a Kroni transport ship roared overhead and plunged deep into the mountains. A transport ship. The quick-witted fellow had already climbed a tree, listening to the roaring sound to find the direction the transport ship was heading. However, when he saw the scene in the distance, his weathered eyes widened to their maximum, because the black wasteland that had been burned out was too conspicuous among the lush green treetops. When he told his companions on the ground about it, everyone was stunned. If that's the case, that camp is most likely doomed. The Kroni soldiers have already captured that outpost. It should be. This transport ship is bringing troops. Then we have no choice but to go back now. While the people on the ground were still communicating, those observing from the treetops heard gunshots coming from the air, and even said that they were quite frequent. They're still fighting. The scavengers, who had initially given up, exchanged knowing glances and immediately packed their belongings, heading towards the direction where the battle had taken place. At their destination, where they were heading, the players fighting alongside the Kroni paratroopers were the very players who were doing daily quests there. Some of them had never even returned to their base, all for the sake of the first batch of paratroopers each day. Undeterred by death, the Kroni soldiers leaped out of the cockpit amidst the bullets, braving the players' own attacks to launch a counterattack. Lacking damage-boosting crystals, these new players lacked firepower and could only try to find the weaknesses of the Kroni soldiers to attack. Fortunately, they were protected by shields, so the battle was intense but not dangerous. As the transport plane was about to leave, several players tried to intercept it with grappling hooks, but they were overwhelmed by the guns fired from the turrets beneath the plane and were completely suppressed. In the end, they could only watch the departing transport plane's tail flames with frustration. Failed again. Damn it, why isn't anyone attacking the artillery emplacements? I don't know, I succeeded in buying them yesterday, why can't I today? Sigh, look at what kind of team we were yesterday. All the veteran players went to do interception missions, and now we all newbies. We don't have enough damage, and we have no tactics. When the tide went out, I was the one swimming naked. Frustrated, the players continued fighting the Kroni frontline soldiers. It took them an unknown amount of time before they finally managed to kill the last Kroni soldier. On the other hand, several players were blown away by grenades, but there were almost no casualties. They picked up some unused grenades, and only collected the bullets from the guns lying on the ground, because these submachine guns and rifles were already commonplace among players, and even beginners were too lazy to pick them up, as they couldn't be sold and they just took up space. Occasionally, someone would find 1 or 2 void crystals, and the surrounding players would flock over to see what color they would get. Most of them are copper-colored, at most attracting a lot of disapproving looks, because copper-colored crystals are the most likely to appear. If silver crystals appear, onlookers will express slight discomfort or unacceptability. But if it's gold, then players will ostracize this guy all day long. Fortunately, only 1 golden crystal has appeared in all these days. The monster spawn rate in this game is too slow. When will I be able to reach level 5? As they sorted through their loot, the players began to grumble. Yeah, when will I be able to team up with my friends to do dungeons? The content I'm playing now is completely different from what I watch on stream. Indeed, there's a bit of a letdown. Perhaps this is the blessing of getting into games late. You're demanding repayment of good karma. I really can't stand you. Despite their complaints, they still log in every day, and many of them now prioritize the empowerment feature that offers a sleep mode. Hello. Suddenly a shout came from behind. The players looked in the direction of the sound and saw a strange guy standing in the distance with his back to the forest, looking like he would dart into the shade of the trees no matter what happened. The man continued, asking, "Are you the guards of this camp?" "Camp? Guard? I remember there used to be a camp here, but it's all dead now, and the creep has all been burned away." One player actually remembered it. What should we do? Should we tell the truth? One of the players noticed that the other person was wrapped up tightly and looked suspicious, not like a good person. Telling the truth is fine, but who knows if it's a side NPC? If I say the wrong thing, the rest of the story will be ruined. And wouldn't it be even better if the enemy got involved in the battle? After receiving the player's reply, the person was stunned for a long time, then turned his head as if to say something to the forest, and then more figures appeared. They quickly connected with the player, who then realized that they were also survivors from afar, living in a camp near a swamp, where they were accustomed to covering their entire bodies due to the environment. So, the Jade camp is gone. Upon hearing this news, the survivors were inevitably saddened, but they did not dwell on it, as their own survival was also a major concern. Aren't you afraid of the Kroni Empire's retaliation, given how fierce you are? They asked, pointing to the corpses on the ground. What revenge? Is there such a good thing? The players were shocked and hurriedly asked how to trigger the Kroni's revenge side quest. Seeing these guys in strange bodysuits looking so warlike, the survivors felt a little scared, but they could also sense their goodwill, because the guys allowed them to take the guns that were out of ammunition from the ground. By the way, since you've been traveling for several days to get here, how do you hide when the night spirits appear at night? The players were also curious about this. We're all looking for safe zones along the way, or trying to find a place to hide for the night, as long as we don't get seen by the night spirits and don't make a sound. By the way, is that Jade camp where you live now? Can we stay the night? When asked by the survivors, the players shook their heads repeatedly about their feelings for the Jade camp. The survivors initially thought it was because the survivors were unwilling to take them in, but they later learned that the situation in the Jade camp was complicated. The spaceships with viral tumors had been temporarily shelved for future research. After seeing that the ground was covered with the ashes of former residents, the players were too lazy to move in. Moreover, the cave nearby that's full of animal friends is actually quite nice. I heard that the dog with antlers is the only one in the game, and players actually quite like it. Players are preparing to take these NPCs to the mountain cave, hoping to take this opportunity to develop more plot clues. Little did they know that as soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, the NPC responsible for cleaning the cave was stunned when he saw this group of NPCs. You're Wu Yi? What are you doing here? Weren't you taken in by a camp? They're gone too. The scavengers seemed very happy to see Wu Yi, perhaps because they had met an acquaintance. Seeing this, the players couldn't help but feel happy. It seems there really is hidden content. Chapter 276, Defense, New. The rain is so heavy, I wonder if that batch of monsters from noon will still be spawning. The players, blocking the cave entrance, looked at the torrential rain pouring down outside and couldn't help but feel worried. Aren't all clony soldiers made of tin? They shouldn't be afraid of the rain, right? Hey, do you think the metal sheets on their bodies will oxidize and rust? So what if it's rusty? Just polish it off or use a laser to clean it, and it'll be brand new again. What if it's sanded through completely? I don't know, it depends on whether they have any veterans who can live that long. The players chatted about this and that, while the survivors who had taken shelter from the rain together in the latter half of the cave were also communicating with Wu Yi. However, because Wu Yi was unable to speak, it was a bit difficult for them to communicate. Finally, these survivors who made a living by scavenging learned roughly who those unassuming fellows at the door were and what had happened there. Plague virus. There's plague virus here. And what about them? Upon hearing about the plague, they panicked somewhat, but then realized that Wu Yi was still all right, which meant that the situation must have been brought under control. Were all the animals in this forest burned and destroyed? Someone wondered, recalling the entire expanse of land outside, charred black. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi quickly began gesturing, and only then did they realize that all the beasts had hidden underground. No wonder there was a stench of excrement in the air. Seeing the group sniffing around, Wu Yi remembered he still had work to do. He quickly said goodbye to these unfamiliar guests and went to find the wooden shovel and bamboo basket he had left at the cave entrance to clean up the day's excrement. Now that the herd's food supply is basically guaranteed to a minimum, the animals' excretions have also returned to normal, and Wu Yi can keep busy from morning till night. As Wu Yi, wearing a headlamp, entered the darkness, the remaining survivors exchanged bewildered glances. Do you think this is normal? All the animals spontaneously hiding in this little cave. How is that possible? Who can command them? Carnivores and herbivores sleeping in the same cave. I don't care whether you believe it or not. Anyway, the whole bag we had was full of guns that they gave us. I can't do anything else, but cleaning up manure is easy for me. They seemed to argue for a few moments, but eventually asked the player for 2 lights and went down into the dark to help. Seeing these NPCs willingly join in the work, the players weren't so happy. It seems the plot can't be triggered right now. Perhaps there's a time limit. Or perhaps the conditions haven't been triggered yet. The players discussed for a long time but couldn't come up with a definite guess. Just as they were about to go out and look for more traces of the plague, they saw a Cubro with antlers walking up from the cave. For some reason, not a single player dared to stand in front of it, and they all involuntarily made way for it. Oba didn't even glance at them. His steps were light and agile as he drifted along with the raindrops, disappearing from sight in an instant. This was Oba's first time going out, and the players were surprised and informed Audis about the situation. He went out. Xia Shang raised an eyebrow. This was clearly not what he expected. But then he thought that the plague in the Jade Mountain area had probably been cleared up. As the one who governs the spirits of nature, Chenchi would probably be the first to discover this matter. Xia Shang even speculated that it had a keen sense of plague beyond intuition. Sigh. If he could return to his armor, he would be considered a top-tier combatant. Xia Shang sighed and informed the Steel Defense Line that the mission rules for Jade Mountain Forest could be changed. Considering that the players currently in Jade Mountain Forest are all of low skill level, Xia Shang plans to have them try to cooperate with Oba for this batch of tasks. This will not only allow the players to become familiar with Oba, but also let Oba see the execution ability unique to the players. After the rain stopped, Oba returned to the cave. The players went back to the area that had been burned to wasteland and suddenly saw some grass on the scorched earth and charcoal. But when they looked closer, they couldn't find any. After careful inspection, the players finally found tender leaves and branches peeking out from the cracks. There weren't any when I came this morning. How come they appeared after this rain? One player wondered. He hadn't seen these new lives this morning, even after being relentlessly attacked by Kroni's gunfire. How come? Could it be that Kuroko? What Kukuro? He's called Oba the Dragon King. Even Brother Shang calls him the Dragon King, so it's only natural that he can control him, right? Is this reasonable? Isn't this a science fiction game? How is it not science fiction? Just tell me if it's fantastical or not. Just as a group of people were arguing about a well-worn topic, a soft, questioning voice arose from the crowd. Do you think it might have been a battlesuit before? Oba the Dragon King and Warframe are not unrelated. It's just that players are currently quite sensitive to the topic of Warframe. Recently, everyone on the forums has been talking about where to find unwanted Warframes. I don't expect it to be fully equipped and polarized like the Holy Sword of Dust, but at least it should have its missing arms and legs fixed. As a result, some people have even repeatedly viewed the latest videos from the Dust BB Hanlily platform account. Dao Dao's editing skills are still developing, but the rhythm and main theme are very clear. Since the release of the first promotional video for the armor-like device, he has uploaded several videos of his experiences in the Himalayas. The only thing I don't know if it was due to personal bias is that the part where Dust was led into the cave by the big dog wasn't included in the video. As a result, when watching the video, viewers could only roughly see that Dust found the armor while being chased in a gloomy and terrifying building, and then, that was it. He was undeniably handsome, but just looking at him for another second would have made me explode, simply because I was genuinely jealous. However, even with this kind of live editing, some people with a keen eye still managed to find clues. Although the building in the first video is half collapsed, it can be seen that it was originally a semicircular cylindrical building with protruding floating edges around it, and its style is very similar to the interior style of the Void Fortress in Quinn's area. They even have the same gold circular lace, and here, did you see? I turned up the brightness and changed the filter. As the audio in the video guides the viewer, the colors and darkness of the video change, and a huge humanoid black shadow appears in the background of the scene where dust is showing off. The comment section was immediately awestruck, as many people knew that Quinn and Chrysanthemum had entered the void and found a secret chamber containing a humanoid statue. Although the two have different postures and body shapes, their styles are almost identical, and even the collapsed buildings are very similar. I can reasonably guess that this should be an Origu ruin in the Himalayas. I know you're going to say I'm talking nonsense, but listen to me, this shouldn't be an ordinary ruin. It's protected by the Black and Red Legion of the Kroni Empire. See? Some of these guys' weapons are similar to those we've seen before, but they're much more powerful. If they were to launch a full-scale attack on the dust, this place would almost be blown up. So it's clear that they're fighting the dust while being wary of environmental factors. So what I'm trying to say isn't something as worthless as telling everyone to go looking for the ruins of Oro. I analyzed 5 or 6 minutes of footage, spent 4 hours searching for materials, and 2 hours editing and comparing them, and all I learned was one thing. If you're in trouble, turn to the Clone Empire. Remember the earliest tutorial? Who dissected the player's armor? It was the Kroni. The entire Kroni Empire is on a gold rush. What they found, what they possess, and what armor they've dissected is far more than we can imagine. If you want to find ruins, my advice is to look for places where Kroni existed. If you're looking for armor, my suggestion is to look for the place protected by Kroni. If you're in trouble, ask Kroni. After the video analysis ended, looking at the mixed comments in the comment section, even Xia Shang couldn't help but marvel at how this guy, who had never even played the game, could analyze things so logically. It seems that even those who only watch others online actually possess the skills, but are limited by various factors and unable to fully utilize them. Commander, is there anything we need to do about this? Audis asked from the side. No need. Let them do it themselves. We have provided the Iron Line with all the coordinates of Kroni's stronghold. Let them find it on their own. Whether it's tracking, searching, or looting, reclaiming what belongs to us, Chenji, is a challenge in itself. We can't guide them forever, especially after we take over the shipping hub. They will be heading to even more distant planets, and there will always be times when I'm not around. Xia Shang thought for a moment, then shook his head, but in the end he still tapped the table. All right, let's also release the search for the armor cryogenic chamber as a free mission, and implement a corresponding defense tutorial. Commander, didn't you say it was a robbery mission at the beginning? Audis asked, puzzled. Did I say that? You misheard. Whether it's the armor cryogenic chamber or the temple ruins, they all belong to our Chenji. Preventing them from falling into enemy hands is naturally called a defense measure. Xia Shang remained calm and composed. Chapter 277. After the tutorial, it's a cosmic war. On the 4th day, the 2 suits of armor in the foundry were finally completed. The first sniper and the second Empire, suppressing their excitement, rubbed their hands together inside the stronghold, waiting for the countdown in the manufacturing list. The moment the countdown reached 0 and the item became available, the 2 simultaneously applied to claim it at lightning speed. Just like the scene with Qin Chuan and Ju Hua back then, except now 2 identical holy sword armor appeared in the void passage and landed on the ground. It seems that their internal systems have started to operate, and they are able to maintain their balance on their own. Faced with their first ever armor, the 2 players were so excited they couldn't speak. They circled their armor a couple of times, touched it, and felt a sense of security from the tough, warm metallic skin. Ha ha ha, finally. After playing this game for over 40 days, finally. The second Empire clenched their fists and laughed. In the days while waiting for the armor to be manufactured, the 2 of them had traveled to countless maps to find the Kroni Legion. After completing some missions, they finally raised their willpower to level 6. Because the holy sword armor doesn't have the same material requirements as the glass armor, they don't need to activate the void ray at this level, so they can directly choose to activate the transmission ability at level 6. The 2 teleported into their battle armor, getting used to their new bodies and feeling their boundless energy. They even felt like superhumans. Won't we be able to roam freely across the plains from now on? The second Empire was brimming with confidence. I don't think so. Maybe this is just the beginning of the game. The top sniper's opinion was rather conservative, and we need to hurry up and improve our synchronization. By the way, didn't Steel Line update with new mission content? Let's go check it out. The 2 were watched the whole way, and when they finally arrived at the steel defense line, they unexpectedly saw an unseen figure. Brother Shang. The 2 of them rushed over, like children showing off their new toys. Oh, it's you 2. How's it going? You just got the armor, right? Are you getting used to it? Xia Shang originally came to check on the steel defense line. 2 days had passed since he sent the format of the defense mission to Lian Ping. So far, the mission's guidance seemed to have some flaws. Xia Shang saw that some players were questioning the mission line on the forum, so he came over to discuss it with him. Fortunately, the result was acceptable. Lian Ping's side simply misunderstood the tracking instructions for Kroni, and they are currently correcting it. Upon hearing Xia Shang's question, the second Empire even struck a robust pose and said, I've never felt so good in my life. I feel like I can do anything. Faced with the second Empire's naive remarks, the first Empire was somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the armor did not have facial features. Otherwise, the first Empire would have had a hard time saying what its expression would be. So you're here to receive a mission. To find a way to increase your frequency of communication, right? Xia Shang asked. Yes, we've been farming entropy points outside these past 2 days. We heard there's a new mission category with a chance of encountering ruins and armor cryogenic chambers, so we thought we'd check it out, the first Empire explained. Xia Shang sized up the 2 of them and asked in return, don't you already have armor? Why are you eyeing what you already have? But you may not be fully aware of the situation. The defense mission is indeed about finding a way to take back what originally belonged to us from the Kroni, but the key items are mission tools, not spoils of war. Quest items. Loot. What's the meaning? This means that the items we steal are, in principle, items used to accumulate reputation and will eventually be deposited into the faction's warehouse. However, members of the looting team have priority in exchanging them. The second Empire exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing his exclamation, the other players watching nearby became displeased. What do you mean, If we don't set it up like this, then all the defense missions will be snatched up by you players with armor, and we players without armor will get nothing. Yes, the reputation-based reward system and the priority purchase setting are also intended to increase Warframe ownership. It doesn't harm players who already own Warframes. If they find Warframe cryopreservations, they can use the reputation earned from the reward system to buy things. Seeing the strong reaction, the second Empire repeatedly apologized, saying that he didn't mean it that way, and that it was just the first time he had heard of it. The top sniper also understands this rule, or rather, the players before them have all set an example by not monopolizing resource collection channels just because they have armor and curved wings, or they have all been spontaneously maintaining a good game environment. That's good too. We need to grind reputation now. We've already used up all our reputation making for the Warframe, and we can also increase our frequency of attack while we're at it, said the first sniper god. Well, before that, the armor has some normal skills that are stronger than those of ordinary phantoms. You can find some predecessors to learn from their experience, or you can ask Oba. He is currently my trainee instructor. When a new base is added in the Jade Mountain area, he will become the official instructor. Not only the 2 battlesuits, but also the other players around them were taken aback. What the hell? You're letting a dog train us. Isn't it, a Cubro? It knows the operating logic of the Warframe. Wait, could it have originally been a warframe? The surrounding players asked. Perhaps only the first sniper god, who followed Xia Shang to the depths of the cave and saw the armored cryogenic chamber, can answer this question. Without answering the question, Xia Shang simply smiled mysteriously, glanced at Lian Ping's revision report, and then waved goodbye. As Xia Shang's figure disappeared, the first sniper touched the broken horn on his forehead, wondering if Brother Shang had just glanced at him. And it seems he doesn't want to reveal anything about the Dragon King Oba, so shouldn't I also keep quiet? So the first sniper god let the other players guess, while he took the second empire to choose a defense mission. Clang! Just as the two of them were about to finalize a mission to track down Kroni's whereabouts, a loud commotion suddenly broke out outside, followed by two armored suits rushing in. You too. As soon as Qin Chuan entered, he saw the two holy swordsmen looking bewildered and waved to them. Heh, me. Yes, who else could it be but you? Come with us, we'll take you to farm entropy and frequency. Having said that, there was no need to say more. The first sniper god and the second empire immediately dropped their mission list and chased after Qin Chuan. The two arrived outside the stronghold and saw a mysterious wreckage still blazing with flames burning in a large crater in the ground, which was clearly the source of the huge commotion they had just witnessed. What is this? Asked the number one sniper. This is the wreckage of a spaceship. It was just shot down from the sky. Chrysanthemum was standing nearby, his body bearing obvious burn marks, and his custom paintwork had been burned off, revealing the original terracotta color underneath. A spaceship? In the sky? The second empire was stunned. Then why were we called here? Together, we're a bit short-handed with just the two of us. They have too many individual airships. Quinn and I couldn't even get close to the Kroni Empire's ships. After a whole day, we only managed to find the entrance to their ships. Next, we'll take you to outer space. You two will be in charge of firepower, and Quinn and I will be responsible for roaming. The two small holy swords listened blankly as the two glass ladies explained the tactical deployment, until they asked if they understood. I think I understand. But Brother Shang just said we need to learn about the basic operation of the armor. What does that mean? The first sniper god asked. Basic operations. It should be a variant of bullet jump and gliding, as well as suction. These are all special mobility functions of the battle armor. Okay, let's not rush to go to outer space. We'll demonstrate for you. Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua explained in great detail to the two newbies about the force fields that could permeate the surface of their armors and the details of bullet bounce. When you spin, the distance you move by keeping your arms and legs together can be controlled. Whenever you want to stop or land, you can immediately spread your limbs to adjust. The suction power can be combined with wall kicking to achieve the effect of running on the wall. Gliding and hovering can effectively control the speed of falling from a great height. If you fall from a great height and land hard, although you won't die from the fall, the recoil will affect the armor's horizontal system, and you may be immobilized for a short period of time. Using hovering will make you more agile. The two little holy swordsmen listened, watched, and learned very hard. What excited them the most was the bullet jump, although they heard that the official name was spinning leap, but they didn't care. After all, with the basic ability to jump more than 10 meters in one leap, where else can you find such a carefree gaming experience? Did you learn it? Seeing that the two were becoming more and more skilled at bullet jumping, Qin Chuan finally asked. Yes, I've basically learned it. The two nodded. All right, this is General Triumph, and this is the Great Sword of Truth. Let's go take down the spaceship together. Chapter 278 Space Warfare. First, as the altitude of his field of vision increased, the coordinate pins left in the night spirit planes showed increasingly larger numbers in his field of vision. From several thousand meters to 10,000 meters, the curvature of the Earth becomes fuller and fuller, and the clouds that used to drift like cotton will now spread out in front of us like faded mountains and rivers. Looking at myself, the only thing that could guarantee my safety was a pair of slender arms that passed under my armpits and were wrapped around my chest. Even a safety officer working at height would tremble at the sight of this. We're about to enter Kroni's orbital warning range. There might be some turbulence ahead, and the orbital defense satellites will launch missiles at us. Qin Chuan's voice rang out in the squad channel. Oh, I see. Shall we take down General Triumph and blow it up? The second Reich spirits lifted. No, Chrysanthemum refuted his statement. We're still within the gravity zone. General Triumph's weight will wear us down. You can shoot with ordinary weapons, but it's not a big problem if you miss. The curved wings come with heat decoys. As they were talking, the four of them reached an altitude of 20,000 meters, then 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters. The atmosphere seemed to solidify right before their eyes, and the color of the sky was like the deep blue of the ocean, vast and desolate, yet profound and mysterious. Beep, beep, beep. Both anti-gravity warp wings sounded alarm simultaneously, and the words about to be locked appeared in the vision of the two operators. They're coming. Draw your guns. Get ready. Let's speed up and rush out. Call out. The sound of something tearing through the air came from the horizon, and it seemed that something terrifying was hidden in the boom. No matter how sharp the armor's vision device was, it quickly spotted a group of faintly bright points of light flying in like a school of sea fish. It's a group. Holy crap. This air defense is so strong. The scene startled the two newcomers, who quickly pulled out their most proficient weapons. The second empire used a dom, while the first sniper god used a long-barreled sniper rifle. Despite moving at high speed, fortunately there were no reference points around to interfere with aiming, and no sudden changes in angle. The number one sniper god did not disappoint his name. With a frequency of up to 71%, the metalworking Vulcan almost destroyed a missile with 2 shots. The second empire, on the other hand, used hipfire. Simply tilting the fire in that direction was enough. As long as there were enough chances to win, a few would eventually hit the jackpot. The best proof is the series of explosions in the sky after emptying 3 or 4 magazines. However, the firepower of the two men was still too insignificant, and more than a dozen missiles eventually approached them. We can't stop them, the number one sniper shouted. Almost simultaneously, a series of jet-powered decoys suddenly shot out from behind the wings of the curved wing, disrupting the target acquisition paths of the missiles. After a dazzling chase, they exploded in all directions, creating a large cloud of grey-white smoke. With a few cracking sounds, scattered metal fragments splashed onto the players, and the intense sonic shockwaves finally reached their faces. Cool. The second empire was speechless for a moment, its heart filled with admiration, leaving only one word. Don't just stand there. If the first wave of missiles fails to intercept and the target search continues, manned airships will come to attack once we enter outer space. However, anti-gravity weapons will be available by then. Hearing Qin Chuan's reminder, the two holy swords calmed down. They took one last look at the massive planet beneath their feet, which was gradually becoming round and natural, and then turned their gaze to the deep black outer space above them. At this moment, they finally saw the terrifying scene hidden behind the blue sky. Countless enormous, yellowish-brown spaceships floated in space. Some resembled giant reptiles, while others looked like sea cucumbers covered in tentacles. Groups of red and white lights could be seen everywhere, cruising through the starry sky, and it seems that one of them is. They're here. As a group of blinding red lights approached, the first sniper god and the second empire decisively put away their pistols, and with purple light flashing in their hands, the triumphant general, as big as a cannon, appeared in their hands. The heavy feel caused the muscles in their arms to contract sharply. Due to its mass, even when freed from gravity, its inherent inertia was a considerable burden during flight. Just as they were pondering how to aim such a heavy thing, the triumph general in their hands suddenly vibrated slightly, as if something inside was starting to work. Then, the field changed drastically, and the weapon's center of gravity seemed to be adjusting itself. Then, the triumph general's weapon tactical panel appeared in their armor's field of vision, displaying a real-time calculated pre-aiming star. Holy crap, this is so intelligent. The second empire cried out in surprise, gripped the weapon handle, and twisted the muzzle, causing the sights to move nimbly in response. Isn't it amazing? Its internal gyroscope adjusts the weapon's center of gravity, making it more agile to operate without changing its mass. The tactical system assists with aiming, making it the most considerate shooting system in the game. Chrysanthemum laughed as she heard this. Such a useful tactical system. Why isn't it implemented on all firearms? However, there was no time for them to discuss. The Kroni airship team, glowing red, had already arrived within 200 meters, allowing them to see clearly what those red lights were, energy shields. They were actually an expanded and modified version of a semi-open individual airship, similar to those used on planes, with a red shield that covered almost the entire front of them. Holy crap! An airship with a shield. Can it even be penetrated from the front? The number one sniper exclaimed in shock. Facing the orange-red bullets that were being fired at him without warning, he immediately pulled the trigger of General Triumph. The gun muzzle spewed out blinding flames, and countless bullets were fired in a laser-like trajectory toward the Kroni airship. The projectiles flew at extremely high speeds and had no air resistance, covering a distance of 200 meters in almost an instant. However, the dense barrage of bullets struck the enemy's red energy field without inflicting any damage. Almost all of them were deflected, with only a few grazing the edge of the shield and hitting the metal plate at the bottom of the airship, scattering some sparks. That was the only damage they caused. What do? We can't break through their shields. It seems like there's no pressure limit on their shields. The Second Empire was getting anxious as things were going nowhere. It's alright, their shields have a limit, depending on the pressure the attack puts on the generator. If the generator overheats, it will be paralyzed for a while. But there's an easier way. Their shields only generate in the front, so as long as two curved-wing aircraft and 4 armored vehicles faced a hail of bullets from the Kroni airship unit, dodging most of the fire while allowing large amounts of bullets to hit their shields, which instantly reached their critical capacity. Just before the shield was broken, the two formations suddenly shifted. At that moment, Qin Chuan and Ju Hua simultaneously tilted their heads back and flew backward, their direction immediately changing to chase after each other's tails. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! The arms that were gripping the 2 suits of armor of the triumphant general suddenly experienced a tremendous inertia, as if their arms were about to be torn off. If it were the original humanoid phantom, it would have been unable to withstand this dragging force, and its arms would have been torn apart and broken. Holding on to General Triumph with all their might, and with the gyroscope working at its best, the two finally held on until the inertial rebound occurred. They immediately aimed at the open tail of the airship and fired. Chapter 279 Breaking into the dock. Boom boom boom, a series of airships were pierced and exploded by General Triumph's terrifying firepower. The splattering debris even affected nearby Kroni units, and some unlucky pilots were nearly torn to pieces by the debris on the spot. The entropy number jumped by hundreds, and the Second Empire was overjoyed, coordinating their pursuit to keep their eyes on the rear of the Kroni airship. With just a single misdirected counterattack, they quickly reduced the opposing team to only 2 or 3 scattered airships fleeing in panic. Seeing this, Qin Chuan and Aju stopped their pursuit and instead made a sharp turn, continuing their flight into outer space. Are you leaving already? The Second Empire asked with some regret, not having finished their killing spree. Even if you kill all the defense forces, there are only a few of them. But if we go to do something important, there are countless clonists coming to stop you, or rather, they would love for us to waste our time on those renewable resources. Upon hearing this, the Second Empire realized that his question was too novice-like and didn't do justice to the many days he had spent in the game. If it weren't for the fact that the armor skin had lost these features due to metal fiberization, he probably would have seen the precious scene of the Holy Sword blushing. Where are we going? To that spaceship ahead. The First Empire was puzzled. They had initially said they were going to attack spaceships, but so far, apart from those small airships, the only other relatively close object was a sea cucumber-shaped spaceship behind the debris field in front of them. You guessed right, but there's one more thing that needs to be done before we go. We need to decipher the dynamic access passcodes for their main ship at the Kroni signal base stations in these asteroid clusters. By the way, did you bring any decoding equipment? The signal base station is not exactly hidden among the glittering pile of rubble asteroids, or rather, the real purpose of these microasteroids is to protect the communication base station from meteorite impacts, not to hide it. Holding the decoder given to them by Chrysanthemum, they checked the gyroscope-shaped signal base station in front of them. It didn't take too much time, and the dynamic pass was decoded. The group immediately set off and began flying towards the green sea cucumber. Did Brother Xia tell you these steps? The number one sniper god asked. No, this is something we figured out during our high-intensity combat operations in outer space these past few days. You figured it out by finding it out. Was this dynamic pass also one? The Second Empire couldn't believe it. In this vast space, if you were even a fraction of a degree off, you would lose sight of your original target. Yet these two big shots had found the direction with incredible familiarity and knew what prerequisites were needed to unlock a new map. If these two were to try, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. No, it would be like finding a needle in a star. Without any guidance, they probably would never find this so-called dynamic pass in their lifetime. Well, if you ask me, Chrysanthemum was just lucky. He bumped into the escort fleet's airship yesterday and, by sheer chance, deciphered the verification process at the control panel. Even without a pass, you could have gotten in by brute force through their pressure equalization chamber. We used the pass simply to make things easier and skip the demolition step. The journey to the ship was not smooth, with not only individual airships but also occasional artillery attacks from escort ships. Fortunately, the curved wings were flexible enough to escape the search range before the enemy could lock on. After some time, the 4 finally arrived in front of the huge ship. Only then did the first sniper god and the Second Empire realize that the giant sea cucumber they had seen from afar was even twice the size of what they had imagined. If we're going to make a comparison, we'd probably have to measure it against the entire Jade Mountain region. It's practically a mountain range floating in space. At the ship docking bay, many transport ships were waiting for security checks before loading and unloading when they suddenly heard an alarm blaring. Then, 2 strange figures rushed through their observation windows. What the hell is that? How did they manage to fly over the access control barrier? The crew of the transport ship were puzzled. On the dock platform, countless Kroni soldiers were already agitated. They had received news of the attack and were preparing to engage the enemy. As the enemy lines drew closer, and the anti-gravity warp wings indicated that the gravity index was about to reach normal levels, the 2 holy swords were instructed to quickly put away their anti-gravity weapons to prevent them from becoming unbalanced. Are we ready for battle? Have we really infiltrated enemy territory? Do we still have a chance to evacuate back to the Imperial Ball, guys? Looking at the countless Kroni transport ships hanging on the 3-story Kroni port, filled with soldiers, the first sniper god and the Second Empire felt a surge of excitement and fear. The reason I'm excited is because there are so many people. They'd never seen so many Kroni soldiers on screen at the same time in all the time they've been playing the game. And this is an interstellar port. Even with the rugged style of the Kroni Empire, it's still incredibly futuristic. It truly expands the battlefield to a futuristic, cosmic scale. In fact, from the ground to now, there has never been a black screen during map loading, nor have there been any cutscenes to cover up the map loading process. It has been a genuine journey from the ground to space and then to the spaceship. This game is absolutely awesome. The reason for the fear is that this place is already many kilometers away from the Imperial planet. If something goes wrong here, such as using up all 3 resurrection opportunities, the only way to revive is to choose the old phantom in the void passage in the Imperial planet. I just got my warframe. How did I suddenly get dragged into a high difficulty map by a pro? I'm really scared. So they placed their hopes of returning home on the 2 big shots. There should be a chance. However, when the 2 bigwigs heard their questions, they didn't give them the same precise answers as before. To be honest, this was their first time reaching this stage. Last time, they were defeated outside, but after returning, they heard that newcomers had created battle armor, so they quickly equipped it and tried to fight again. Unexpectedly, this time it went so smoothly that we attacked the ship port in one fell swoop. What do you mean, boss? The first sniper and the Second Empire are truly panicked now. Hey, it's okay, just charge with us. If there's any trouble, just blow through the deck and fly out, it'll be fine. When asked by their new teammates, they dodged the question and didn't give them a chance to ask further. Since they had already entered the spaceship's gravity field and were too close, they were worried that the anti-gravity wing would be damaged, so they retracted the wing in midair. The 2 holy swords were thrown out directly, and all the veteran players got in return was a confident thumbs up. Remember how to glide. Don't fall behind. Black light emanated from the surface of their glass armor, and their descent speed noticeably decreased. They planned to glide directly into the security checkpoint connecting the port to the ship's interior. Holy crap, wait a minute. The 2 holy swordsmen, realizing what was happening too late, hurriedly activated gliding mode, but it was too late. Their altitude was captured by the soldiers on the port platform, and countless bullets came flying at them. Holy shit. The Second Empire was unlucky. A bullet from an unknown source hit him in the face. Even with a shield protecting him, he was almost knocked unconscious by the bullet. A surge of anger welled up from his chest after the shock, and he was about to cancel his gliding and land to take down the opponent. But just as he was about to do so, 2 shards of glass flew down from above and enveloped them. It is the glass storm of the glass armor that allows bullets to be deflected and bounce back. Ignore them, came the boss's calm command over the communication channel. With the help of the glass storm, the 2 holy sword armors could ignore all the shooting and control their gliding to turn behind Qin Chuan and a Jew. However, they were a little shorter and landed dozens of miles ahead of Qin Chuan and a Jew. What greeted them were the port patrol soldiers of Kroni who were gathering in the passage. The player's first battle in the space dock begins. Chapter 280 Fierce battle on the ship. The alarms blared throughout the port, and all the people of Kroni in the entire blockade zone rushed there. A clear objective, that's genius. Kill them. Don't let a single one escape. The landing positions of the first sniper and the Second Empire were somewhat awkward. Not only were they facing Kroni soldiers in front of them, but the people they had passed behind were also turning back to intercept them. Besieged on all sides, with countless bullets coming at them, if it weren't for the glass shards on their bodies ricocheting off most of the bullets, they would probably have been shot and forced to flee in terror. There are people all around. The Second Empire turned around to fight, but was stopped by the first sniper god. This isn't the place to fight. Stick with the boss. The Second Empire immediately nodded, and suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards the Kroni soldiers amidst a hail of bullets. He conjured an energy longsword in his hand and instantly cleaved a soldier in half at the waist. Slash, 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 slash. With targets constantly changing, the Holy Sword Armor's first skill, Sudden Slash, can effectively reduce the energy consumption when used repeatedly. As long as the target can be accurately locked, Sudden Slash is a very quick movement ability. Save your energy. He gave a reminder as the figure of the number 1 sniper god spiraled over his head. Energy is not as important as entropy, and we need to increase entropy to improve frequency and combat power. Although the Second Empire said this, even though Sudden Slash had the passive effect of reducing consumption, his already scarce void energy bar could not withstand such consumption and quickly dropped by more than half. You filthy scum. Die. A cleaver came crashing down on his head. The Second Empire quickly drew his chainsaw to parry, then kicked the attacker away and killed him with a single sword strike. Kroni's ironclad skin was torn apart in an instant by the roaring chainsaw blades, blood splattering everywhere and covering the Second Empire's face. Boom. With a deafening roar, looking up, he saw the first sniper clearing a path for him with a grenade. The Second Empire dared not waste any more time and quickly jumped over bullets to catch up with the team. Where are the big shots? The Second Empire followed up with a question. Ahead, the security checkpoint was blocked. 2 sentry turrets stopped them, so I rushed up to help. Before the legend of the first sniper could even be finished, a circular glass wall rapidly expanded into the crowd, followed by Chrysanthemum's voice coming through the team's communication system. Are you still behind? We're coming right away, the top sniper replied quickly. The next moment, the crisp, pleasant sound of shattering glass drowned out the countless gunshots on the battlefield. Countless shards of glass shot outwards, instantly piercing and killing all the Kroni soldiers in the entire safe passage, leaving limbs and broken bodies scattered on the ground. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? The 2 holy swordsmen were stunned. The screen was wiped out instantly, and the destructive power was so immense. Absolutely invincible. Oh no, what happens to my holy sword? Don't overthink it, the big boss is calling. The 2 holy swords quickly caught up with Qin Chuan and Chrysanthemum. Qin Chuan didn't waste any words and arrived at the isolation gate that was sealed off by the alarm. Before the Kroni soldiers outside the port could catch up, he lifted the alarm seal in one go. Go in and don't get bogged down in battle. Find a place like the main control room to take control of our target, crack the data in the console, and guard the outside of the console to prevent them from interrupting or disrupting the process. Qin Chuan explained the task to the 2 newcomers. It feels a lot like a defense mission, right? The same process, the Second Empire said, puzzled. That's right, but we need to find at least 3 control centers to verify the data, so we have to move and defend at the same time, Chrysanthemum chuckled. Despite the large interior space of the Kroni spaceship, the sound of some kind of equipment operating under the surrounding steel was quite loud. The arc-shaped pipes and arch structures were interconnected, and the dark brown iron deck was pieced together into various components, making the seemingly spacious interior space actually quite full. The light tubes are embedded in the connecting grooves, illuminating the space one by one and leaving the 4 battlesuits nowhere to hide. It's Tianxi. The Kroni soldiers shouted, and gunfire erupted, but their shields deflected countless bullets as the 4 armored vehicles advanced. There's a box. Along the way, the group passed a circular sensor door with 8 storage cabinets lined up side by side. They went inside to check and found a bunch of energy blocks and ammunition. Why do these guys store food and weapons together? The top sniper was speechless. In a way, they themselves are a weapon. Their food and ammunition are probably not much different, Qin Chuan said, shaking his head. Wait, what's this? Chrysanthemum picked up a magazine from the table by the wall. It had strange names that started with the letters D and E. She flipped through it and found it full of bizarre images with a horrifying aesthetic, distorted yet beautiful. Holy crap, this publisher's magazine is here too. The Second Empire glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise. When he first entered the game and was cleaning up that small outpost by splitting the bedboard, he saw a well-worn magazine with the same publisher. I guess it's Interstellar Publishing House. They have a wide range of businesses, but it's surprising that it's a print version instead of an electronic one. I guess it's a luxury item. The 4 of them didn't waste too much time. Occasionally, they would see a large, strange, hard object along the way, piled up like some kind of material. After asking Audis, they learned that it was actually biomass sediment. Biomass is often used in medical applications. For example, the ingredients in the healing injections used by players also contain biomass. Without a second thought, the players scooped them all up and sucked them into the void passage, a pleasant surprise indeed. They also discovered that many warehouses contained large quantities of red crystals, perhaps because many devices used them for energy, so the warehouses, which were stored anywhere, could quickly replenish the energy. Having broken through another layer of Kroni's siege, the 4 of them had entered a huge cabin space. 2 rows of huge tanks were set up near the outer wall, and several huge transparent observation windows were opened on the slightly curved structure of the outer wall, which allowed them to clearly see the vast universe outside and the ship's branch bodies. On the other side of the giant jar, in the platform area, dozens of Kroni soldiers had already formed ranks and launched a fierce attack the moment the player showed himself. The butcher soldiers wielding 2 meat cleavers, the agile and nimble female soldiers wielding grappling hooks, and the various regiments holding corn thermal guns, all seemed prepared to slice through the ground and walls as they forcefully pressed 4 armored soldiers against the cave entrance. A line of rollers quietly stepped out of formation, taking advantage of the cover of gunfire to crush their way into the passage, causing a violent upheaval. The Kroni soldiers didn't waste the opportunity. A suicide squad quickly formed spontaneously and charged into the player's hiding place while firing. Boom boom boom. Sizzle. The sharp glass sword cut through the encirclement with several sword marks, followed closely by the holy sword, which charged into the enemy ranks with a sudden slash. Several grenades landed mercilessly behind the enemy ranks, disrupting their formation. There's a fork in the road. In the heat of the battle, Chrysanthemum discovered that the cabin was divided into 4 passageways. Which way to go next? No need to leave, isn't there a control panel right here? Qin pointed to the center of the area containing the huge canisters, where a control panel was being heavily guarded by Kroni soldiers. The objective is quite obvious. Chapter 281 The Holy Sword will not let you down, I'll clear the way. The Second Empire led the charge, wielding a chainsaw sword in one hand and a magical sword in the other, swinging left and right, when suddenly the energy sword in his hand vanished. The void energy has been exhausted. Damn it. But the situation didn't get any worse. He just had an empty blade in his hand and could still charge into the Kroni soldiers. The top sniper steadily advanced, his metalworking Vulcan bullets taking down the most threatening Kroni soldiers. One second it was Scorpion, the next it was Shotgunner. Chrysanthemum and Qin stood guard on both sides, shooting headshots at the fearless assault team. Finally arriving at the control panel, the Second Empire, seeing his teammates defending against the Kroni soldiers' attack, took out the decoder, lifted the control panel's protective cover, and stuck the probe into it. An orange-yellow control panel pops up a warning window, but it keeps getting blocked and suppressed. The data stream fluctuates on the virtual screen. The task now is to ensure it isn't blocked. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke flashed by, and 2 streaks of red light appeared abruptly in front of the Second Empire. Holy crap! The sudden attack startled the Second Empire. Just as it was about to strike with its chainsaw sword, the attack was evaded by the opponent's strange trajectory. 5 cold lights pierced through its face, and the shield was instantly torn apart. The second claw followed closely behind, and with a tearing sound, 4 slits were ripped open in the chest of the Holy Sword armor. The Second Empire held his bare blade horizontally in front of him, about to strike again, but found that the red dot had disappeared. Sizzle! 3 sharp claws pierced through the Second Empire's back and protruded from his chest, and a tremendous force even lifted him up. Aye, damn it! The Second Empire never expected to be defeated so easily, without even exchanging a single blow with its opponent. Bang! A scorching hurricane pierced through his back, but the Evil Eye's massive bullet missed its mark, leaving the Second Empire slamming to the ground with a thud, completely unresponsive. What happened? The second dry. How did you die? The top sniper god wanted to laugh but couldn't, so he asked loudly, but unfortunately no one responded for the time being. There should be special combat units, and they have stealth capabilities. They should be a skill transplant unit from Loki. Qin put down the Evil Eye in his hand and began to reload it, while analyzing the situation just now. It looks familiar, like I've seen it before. Chrysanthemum had also just glanced at it. Regardless of whether we've seen it before or not, we need to get the control panel back. Come closer, top sniper, watch your back. Qin spun and flew low into the air, landing beside the fallen holy sword. He didn't waste time paying attention to him, but instead slammed his fists together, the crisp sound of air cutting through the edge of glass like the melodious strains of a flute. Wide area vitrification. The glass wall rapidly expanded, its radius increasing from 3 meters to 5 meters, then 8 meters, and finally 11 meters. With a radius of 11 meters and a diameter of 22 meters, a large glass wall was immediately fixed in place, covering more than a dozen Kroni soldiers, whose bodies had crystallized and resembled sculptures. Looking at the enemy statue, which seemed to have been frozen in time, the First Empire couldn't help but reach out and touch its surface. The hard texture told him that this was the real effect of the skill. Is it petrification? Vitrification? The First Empire said, correcting itself as it went. Pretty much. Their crystallization will provide extra defense to the barrier, so we're temporarily safe inside the walls, Qin said, lowering his crossed fists before picking up the holy sword from the ground. Second Empire, still sleeping? Get up. The first sniper god rushed over and said, don't you have 3 respawns? He's not dead yet. Qin's words were startling, but the first sniper glanced at Juhua, as if he knew it too. When a warframe is critically injured to the point of near death, it enters a 20-second critical state. During these 20 seconds, we can reactivate it using our own warframe energy. Chrysanthemum, healing syringe. They're here. Chrysanthemum flicked her wrist and inserted a needle into the edge of the Second Empire's wound, and the wound on the surface of the armor began to heal rapidly. Seeing that the wound had closed, Qin immediately stretched out his palm, and void energy spewed out from his palm. However, it was not like a ray, but was catalyzed into a mist that surged into the Holy Sword's body. In less than 3 seconds, the Second Empire suddenly jumped up from the ground. I'm dead. No. I survived. Seeing his excited expression, the first sniper god leaned forward halfway, pointing at the lively Second Empire before finally asking a question. Will this consume the entropy points used for resurrection? Resurrection requires consuming a portion of the acquired entropy points, a feature that players have always disliked. As a result, many players will consume all their entropy points when they cannot survive. However, after playing the game for so long, I didn't know that there was a way to avoid the death penalty by having teammates help you when entering the Warframe game phase. I don't believe the development team didn't see the player feedback. They must have considered that as players get stronger with their Warframes, the penalty for each death will increase, so they thoughtfully gave them the near-death state. Where can you find such a considerate development team? Think about other idiotic development teams. They all seem to be working against the players. If the players are happy, it's like they're going to tear up the development team's family register. They're always nerfing this and that instead of doing what they really mean. The top sniper was deeply moved. Maybe that's possible. Chrysanthemum couldn't help but chuckle when she heard the first sniper's resentful sigh, but she turned back to explain. We only found out a couple of days ago when Brother Shang reminded us. I almost died several times in outer space yesterday, and nearly wasted several thousand entropy points. Let's talk about these things later. Some guys are getting impatient. Qin interrupted their musings, gesturing to a black, smoking figure outside the glass wall. If Zhou Jizuan and Galio hadn't rescued the blind man here, they would definitely recognize this guy as the invisible black smoke guy who almost wiped them all out during the mission to liberate the camp before the mission to capture the stronghold. However, this was the first time Qin and his team had encountered such an opponent, so they did not know what type of soldier the opponent was. But there are people involved here. He's too fast, and his claws do a lot of damage. The Second Empire said with lingering fear, but in reality, he was not very clear about the other party's abilities, so he could only try to recount what had just happened. However, this information was sufficient, or rather, Qin and Juhua only needed to confirm that he posed no additional unknown threats. If it's just invisibility and teleportation, then there's no need to pay special attention. Just wipe them out in a wide area. After saying that, Chrysanthemum thrust out a glass sword, blasting away all the wide area glass walls and clearing out all the Kroni soldiers shooting at the glass walls once again. But in the next instant, a pair of red lights suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing Juhua's shoulders like a wild beast, and the huge inertia tumbled the two of them over like sandbags. Chrysanthemums. Watch out. The Second Empire and the first sniper rushed forward to help, but the glass armor on Chrysanthemum's body shattered into countless sharp blades, enveloping the two of them. Soon after, the storm of glass shards dissipated, and the mysterious black soldier was found to have been torn to pieces by the shards, with not a single piece of his flesh intact. Keep it simple, okay? Chrysanthemum rolled over and laughed. Awesome, awesome. I kind of regret making the holy sword. It's so useless. The Second Empire praised it, then thought of how it had been humiliated and couldn't help but feel regret. How far are you on the same wavelength? Qin suddenly asked. The Second Empire was taken aback, then checked and said, 19%. It would be much better if the entropy number were directly raised to over 35, and there will definitely be more monsters like this in the future. You need to have enough self-protection capabilities. The illustrious sword is a very strong skill, and believe me, the holy sword will not disappoint you. It just needs some time to develop. Qin nodded encouragingly. Chapter 282 Magnificent Swords and Blades. Come, we can't kill them all. We simply can't kill them all. As the Kroni soldiers poured in wave after wave, the top sniper's gun barrel got so hot it started smoking, forcing him to switch to a regular weapon to withstand the enemy's pressure. Qin Chuan and Ju Hua also tried their best to disrupt the enemy's lines. The 8-sided glass mirror attracted many clone soldiers, who were eventually blown into the sky by a single shot. Finally, the decoder finished parsing the data, and then we needed to find the next console. Stop them. Don't let them pass. Long live the Empress. Swoosh, Chrysanthemum wielded Zoran's twin axes, spun around and flew into the enemy ranks, tearing through their staffs like a meat grinder. After landing firmly, she put away her axes and swiftly unleashed a massive, swirling glass sword strike. A sword draw. Chrysanthemum bro, you're doing this so cool. The Second Empire shouted. Huh. What kind of drawing sword slash is that? It's just a casual slash. I feel it's not even as powerful as the sword energy of a renowned sword. Chrysanthemum shook her head upon hearing this, recalling the video uploaded by Dust and feeling somewhat envious. He was even thinking about getting his own holy sword armor to play with later. Clearing away obstacles, the four chose a path deeper into the ship's cabin. Along the way, Kroni soldiers kept pouring out, and even though they knew they were created clones, their fearlessness impressed the players. But what puzzled the Second Empire and the First Sniper God even more was, why were these two masters able to keep using their glass armor? Is it because of the high frequency? Not entirely. Increasing the frequency can enhance the skill effect, but the energy consumption remains almost unchanged, Qin Chuan explained. One reason is the level. We are one level higher than you, so we can store more void energy. Another reason is the amplifier. Amplifier. Is that the void ray weapon? I thought it was just a weapon, the Second Empire exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it's not just the weapon. Some of its components can enhance the efficiency of our connection with the void, increasing our energy recovery speed. Some components can also act as batteries to temporarily store energy. Combining the two, the increased void energy limit further enhances the energy recovery speed. Moreover, we don't release them very frequently, which prolongs the energy consumption time to assist in recovery, so it naturally appears that we are constantly using skills. Hearing this, even the First Empire felt a little regretful, because they had actually thought about the amplifier at first, but since they needed to activate the transmission first instead of the void ray, the First Empire unilaterally believed that without the void ray amplifier, it was just for show, so they advised the two not to waste resources on the amplifier. Now it seems that the amplifier is actually a very important item. Even if it cannot trigger an attack, the energy storage and energy recovery efficiency provided by some of its components are absolutely important supplies in the early stages. Unlike injury recovery, there is currently no way to restore void mana in this game. The amplifier is the only item available. Haha, this is awkward. It's probably our fault too. There was a gap between making the amplifier and getting the armor. After getting used to it, we forgot about it. I wouldn't have remembered it if you hadn't mentioned it. Qin Chuan said awkwardly. I'll have to write a strategy guide later, Chrysanthemum said. Sigh, we probably won't even be needed. Some viewers in the livestream have probably already reminded us on the forum, but I'll probably write a detailed guide later, Qin Chuan said, nodding. Then I'll wait for the streamer's version. The Second Empire chimed in. However, it wasn't his teammates who reacted, but rather Qin Chuan's livestream. Speaking of strategy guides, a considerable number of long-time viewers still remember that before he got into StarCraft, he had only completed half of a strategy guide for the game Torch of the Flames. The streamer even has the nerve to call it a strategy guide. Host, am I linking the fire? Seeing the string of questions about strategies, Qin Chuan kept his eyes down and remained silent, then pretended that his attention was drawn to the Kroni soldiers, turning his head to focus on finding the control panel. However, just as they found the second control console, they suddenly discovered that the firepower from the Kroni soldiers had increased significantly, with some explosive weapons even appearing. They also noticed that the paint schemes of many Kroni soldiers were unusual. Although the eye colors were different, the style was very similar to that of the Marines on the Plains of Night. High-level troops have appeared. Chrysanthemum also realized what was happening when a grenade suddenly slammed into him, creating a violent shockwave that sent his entire armor flying. No, I have to turn the Chrysanthemum up really high. Qin Chuan shouted into the channel. A glass wall appeared instantly, rapidly expanding to cover a large portion of the battlefield, crystallizing all the Kroni soldiers covered by the glass wall. In this way, the wall can withstand the firepower of the Kroni soldiers outside for a while, indirectly giving them some breathing room. The deeper into the ship's cabin, the higher the level of the monsters. Their weapons are also very powerful, and some of them are even using conquest grenades. The Second Empire was covered in soot, with many marks on his body from the flames. The First Sniper God wasn't in much better shape either. If new weapons come along, surrender them first. The pressure isn't too great right now. Also, how's your synchronization? We've used entropy to pull it up a bit, and it's already at 40% now, but the energy is still a bit low, so we'll have to wait for it to recover, the First Empire replied. 40 is enough. When the wall is about to give out, unleash your ultimate attack to kill the monsters. Then, put all the entropy into willpower. Increasing willpower will also increase energy cap and recovery speed. Having been reminded, the First Sniper God and the Second Empire understood what to do, and so, just as the wall's duration was about to expire, Qin Chuan took the initiative to trigger the screen-shattering attack. These high-level units have considerable defensive capabilities, and most of them withstood the piercing of the fragments, but they also lost a lot of combat power as a result, which gave the holy swords a perfect opportunity to shine. I can't take it anymore. Damn it, bring the sword. Sizzle, sizzle. Two magnificent swords materialized in the palms of the two holy swordsmen. The swords, flowing with pure energy, were swiftly swung, tearing through the air and releasing crescent-shaped energy sword energies that flew into the crowd, piercing through the alloy floor and walls, dismembering and tearing everything in their path. Holy crap, those are awesome, the illustrious swords. I feel power surging through my body. Like children in the countryside who had found their own twig, the two tried their best to swing the long sword. They soon discovered that the power in their bodies flowed through their arms into the sword at a noticeable speed. Their control over the sword was limited by this energy circulation. Furthermore, they discovered that even when they stopped attacking or blocking bullets, they continued to consume energy, regardless of whether they used sword energy or not. It was simply the fixed energy required to maintain the sword itself. As a sword, can it be fitted with void crystals? Chapter 283 here. See you in the next life. For some reason, the First Sniper God suddenly had this idea in his mind, but he immediately dismissed it, because this sword was entirely formed of energy and should not be considered a weapon, but rather a skill of the armor. Or is there a void crystal that can enhance warframe abilities? But, what if? Perhaps we could give it a try. The top sniper isn't a close combat expert, but he has randomly acquired many melee weapon effects from the crystals he obtains. One of them, Pressure Point, is a void crystal that directly increases melee damage. It increases damage by 20% at level 0, and by 20% for each level up. It requires more than 3,000 entropy points to reach the maximum level, but it's totally worth it. 5 Pressure Point, increases melee damage by 120% indirectly. Melee weapons, Pressure 9, install. The top sniper installed the Pressure Point without hesitation. At the same time, the First Sniper God immediately noticed the change in the energy sword in his hand. It became more solemn. The sword energy that is shot out may seem unchanged, but it is actually smoother when it flies and cuts down enemies than that of the Second Empire, which means that the damage of the sword energy has actually been increased. So the theory is actually feasible. He immediately informed his teammates in the channel of this discovery, and the Second Empire also immediately added pressure points to him. The two men's magnificent swords were even more terrifying than the laser. The iron-filled plates of the Kroni soldiers were no different from flesh and skin in front of them and were torn apart in an instant. It's likely that only sword energy that had been depleted by layers of obstacles was actually blocked and shattered by the Kroni behind. Unfortunately, their energy reserves were not high enough and quickly ran out. Without the energy to sustain them, their magnificent swords immediately vanished from their hands. Fortunately, they could still sense its presence, and the void crystals on it did not disappear along with it. Very good. Is your entropy enough to upgrade? Chrysanthemum asked. He still remembers that it takes nearly 20,000 entropy points to advance from level 6 to level 7. It seems like we're still a bit short. This was the first time that Sniper God and Empire had recklessly poured tens of thousands of entropy into one direction, only to find that they hadn't yet filled the level requirements. Then you guys need to keep up the good work. Qin Chuan said with a smile. If you still can't level up by the next defensive point, we'll have to find a way to leave this place. Among the Kroni soldiers, tall, dark green Kroni soldiers began to appear. They were well equipped, agile, and had excellent combat skills. Even Chrysanthemum, wielding 2 battle axes, was unable to take down one of them in a short time and was almost tied down. Fortunately, Qin Chuan found an opening and broke the siege. No, Quinn, we can't play anymore. Chrysanthemums found a moment to breathe amidst the suppression of firepower. The Sniper God and the Empire were completely confused. Wait, what do you mean? Can't we play anymore? Are you guys logging off? Wait, boss, where is there a place to log off here? The Second Empire asked hurriedly. Log off? What do you mean by logging off? You must have misunderstood something. We didn't mean when we said we couldn't play anymore. Qin Chuan laughed and cried at the same time. Then he replied to Ju Hua. Okay, we're already deep inside the ship's cabin. Don't be afraid to break anything you shouldn't. You too, didn't you just pick up some explosive weapons? Use them now. As he spoke, Qin Chuan pulled out the cannibalistic female demon, while Ju Hua drew a large bow, knocked an arrow, and shot it. The arrow struck a tall Kroni, instantly bursting into scorching flames and a shockwave that engulfed several soldiers around him. The cannibalistic female demon was even more ruthless. When she launched the incendiary bomb, the fiery hurricane instantly turned the surrounding Kroni into charred remains, and the ground and ceiling showed varying degrees of melting and high-temperature deformation. So when you said we can't play anymore, you mean we have to get serious? The Second Empire looked embarrassed and quickly pulled out a green curved handle launcher. I saw the Conqueror grenade in the reputation shop before. The blueprint wasn't expensive, and it came with an unlimited ammo blueprint. I was planning to buy one to build later, but I ended up just picking it up. The first Sniper God sighed as he held the Conqueror grenade. That's one of the downsides of scavenging weapons. Without ammunition, finding them makes almost no difference. You still need to find a way to get the blueprints for ammunition manufacturing, Qin Chuan said, shaking his head. By the way, how much grenade ammunition did you guys collect? This gun's magazine. Holy crap, no magazine. Single shot loading. Then a comical scene unfolded. The two of them each fired a grenade, knocking down a whole area, and then they had to collect the empty Conqueror grenades, scavenging corpses all over the map to find more ammunition. Once you find one, fire another. I feel like we're idiots. The top sniper looked down and kicked aside a corpse amidst the hail of bullets, seeing a bloodstained Conqueror grenade and a small bag of grenade ammunition pouches lying on the ground. How about we farm entropy first? Upgrading and unlocking the illustrious swords is more fun than playing with single-shot grenades, isn't it? The Second Empire also began to doubt itself. In the end, they successfully reached level 7 willpower. But then the question arises, what should one specialize in? Although they now know they need to build an amplifier, its current function is only to improve energy recovery and capacity expansion. Offensive capabilities are not yet necessary. You really think that way? Activating the void ray, and you're using that method to collect materials at night on the plains of night. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Oh, I forgot about that. Only void energy can destroy night spirits. The Second Empire slapped his forehead, only to have his palm hit by a broken horn from above. The second console was paused, and just as they were preparing to look for their next target, Xia Shang's communication request was connected to their team channel. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Oh, Brother Shang. This was the first time the first Sniper God had seen Xia Shang through communication. Xia Shang's current status was floating in the lower right corner of the user panel, and a little Audis was silently floating by his side. Brother Shang, is there some special mission for us? We're in outer space right now. I wonder if we'll ever have a chance to go back. The Second Empire exclaimed excitedly, full of enthusiasm. Of course I know where you are, but you're half right. There are indeed some things I need to tell you. We just received news from the Steel Defense Line that the data on that spaceship might be stored in the Transport Bridge Department's database. It can't bypass the teleportation application quota of the Airway Hub. Therefore, you can obtain information from the ship's current information department. Audis will send you a dedicated hacking module to connect to the information department's interruption. Audis will hack into their database, searching for any suspicious passage data. We might even be able to find the coordinates of the channel hub through this opportunity. Speaking of the Airway Hub, even Xia Shang couldn't help but sit up straight and look at the 4 armored vehicles in front of him, saying, you must guard the hacking module until it completes its work during this period, and you cannot allow the Kroni to destroy the information department in a suicidal manner during this time. All of this depends on you holding out until you find the target in Audis. After you succeed, I will give you armor enhancement crystals as a mission reward. Armor enhancement crystal. Upon hearing this name, even Qin Chuan and Ju Hua, the top players in the entire game, couldn't help but feel excited. No problem, boss. We swear to complete this mission, even at the cost of our lives. The Second Empire was even more excited, and with a whoosh, it drew its magnificent sword and headed straight for the ship's passageway. A magnificent sword. See you in the next life. Who is Kroni? I will end his life. The legendary swordsmanship of the one-sword style has begun. Chapter 284, The Despicable Heavenly Warrior. Bass whoosh, whoosh. A series of eerie, air-burst-like sounds, like electric current shattering gas, echoed continuously. At the central junction of the T-shaped passageway, several sword energies tore through the air, sweeping out from one of the passages, crashing into the walls and embedding themselves in several cracks, while the internal circuitry crackled and hissed. Immediately afterwards, 2 Kroni soldiers with severed limbs fell backward to the ground. Judging from the neat and uniform cuts on their bodies, it was clearly the work of the sword energy that had just passed through. With the last 2 soldiers dead, the 4 players could no longer see the enemy. They then deactivated their skills and opened their arms to examine the newly scanned spaceship map. The spherical 3D map, with a radius of 2 kilometers, has one half consisting of the outer walls of the aircraft cabin and the other half of a network of passageways and cabins. Moreover, the interior is not visible within 1 kilometer, so they need to explore further. If you think back to how enormous it felt outside the spaceship, the first Sniper God believes that even if all 4 of his maps were laid out together, they probably couldn't match the width of this massive starship. How much metal would it take to build a spaceship like this? And they actually have so much, the first Sniper God exclaimed. I bet it would take at least 100 years to build a ship like this, Chrysanthemum said, shaking her head. 2 holy swords saw some characters on the wall of the corridor, which seemed to be indicating the branch directions of the ship area. Kroni's resource extraction forces are spread throughout the solar system. The asteroid belt is their main shipbuilding site. The asteroids there are like countless floating mines in space, providing trillions of tons of metal for their shipbuilding production line. And for Kroni's shipbuilding production line, it only takes 10 years to replicate one such ship, and other types of spaceships are also produced in succession. Don't underestimate the resource reserves of the solar system and the heavy industry of the Kroni people. Their ability to become one of the 2 leaders of the solar system today is due to their abundant logistics. Xia Shang explained to them. Awesome, with such abundant logistics, we should be able to seize a couple of ships to use, right? The Second Empire laughed. Haha, we can try, but I feel that's too big a target. The Empire can attack day and night, we can't withstand it, so even if we manage to seize it, it won't take long, Qin said, shaking his head. The group discussed the feasibility of the plan, but was soon struck by a huge tubular structure on the road. That thing pierced through the outer wall of the hull and extended outwards along the side and belly of the ship, forming one of the tentacles of a sea cucumber. I suspect this thing is a cell tower, Chrysanthemum said. Me too. The Second Empire's giant hand echoed. In that case, the 4 of them searched around the device that looked like an antenna, and sure enough, they found the location of the information department in the pipes of the ship's cabin on the 4th floor above their heads. The guards here have exceptionally fierce defensive firepower, and most units are equipped with high rate of fire Kuhn thermal guns, whose high temperature fragments, which spray out along with the shotgun shells, can even scrape through the alloy walls of the ship's cabins. However, regardless of their firepower, the moment the first sniper condensed an energy sword that emitted a mind-blowing light, Kroni's defenses went silent. Almost everyone's senses were blocked by the light and sound of the explosion in their minds. They were either torn apart by their teammates who were firing wildly in a panic, or hacked to death by the armor that broke through the team's formation. This blinding skill is really useful. No matter how many enemies there are, you can control them all, then use your weapon to deal damage. If you control the energy consumption rate well, it's also a god-tier skill for long-term combat. The first sniper god explained in surprise after analyzing the skill. After breaking through the final defensive blockade, the 4 mechs finally arrived inside the information management department. However, they found that there were no staff members there. Presumably the technicians had gone to take emergency shelter. These replicants, even have the concept of emergency evacuation. The Second Empire was somewhat skeptical. Although they are clones, individuals with intelligence who can operate electronic galactic machinery are not currencies that can be spent at will. Cultivating such a technological unit is much more difficult for the Kroni Empire than resisting us, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. That makes sense. High IQ units are scarce everywhere, let alone the fact that they are just low IQ clones. The first sniper nodded repeatedly. However, Xia Shang didn't disclose some crucial information. The probability of genetic defects in these highly intelligent individuals is also higher, meaning the brainwashing imprint might not be as strong on them. Upon receiving the hacking module from Audi's, Qin personally inserted it into the communication interface of the control panel, and Audi's logo quickly appeared on all the screens in the information room. As if they knew what they were up to, the Kroni Marines who followed up launched a fierce offensive, constantly throwing explosives, almost trying to destroy the entire information department. They want to destroy this place to prevent us from getting any intelligence. Don't let them succeed, Xia Shang reminded him again. No problem, boss, you can rest assured that we'll handle things. Chrysanthemum nodded and said, so the cannibalistic woman used explosive arrows and incendiary bombs together, and the 2 sides exchanged fire in the ship's cabins outside the information department. The explosions almost overturned and shattered the entire cabins. Various underground pipelines were dug out, blown up, or dented and blocked, causing wastewater, pure water, and various chemical liquids to leak out. In addition, due to the high temperature burning and evaporation, a strange, pungent mist began to spread from it. What does it taste like? At first, the smell was very faint, but the armor, which interacts with the gas through the skin, was more sensitive to it and quickly detected the strange smell. However, in less than 10 breaths, the first sniper noticed that his condition was abnormal. A nauseating dizziness surged to the top of his head, and his limbs also felt sore and weak. Poison. They're poisoning us. The Second Empire also immediately showed signs of abnormality. This seemed to be the first time they had encountered a poisoning situation. However, Qin did not think so. His most recent poisoning occurred in the Void Fortress, where the Ancient Fallen's poison gas nearly killed him. Fortunately, his physical constitution had been enhanced, and he received a healing injection, which allowed him to withstand the corrosive effects of the poison. Compared to the poisonous gas from before, this little bit of poisonous gas is as insignificant as getting a face full of car exhaust fumes when you open the window in the morning. If Kroni was poisoning them, they wouldn't have given them such a bland flavor. Moreover, due to the pressure imbalance caused by the explosion, most of the airflow inside the cabin rushed outwards, and Qin also noticed that the frequency of attacks from Kroni's side had decreased by more than half. They've been poisoned too, Qin said suspiciously, then raised his hand and released the anti-gravity warp wings, placing them in a relatively safe area surrounded by iron frames. We take turns using the life support devices on the warp wings to supply oxygen, and the treatment injections also have a suppressive effect on the poisoning. With the oxygen supply from the anti-gravity warp wings, the player's condition quickly recovered, but Kroni was not so lucky. The molten iron burned through the chemical pipelines, and the rising steam was pushed into the cabins where their troops were deployed by the blast wave. As the concentration of poison gas increased, many Kroni soldiers suffered from skin ulcers and bleeding from their mouths and noses. Warning: everyone evacuate. The despicable Sky Warriors have used poison gas. Contact medical services immediately. Commander Kroni coughed up blood as he staggered backward, blood seeping from the gaps in his armor. Chapter 285 The Poisoner. There seems to be no movement outside. Just a few minutes later, when it was the Second Empire's turn to launch a feint attack, they were surprised to find that there was absolutely no movement outside. It seems that's really true. Everyone listened carefully to the silence in the air, and it seemed that only some kind of gurgling and hissing sound remained. Having fought in space for so long, the 2 holy swords are still a bit unaccustomed to the sudden silence of gunfire. Never mind, if they don't come, we won't go out. We'll just run away when the mission is over. The number 1 sniper didn't want to linger in the fight. He was always afraid that something might happen in the outer world. However, everyone shared the same idea of not wanting any unnecessary trouble, so they took turns keeping watch at the door while waiting for Audi's to decipher Kroni's intelligence. But just when they thought they would wait until the mission was over, heavy footsteps finally sounded outside. Heavenly treasure. Ha 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 tilde heavenly treasure. A strange and arrogant laugh came from outside, the sound like it was muffled in a jar, amplified by an electronic synthesized sound amplifier and transmitted into the player's ears. Sounds like a madman. Chrysanthemum's voice was deep, and one could imagine that if it were a human-shaped phantom, its expression would be very solemn at this moment. It's a heavy unit, and it might have area of effect weapons. We can't fight here. It could affect the hacking process and the control console. We have to get out. Qin suddenly realized what was happening. The 2 holy swordsmen were about to draw their swords and follow the big boss out when Qin stopped them. You 2 stay here and guard this place. We don't know what might happen. You must protect this place from the battle. We'll find a way to take care of him outside. But if you can help by taking sniper shots, that would be even better. Chrysanthemum knew what they wanted to say, so she gave them a range of options. Without a doubt, Qin and Ju Hua first injected themselves with needles to fight off the poisonous fog outside, and then immediately rushed out. After only a few steps, they saw a strange enemy in the opposite passage through the poisonous gas-filled cabin floor. He was wearing a heavy hazmat suit, which was half a head taller than the 2 men in their nearly 2-meter-tall armored suits. His entire head and chest were covered by a layer of yellow-green glass, and only his dark red head could be vaguely seen shaking inside. Upon seeing the two armored figures appear before him, the guy seemed even stranger. His originally slow steps began to accelerate, and he quickly charged towards them. Only then did Qin Chuan and the other man notice that he was holding a dark red spear with sharp horns in one hand, with a pair of magazines on either side of the gun, equipment that the players had never seen before. Seeing the opponent's wary steps begin to sprint, Qin Chuan didn't think twice and took out the evil eye, aiming it at the opponent and preparing to pull the trigger. However, he was surprised to find that the opponent raised the gun first and fired a series of projectiles. The projectile flew through the air like a clump of sticky, pale yellow glue, not only obscuring their vision but also hurtling towards their faces. The two dodged decisively, but unexpectedly, the gelatinous substance splattered and exploded when it hit the ground. Countless fragments of the gel landed all over the surface of the chrysanthemum's body and quickly expanded into a paste that could not be shaken off. Damn it! It's poisonous! As Chrysanthemum tried to swat off the foam covering her body, she felt a burning sensation seeping into her skin. The foam turned from yellow to green and continued to spread across her intact skin, making Chrysanthemum feel a chill, as if it was some strange creature. Phew! Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted onto Chrysanthemum's body, intending to burn off the adhesive on him. However, the dense foam melted upon contact with the fire, releasing billowing poisonous fumes from Chrysanthemum's body. Damn it! Qin Chuan realized he had messed up and quickly withdrew the flamethrower, but Juhu's armor skin was almost completely corroded and rotten by the poison gas, and thick, foul-smelling purple liquid seeped out from the cracks in his skin and flowed downwards. Aye! Before Chrysanthemum could say anything, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, entering a near-death state. Ha 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 ha! A harsh, ear-piercing laugh came from behind. Qin Chuan quickly turned around and saw that the other party had actually assumed a ready stance and then charged towards him like a cannonball. The speed was almost comparable to their spinning leap. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. In that instant, Qin Chuan saw that what covered the other person was not some yellow-green glass, but a fog of that color inside. Hidden under the fog was a rotten, hideous face with festering flesh and exposed gums where even the teeth could not be held in place. Boom! The next instant, Qin Chuan was hit squarely on the head, as if a high-speed train was coming from the opposite direction. Qin Chuan was sent flying dozens of meters, passing the entrance of the information department, and crashing straight into the end, crushing a wall of pipes and circuits, with sparks and electricity crackling and popping. Quinn. Boss Quinn. The Second Empire peered out and was incredulous to find that its two leaders had been defeated in a single encounter, one near death and the other rendered inactive. Did we encounter a boss? How am I supposed to play this? They are poisoners. These Kroni soldiers are immersed in toxins year-round and rely on high-concentration biological potions to sustain their lives. Although their bodies appear to be festering, their physical strength is actually no weaker than yours, and their hazmat suits are extremely tough, capable of withstanding high impacts and cuts. Xia Shang was speechless. He had thought that the battle was a foregone conclusion since Qin Chuan had already gone through the evil eye, and he planned to explain the guy's origins to them after the battle. But he didn't expect that the other side would take the initiative. It's all right. I have a renowned sword. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After hearing Xia Shang's advice, the Second Empire immediately drew its magnificent sword and unleashed streaks of sword energy at the poisoned beings in front of the passage. However, the originally powerful and formidable sword energy, capable of cutting through iron like mud, actually created a booming shockwave when it struck the poisoner's protective suit, before dissipating due to exhaustion. The poisoner, however, was only pushed and staggered a couple of steps. Holy crap, what kind of hazmat suit is that? That's some advanced technology. The Second Empire was shocked, but even though they saw that the sword energy could not break through their defenses, they could not stop waving their swords. At least the sword energy could control them. Quickly, go save them. The first sniper god dared not waste any time. He spun around and leaped to Qin Chuan, who was still embedded in the wall. He tentatively raised his hand and released void energy. A wisp of mist quickly rushed into the glass armor. Several seconds later, the glass armor finally reacted. Damn, this is the first time in my life I've been hit by a train. Thanks, sniper god. Qin Chuan was finally able to get up, and the first sniper god helped him pull him out of the wall. Before he could even steady himself, he heard a furious roar from the Second Empire. It turned out that the illustrious swordsman had exhausted his energy and was trying to draw his gun, but the poisoned creature had shot out a toxic foam that wrapped his entire body in. The viscous foam rapidly expanded on the Second Empire's body, enveloping him and rendering him immobile. The poison also quickly invaded his body, and his exposed white head rapidly turned purple before he stopped struggling. Even renowned swords and blades can't break through the defense. Qin Chuan was also shocked, but he still held onto the evil eye firmly. Fortunately, it wasn't knocked out of his hand during the collision. He raised his hand to aim, but hesitated in that frozen moment. Is the attack from the evil eye really effective? Even with the added pressure, the sword energy of the illustrious blades couldn't cut through the protective suit, so how could the evil eye possibly inflict any effective damage? But what can he do now? The strongest weapon he has right now is this evil eye. Does he really expect the evil eye to focus on one point and kill the poisoner inside? But do I still have any means to penetrate armor? How can I break down the opponent's defenses? Suddenly, he remembered something and tossed the evil eye to the first sniper god. Before the first sniper god could react, he saw Qin Chuan throw out his humanoid phantom and instantly transfer his consciousness to it. What does that mean? If even armor can't break through the opponent's defenses, then what can a frail human body do? It's the void. The answer flashed through the mind of the First Empire, and his body instinctively raised the evil eye to aim at the poisoner. As expected, Qin Chuan's left hand carried a bone amplifier that expanded and deformed into a firing tip, and a void laser shot into the glass dome of the poisoner's head. Before the poisoned creature could react, the thick glass dome suddenly cracked open at the point of impact, then shattered with a deafening roar, releasing the poisonous gas inside and revealing the ugly head. Immediately following was a bullet the thickness of a finger, which flew silently from the barrel of the evil eye gun, turning the poisoner's head into a bloody mist. Chapter 286 Unceasing Flow got her. Yes. More than 400 entropy numbers jumped out from the headless corpse. The first sniper shouted excitedly and immediately returned the gun to Qin Chuan. At the same time, the bullet jumped towards the dying holy sword armor and saved the person within 20 seconds. However, at that moment, the voices of Xia Shang immediately rang out. Don't come any closer. Before the first sniper could react, the corpse of the poisoner, which had collapsed helplessly to the ground, seemed to have activated some kind of internal device. With a bang, it exploded and shattered from the inside, with the body parts emitting billowing poisonous smoke that scattered everywhere and quickly filled the entire passageway. The top sniper wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The dense poison gas had already enveloped him. Even though he tried to control his breathing to protect himself from the poison, the corrosive toxicity still poisoned his skin, and a feeling of powerlessness quickly spread through his limbs. Just as the first sniper was filled with regret, a grappling hook shot out from outside the poison gas and stuck near his hand. Qin Chuan's shouts rang in his ears. With his last bit of strength, the first sniper grabbed the grappling hook and was dragged out of the poison gas area by the transmission gears. After injecting 2 doses of treatment into the first sniper god's body, Qin Chuan grabbed one of his hands and retreated until they were far away from the chamber where the poison gas was spreading, before choosing to hide temporarily. How is the situation? Can it be restored? Qin Chuan asked, looking at the armor on the ground that had faded from purple to white. Phew, I'm alive, but what about Chrysanthemum and Empire? The first sniper god barely managed to get up from the ground. There's nothing we can do. We can't reach that area to rescue them. We're not immune to the poison gas. We can only try to delay their resurrection as long as possible and see if they can survive the poison damage and escape as the concentration weakens, Qin Chuan said, shaking his head. Otherwise, the two of us will have to go and retrieve their armor later and bring it back for them. The two lying down armors on the other side had lost their communication capabilities due to armor malfunction, and could only communicate by typing using their remaining player consciousness. Needless to say, even they themselves did not recommend that their teammates risk destroying their armor to come to the rescue, so they thought of other better ways. Waiting for the poison gas to dissipate. Looking at the way the poison gas settled around them, they really didn't know how long they would have to wait. The two suits of armor were almost completely poisoned and had lost all signs of life. The countdown time for their resurrection had already passed more than halfway. Second Empire. How about we just use resurrections to get out? 3 resurrections should be enough for us to reach the outer perimeter, giving them more room to maneuver and rescue us. Chrysanthemum loves maid. That's not a bad method, but you're still wrapped in gel. Would reviving you even be useful? Second Empire. I don't know, I haven't tried it, but there have been cases where people were resurrected in the sea and still drowned. I guess resurrection doesn't involve breaking through these external restrictions. Sending this message left the Second Empire utterly helpless. He was now in a hopeless situation, and it was even more likely that he would just resurrect and return home, hoping that his teammates could bring his armor back to the Empire than waste his resurrection chances being poisoned 3 times here. Is it really true that we have no choice but to give up here? As the countdown to respawn drew closer, Chrysanthemum chose to respawn on the spot, instantly leaping up from the ground in perfect condition and escaping outwards. A bullet flew through the air, escaping the high concentration toxic gas area and gliding through the air. Oh, right. Chrysanthemum suddenly remembered something as she leaped into the air. She flew backward and fired an explosive arrow, which hit the floor next to the Second Empire with a whoosh. The scorching flames and expanding air tore apart and blew away the styrofoam covering the upper body of the Second Empire. Seeing this, the Second Empire was deeply moved. Even in his own dire straits, the leader was still trying to lend him a hand, while he himself was thinking of reviving, escaping the battlefield, and reaping the benefits. I'm no human being. Has the poison gas corrupted the very ideology of my Second Reich? At least give it a try. The Second Empire instantly chose to revive on the spot. Although his feet were still bound by the poisonous glue, the Second Empire remained calm and casually tossed 2 grenades under his legs. A few seconds later, they exploded, blasting his entire armor away. Although the explosion shattered his shield, the blast also tore away almost all of the poisonous glue on his body, making it much easier for him to revive. Clang! The holy sword slammed solidly into the floor, making him marvel at how sturdy the metal truly was. Metal. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. Before he was completely poisoned, Juhua managed to escape the gas field by bouncing the bullet 3 times and gliding 3 times. But now he was all alone, so after giving himself 2 injections, he hid in a locker and then contacted Qin Chuan. Hearing Chrysanthemum say that she had escaped the poisonous area, Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still one guy. I don't know. I helped him detonate the glue on his body before I left. The commotion afterward was probably his own doing. If he's quick, he should be able to escape before he runs out of his 3 resurrections. There was no other way. The Second Empire had fallen near the center of the poisonous self-destruction, so the only way to escape was to run the furthest distance possible. But then, a series of clattering footsteps came from the gas field. Qin Chuan and the First Empire were startled and quickly raised their guns to prepare to engage the enemy. But as the footsteps drew closer, they realized it was a mower. The mower had hooked claws wrapped around its head and dragged a half-dead holy sword behind it. Holy crap! You've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. The number 1 sniper was overjoyed and quickly rescued him with Qin Chuan's help. I noticed that the poisonous gas only seems to corrode and harm people without affecting the surrounding ground, so I thought of giving this thing a try. While recovering his strength, the Second Empire proudly explained the origin of his ingenious idea to the first sniper god. However, it might be a material issue. The leg circuitry is still somewhat corroded. This mower will need its parts replaced when we get back. After inspecting the mower's condition, Qin Chuan agreed that the method was indeed effective. At least it can be used to retrieve hacking modules that are still in the IT department. It seems you have all survived. Very good. Audis has obtained useful intelligence. Your mission is complete, but this is not the end. You must find the evacuation hatch as soon as possible and return to the Imperial planet to be considered safe. As Xia Shang spoke, 4 floating golden crystals appeared in his hand, a sight that invigorated the 4 of them. This is your mission reward. In principle, it should be given to you when you return, but I think it will be more helpful to you now. 4 crystals pierced through the void and disappeared, followed by 1 crystal from each of them appearing in front of them. 0 unending flow, can store an additional 17% void energy indirectly. Warframe stress 4, holy crap. Brother Shang, we respect your teeth. The Second Empire cried out in alarm. Chapter 287 Even bolder actions, sir. There's been no movement for a long time. Kroni soldiers stood guard outside the outer perimeter of the blockade gates, but there seemed to be no further sounds of battle from the poisoners and the sky demons. Perhaps the heavenly sword is already dead. One of the soldiers guessed. But if that's the case, then the poisoned infantry shouldn't be so quiet. Could they be poisoners? However, no one dared to voice this possibility, as such self-deprecating remarks would send them back to the factory. What is the concentration of the poison gas? Commander Kroni pondered for a few seconds before asking. Beside the isolation door, a clone soldier used a device to probe the metal door for a moment, then shook his head. The concentration of toxic gas is still above the lethal level. If you want to go in, you should at least turn on the air purification system for 2 hours. Then let's prepare to activate the air purification, the commander said. But sir, what if Genji isn't quite dead yet? An adjutant reminded him. It doesn't matter. They can't possibly still have the full strength to fight us. They can't possibly survive for so long under the poison gas attack of the poisoners. Besides, it will take 2 hours to purify the air. His implication was that they had 2 more hours to allow the poison gas to corrode the bodies, and once they entered to search, they could successfully retrieve them for the research lab. Wait, there's a sign of life. Suddenly, the soldier standing next to the door shouted, and the next moment the wall next to the isolation door turned red and glowed, then exploded into a rain of scorching iron. Caught off guard, countless Kroni soldiers had no time to dodge and were covered in molten iron. The intense heat passed through their iron skin, quickly cooking the flesh beneath, and screams of agony filled the air. Clang tilde clang, a pair of slender metal claws emerged from the blasted hole in the wall, bringing with them the poisonous gas that swirled around their feet. It was a general-purpose blue mower, and on the mower's head was a terracotta-colored battle armor. When Chrysanthemum saw the Kroni soldiers behind the gate, so affected by the molten iron, she couldn't help but laugh. Didn't anyone tell you that when a door is stronger than a wall, the wall becomes a door? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more mower birds, piloted by the armor, jumped out from behind the hole in the wall. Showtime. Level 5 is the highest level, and the amount of additional stored void energy is 100%, which is double the capacity. Qin Chuan has already upgraded unceasing flow to the maximum level, so 9 points of pressure is not a problem for him. However, he needs to remove a steel fiber crystal in order to get the effect of doubling the accumulation of void energy. But no matter how you look at it, it's a win. The steel fiber effect isn't very useful to them. The shield itself provides enough defense to deal with most attacks, and they have enough energy to cast their skills more frequently. The glass storm effect is better at dealing with high-pressure situations than steel fiber. Furthermore, the unceasing flow effect increases the energy bar supplied by the willpower level, which means that the maximum energy storage capacity they can expand after each use can be continuously increased. Just like Qin Chuan and Juhua, who are currently at level 7 willpower, each level from level 5 onwards expands their void energy by 25 points. They currently have 75 points of energy, and after installing the fully upgraded unceasing flow, they will have 150 points of capacity, and on top of that, they will receive additional expansion from the amplifier. The first sniper god and the Second Empire are currently level 6, with only 50 points to begin with. Even if the fully leveled flowing stream is maxed out, it can only provide them with a 50-point doubling effect. In other words, the higher our willpower level, the more powerful this crystal will be. After hearing Qin Chuan's explanation of the exploration results, the Second Empire realized that it might be better to save the crystal for when they reached level 7. Yes, you currently have too little energy to amplify. At least after level 7, the energy cap will double from 75 points to 150 points, which will be enough even if you don't have an amplifier to expand your capacity for now. Chrysanthemum nodded in reply. Then do we not need to make amplifiers anymore? The Second Empire countered. Impossible, however. The first sniper god shook his head and denied his idea. Putting aside the expansion provided by the amplifier can increase our energy recovery speed, which is irreplaceable. Qin Chuan also affirmed his statement, believing that even if the amplifier wasn't used, it was still necessary to have it. Because the night spirits right outside your door can give you a hard time. Without an amplifier, you'll be chased by night spirits every night. Hey, over here. 4 armored vehicles broke through the blockade of the Kroni guards. Endless shards of glass quickly tore through Kroni's formation. The Holy Sword armored vehicle occasionally followed up with wide area blinding to eliminate large areas of high-pressure fire, and then threw out grenades picked up from the ground. I'm starting to enjoy the thrill of blowing things up, the Second Empire said. You want to be a 95 Jizuan too? Chrysanthemum teased. Finally, the 4 men broke through the security at the transport hatch and saw the cargo boxes packed and sealed all over the ground. They exchanged glances and began looting the cargo boxes. Purple light flashed repeatedly, and storage boxes disappeared one after another, enraging the Kroni soldiers who had come to provide support. That's enough. I can't fit it in anymore. I can't fit any more in. Let's go, let's go. Sending a signal to blast open the pressure chamber at the docking port, the 2 holy swords were instantly sucked into space by the unbalanced airflow, and then snatched away by the 2 anti-gravity warp wings, leaving only the Kroni hatch in a mess. Xia Shang only truly relaxed his attention to them after they escaped the pursuit of the individual spacecraft in outer space. A successful first operation in outer space, Commander, Audis exclaimed. Although there were some unexpected events and casualties along the way, the mission objectives were achieved, the armor was not damaged, and they even managed to loot some resources. That's quite good. It's the first time you've been able to move freely on the enemy's home turf, and your performance under pressure was also impressive. Xia Shang breathed a sigh of relief, then got down to business. How are those application lists coming along? There are 17 transport ships whose schedules and routes overlap. 4 of them are headed to the Kroni base in Antarctica, 3 are heading to the Pacific Ocean, 2 are heading to the Atlantic Ocean, 5 are in the plains, and 3 are heading to the Amazon rainforest. Commander, they are all decoy targets. Xia Shang was well aware of this, but Kroni's secrecy regarding these transport ships was far too good. All 17 ships had cargo exemption privileges, and there was no record of their cargo in the data stream. To find the ship carrying batteries, they would have to send people to intercept it at every landing point. Antarctica, the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Eurasian Plain, and the Amazon rainforest, 5 locations. We also have 5 warframes, Commander. We can send each warframe to lead a team to carry out interception missions. I can hack their transport planes at sufficient distance, saving search time. Audis wanted to participate in the operation to assist, and Xia Shang agreed that this was a good approach. However, Xia Shang was still deep in thought because he wanted a bolder action plan. Chapter 288 The Empire speculation upon returning to the ground. The 2 holy swords were placed on the ground. Feeling the cushioning and texture of the ground beneath their feet, the Second Empire felt a surge of emotion for some reason. Damn it. Heaven is no place for humans. It's terrifying. The Second Empire exclaimed. It's not that bad, is it? It's just that the dungeon level is a bit high, which is indeed a bit difficult for us. Chrysanthemum and Qin Chuan put away their curved wings and couldn't help but laugh after hearing what the Second Empire said. Furthermore, you guys weren't really well prepared. You could say this was a challenge beyond your level. Once everyone's skill level improves, it will be much easier to team up and tackle the maps together. After discussing and reviewing the situation, the group returned to their base to take stock of their spoils. Rows of storage boxes were neatly arranged, and even they themselves didn't know what was inside. These boxes all use ordinary magnetic locks, which anyone can easily open. Perhaps it's for the convenience of inspection, but it also makes things convenient for them. Alloy plates. Opening a storage box, one finds it neatly stacked with steel plates, which is indeed a good material. Following closely behind were many common materials. The slightly better boxes contained half a box of amorphous alloys, and the control modules were also quite good. Ah, bad luck, Sniper God. The Second Empire shook its head repeatedly, which earned it a roll of the eyes from the first Sniper God. You're already lucky to have some. You're still picking and choosing. We were taken to a high-level map by a big shot. We only have these materials because of him. Besides, even though they are ordinary materials, there are a lot of them. Even if we don't need them, we can sell them to Audis for reputation and we can easily get several thousand. So, it seems like we've earned several thousand reputation points. That's not bad at all. The Second Empire figured it out, so together with the first Sniper God, they sorted through the materials, keeping some spare materials for themselves, and sent all the other material boxes to Audis. After Audis settled the accounts, the several tons of materials were settled for them, with each person receiving nearly 4,000 reputation points. The 2 were immediately delighted. Hey, it's you guys. Just as the 2 were about to leave Audi's shop, they were suddenly stopped by several players around them. It turned out that they had heard that the 2 had been to outer space and wanted to ask them about the space pancake. In their view, the sheer size of the Empire without loading was already terrifying. If the outer space map were also seamlessly loaded, the sheer scale would be terrifying. The first Sniper God, hearing the professional terminology in their speech, thought they were game industry enthusiasts. The more he listened, the less he dared to say anything more, only that at least they hadn't encountered anything strange during their trip. But there is indeed something strange about this. However, the Second Empire had some ideas. What? The players asked urgently. That is, I suspect this game has an elemental combination system. Random player. Seeing their bewildered expressions, the Second Empire shook its head. Anyway, when you fight the Kroni soldiers in the future, you can try methods like poisoning them. That seems to be their weakness. He then left with the number 1 sniper. As they walked through the corridor, they encountered several groups of players curious about the universe. After patiently explaining the environment of outer space to them, the top sniper also thoughtfully informed them that there are almost no safe zones in outer space, only continuous battles, and there is no chance to log off. After hearing this, the players' enthusiasm waned somewhat. But why did they seem even more motivated? Look, take a look. Cheap materials on clearance sale. Suddenly, the 2 heard a series of very familiar shouts. After a moment's thought, they remembered buying materials from Qin Chuan's team stall at the Red Crystal Mine. Following the sound, the 2 indeed saw Qin Chuan and Ju Hua again. The 2 tall, elegant female warriors, one squatting like a rogue and the other leaning against a storage box, had dozens of boxes placed along the passageway next to the resurrection area. It was also convenient to go to Lyle's armory from here. Now, a crowd of people has gathered in front of their stall to buy materials. Boss, I need these alloy plates this time, but I don't have enough star coins. Can I exchange them for other materials? Sure, no problem. Hey bro, how much is amorphous alloy? Holy crap, it's so cheap. I need to go borrow some money. How long are you going to sell here, lady? My friend won't be online until tonight. Damn it, lady, he's a male player. But aren't these female accounts? Have you ever seen a number pointing in the opposite direction? That's a warframe feature, a gender assigned by the game. Look at those 2 holy swords, aren't they male characteristics? That's great, I want to play too. Before the player could finish speaking, his friend stopped him. Sorry, he's a pervert, please don't bother with him. Wow, the armor is so tall. Can I see its proportions? Oh, by the way, I'm studying fashion design. A female player squeezed through the crowd and begged the man squatting in a lewd position. Chrysanthemum. What kind of question is this? And isn't Quinn sitting right next to me? It seems like this question should be directed at him, right? However, he still stood up cooperatively, and his height, which made him a head taller than all the other players, made everyone look up at him for a moment. After satisfying the other party's positional request, Chrysanthemum finally broke free from the entanglement. Then she saw the two holy swords watching from the side, so she raised her hand to greet them. Upon learning that they had exchanged all their resources for reputation, Qin Chuan suggested that they implement a sleep mode so they could hunt night elves at night. The two holy swords left, and then a group of familiar faces arrived. It's Quinn and Kiku. Zhou Jizuan explained in surprise. He came to the stall and naturally picked out some materials for making hand grenades, as if it had become a habit of his. Still using grenades, Jiju? Don't the reputation shop have conquest grenades? Why don't you get one? They shoot farther than you can throw them by hand. When Chrysanthemum saw him, she couldn't help but tease him. Sigh, these days I'm working on amplifiers, preparing to make a void grenade launcher, to blow up everything, human or ghost. Zhou Jizuan shook his head repeatedly. Well, you really haven't forgotten your original intention. Chrysanthemum was a little speechless, but after the other party said that, he seemed to remember that one of his brothers also wanted a grenade-type void amplifier. Did he still have some materials that he hadn't given him? Sigh, never mind, I have to go fishing today. I'm thinking of getting a harpoon too. Do you guys have any gems? No, you have to go to the Red Crystal community for the gems. We got these from outer space. Chrysanthemum shook her head repeatedly. At this moment, the two holy swords also arrived at the main control room. Besides wanting to buy an empowerment device, they also had some questions for Xia Shang. Elemental reaction. Xia Shang was somewhat surprised. As far as he knew, no player had obtained multiple elemental damage crystals yet. The only elemental damage that players currently possessed was the melee fire element that he had given to a few players last time, so there was probably no need to explain this aspect of the knowledge. I'm not entirely sure either, because last time when we fought the Ancient Ones, fire could neutralize the poison, but this time I noticed that high temperatures catalyze the poison gas. So, could this be one of the biological weapons characteristics of the Kroni? Whatever it is, we may need some countermeasures. The Second Empire had thought a lot along the way, so it revealed everything little by little, hoping to get answers from Xia and Shang. Chapter 289 Combination of composite elements. Your guess is not wrong. Elemental reactions do exist, but not in the way you imagine. Kroni's poisoning reaction is biotechnology, derived from chemical technology, while our elemental reaction comes from the structure and combination of the void. However, this requires two void crystals of different elements to achieve, which is too early for you to understand. Xia Shang shook his head and said, does the poison element deal special damage to Kroni's clones? The Second Empire continued to ask. Strictly speaking, chemical toxins are harmful to all living things, but they can also be resisted by strong constitutions, just like your vitality. Your self-recovery speed is greater than the damage from the toxins, so the toxins have almost no effect on you. Moreover, the influence that Kroni has had on the atmosphere of the Empire may also increase their resistance to toxins, so it is hard to say that there will be a special attack effect. Xia Shang explained with a wry smile. However, this did not convince the Second Empire, because he did notice that in subsequent battles, the bodies of the Kroni soldiers were indeed damaged by the poison gas, making them more vulnerable, and the iron-filled plates also became fragile. So when he told Xia Shang about it, Xia Shang was also a little puzzled. Could it be that the Kroni soldiers who spend most of their time in space are indeed intolerant to poison? Seeing that Xia Shang was also deep in thought, the two realized that there were things that Xia Shang, the NPC number 0, didn't know. Perhaps it's not the poison gas, or rather, the poison gas isn't the main cause. Xia Shang pondered for a moment before realizing some of the problems. It might not be simple poison gas, but rather a complex catalyst produced by high-temperature burning, which is corrosive. Corrosion. Hearing this, even the first sniper god, who hadn't said much until now, reacted and patted the Second Empire on the shoulder. Where's your terror bird? The Second Empire quickly figured it out, took out the mower that had helped him escape the gas field, and examined the corrosion marks on the mower's legs. It is indeed corrosive poison gas. The poison gas of the poisoners is designed to poison living organisms, so this shouldn't happen. Xia Shang recognized the corrosion marks on the metal surface after taking a look. It must be those chemical liquids under the floor. The clones were driven away by those things at first. So it's corrosion. Could this kind of corrosion be used on weapons? The Second Empire pressed. If there is a damage type that specializes in targeting Kroni, then even high-difficulty dungeons will not be impossible to conquer in the future. Indeed, there are two aspects. One is normal chemical products. I don't really understand this area. You may need to find some experts in this field. I wonder if Lyle has any technical support in this area, Xia Shang said, holding up one finger. What else? The Second Empire pressed. The second is the combination of elemental crystals. The combination of toxic damage and electric shock damage will cause an ionization effect in the underlying structure, producing powerful corrosive damage. Elemental combination. Elemental crystallization. Are there any other elemental combinations that produce similar effects? I remember some players have elemental crystals that deal fire damage. The first sniper god then remembered that several players had obtained fire elemental crystals during the plague invasion. Then let me tell you all at once. Elemental crystals currently only have 4 basic elements: fire, ice, poison, and electricity. These 4 can be combined in pairs to form new composite elements. Fire and ice are the expansion and contraction of molecules. When they are combined, they produce an airburst effect, which is explosive damage. However, strictly speaking, this is a physical damage. You've seen the combination of fire and poison before. It's the rapid spread of poison gas that causes proteins to denature quickly. Fire and electricity produce high-energy radiation, which has a certain probability of affecting brain nerve waves, causing confusion and, in severe cases, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Ice and poison are reconstructed into a viral swarm. While in effect, this virus plunders the protein substances in the target's body, weakening their physical condition. Ice and electricity will combine to form magnetic properties, as you should know. This is how your shields are generated, and therefore they also have the property of overload mitigation on the shields. Coops is an expert in this area, and many inexperienced Celestials are captured or killed by them because of this. Poison and electricity are the corrosive elements I'm telling you about. They not only have a unique effect on metals, but also on other structures. You will naturally learn about them in the future. The 4 basic elements can be combined to create 6 types of compound damage, offering a wide variety of flexible ways to use them. Do those 3 elements react with each other? Unfortunately, not yet, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. The production team is still not flexible enough. The Second Empire said with a hint of regret. For +6, a total of 10 types of damage with their own characteristics, is that not enough for you? The first sniper god was really annoyed that Xia Shang, an NPC who could communicate with the development team at any time, dared to complain about the development team. He thought Xia Shang was too overpowered. Be careful, the production team might suddenly decide this wasn't their intention and cut a few elements from your outfit. Realizing what he had said, the Second Empire quickly laughed it off and took the opportunity to buy an empowerment, while also buying a blueprint for the Conquest howitzer. They actually have quite a few Conqueror howitzers, but they are all bare weapons without ammunition. They buy this blueprint because it includes a blueprint for reusable grenade ammunition. Seeing that they were about to slip away, Xia Shang didn't forget to give them a little reminder. If a weapon has a certain type of elemental damage, you can create a combination using only one elemental crystal. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Second Empire, ? The number 1 sniper, ! That being said, we don't even have a single element crystal. Or, how about trying the amazing Mr. Lyle? The two searched for a long time before finally finding Lyle. However, when they saw him, they noticed that Lyle had dark circles under his eyes and looked so tired that it made them want to doze off. Boss, how many days have you been working overtime? The first sniper god asked in shock. 4 days or 3 days. I forgot. What's the matter? Lyle was somewhat displeased. On the one hand, he was indeed very tired and his emotions were a little hard to control. On the other hand, the development of the spaceship was nearing completion, and it would soon be possible to manually sleep on it. The subsequent assembly process could be handled by hiring players, and the assembly line with his robotic arm would not be a problem. Seeing that Lyle was not happy, the first sniper god knew that making a request now might lower his favorability, so he quickly waved his hand and said that he would talk to Lyle after he finished his work. Lyle watched them leave, then shrugged indifferently. As night fell, a relieved laugh startled the players passing by. Then, Lyle performed a series of actions, ran towards his armory shop, collapsed onto his bed, and fell asleep immediately. As for the assembly of the spaceship, he sent it to Audis. It's already completed. Xia Shang looked at the design drawings and nodded. Then distribute them. There are still 2 days left. Luckily, a lot of alloy plates have arrived in the warehouse this time, so we can use them. So an alert mission was launched overnight, prompting many players to take a closer look. However, many players found it to be an industrial task, which they weren't very interested in. Even though the rewards were decent, it wasn't enough to make them abandon the task of farming entropy points to do it. Conversely, many players are also very interested in building spaceships, especially many players who prefer a more casual playstyle. What's even stranger is that some part-time lifestyle video creators on the platform received some strange private messages in their account backends. Why would someone pay to urge for more videos of the spaceship assembly mission? Looking at the high figures given in these private messages, the casual gamer was a little puzzled, but he figured he might as well make some money. Chapter 290. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in an electronics factory, assembling a spaceship. What should we do? The casual players stared at the clever creature in front of them with puzzled expressions, only to be surprised to find that the one guiding them through the quest was actually Audis. As Xia Shang's partner and central figure, Audis has always been by Xia Shang's side. Even though players often communicate with him and seek answers to their questions, they do so through the chat box. Almost no one has ever seen a situation like today where someone proactively comes to the players. ODIs brought them to the semi-automatic workshop that was ready to operate. This was originally a fully automatic workshop that Lyle wanted to build for himself. The manufacturing of parts of the entire spacecraft will be completed here. Materials are continuously supplied. Next to each machine tool, there will be a projection of real-time demonstration of the operation of the current steps. It can be completed by just imitating it. If you still have questions, ODIs will also answer your questions here. This is the cutting of the cabin shell. The data has been pre-entered. Personnel working here only need to pay attention. Here are the combinations and bridging of circuit boards, relatively mostly different circuit combinations. Attention needs to be more focused. This is the welding of the mechanical interlocking frame. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. The margin for error provided by technician Lyle is more than enough for you to work with. This is where electronic components are installed. The semi-finished circuit boards assembled earlier will be moved here. Components will be installed according to the numbering provided in the demonstration, and the robotic arm will assist with the welding. This is the assembly of disassembled engine parts. Don't worry, there's no energy or fuel supply, so there's no risk of explosion. However, players with extremely high concentration need to follow the demonstration steps. Players in sleep mode are prohibited from participating. This is where you set up the heat dissipation module. It's very easy to get started, and you can participate in the creation of the sleep mode here. Signal receiver and transmitter assembly. Firepower turret blueprint. Main control system merging process. As Audis introduced each workstation, players could choose from 30 or 40 workstations at will. There was no need to worry about not having a workstation available for the task they wanted to do. In fact, there were even some players who were not enough to fill all the workstations in the first batch of participants. Moreover, those players who were worried about their lack of scientific knowledge realized that they were overthinking it. This place was nothing like the high-tech environment they had imagined. It was more like entering an electronics factory. This brings us to Lyle's mechanical prowess. After spending so many days with the players, he has almost completely grasped their almost primitive level of technological understanding. He has broken down the assembly steps into a process where progress can be made simply by mechanical actions. It's fair to say that the cost of 4 days without sleep was worthwhile. When the players first started working, they were like little kids in a board game store who had just ordered a puzzle. They followed the virtual projection demonstration step by step to build the puzzle. If there was a big deviation, the sensors below the projection would give a prompt. The most dangerous parts of the process are probably cutting and welding. The alloy materials are all finished plates manufactured by Audis in the casting warehouse and then transported by the mower team. Players only need to place the plates of the correct size in the fixed position, and then use a high heat cutter to climb up and trace along the engraved lines. This is foolproof manufacturing. One player gradually became familiar with the actions at hand and was able to keep an eye on the other player's work while he was working. At first I was a little excited, thinking that I was going to build a spaceship. I didn't expect that after just 2 minutes of trying it out, I would suddenly realize that I was back in an electronics factory. The players sighed, realizing they had thought they would soon grow impatient with this kind of repetitive work. But as time went by, when they came to their senses, a prototype spaceship, more than 6 meters long and more than 3 meters high, appeared on the assembly line. Holy crap, when did this thing come out? The player exclaimed in shock. I was just doing some very ordinary things, so how did I manage to create something that is beyond my comprehension? Damn it, did this production line secretly update the semi-finished products? A player, facing a pile of circuit boards and constantly learning and demonstrating soldering, couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment when he discovered the prototype of the spaceship. However, his words infuriated the player team responsible for receiving the various assembly line parts and assembling them. Bullshit. I pieced this together bit by bit. Who refreshed it for you? The player's face was covered in grime, as some parts of the spaceship required lubricant and plating processes, and some of it was inevitably stained. Did you spell this out? Yes. Then you can become a technician at the U Kingdom Aviation Academy, bro. $1 million annual salary is not a dream. Someone didn't believe it and joked. Is earning $1 million annual salary that easy? The teasing man then realized that the craftsman's question didn't seem sarcastic. In fact, he genuinely believed that assembling the spaceship was easy, not a buddy, so he asked to exchange jobs with the other party. Let me see what's going on. Now, with his tool bag strapped to his thigh, he looked at the metal frame in front of him and immediately followed the example of his fellow workers to get the parts and modules. Following the holographic projection demonstration, he climbed into the ship's frame and began assembling and welding. During this time, he even received several parts that he had manufactured at his previous workstation, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. His sense of involvement in the spaceship was no longer limited to just an electronic device, but rather he gained some understanding of it. Do you think that if we become familiar with every position, then we could really apply for a job at the Academy of Aeronautics? I don't know, but I think it probably won't work. Why? I think this thing looks kind of real. You're still thinking about that. Why don't you think about becoming Boss Lyle's apprentice? After you've completed your apprenticeship, one of the 5 great empires will protect you, while the other 4 will either rob you or assassinate you. What? So Boss Lyle can take on apprentices? You actually thought about it. Wow. It's unclear whether anyone actually took it seriously, but the sense of accomplishment these players felt watching their spaceship rapidly take shape made them work like they were on steroids. Xia Shang watched the projected image from Audis in the control room. It looked like a group of worker ants piecing together a giant beast bit by bit from the scraps. Fortunately, Lyle still has some aesthetic sense after studying at Coops, so at least players don't have to drive green-headed flies around everywhere. Lyle's design was actually a completely different style. Not only did it deviate from Kroni's round head, but it also referenced the square-headed machinery that was unique to Cups. It had a kind of imitation of the decorative techniques of the Oro Empire, and the overall design was a compromise and a rustic style. But is it really all right, Commander? What about the players' perspectives that are being recorded? Audis's voice rang out in the control room. What kind of questions should we ask? Giving them some appropriate benefits will also allow our players to gain some advantages in their current world, so that they won't give up fighting for us in the Origin Galaxy because of material problems, right? But Commander, could aviation technology cause massive upheaval in their home world? Audis's concerns are not unfounded. You're worrying too far ahead, Audis. Instead of thinking that far ahead, why not guess how long it will take them to conquer the complex alloy materials science of the Kroni Empire? Many parts are materials that are almost impossible to replicate with their current materials technology. The Xia and Shang dynasties did not care about these scraps of technology. Chapter 291 Not taking revenge for an overnight affair. By the evening of the following day, a modified transport ship had been fully assembled. The two players sat in the cockpit, and Audis connected them to the ship's main control system. They only needed to use the control sticks to get used to the feel of the controls before they arrived at the underground workshop at the bottom of the base through the transport tunnel. Here, various Kroni engineering vehicles that had been confiscated were still parked, unused. Holy crap, we have some good stuff at our base. Why isn't Brother Shang letting them out? There are so many cars. The two pilots were puzzled, but they quickly drove the spaceship along the ramp out of the underground passage and arrived at the flat ground to the side of the base gate. You may test fly. Please follow the instructions to complete 3 ascents and descents within 20 minutes. You must fly at least 1 kilometer during each ascent and descent. You will receive a 500 reputation reward upon completion of the mission. 500. The two players immediately forgot what they had just been discussing and listened attentively to Audis's instructions, turned on various numerical checks, turned off the engine standby switch, and pulled the control lever to lift themselves off the ground. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. We're flying. The virtual screen displays the real-time footage from the external camera, with a latency almost equivalent to that of the naked eye. It also includes various auxiliary icons and reminders from the flight control center, making it virtually foolproof. For the players, it's the amazing feeling of having a toy that was entirely made in their hands actually being able to take off. Please enter the new coordinates to adjust for automatic cruise control. Auto cruise complete, switching to manual. Please land in the designated area. The spaceship came to a smooth stop at the location where it had just taken off, and the player who was in control of the ship hadn't even had enough fun yet. It's only been a few minutes. Let's do it again. Fuck you. Let me fly. The co-pilot protested vehemently. Other players who heard the engine roar also noticed the strange aircraft. They sat on the hilltop and watched for a while, when they encountered a group of players who had been driven out of the stronghold and were carrying weapons. What's wrong? Has Kroni attacked the city again? The Supreme Emperor and Galio asked each other, looking at the lone, slowly flying spaceship in the sky, feeling that something was amiss. Wait a minute, 95. That spaceship doesn't look like Kroni's stuff. It's not just not a green bottle fly, it's actually kind of nice looking. Kroni couldn't make a spaceship like this. After looking at it for a few seconds, Galio decisively put away his weapon. Could it be our own spaceship? The Supreme Emperor suddenly realized. He remembered that there was an alarm notification for spaceship assembly work that morning, and he even went to take a look, but after finding out that it was a mass production line of black slaves, he immediately ran away and forgot about it. I never expected that the finished product would be made before it even got dark. Is this still the assembly line he imagined? Could there be NPCs mixed in with the crowd? Or are spaceships just being produced directly from the factory? The Emperor suspected that both were true. Once the spaceship came to a stop again, many players crowded around, wanting to take it for a test drive. Audis didn't refuse, but given the current pace of sunset, the players only had about 40 minutes to test fly. So a group of people crammed into the cabin, experiencing what it felt like to be transported while waiting for the pilots to take over for the test flight. Why does this feel like I'm taking a driving test? Oh right, Audis, do you need a license to drive this thing? Audis, generally speaking, no such qualification certificate is required, but a full test drive is mandatory. Phew, it's quite liberating. We can open it whenever we want. The player was delighted to hear this. But how is this spaceship classified? Is it a public vehicle, or can it be offered for private purchase? A player asked the crucial question. Audis's answer was that it depends on the production volume. As long as there are enough public vehicles available at the outpost, the excess production can be provided to players for purchase. However, there is one condition for purchasing. The purchase must be made by a team of players, and the spaceship must be registered under the team's name. Although players didn't understand the request, Audis didn't intend to explain it further. What is the current production volume on one of these ships every day? Damn, it feels a bit fast, but also a bit slow. What's going on? Fast means you think a spaceship can be built in just one day. Slow means you think with so many players, a speed of 1 spaceship per day is probably going to take a long time to become commonplace. It really is true. Are you a tapeworm in my rectum? I kill you. As night falls, the night spirits begin to appear as usual. 2 holy swords flew across the plains amidst the starlight. They worked together, one drawing aggro while the other prepared the void ray in the shadows, quickly blasting up green stones and some glowing green cores. The night spirit core currently has only one use, to exchange for reputation with Xia Shang. The green night spirit stone is the main material for making amplifiers. How much more do we need? The Second Empire was a little tired. His armor wasn't tired, but he was a little mentally exhausted. These night spirits expressions are all too sanity dropping. It's affecting my mood a bit. I don't know. It takes a lot of night spirit stones to fuse an amplifier. Let's get some more. How much of your void energy have you recovered? The first sniper god asked. That should be enough for 1 shot. I'll fire this time. The two switched roles, with the first sniper, who needed to restore his void energy, taking on the role of seducing little night spirit. Just as they had finally managed to carefully lure another lone night elf, the roar of gunfire suddenly erupted from the distant mountaintop. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. In an instant, all the night spirits in the nearby plains were alarmed. Many night spirits drifted towards that hilltop, some even passing by the hiding place of the 2 holy swordsmen, which frightened them so much that they quickly climbed up trees and dared not make a sound. Damn it. We were all about to finish this and call it a day, but who the hell is so rude as to set off firecrackers in the night spirit plains in the middle of the night? The Second Empire cursed in the team voice chat. They weren't the only ones annoyed by this. Even on the edge of a nearby lake, there were several player teams hunting night spirits. Some of them only had one person with the void ray skill, clearly a small group of players who were trying to get rich first and then help others, concentrating their resources on their leader. They lacked the mobility of the armored vehicles like the sniper and Imperial. Facing the menacing horde heading towards the mountain, they were suddenly confronted by a large group of night spirits. If they didn't escape quickly, these players would likely be engulfed by the energy vortex. Suddenly, a dozen or so players appeared on the plains, using hoverboards to escape through the night elf army. They not only cursed in the squad voice chat, but also started typing in the public chat, insulting whoever was immoral and had no bottom line for making such a commotion in the night spirit plains in the middle of the night. 95. We'd better get out of here. Galio cursed as he retreated, a lemon green conqueror howitzer in his hand, which just fired a grenade with a bang, slamming it into a ditch in the ground ahead. Boom. The grenade exploded with a loud bang, and the shouts of Kroni soldiers came from the ravine. No, damn it, even if it means death, even if it means fusing with the Zhao Lisha again, I have to kill them all. Ignoring the insults directed at him on the public chat, Zhou Jizuan resolutely threw various grenades into the ditch. But have you ever thought we could come back tomorrow during the day? Galio felt he could still salvage the situation. No, we have no idea when they showed up here. No other players even mentioned the Kroni squad being here during the day. I bet these people are hiding something. With that, Zhou Wujizuan, taking advantage of Galio's artillery cover, launched an attack on the man-made trench. Upon discovering that someone was trying to rush into the trenches, the group of Kroni reacted quite violently, even willing to rush out of the ravines and clash with the 9-5 wise trout. Zhou Wujizuan increasingly felt that something was wrong with these little monsters. Chapter 292 Underground River and Cast Cave. Although Jijiro enjoys being a demolition grenadier, he is not afraid of close quarters combat. Come on, everyone, get up here. 9-5 Jizuan suddenly produced a double-barreled crocodile god shotgun. The magazine spun continuously, and the barrage of bullets blasted the Kroni soldiers into a rout. Night Spirit is here. Galio shouted. Then follow us, there's definitely something in the ditch. Zhou Wujizuan replied, jumping into the ditch first. It was full of debris dug out with tools, and the Kroni didn't even bother to compact it, clearly indicating that the ditch had a purpose. He kicked down 2 Kroni soldiers who were charging at him, and 9-5 Jizuan was almost blown up by a grenade, but he did not back down because he had already heard the sound of the Night Spirit energy blast. Although he said he wasn't afraid of the Night Spirits causing trouble, it wasn't time for him to die yet. After casually eliminating the 2 soldiers, Zhou Wujizuan ran forward with his head down, constantly calling out enemy positions to Galio so that he could bombard the bends in the trenches ahead of his path on the ground. After passing through a large number of Kroni remains, Zhou Wujizuan finally found the place that the Kroni soldiers had sworn to defend to the death, a rock fissure hidden underground. Upon seeing the crack wide enough for 2 people to descend side by side, Kujiro Chizuru's first thought was that he had struck gold. There are ruins on the cliff. Galio, come quick, shouted Jijiro. The call also alerted the soldiers stationed below the crevice. Just as Zhou Wujizuan was about to peek out, he was hit in the face by a bullet, which caused ripples to appear on his shield. Fuck you. Just as Zhou Wujizuan was about to throw a few grenades, Galio, who had quickly caught up, grabbed his wrist. Didn't you say it was an ancient site? How dare you throw a grenade at this? Galio cursed. Oh right, sorry, I just grabbed it. So how do I get down here? Zhou Wujizuan was a little embarrassed, but if he didn't throw a grenade to clear away, wouldn't he be blocked at the door? The night-like aura was practically welling up on my face. Just jump down, we'll talk about it later, I'll go first. Galio took the lead, actually taking out a metal plate half the size of a person from the void passage. One side of it was even welded with straps to be fixed to his arm, showing that he came prepared. Moreover, the material seemed to be made of Kroni's alloy plate. Galio simply pushed the shield forward and jumped down into the crack. You, shield. Where did you get that? Zhou Wujizuan hurriedly caught up with Galio and asked in surprise. I had Boss Lyle make it, but it's been a while now. This shield is really useful, and it can even regenerate on its own, so using a shield would be a bit redundant. Galio said, noticing that one corner of his metal shield had been deformed by the hail of bullets. See, it's not holding up at all. It's not even as good as the shield's deflection method. Once we have armor, we'll still have to draw some entropy numbers to upgrade the energy storage and redraw the shield to increase its capacity, Galio said, shaking his head. The tunnel beneath the fissure has both naturally formed stone walls and sections carved out by Kroni. It is not very large and wins its way down into the ground. After eliminating the foolish soldiers along the way, Galio strictly ordered the 9-5 wisdom trout not to use bombing methods underground, as the tunnel didn't even look very sturdy and might collapse at any moment. There don't seem to be many monsters after we came down. It doesn't look like we're digging for ruins. Did we make a mistake? The 2 advanced 20 or 30 meters and found that the sound of gun bolts vibrating was only a few sporadic. After finishing off the remaining damage, there were no more units resisting. Zhou Wujizuan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Wait, what's that sound? The gunshot stopped, and the 2 men stopped, about to examine the surrounding bodies for clues, when they heard some faint noises coming from the tunnel. The sound of water. Is it an underground river? Are they here to draw water? Zhou Wujizuan was somewhat skeptical, but there were indeed excavation devices belonging to the other side in some corners of the tunnel. Impossible. Let's go down and take another look. We can't go back now anyway. Galio pointed to the night spirits that had been attracted to the ground. Soon, the 2 found a blasted open cave at the end of the tunnel. They took out their searchlights and looked down, and found that it was a fairly large cave with stalactites everywhere. The sound of flowing water could be heard more clearly under the nightlight. Since they were already there, the 2 didn't waste any time and jumped into the cave, wanting to see what Kroni was doing there. After circling the cave, the 2 were amazed by its scenery and also discovered some strange Kroni devices. It was a collection of many fragmented components, including large pieces of night spirit stone and some gem fragments they had seen while mining before. It was hastily pieced together with battery circuits and didn't look like a technological product at all. It was more like some kind of mysterious artifact. It doesn't feel like something Kroni could make, but the sloppy style is quite similar. Zhou Wujizuan squatted on the ground and looked at it for a long time. There are as many as 5 such strange devices in the cave, 4 of which are near underground rivers, where the rushing water splashes onto the faces of the 2 people, feeling icy cold and somewhat bone-chilling. Can this thing even start? Galio asked. Since it has a battery and circuitry, it should be able to start, right? Is it possible that it's already in the startup state? Zhou Wujizuan countered. After studying it for a while, the 2 were afraid of actually breaking the devices, so they could only take screenshots from different angles and send them to the all-knowing Audis for help. The structure of the Night Spirit Stone's equipment. Xia Shang was somewhat surprised to see the screenshot, but not too much. After all, Kroni had been excavating the Night Spirit plains for several hundred years, and with so many Night Spirit Stones they had unearthed, it would be strange if they couldn't do anything about it. But what's going on here? Are they activating the resonance bands of the Night Spirit Stone and the gem? What are they trying to detect? Xia Shang watched for a while, then suddenly raised an eyebrow and saw through the trick. Is this a search for fragments of a spirit demon's body? It's somewhat similar, but not quite right. Kroni has already obtained many fragments of spirit demons' bodies. Logically speaking, Kroni shouldn't lack spirit demon samples at this point. What he lacks is a breakthrough in his research on spirit demons. But if it's not a spirit or evil spirit, then what is it? Can you analyze its circuit structure? Xia Shang asked Audis. For some commanders, there is some kind of residual energy in the area of the Night Spirit Stone, which cannot be fully analyzed. Only the circuit part can be constructed. It's alright, as long as we can get them to start it and give it a try. In less than 2 minutes, Galio received a startup prediction from Audis, and the 2 quickly activated one of the strange devices as instructed. Buzz 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 till the circuit was connected, and a faint green light emanated from the Night Spirit Stone. Although extremely dim, the 2 were astonished to discover that the entire cavern seemed to be reflecting this luminous green light. Holy crap! Could we be inside the belly of a spirit fiend fragment? 9-5 Jizuan felt a chill creep up his spine. There are 4 more. Shall we activate them all and see? Galio seemed quite interested. Open. Upon hearing this, Kujiro Chizuru became excited. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we can revive and return to the base, then call all the brothers and come back again tomorrow. Chapter 293 The Hand in the Dream. When all 5 Night Spirit devices were activated, the entire cavern transformed into a glowing cave, resembling a single piece of luminous jade. What's going on? Is there really something wrong with this cave? Zhou Wujizuan looked around and even knocked a stalactite off, shaking it until his hand was numb before he finally knocked it off, but he didn't find that it had actually turned into some kind of high-end material. No, 95, come this way. Suddenly Galio called out to him, and Zhou Wu rushed over, only to find Galio staring blankly at the surging underground river. What is it, Galio? What are you looking at? There was a hand in the water just now. Galio said in a low voice. What? Hands? What hands? It's manpower, but it doesn't quite feel like manpower. Where? That's all. Jijiro was a little speechless. Call me again when your hand comes out again. He waved his hand and went to see if there were any other interactive points in the cave. Based on the past entertainment and film content of Zhou Jizuan, when such discoloration appears on the wall, it usually means that hidden patterns or text will be revealed. However, before he could take a few steps, he heard a thud behind him. Galio? Zhou Jizuan turned around instantly, but Galio was already gone. What do you mean? I didn't even say anything to him, and he couldn't take it anymore and jumped into the river. Zhou Jizuan knew Galio wasn't that fragile. They often joked around, and Galio wasn't that serious. Could it be that something in the water pulled him down? Zhou Jizuan immediately reported the situation to Audis, and then stood on the bank of the underground river, sending messages to Galio while waiting for the so-called arm to appear. However, the messages sent to Galio seemed to disappear without a trace. Although he was online, there was no response. In most cases, this means the other party is unwilling to respond, or Galio is currently unable to respond. But this underground river is turbulent and rushes into the underground tunnel at its lower end. It seems that Galio is likely to be in grave danger and will probably drown soon. So Zhou decided to wait for him to die and see if he could get a reply, because Zhou guessed that Galio was most likely being controlled by something. Dragged into the water. What water ghost came from the night spirit planes? Xia Shang received the message and immediately stood up, unable to sit still. And what are you talking about? But these two players have no reason to lie to him, which can only mean that the current situation is indeed beyond the player's understanding, or that they cannot give an accurate description of the situation they encountered. I'll go take a look. Xia Shang immediately sank into the void passage and found Galio's connection, only to discover that Galio's player consciousness was not actually in the phantom. What does this mean? Has your consciousness been extracted? This was the first time Xia Shang had encountered such a situation. After sensing the situation on the other side, he found that the direction of the other party's consciousness connection was very blurry, and he could only see some directions when he got closer. Xia Shang immediately realized that Galio was actually in a dream, or rather, not his own dream. Something pulled him into another spiritual world. Realizing this, Xia Shang paused for a moment, then began to gather and strengthen his current consciousness until it was strong enough to see through the void and pinpoint the emerald green dreamland that enveloped Galio. Only then did he decisively charge forward. Galio was lost and confused in a world of eerie green. It resembled the plains of Eidolon, but there were no stars or Eidolons to be seen. Instead, twisted and strange tentacles grew everywhere, trying to entangle Galio. Galio didn't know what it was, but his instincts told him he absolutely couldn't be touched by those tentacles, so he kept running away. A murmur appeared in my ear, a rustling sound like the wind blowing past my earlobe, but I couldn't hear anything clearly. Accept it, accept it. It's trapped here just like you. You both want to escape. Isn't that right? Extend your hand. You will become one. Galio's instinctive fear subsided with the sound of the wind, and he looked back at the eerie green tentacles that had grown in response to his footsteps, as if he were beginning to understand their emotions. Is it loneliness and fear? Is it because we got lost here? Galio felt as if he was beginning to understand them, so he gradually slowed his escape and finally stopped, standing there watching the tentacles approach him. But the tentacles stopped 3 or 4 meters away, swaying on the ground as if they were observing him the same way Galio was observing them. Reach out your hand. Reach out your hand. You will become one, inseparable. Then leave here. Galio wavered. He slowly walked towards the tentacles, wanting to empathize with them at this moment, and then, boom. A bright purple meteorite suddenly shattered this rare immersion and assimilation. It was a phantom figure that crashed behind Galio, shaking the entire dream world. Its indistinct features twitched slightly, as if it were opening its mouth. Roll. A ripple of void spread out along with the sound wave, tearing apart the violent wind, instantly clearing away the murmur in Galio's mind, and destroying one by one the tentacles that stretched out in front of him with his steps. The entire emerald green world was shrouded in a pale purple veil. Galio also regained his senses at this moment. Thinking about the scene of his loss of control just now, he felt his hair stand on end. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Damn it. Am I really in a game? What the hell is this brainwashing ability? If it weren't for this unexpected visitor interrupting the process, Galio couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had reached out and grasped the tentacle. Who's here? Galio turned around and saw Xia Shang standing behind him with an expressionless face. Ah, Brother Shang. Galio asked. Who else could it be but me? Xia Shang's cold expression suddenly changed, revealing a smile familiar to Galio. Where am I? Have I gotten myself into trouble? Hearing Xia Shang's words, Galio breathed a sigh of relief and ran over quickly, then said somewhat uneasily. It's not exactly troublesome. Do you remember how you got in? Xia Shang asked. It was a hand. I was in an underground river when I saw a green arm emerge from the water. Galio's account was not much different from what Kujiro Chizuru gave, except that Galio's account was from a first-person perspective and was more detailed than Kujiro's, especially Galio's last statement that he was inexplicably drawn to the water's edge and made contact with the hand. And then you found yourself here. Yes, it all happened in a flash, and here we are, Galio nodded. Xia Shang wanted to ask more questions, but he sensed that this dream was beginning to collapse. The next moment, just as he felt, the entire earth began to tremble. It seems like it's not the right time. Let's go back. Before Galio could say yes, Xia Shang reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Their figures slowly dimmed and soon disappeared from the space. When Galio regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to a sky full of clear stars. He then realized that he was floating face up in the water and could hardly see the shore in any direction. Did it wash out to sea? I licked the water off my lips, but it didn't taste bitter or salty, so this wasn't from the sea. Galio, who had no idea where he was about to contact Kujiro when he discovered that Kujiro had already sent him a message. Never mind, I'll contact them first and then we'll talk. A lake. There's no lake in the night spirit plains where you can't see the shore. Wait a minute, let me ask our boss. 9-5 Wisdom Trout didn't question Galio's statement, which only meant that Galio was currently in a place they hadn't been to before. Xia Shang had just thrown Galio's consciousness back into his phantom and returned to his body exhausted. Before he could even think about what had just happened, he learned about Galio's situation from Audis' report. A lake with no shore in sight. It shouldn't be that the shore is not visible, it's just that you can't see very far at night. To have a lake of this size, there must be that place. Xia Shang vaguely remembered knowing such a place. It seemed to be a few hundred kilometers west of the night spirit plane. You mean Lake Galatot, Commander? Audi seemed to have found such a place in the database as well. Yes, Gala. Gala was the real name of the Glass Lady during the Oro Empire. Xia Shang nodded. That was also the main battlefield where she killed the spirit fiend body. Chapter 294 The Wisdom of Spiritual Fiends. This isn't right. Galio was already sitting on the hoverboard, slowly moving across the surface of the lake, but when he saw the numbers displayed on the coordinate pins placed by the 9-5 Wisdom Trout, he was immediately stunned. 219.3 kilometers. Did I use some kind of teleportation portal? How could it have blasted me 200 kilometers away in such a short time? Even flying wouldn't be this fast. Galio was in a bit of a dilemma. It would take him at least 3 or 4 hours to get back in his hovercraft, and since it was the middle of the night and he was in an unfamiliar place, it would take even longer if he had to be careful of terrain like ravines along the way. Otherwise, I might as well not go back for now, Galio messaged to Zhou Jizuan. Huh? What do you mean, Galio? Zhou Jizuan asked, puzzled. Look, since I'm already here, I might as well explore the map. Since that underground river brought me here, there must be something wrong with this place. Even if I rush back tonight, I might still be sent here to look for clues. Galio's reasoning was not without merit. Just the fact that he could be taken to an underground river 200 kilometers away in less than half an hour was enough to raise any suspicions. Even if you told the night spirits outside, they wouldn't believe you. But how do you log off over there at night? Zhou Zhizuan asked. Galio looked around and scanned the holographic map of the surroundings. To his surprise, he discovered that the lake was not deep. It was only about 20 meters below him. So Galio found a player in the public chat to buy a long rope, tied one end to the tail of the hoverboard, and found a metal block in the void tunnel to tie the other end to and threw it into the lake. A simple anchor was thus completed. Just stay on the lake for one night. There are no night spirits on the lake anyway. Galio gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Zhou, let's talk about any problems tomorrow. I'm logging off now. Seeing that Galio had already logged off, Zhou Zhizuan wasn't about to log off just like that. Why can't I see that hand? Zhou Zhizuan was a little annoyed. He sat by the underground river and stared at the water for a long time, but he couldn't see any reaction at all. He thought for a moment, then took out a coordinate pin, activated it, wrapped it in rags, and threw it into the underground river. The number displayed on the thumbtack instantly soared to the hundreds, heading straight west in the sight of the 95 Zhizuan. After counting for 5 seconds, the thumbtack had reached a distance of 350 meters. A flow rate of 70 meters per second, or 4.2 kilometers per minute, would only amount to 126 kilometers in 30 minutes. Yet, Galio reached over 200 kilometers in just over 20 minutes. Why is that? Could it be that the production team made a mistake in the design of this underground river? No, that's impossible. Based on past experience, anything that might be a bug usually has some basis in reality. Just as the number on the thumbtack reached 15 kilometers, the displayed number suddenly turned into a string of scrolling gibberish. Zhou Zhizuan suddenly stood up and quickly informed Audis of this phenomenon. He soon received a reply from Audis. The signal transmitter of the coordinate pin was positioned using virtual coordinates, and its refraction in the void indicated its current coordinates in reality. The only thing that can affect the positioning of void coordinates is void itself. So that means there's an area at that location that blocks void signals. Could it be a new void fortress? 9-5 Wisdom Trout's first guess was that Quinn and Chrysanthemum had recently obtained the Void Dungeon with the anti-gravity warp wings. That place required a void portal to enter and exit, and it was inherently unstable. However, according to the information he obtained from Quinn's recorded broadcast, there is no folding of spacetime in the Void Fortress. You can enter from the same place and exit from the same place, which does not match Galio's situation. And not long after, the garbled text displayed by the pin returned to normal and had already reached a distance of 200 kilometers, while the rate of increase in the number also slowed down. After learning about the situation, Xia Shang immediately ruled out the possibility of the Void Fortress. Recalling the state of the tentacles in Galio's dream space, he couldn't help but have some guesses. What if the underground river doesn't flow into Lake Garlatot, but rather something beneath Lake Garlatot is absorbing the underground river? No, it can't be described as absorption. It's more like dragging or pulling. What is the possibility of achieving this? What could be beneath Lake Garlatot? Only the remains of a spirit demon. TSK, this is a bit troublesome. Xia Shang sighed, feeling a headache coming on. The next day, Galio set a time and logged in as soon as it was light on the plains. The makeshift anchor worked quite well. The suspension plate remained floating in place without moving much. But what's strange is, why is there a coordinate pin showing a distance of 27 m at the bottom of the lake? Did I place the coordinates yesterday? Galio was a little confused. He thought he had placed them, but when he checked the inventory of pins in the void tunnel, none of them were missing. Strange. The thumbtacks in the eastern cave are also not missing, so it's probably because Zhou threw a new one into the underground river. Galio shook his head, not intending to retrieve it, but simply put away the anchor and drifted directly towards the shore. The lake shore was uneven, so Galio found a relatively low spot to land. Looking back at the lake, he realized it wasn't actually that big, and he could barely see the opposite shore and the mountains further away. Moreover, near the edge of the lake, there are some dark green reefs protruding from the water. The morning sunlight shines on them, reflecting fine, bark-like marks, which easily reminds him of the things Xia Shang called spiritual demon fragments in the minds of the red crystal community. TSK, is this the work of someone with a powerful aura who died here? Galio remembered that the lake was about 20 to 30 meters deep, and it was hard to imagine how much was submerged beneath the surface if you could just stick your head out of the water. Galio could only think of one night spirit that fit this size, the one who roams the plains at midnight. Just as he was about to circle the lake to see if there were any remaining remnants of evil spirits on the shore, the rising smoke in the distance caught his attention. There's actually a military camp here. But whose camp is it? Kroni's, or the remnants of the fallen? Regardless of which side it was, Galio planned to go and take a look. After speeding along the direction of the blue smoke for 2 kilometers, Galio saw a very familiar tan metal dome tent. Without a doubt, this was Kroni's encampment. However, when Galio lay down on a small hill to the side to observe, he found that the camp was a bit strange. What is that? Galio, holding up his binoculars, was surprised to find that although the buildings were all Kroni structures, there were no Kroni people inside, only a few human figures who looked like remnants or survivors. They wore joint armor made of strange metal and wrapped their skin in coarse cloth. Although they varied in size, they all wore the same helmet that resembled a mushroom cap. Galio looked at the helmet and felt it looked strangely familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen it before. The smoke was coming from a fire, where one person stood watching the fire, while another was preparing food, perhaps their breakfast. Galio was somewhat perplexed. He couldn't understand these people's attire or their behavior. If they were remnants of the fallen dynasty, how could such a small group dare to light a fire on the plains and expose their location? And they even lived in Kroni's camp. But if they are vassals of Kroni, why are there not a single Kroni patrol soldier? Just as Galio was hesitating about whether or not to go closer to take a look, the person standing by the campfire staring at the fire suddenly raised his head and turned it slightly. His face was completely covered by a helmet, but Galio suddenly realized the other person was looking at him. Hundreds of meters away, Galio was still lying in the shade, yet the other person could see him at a glance. No, we have to run. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the person in the telescope waved at him. It doesn't seem aggressive at all. It even seems somewhat friendly. Could it be some very powerful anti-Cloney faction? And it seems somewhat familiar, so it shouldn't be a vassal of Cloney. After thinking for a moment, Galio decided to go over. The distance of a few hundred meters was less than a minute's distance in front of the suspension board. As we approached the camp, the smell of cooking smoke in the air became clearer. You've arrived. We've been waiting for you for a while. Galio was stunned when he heard what the other person said. What do you mean? Galio was puzzled. It had only been less than a minute's walk, so why did it seem like he had been waiting for some time? You probably haven't eaten yet. Come and eat with us. The other person did not answer Galio's question, but after saying this, the person preparing the food ladled a bowl of porridge-like soup for Galio. Galio hesitated for 2 seconds, took the bowl, and sat on the wooden stake that seemed to have been prepared for him. He looked at the others. 4 mushroom-hatted people were organizing their tools, but he didn't see any weapons on them. 2 people were chatting idly on the wooden stake facing the sun, neither of them paying any attention to him, the stranger. There are 2 more people, the 2 in front of us, making a total of 8 strange people. Galio stirred the soup mixed with vegetable leaves in the bowl with a wooden spoon and put a spoonful into his mouth. The next moment, his eyes lit up, and he looked at the other person in shock. It was only because the contents of this bowl could actually draw upon the power of the void within his body. You are wanderers. Of all the factions related to the void, Galio only knows one, Xia Shang. As the 0th wanderer, Xia Shang naturally implies that there are other wanderers. Perhaps these are the people in front of us. Wanderers. We can't bear that title. This bowl of porridge is just food that can restore a little energy. However, the other party simply smiled and shook their head, denying the speculation. No. But why do you seem so familiar to me? And why do you possess the method to restore void energy? Galio countered. Familiar. Then you must have seen people like us before, or one of us. You came from the east. Isn't there a market there in front of a lake? The other person asked with a smile. Galio, yes, the lakeside market. You know it. Of course I know. Some time ago, one of our companions went back to his hometown. His destination was the lakeside market. You should have met him. His name is Anki. Onk, onk, onk. You mean that Onk? As Galio muttered that name, a long-lost person quickly surfaced in his memory. That guy was the NPC who suddenly appeared to help them when they attacked the Red Crystal community. He could use some of the Warframe's abilities by utilizing the fragments left behind by the Warframe. Since then, Onk has remained quietly in the Red Crystal community. After the war, when people asked him questions, they could only get a few things about his research on glass armor, with almost no other information. New players back then, and veteran players now, all think he's a flawed character, just a tool used to introduce Warframes. Who would have thought this character was so well hidden? Yes, if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about the same person. I hope he's doing all right. Upon hearing this, Galio hesitated for a moment before truthfully replying, I haven't been to the Red Crystal community for quite some time, nor have I heard any news about it, but the Red Crystal community has been peaceful and quiet all along, so it should be fine. The other party nodded, completely believing Galio's statement, or perhaps they already knew the answer. It's good that everything is all right. Now it's your turn to ask. I should ask. Galio had so many questions he wanted to ask that he didn't know where to begin. Then let me answer you. You can call us Night Feather, just like an ironclad defense line. We've been waiting for you since last night, but you must have rested on the lake for a night, which is why I said we've been waiting for you for a while. Galio nodded. That was indeed the question he wanted to ask. 8,000 years ago, our leader, together with the Glass Maiden, killed the spirit demon's body here. The battlefield ruins turned into this great lake, but the spirit demon's remaining wisdom has not been extinguished. It has turned into countless night spirits that wander on this plane where the spirit demon's remains are scattered. They are not without reason. Reconstructing their bodies and reviving are the purposes of their nightly wanderings. The Power Masters are one of the main members of this group. To stop them, we have studied the night spirits for thousands of years and have been guarding this lake for thousands of years. But recently some things have happened. Kroni accidentally discovered clues about the mind of the spirit demon and also triggered some phenomena related to the spirit demon. I believe you are aware of this because you also encountered that dream. Upon hearing this, Galio recalled the illusion from last night. Thankfully Xia Shang appeared in time. I did encounter it, but you said it was a dream. I don't quite understand. Could it be a dream that Ling Sha created after its death? Galio pressed. That wasn't a dream of the spirit demons, but a dream created by their fusion. So this matter is quite troublesome for us as well. That's why the leader had us come to wait for you, or rather, for all of you. What? What don't I understand? Galio was completely bewildered. Your leader. It's alright, these aren't the things you need to focus on right now. Listen, after the Spirit Fiend was shattered, the Oro Empire sent a battle armor to guard it in order to prevent it from reviving. However, over the past 1,000 years, the Spirit Fiend has influenced its mind and caused it to lose itself. Now it has begun to enter the stage of merging with the Spirit Fiend. In the past, we used blood to suppress the mind of the Spirit Fiend, but now the armor that has been fused into it has become its protective shell. After merging with the Void creatures, our blood can no longer restrain it as before. Now, the only ones who can restrain the Spirit Fiend's actions are the demons that truly come from the Void. At present, the best choice is you. Only you. Chapter 295. Have you heard this? Do people say it? What do you mean it's just us? Xia Shang countered with a question to Galio. I don't know either. I asked that question too, but they didn't answer me. They said our existence is the answer. Galio glanced at the two mushroom-helmeted figures by the campfire in the camp. They didn't seem to care that Galio had gone outside to make a call to avoid suspicion. They simply stayed quietly in place. It was as if everything was within their expectations, and they only needed to wait for the next thing to come and then do it. Exist. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with the statement. If the other party was certain that the existence of the players was the answer to the fusion of the Warframe and the Night Spirit, then the Night Feather leader was actually referring to himself. Because these so-called people in the wall players are actually individuals who have broken away from themselves. Moreover, according to Galio's explanation, these people from the Night Feather faction seem to have some kind of ability to foresee future timelines. Moreover, they actually have the ability to create items that enhance the efficiency of void energy recovery, which is simply unbelievable. Xia Shang did not sense any trace of void projection on them, yet they possessed the technology to suppress the night spirits. Thinking of this, Xia Shang could only suspect that their leader might be a wanderer who had returned to the mortal world long ago, and that was all. Wait, you're saying they used blood pressure to control night spirit? Suddenly, Xia Shang realized a crucial piece of information. Blood. Yes, that's what they just said, and they also said that the integration of the armor caused their blood to no longer have a significant effect on the spirit fiends. Galio nodded. Blood, the blood that suppresses the evil spirits, only that. Are they descendants of those blue-skinned people? Impossible, the Oro people wouldn't lower their bloodline, or is their leader a living Oro person? Xia Shang was increasingly surprised as he thought about it, but when he thought about it this way, he found some clues in his memories from 1,000 years ago. In the fragmented memories diluted by time, Xia Shang once saw a physically weak fellow. He had no powerful position or terrifying martial arts skills, yet he instilled fear in those around him who had bullied him. This was because he possessed an extremely terrifying talent for infiltration, which allowed him to obtain a great deal of intelligence from the middle ranks of the empire. One night, while drinking and chatting with the other party, he heard a message from the other party that even the other party was not quite sure about. It was said that the reason why the Glass Lady fought to the death on the plane was not entirely because of her loyalty to the Empire, but because her lover was guarding one of the towers on the plane that was ravaged by spirit demons, and there was also a researcher from the Oro Empire with Oro Empire blood. Xia Shang didn't listen carefully at the time, because that day was the last time he saw this penetrating genius before his death. Later, Xia Shang was lucky enough to see him once, but the appearance of those horned hair made it difficult for Xia Shang to face him calmly. Moreover, it no longer has much of its original memory. It is merely a suit of armor used by the Empire to obtain enemy rear secrets. However, these are not the main points. But now, looking back, if all of this makes sense, the identity of the Night Elf leader who is willing to stay on the plains is almost obvious. I understand the general situation. If they are willing to cooperate on the issue of spirit demons, we can form an alliance with them. Besides, Onk has helped us before. Xia Shang nodded and said, Galio, I hope to entrust this matter to you. Me. Galio froze, pointing at himself with a face full of question marks. I can't even last one round in the spirit demon dream realm. Do I need you, boss, to make a heroic entrance? We may not have many people to send to Lake Garlatot right now. If they knew you would be there in advance, it could indirectly mean that they understand the patterns of the dream at the bottom of Lake Garlatot. You just need to cooperate with them for now, so there's no need to worry too much. Xia Shang's reasons convinced Galio to reluctantly accept the mission. Xia Shang also instructed him to keep a record of all the actions the other party gave him during this period, in case of any other problems, as a small insurance policy. So Galio accepted this unexpected hidden mission without really understanding what was going on. In order to give Galio some motivation, Xia Shang also gave him a lot of entropy points and resource rewards. I've contacted our boss, Galio said as he returned to the fire. He said that only I can cooperate with you right now. No problem. To everyone's surprise, the other party had no objections at all, and even explained, this matter cannot be resolved overnight. Right now, we need to show you the current situation, and perhaps things will go more smoothly when your partner comes to help later. Relationships are a long-term process. Well, but I have a rather personal question, and I'm not sure if I should ask it. As he said this, Galio scratched the back of his head somewhat embarrassedly, a gesture he would make when he felt awkward. Are you asking about payment? Unfortunately, he had almost no need to hide from these mushroom-headed guys. It was as if they could tell what he was going to fart just by sticking his butt out. Yes, I think we really need that energy restoring thing. Since that's the case, Galio decided not to pretend to be a gentleman anymore. You don't need to worry about that. We won't skimp on your compensation, and you should be quite familiar with the process. As he spoke, the other party took out a crystal plate with a gold frame and handed it to him. Galio looked at the crystal plate, his expression complicated, and reached out to take it. It turned out to be a faction shop as well. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Currently joining the faction, Night Feather faction reputation level. 0 reputation. Is this reputation gained from later quests? Or can it be exchanged for resources? Galio said, casually flipping through the list of items that could be exchanged in the reputation shop. As Galio currently has only 0 reputation level, he doesn't have much to see, and most of what he sees are night elf-related materials, which are somewhat rare to him, but not too surprising. However, Galio realized something was wrong. These night spirit stones and gems were the materials used to make amplifiers, weren't they? Reputation is indeed mainly gained through quest rewards, and there are also resource exchange channels, but we only accept materials related to spirit fiends, such as spirit fiend cores, also known as night spirit cores, which I believe you have seen before. Spirit core. I've seen more than just it. Galio happens to have a few on him, but isn't the spirit core supposed to be useless? It can only extract a material called night spirit breath, and Xia Shang never told them what night spirit breath was for. If you don't understand, just ask. What do you need this night spirit core for? Galio asked. The other party nodded honestly in response to this question. The spirit core can extract a kind of spirit energy. Our leader can use it to create a device called empowerment. When it is integrated into our bodies, it can give us the ability to face night spirits. However, this technology is not very mature yet, and the success rate of creation is very low. If you want to exchange for it, you need a higher reputation level and it will take time to create. Galio nodded in agreement. Oh, empowerment. Wait, what? Empowerment? Yes. So, you've seen empowerment. For the first time, Galio sensed a hint of doubt in the voices of these night feathers, and for some reason, he felt a sense of satisfaction. I've seen it before, I even have one. Galio was now in his normal online state, so he directly took out the empowered gear imprinted in his body. Holding the empowered object, Galio looked at the silent night feathers, and he could almost see their wide-eyed disbelief through their masks. Although he didn't know what the situation was, Galio felt that it was quite an achievement to have these people, who had always seemed so composed, lose their composure like this. Don't understand. This is the confidence that Brother Shang, the number 0 wanderer, gave me. Could this be the work of that wanderer? They cautiously tried to touch the half-gear-shaped empowering crystal, yet dared not touch it with reverence, showing that the empowerment was indeed very precious to them. Seeing Galio nod in confirmation of their questions, they were greatly shocked. Even the few night feathers who hadn't been making any moves noticed the unusual commotion and came over. Could you tell us what the effect of this empowerment is? A night feather asked cautiously. Its effect is, Galio, who was about to say the empowerment effect, suddenly stopped. He remembered that the other party had just said that the empowerment their leader had created could allow ordinary people like them to fight against the night spirits. This may be why they respect enabling technologies, but what about the one in his hand? They can play games while they sleep. Does saying this make me look a bit cheap? But having already said half of what he wanted to say, Galio couldn't just suddenly stop talking in front of these mushroom masks, could he? He had deliberately shown them to himself. Think about it, Galio, figure out its real advantage. Suddenly, Galio had a flash of inspiration and sent the empowerment to you, who had asked the question. You can experience it for yourself, but I have to explain first that its effect is very simple. Simple? How could that be? Empowerment can grant us an ability originating from the void, and it can also ensure that we are not corrupted by the power of the void. The very existence of this ability is remarkable enough. Otherwise, why would it be so difficult to produce in reality? Yoru didn't understand, but this was the key point Galio had just realized. It's a mass-produced product. How could it possibly have the effects you're imagining? Galio said, feigning helplessness and shaking his head. Mass production. That's not surprising. Empowering this kind of... No, what did you say? Mass production empowerment. You have the capability for mass production empowerment. Seeing their horrified expressions, Galio gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. After some hands-on testing, the atmosphere between Yu and his companions became somewhat tense. Galio's earlier smugness had also vanished, and they guessed that the empowerment that worked on players might not have any effect on NPCs. But would this scenario actually occur in a fully realistic depiction of Starfall? Galio was skeptical. How does it feel? Galio pretended not to notice the atmosphere between Yu and reached out to take back the empowerment from the other's hand, but the moment he grasped the empowerment, the other suddenly pressed down on the back of his hand. Galio was startled and looked up at the night feathers. He was a little uneasy. Could it be that Yu felt he had tricked them and was now angry and embarrassed? If that's the case, I'll really be too clever for my own good. We've only just established a cooperative relationship. What will I do if a rift develops? Galio felt increasingly regretful, and just as he was about to decide to apologize first, Yoru, the person he had been communicating with the most, spoke up. Could you provide us with some of this empowerment? We can trade. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have. What did you say? Before Galio could react, Yu panicked. Galio's apology made them think that Galio was refusing to provide them with a channel. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. No, I hope you can reconsider. We can offer more. Galio was stunned and raised his hand to say, Stop. What effect does this have on you? Galio asked. Yu suppressed his eagerness and explained, this empowerment gives us abundant energy, so much so that we don't even need to rest, and our concentration is almost doubled. That's it. It seems to have similar effects to what the players are using, so why are you so excited? In other words, it can double the time I can spend active on the plains of Nightspire, effectively reduce potential mistakes in combat with the Nightspires, and more importantly, it can be mass-produced, allowing every Night Feather to possess this ability. This can greatly enhance our suppression of evil spirits, and most importantly, it resonates with our blood, meaning it can affect our leader. What do you mean? Why are you bringing up your leader again? Seeing Galio's confused look, the Night Feathers exchanged glances and then explained it to him, after which Galio finally understood what it meant. It turns out that the leader of Night Feather had devoted many years to researching spirit demons, exhausting himself on both physical and mental levels. As a result, he is now not only physically weak but also mentally in poor condition, and desperately needs a quiet environment and sufficient rest. This can be said to be an indirect reason for the low output of empowerment. In addition, her own bloodline has an extreme suppressive effect on spiritual energy, which makes the empowerment she creates have only a fraction of its effect on her, almost equivalent to being ineffective. Meanwhile, the Night Feathers, who only have a thin bloodline, can exert most of the effect. So you mean that the empowerment our leader created can ignore the effects of your leader's bloodline and restore her mental health? Yes. Oh, no wonder he's so happy. Galio imagines that if there was something that could cure Xia Shang, he would probably be just as eager and excited. If she gets better, will it increase the output of empowerment? Galio then asked. The Night Feathers immediately fell silent. Do you want to hear if you're speaking human language? Chapter 296. This day has finally come. 9-5 Wisdom Trout received a teleportation storage box, and the sender was listed as Galio not saving the blind man. Upon opening it, I found a half box of night spirit stones and some relatively fresh fish entrails inside. A few gems were also scattered in one of the wooden boxes. The whole box should be enough to make an amplifier component. Galio, what do you mean? Did you dig up the night elf's ancestral grave? 9-5 Wisdom Trout asked. Galio refused to help the blind man. Huh? Saying it's the ancestral tomb of the night spirits doesn't seem so bad. Zhou Jizuan. What's wrong with you? When are you coming back? Seeing Zhou Wujizuan's confusion, Galio realized that he hadn't told Zhou Wujizuan about this yet, so he quickly explained the whole story to Zhou Wujizuan, saying that he was going to do a reputation quest for the Night Feather faction here. I just traded my sleep enhancement for a lot of amplifier making equipment from them, but they also have the fish innards you want. They said you have to go to the seaside to get them, so it's easier for you to get them yourself. I'm too far from the sea, so getting lake fish is the easiest option. Galio looked at the vast lake before him while sending the revised columns to Zhou Wu. You little brat, you opened a new map and new storyline without me, huh? You can come if you want. Just take the underground river expressway. It'll only take half an hour, Galio joked. Sit my ass. Zhou Wujizuan wouldn't fall for it, but even just riding the skateboard would take several hours. In that time, he could go to the beach and ask the fishing team for some offal to make an amplifier. Zhou Wujizuan, no, I'm not going. I've almost gathered all the amplifier materials. I'll go later. Anyway, I've already sent a thumbtack over. So you really brought it over? Galio looked at the pin display showing a distance of nearly 3 kilometers in the center of the lake, pursed his lips, and shook his head. Since both of them had things to do, they naturally stopped talking. Zhou Wujizuan immediately disconnected and checked the amplifier materials he needed. He plans to adapt a grenade amplifier, at least confirming the grenade mode, prism, but the crank and stand are still to be determined. Previously, he favored the combination of energy recompression and explosion probability to achieve a palm-sized cannon with maximum burst damage. However, recent discussions about amplifiers on the forums have made him waver again. Quinn's team took 2 newbies to space, which allowed everyone to see the preview content of the future version. The Warframe's sustained combat capability is very important, so components related to the speed of void energy recovery seem to have become essential components. However, looking at the materials required for the blueprint of this part shared by others on the forum, it also requires marine life materials. Let's collect both kinds then, since it's on the way anyway. So Zhou Wujizuan rushed all the way to the lakeside market and found that there were quite a few players there, and some even recognized him. After all, players now generally have hoverboards, so a journey of tens of kilometers can be completed in 10 minutes, making a whole day of running around very fulfilling. For example, you can come to the lakeside market in the morning to do business, go to the mine in the late morning to see if there are any gemstones to buy, or go to the seaside to catch some fish. At noon, go to the red crystal mine to check the NPC's needs, or do gathering or arming quests. You can return to your base in the evening. When night falls, many players finish their day's work and log on to start teaming up to hunt night spirits. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Wujizuan realized that he was actually quite busy. He shook his head and went to the fish stall. When the owner heard that he wanted the shell of a sea beetle, he shook his head repeatedly. There's not much demand for that stuff right now, and the insect meat is awful. To avoid disrupting the meat supply, no one's been working on it for days. You'll probably have to get it yourself, Hailu explained with a troubled expression. If you don't know how, I can help you for free. Free? Thank you in advance. Then Zhou Wu rushed to the seaside and saw several IDs bobbing up and down in the sea from afar. He looked at the players on the beach and, after confirming that they were indeed the same group of players who had followed the fishing and hunting team to learn how to fish, he called out to them, wanting to spend some star coins to ask them to bring him some fish. Are you going to make an amplifier? One of them was carrying a clustered harpoon, which looked more like a stone spear than a harpoon. If you could accept its material and rustic design, you might even be able to use it as a spear. Zhou nodded. No need for star coins. Do you have any extra night spirit stones? If you do, you can use night spirit stones as payment. Of course, we won't force you if you don't have it, and we're not in a rush to do it. Zhou Wujizuan estimated his inventory and said that he didn't have much to offer. Although it wasn't much, it was still very valuable to beachcombers who didn't have many sources of entropy, so the trade was confirmed immediately. Just you wait. Those parasitic beetles have recently become a plague. The big fish have all been caught because of the demand in the Jade Mountain area, and the small fish can't beat their host fish, so they're all swarming in the nearshore waters now. As they spoke, the players took out hoverboards and headed towards the sea. Zhou Wujizuan also went to the nearshore area to join in the fun. Hearing what they said, he couldn't help but ask, why don't you take this opportunity to collect more beetle shells? Beetle shells are materials for energy recovery components. Currently, this is the only component that can restore energy, so it will obviously become a hot commodity. We didn't know that. Where did you get this news from? Judging from their bewildered expressions, they probably haven't been on the forum for a while and are probably just thinking about coming here to go beachcombing every day. After Zhou Wujizuan's explanation, they realized that the top players had already been to outer space. Meanwhile, I'm still going to sea. It doesn't matter. Once we get rich from beetle shells, we'll catch up quickly. Fortunately, they had a good attitude and didn't have the mentality of following the mainstream. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become so obsessed with fishing that they didn't even look at the forums. Parasitic fish are nocturnal and active, and daytime is not their time to hunt for food. However, these diving enthusiasts have long since figured out their habitat finding patterns. Relying on the oxygen consumption of their vitality and the water pressure resistance of their steel fiber, they took out a large rock from their own void channel and carried themselves straight to the seabed. Before long, the group of 9-5 Jizuan and his companions surfaced from the seabed, each with a large-headed fish pierced through their harpoons. The reason their heads are so large is that the parasitic beetles are tightly attached to their foreheads, making their heads appear bloated. One blueprint requires 2 beetle shells, but could you give me 2 more? I'd like to prepare one for my friend as well. I'll give you extra night spirit stones, Zhou Wujizuan inquired. No problem. We should thank you for the information. Consider these 2 a gift. Zhou Wujizuan was overjoyed, thinking that they could get several people by diving down once, so he didn't hold back either. But he didn't take it for nothing. He revealed an exclusive piece of information that only he and Galio currently knew. There's a huge freshwater lake 200 kilometers west of the stronghold, teeming with fish, and nearby there's a new faction where you can exchange night elf materials. The fishing players stared in surprise at the 9-5 wisdom trout. Don't tell anyone I told you this. Right now, only my friend is doing reconnaissance there. I estimate that after this period, they'll arrange for players to set up camp there. You guys can prepare more materials from here to resell there. Otherwise, once there are more new players, you won't have an exclusive channel anymore, Zhou Wujizuan said mysteriously. After completing the transaction, Zhou Wujizuan returned to the shore alone, because everyone else was busy catching beetles. After asking Hailu to kill the insects and gather the materials, Zhou Wujizuan still chose the component with energy recovery rate. He could easily make a trade-off, even if it only reduced the damage a little. Just as he was about to return to the base, he saw a number of players coming to the market gate. Their hair was still wet, but they didn't smell of the sea. Boss, clean the fish. They headed straight for the fish stall in droves, and Zhou Wujizuan realized that he wasn't the only player trying to make the amplifier before the battery interception mission. As evening approached, 2 transport ships appeared in the sky outside the base, taking turns to test fly. Players who had free time squeezed in to watch, but were told they were overweight and had to leave. Are you guys really not afraid of death? The people piloting the ship have never even been in contact with a spaceship before, and you still dare to squeeze on? Lyle asked the question, but after he finished speaking, he slapped his forehead and realized what a problem he had made. These people are truly fearless. I've used up all my entropy. I'm not afraid at all, the clever older standing next to Lyle said with a puff of chest. Besides, isn't Audi's in the spaceship central hub? And you designed the spaceship yourself, so what problems could there be? Be confident, Mr. Lyle. Nicola, with her hands on her hips, chimed in behind old R, but it was hard to ignore her trembling legs. She had just been rotated off the spaceship. The previous person to sit in the cockpit was her. Looking back, if Audis hadn't taken over the intelligent operation in the nick of time, she probably would have crashed into another spaceship. The bomb was designed to blast both ends. Upon hearing this, Lyle looked at Fishball with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say. He could only tell Fishball to work hard and learn to fly a spaceship as soon as possible. Another test flight and landing ensued, with the players inside making a racket. Some, even those with the robust physique of the Phantom, covered their mouths and rushed out of the cabin, creating a scene even more chaotic than when Fishball was released. You, Lyle, Boss Lyle, Audis, say, Brother Xia Shang, you, Brother Xia Shang is looking for you. A player walked out of the spaceship with a livid face. After saying this, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the side, vomiting uncontrollably. Huh, is it that serious? Lyle looked at the disheveled players and wondered, who was piloting this spaceship? However, it was more urgent for Xia Shang to contact him, so Lyle reached out and summoned his hoverboard, which flew off towards the main control room in a flash. How's the transport ship going? They seem to like it a lot. Xia Shang sat on the sofa in the reception area and gestured for Lyle to sit down. The situation seems all right, they really like it. Lyle thought for a moment about what had just happened outside, then nodded to confirm Xia Shang's statement. However, Boss Xia usually doesn't come to me to talk about such trivial matters, so please just get to the point. Well, it seems you're quite familiar with my style. Xia Shang said with a wry smile. It's all right. Although it's busier than the Chamber of Commerce, it's all interesting stuff. It's quite fun working with these guys, Lyle said with a smile. Let me be frank. Quinn and his team intercepted the transmission information that had been reported during this period from Kroni's starship. Among the potentially valid information, there are 1.6 million past data. 1,600,000 copies for one planet. That should only be the circulation volume within 3 days, Lyle asked. Yes, it's very accurate. It's the circulation data within 3 days. Audis calculated an arc from these 1.6 million data points by calculating the entry time and coordinates of the passes. The imported data is here. You can take a look. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Xia Shang waved his hand to activate the projector on the table, displaying a holographic projection with an arc tilted and marked next to the sphere representing the Imperial Sphere. Orbital arc. What are you looking for, Mr. Xia? Lyle narrowed his eyes and reached out to rotate the virtual projection to compare it carefully. I'm looking for a shipping hub, Xia Shang said. Navigation hub. Boss, aren't you in a bit of a rush? We only have 3 ships. Lyle's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at Xia Shang, trying to find any trace of teasing on his face. However, Xia Shang was indeed very serious. 3 small transport ships, not even as good as any of the Skyhawk's landing craft. Are you sure you want to do this now? Or are we just working on this plan? Lyle thought of a possibility and quickly pressed for an answer. A plan. It is indeed a plan, but I hope it can be a plan that can be implemented immediately. But weren't you just preparing to intercept a Kroni battery transport ship? What happened? Lyle had heard some news from the players. Indeed, but I can't be sure that what I got is the real information we intercepted, or that Heck deliberately leaked false information to me, Xia Shang said, looking at the orbital line. What do you mean? You suspect the intelligence is fake? Lyle recalled the scattered stories he had heard from the radio about the deeds of Wee Heck, the representative of the Kroni Empire, and fell silent. Xia Shang continued, I believe this intelligence is true and reliable, and the data is indeed solid evidence. However, Heck will definitely know about their battle to intercept this intelligence. I'm just worried that Heck will use this as a pretext. That's certainly like his style. I understand your thinking, but isn't it too risky? We could even take a step back and let their transport ships land smoothly. Whatever they intend to do with these batteries, they're scattered across the planet. We have enough time to find them and systematically expand our scale, don't we? Lyle pondered this while trying to persuade him. After all, he was also a shrimp tied to this warship. I've thought about your idea too, but I think it would be more precise to skip the step of tracking the transport ship in the orbit of the Empire and directly intercept the ship by boarding the channel hub. If possible, I could even take over the channel hub. But like I said, boss, we only have three mini transport ships, Lyle said, holding up 3 fingers with a bitter face. That's why I brought you here. I remember you mentioned when you crashed into the Imperial planet that you had a stealth device that could evade Kroni's orbital detection. Upon hearing this, Lyle's face froze. Has this day finally come? Chapter 297 all killed, you know. I don't fully understand that technology. I've only been instructed on how to maintain it. Lyle argued. I don't need you to replicate it perfectly for me. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I just need this one use. Xia Shang's serious expression silenced Lyle. One chance to land at the shipping hub. Are you crazy, boss? Master, the shipping hub is indeed a legacy of Oro, but the entire outer circle is surrounded and protected by the Kroni Empire. Even if you get up there, what can you do? Don't even mention 4 mechs. Even 400 would be unable to move an inch. They could easily blast you all out of outer space. Lyle eventually agreed to give it a try, but he wasn't confident he could create a truly useful counter-surveillance stealth device, and Xia Shang hadn't given him much time, which was what gave him a real headache. I thought I would need to use some tough measures to urge him on, Commander. Did your personal charm persuade him? Audis asked in confusion. You're being too simplistic. As he said, we're all refugees in the same boat now, and he can't stop my decision. Besides, I'm not asking him to live or die with me. A few minor technical exchanges are perfectly normal for coups, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. Oh, so it's a habit of bargaining. Audis realized, somewhat surprised. Yes, that's how it is. Let him get busy here. Audis, send the ship numbers and route times to Dust, and have him pass them on to Cho. Then notify Quinn and the others to head to the Iron Line. An ironclad defense line. But Commander, they are an indispensable force if we want to attack the shipping hub. Audis said, puzzled. No need. We determined long ago that the battery transport ship would need to be intercepted by them in conjunction with the steel defense line. Our operation is an additional surprise attack outside of that. Regardless of whether Heck has set up an ambush near the transport ship, we can catch them off guard. But Commander, Lyle is right about one thing. The garrison firepower at the channel hub, with just 2 novice holy swords and the other phantom players, might not be able to budge them in the slightest, and they probably won't be able to redeploy their forces, Audis said worriedly. Or we could actually launch a feint attack on the hub, letting the Iron Line and Quinn's 3 launch a surprise attack to draw away any potential ambush forces. Xia Shang remained silent on this matter, offering no definitive response. Far beyond the snow-capped mountains, Dust is being held captive in the interrogation room of the steel defense line. He has now switched back to phantom mode, or rather, he hasn't used the armor for a while and has been doing other things. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be sitting in this single interrogation room. The room is somewhat small, all the lights are on, and it doesn't feel as dark as I had imagined. There's no one else sitting opposite him, he's all alone. But the Dust doesn't know why. Maybe it's because it hasn't cleaned up properly these past few days. Bang, the iron door to the interrogation room was kicked, followed by a series of small noises, the cause of which was unclear, and then a series of light knocks, indicating great respect. Dust didn't speak. After a while, there were 3 more knocks from outside. Only then did Dust realize that perhaps he should say, come in. Please come in. As expected, after receiving a response from the Dust, the other party pushed open the door and came in. 2 guards carrying guns entered the interrogation room first, standing on the left and right corners. Then, a woman dressed entirely in black veil walked in. Someone has accused you, the woman in black said. Dust glanced at her, looking completely innocent. Come in. Shaw called out to the door, and a worker dressed in coarse cloth wrapped in work clothes timidly walked in, looking quite frightened when he saw Chenari. Is it him? The woman in black pointed at the dust. Yes, it's him. Tell me what you saw. I had just finished cleaning the H-section ventilation duct on the third floor and was about to exit the ventilation duct when I saw this heavenly man take two supervisors into the power distribution room through the air intake louvers. Then, he came out alone very quickly. I thought it was strange to leave two people who didn't know anything in the power distribution room. I was worried about their safety, so I quickly ran from the ventilation room to the power distribution room, but there was nothing there. So you don't actually have any real evidence, only testimony? The woman in black asked rhetorically. Yes, but could you send someone to look for those two people in charge? I thought it was just my imagination, but they really have disappeared. The worker became nervous and quickly requested. But even if they really are missing, there isn't enough evidence to prove that he did anything to them, the woman in black said calmly. There are no bodies, no bloodstains, and no evidence. He can sue you for false accusation if he wants. But let's leave it at that for now. You've probably been out in the sun for too long and are having some hallucinations. I'll have the personnel department give you 2 days off. The security level near the defense line is very high right now, thanks to this Genlu warrior who has been clearing out the Kroni outposts around us day and night. You can take your kids to the nearby soldiers' camp to relax. There's a large area there for skiing. Dust, there's nothing more for you here. Go back. After advising the worker, the woman in black told Dust to leave. Dust simply watched the CG from beginning to end, because there didn't seem to be any triggers that required him to defend himself. Moreover, he was indeed a little panicked, not expecting that there were actually people there at the time. The crystal that Fishball gave him could only detect individual units that were hostile to him. It had no effect on neutral or friendly units. Just like the worker who indirectly witnessed the crime scene and developed a fear of him, the crystal radar did not react, indicating that the other party's fear did not turn into hostility. You can't be so careless in handling things anymore, or it will affect your reputation calculation. Reputation quests are essentially a way to quantify a person's contribution to a faction, indirectly showing how much trust that person is within the faction. If you do strange things, harm others, or cheat or deceive others in your faction, it will affect your character's reputation, the subsequent reputation calculation multiplier, and may even result in a deduction of reputation. After leaving the interrogation room, Chenari rushed to Cho's office and transmitted the data information given to him by Audis to Cho. Very good, you actually obtained the route data before us, and the number of suspected targets is also within the smallest range. So the turmoil on the starship a few days ago was caused by your people. Cho said with delight. Yes, according to what we said before, they will also assist us in intercepting these spaceships. Dust did not hide anything. Cho was even more delighted and immediately asked, when will they arrive? Do we need to send a ship to pick them up? We still have the technology to avoid being detected by orbital probes for the time being. No need for that. They should arrive here directly, probably in about 2 hours. Since the speed of the dust in the anti-gravity region was uncertain, Quinn's own prediction could only be conveyed to Cho. 2 hours. 2 hours is a bit too late. Cho's reaction was a little strange. Too late for what? Have you checked the complete list of those who have been identified as spies? Cho asked rhetorically. Dust quickly sent the information he had collected from enemy individuals using radar over the past few days to Cho. These are all life units defined by the Void. Even if they are not inside agents from Kroni's side, killing them would not be wrong. Cho glanced at it briefly, and even though there were several very familiar names among them, his expression did not change. He then immediately opened his dispatch system and put the personnel operation system of the Iron Defense Line into a pause state. The following bounty squads that have received this summons, please immediately follow the guard's directions to my office. Command personnel, those who have received the summons, please follow the guard's instructions to my office. Personnel from the Personnel Dispatch Bureau, those who have received the summons, please follow the instructions of the security team. Resource Management Office staff. Technology Development Bureau personnel. Medical Department members. Members of the Machine Repair and Emergency Response Team. Members of the Guard Command. Dust watched as he selected character portraits on the holographic screen and discovered that it included many non-listed members, twice as many as the people he had locked onto. While Cho was selecting the lucky ones, members of the Guard team brought the members to the huge office of the deputy group leader. The bounty squad was called up and 9 people were expected. 9 people were present. Dust looked at them. 3 of them were enveloped by crystal radar, creating humanoid voids. The command headquarters issued a summons order. 7 people were expected to attend, and 7 people actually attended. 4 holes. Personnel relocation call to action. Attendance required. The summons was swift. Within 30 minutes, the large office was packed with over 370 people, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. I don't know what it is, but our team has been doing well lately, so maybe there's a reward. I've been in the defense line for so long, and I've never seen the deputy group commander in person. He's so big. Why are you here too? Our personnel scheduling performance far surpasses yours. Stop talking nonsense. We only look at technology, not performance. The room was bustling with noise. Even though everyone spoke in hushed tones, the noise was still quite loud if there were enough people. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Cho reached out and fiddled with the access control panel, and the office door slowly closed. As Chenari watched him rise from his seat and come to the front of the crowd, he thought he would give a speech on topics such as family, friendship, and trust among comrades, and then pick out the spies, which would be a logical way to convince the crowd. Before Dust could even finish recalling those movie and TV show images in his mind, his head was crushed by Cho with a snap. Red and white matter was splattered everywhere, and the expressions of excitement on the faces of the people around them had not yet faded before they were covered by warm brain matter. Make your move, Dust. Kill everyone on the list. Don't kill the wrong person. I'll use the other members as bait and distribute the rewards. Cho said expressionlessly. Chapter 298 set off immediately. Holy crap, that's brutal. Dust was stunned. He never expected that Cho would kill them so easily, without even giving them a reason. Deputy group leader. What are you doing? Stop, sir. Why are you doing this to us? Help. The deputy commander has gone mad. The ironclad defenses are doomed. Damn it. Hearing the wailing and howling of the crowd, Cho did not hesitate at all. He reached out and pushed aside the guy in front of him who was too scared to move. With a flick of his finger, he smashed the head of the guy who was cowering behind and trying to escape. Get out of the way over there. Don't get in the way here. Cho glanced at the guy who had been knocked to the ground and pointed to the corner behind him. Oh, thank you, Vice Group Leader. Although he didn't know what had happened, this guy felt he should thank the group leader for sparing his life. Dust, carrying Galen Tian, blocked the door. He knew the door was locked, but he was worried about making another mistake and ending up back in the interrogation room. But if it really happens, then Cho will probably be interrogated, right? But are there enough chairs for him to sit in there? Tianji, you must have lied to our deputy group leader. Upon hearing the angry accusations, Dust looked up and saw the face of a member of the guard team, whom Dust had originally placed near the end of the list. The other bodies that Cho had slaughtered were terrified. They couldn't understand why the deputy group leader would do something like killing his own people. But if someone dragged Chenari into it, then the mysterious Chenji warrior might have the ability to bewitch him. Several people rushed forward, intending to kill Dust while they had the chance, but they came because of the deputy group leader's summons. Whether they were in a hurry and unprepared or were meeting their superiors unarmed, they had no weapons on them. Rushing into the Dust with their bare hands would be suicide. Dust, Heel, and Toe taking turns acting as the center, mobilized all the muscles in his body to move Galantian, precisely grazing one of the people's clothes and cutting the provocative Kroni mole in two. The deputy group leader has secretly eliminated all of Kroni's spies and obtained the complete list. Those who do not believe they are spies should stand still and remain innocent. The deputy group leader will decide their fate. Dust pushed the guy in front of him away, and with a sigh of helplessness, he took a deep breath and shouted, "An inside man." Many people looked around and saw that Cho wasn't killing aimlessly. In fact, he had deliberately avoided many people, though his movements were relatively rough. Could it be true? Those who were truly loyal to Cho immediately stood still. You say you're an inside man, so you're an inside man. You're clearly the most suspicious one. You were accused of harming your own men today. Questions immediately arose, causing many who were prepared to believe the deputy group leader to waver. Same camp. Does that mean you're accusing Cho of being an accomplice? Dust laughed. Hearing the faint, mocking sound of Dust, the skeptics immediately realized that they really had no chance of getting away with it. He really investigated them all thoroughly. Damn you Chenji bastards. What methods did you use? Seeing the other party's gritted teeth, Dust shrugged and replied, "How about this? This is the void technology you've been pursuing for thousands of years. Isn't it utterly unreasonable?" At this point, Dust suddenly took a step back, then slashed at the air in front of him with his sword, causing blood to spurt out. Gradually, a Kroni soldier dressed in black appeared. In this way, almost everyone who was still wavering knew the current situation. Their deputy group leader was not killing innocent people indiscriminately, but was using them to confuse the spies in order to wipe them out in one fell swoop. I may have doubts about Chenji, but I absolutely trust the deputy group leader. The guards hesitated for a moment, then immediately shouted out to show their loyalty. Exactly. Let's not become shields for the traitors. They're like trapped beasts now. The deputy group leader has been holding back for a long time to get to this point. We mustn't become obstacles for him. Those members who had been spared by Cho and were now crouching in the safe zone behind him looked at Cho's back and came to understand many things. It seems that even ordinary NPCs are intelligent units with ample computing power. Dust couldn't help but sigh. It seems things are about to get easier. Just as Dust thought this, the scene in front of him suddenly seemed to be compressed into a vacuum. All the light shrank into a single point, and then it exploded out. But along with it, a huge fist was also unleashed. Cool, the hurricane howled, and Dust tensed his muscles to hold the giant blade in front of him, trying to withstand Cho's punch. However, 2 seconds passed, and the familiar impact did not occur. Instead, the wind from the punch whipped his hair. Dust peered out and discovered that it was Cho who had controlled the descent of his fist, managing to stop it on Galantian. I've been wondering if, besides those who can turn invisible, there are others among you who can teleport. It seems there are indeed. Cho said in a muffled voice, looking up at the guy who had swapped places with the Dust under his fist. It's teleportation again. Dust cursed inwardly. This damn skill was really targeting him. Seeing that even the last trump card had failed to eliminate Chenji, who had ruined everything, the head of the personnel department was filled with despair. But at that moment, his expression of despair turned into realization. He remembered the first invisible agent who had disappeared. It was he who had arranged for him to monitor this suddenly appearing Channy, to test whether he was really Channy, but he hadn't expected to lose contact with him so quickly. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So you were already like that back then. The enormous figure appeared before him, and before he could finish speaking, it kicked him to death. With that kick, all the resistance from the inside agent vanished. Aren't you afraid he'll just find someone else to go to your feet? Dust looked at the flesh and blood at Cho's feet with trepidation. Even the armor itself cannot continuously use teleportation, let alone these small experimental subjects that have only had their skin transplanted. The heat dissipation from the energy circuit alone is enough to suffocate their internal organs. After Cho finished speaking dismissively, he looked around at the employees standing on the edge of the building and couldn't help but smile with relief. Looks like there's no more stench from the rats. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Wait, does that mean it's time for the bonus? Cho's ruthless methods truly taught Chenari a lesson. Chenari had always thought that Cho was just someone who could act as a novice coach, but he never expected that Cho would be so decisive when it came to taking action. That's too brutal, Dust said. After Cho finished arranging the reward list for the last member, he reached out and urged them to hurry up and help tidy up the room. Yes, deputy group manager. These people who had just experienced a chaotic situation, I don't know what their mentality was, but they actually started to laugh and defend themselves while holding their reward lists. Buckets, carts, shovels, brooms, and cleaning agents. It was as if they had been prepared long ago, and I don't know where they pulled them out from. I used to train until I was covered in blood, so I always keep some cleaning tools in the office. Cho coughed twice and explained. Then you really are a ruthless person. Why did you train until you were covered in blood? Dust asked inappropriately. I'm not a successful modified body. My flesh and blood grow much faster than other test subjects of the same period. The padding armor on my body gets dislodged and needs to be corrected manually, or I have to expend extra energy to fix it, Cho explained. Shouldn't this be even more successful? Powerful recovery. Dust didn't understand, but Cho said that's how the lab data showed it. Suddenly, a series of tapping sounds came from outside the door, which seemed to be the sound of some kind of stick tapping on the floor. The Dust hadn't reacted much at first, but looking at the time, it seemed that Quinn's arrival time was approaching. Cho, get ready, they're almost here. Do you want to go see them? Dust asked, but noticed that Cho's posture seemed a little stiff. Knock knock. Cho, with all this commotion, are you trying to defy the heavens? A slightly weathered voice came from the door. Dust turned around and saw that it was the old woman he had seen once that night and never saw again. However, she now carries an extra cane, and the single-lens observation glasses on her face have changed, becoming a short, yellowish-orange spectacles covering her right eye. Ms. Dao. Dust greeted her with delight. Oh, Mr. Dust. I guess this wasn't your idea. I'm sorry, my brother just acts impulsively without considering the consequences. If he asks you to do something troublesome, just refuse. Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson. Ms. Grey-Hair Dao walked into the office, where the bloodstains had not yet been washed away, and looked around at the members who were still cleaning up the mess with a heavy expression. Perhaps because their expressions were somewhat unsettling, the members being watched slowed down their movements and finally stood still, watching Dao walk up to Cho. Sister. Call me group manager. Group leader. Dust. WTF. Wait a minute, Ms. Dao, is she the group manager? While he was still in a daze, Dao had already raised his cane and whipped Cho's calf. Although it couldn't budge him at all, it was still quite comical. Chenari was speechless for a long time. When you do things this way, don't you ever consider the possibility that they might fight you to the death? Dao only gave him a symbolic slap, but in the end, he still had to reprimand him. They can't do it, Cho replied, standing still. And if you succeed, what if they don't target this heavenly sword, but instead attack those who were unwittingly used as bait? How many can you save? Dao pointed his cane at the bewildered members around him, wondering if he should leave since the deputy group leader was being reprimanded by the group leader. If there are casualties, the compensation will be provided afterward, but I must eliminate these spies now. Cho lowered his head and explained, because the Chenchi team that we are cooperating with is about to arrive. This is different from a single Chenchi. We cannot leak this to Kroni, otherwise we cannot afford the risk if the plan gets out of control. Dao looked at Cho and couldn't help but shake his head. When will you ever be able to be a little more composed? How many better solutions are there for this? We don't even necessarily need to bring Chenji in. You could just lead your troops in for a surprise attack right now. Do you think these people can respond faster than your spaceship? But I would have worried about your safety in the bunker, Cho said. Now I can go to the surface with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Dao could only sigh inwardly. I'm old. This is the genetic defect of clones. The Kroni Empire prospered because of countless clones, but it was also limited by the genetic defect of extreme division. My life is coming to an end. Whether I am killed or die of old age, what difference does it make? If you always confine yourself to this, how can I entrust the iron defense line to you? Why hand me over? I'm just a clone born for destruction. Being a leader isn't in my genetic sequence, and I won't let you die. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Dao wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say, because she knew that the other person probably wouldn't listen to anything she said. I'm a bit tired. Be careful in everything you do. Chenari, I'm sorry you had to see this funny. I'll handle the things at the company. You must have other important matters to attend to, right? Dust was taken aback, and quickly patted Cho to indicate the time. Without any followers, Dust changed into the holy sword armor and came to the ground with Cho, heading straight for the snow-capped mountain peak where he had placed the coordinates. Before he even reached the waypoint, Dust saw two long unseen IDs slowly appear in the sky. So he stood up straight and waved his arms toward the sky. Cho looked in the direction the dust was beckoning, and it took him a long time to spot two extremely fine reflective dots flying in from the horizon. He was somewhat shocked by the dust's sensing ability, but recalling that he had just used the heavenly sword sensing ability to kill the traitor, he was relieved. After all, that's how the heavenly sword is. Before long, two female battlesuits with metal wings embedded in their lower backs streaked across the cold air high in the sky like meteors, leaving behind two trails of cloud-like exhaust from the interaction of hot and cold air, and landed in front of Cho. Let me introduce you. This is Quinn, the leader of my team. This is Chrysanthemum Love's maid. You can call him Chrysanthemum or Aju. He's the second brother. Quinn and Chrysanthemum retracted their anti-gravity curved wings, and Dust took the opportunity to introduce them to Cho. What second brother? We're brothers, no one superior to the other, okay? Chrysanthemum grabbed Dust by the neck and thanked him properly for the genuine Paris bow he gave her. The sound of the armor was very crisp and pleasant. Eldest brother. Second brother. However, Cho was completely baffled upon hearing this title. Aren't these two women? Does Chani categorize men and women based on their personalities? If I ask this question, will I offend anyone? Although Cho was not afraid of Chani, he had heard of him before. When it came to Chani's behavior, he felt it was better not to pry into his private matters. Anyway, it doesn't affect their cooperation. Hello, I am Cho, the deputy group leader of the Steel Defense Line, and also the actual initiator of this plan. I don't know if Dust has explained the plan to you in detail, because your wanderer has already given the coordinate range, and I need to confirm your intention to carry it out. Cho said solemnly, yes, we understand, and Brother Shang also instructed us that we only need to cooperate with your operations and there are no other side missions, Quinn nodded and said, while also sizing up the high-end combat unit that had only appeared in the Dust videos. If needed, you can tell us the details of the mission steps. If you need to be flexible, we can also act accordingly. There are no specific steps in the mission. Our only goal is to get those Oro batteries. Any method that gets us the batteries is a good method. If we can get the batteries in a critical moment, you don't even need to worry about my situation, but in return. Cho stated frankly, if I have the opportunity to obtain the batteries, I will not consider your interests, and I hope you can understand. Wow, that's pretty direct. I like your personality. Chrysanthemum clapped and said, just say what your conditions are, so that if something goes wrong, the players won't have to share the blame. Mound. When will we depart? We're not sure when the spaceship will arrive, Quinn asked directly, without any objection. The spaceship is ready at any time, and we can set off now. Chapter 299 Antarctic Orbital Port. According to the data provided by you wanderers, the other side has a total of 5 transport routes, of which 16 transport ships may be interference items. Cho led the 3 Chenji down the mountain, sending spaceship call commands to the Iron Defense Line via his personal terminal while explaining the current situation to the 3. After completing the logistic scheduling, he turned on his personal terminal to load the data transferred to him by Dust. More than 10 dotted lines encircle the virtual sphere, branching into 5 bundles that connect to various highlighted locations. Antarctica, the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, Central Eurasia, and Central South America. When venturing out of Antarctica, the routes are almost all concentrated between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, close to the equatorial region. Yes, my original plan was to divide our forces into 5 groups and launch a 5-pronged interception simultaneously, which would be the safest approach, Qin Chuan nodded in reply. Actually, that's not the case. These 3 places can be clearly identified as interference items. With that, Cho directly eliminated the 3 target regions of the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, and South America, leaving only Antarctica and Central Eurasia. Why? Chrysanthemum asked, puzzled. The Imperial planet is the birthplace of both the Oro Empire and the Kroni Empire. They transformed the Earth into an atmosphere more suited to them, hoping to one day replicate themselves as the next Oro Empire, Cho explained. If they were to use that virus to create something, Heck would never put it in an underwater or island laboratory. They couldn't afford the consequences of the virus leaking into the ocean currents. On the contrary, they have always been extremely vigilant about the virus coming into contact with water. This can even be considered an ironclad rule hidden within the Empire, although I have heard some rumors about the mutated virus not being water-resistant. In short, no one in Kroni, from top to bottom, will violate this ironclad rule. This is something that the Empress herself has ordered to be observed. No matter how crazy Heck is, he would not dare to offend the Empress. This was the first time Qin Chuan and his 2 companions had heard of such a small mechanism in the clones, and curious Dust couldn't help but ask another question. Why would even Empress Kroni be concerned about protecting the ocean? Have many ruins of the Oro Empire sunk to the bottom of the sea? Or perhaps the Empress actually wants to eat fish? Chrysanthemum teased. Even within the Empire, there are many different opinions about this reason. The Oro Empire does indeed have many fortresses built in the sea, and Kroni has not explored and developed them all, which may be one reason. As for eating fish, the Empress has never eaten fish, but there is a rumor. Cho looked at the 3 heavenly swords in front of him, murmured for a few seconds, and then said, it is said that a great will and terror slumbers in the sea, possessing the most primal fear. Even the Oro Empire has never studied it much, or perhaps those who did study it are all dead. However, Hiker is an extremely arrogant senator. He certainly wouldn't dare to disobey the Queen, but he has never stopped researching the ocean. I even occasionally feel that he has discovered something. Never mind, this has nothing to do with our mission. I just want to tell you that boils cannot appear in the sea. It couldn't possibly be in the sea. Damn it, why did we go diving in the first place? Chrysanthemum couldn't help but feel annoyed at the time she had wasted. Qin Chuan didn't think so, because based on his experience playing StarCraft for so long, information that seems unrelated to the mission in key missions is usually important information, and may even be a prelude to the next version. Dust was somewhat interested in the underwater horror that Cho mentioned, because there were some very obscure literary works in their real world with similar settings that had once caused a brief sensation in the literary world. However, that popularity was ill-timed and was quickly suppressed by the science fiction ban, and it never reappeared. However, these minor details weren't the main point. The mission was more important. So Dust asked again, but according to your reasoning, only the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans are excluded. Why did you exclude the rainforest as well? Cho did not answer, because a completely black Chrono-style spaceship roared over their heads and then slowly landed and came to a stop at the foot of the mountain. Let's talk about it on the boat, Joe suggested. The four arrived at the ship and found that the transport ship was 3 times larger than the one they had built in the past 2 days, exceeding the carrying capacity of a regular passenger plane. Inside, more than 30 soldiers of the steel defense line were already seated in rows, including machine gunners who could be seen wearing the same style of black gauze but in a different color. As the transport ship closed its hatch and slowly ascended, Joe continued the previous topic. The Amazon has the largest concentration of arms factories on the entire empire, supplying 70% of the empire's military reserves. If any part of it were to fall unexpectedly, the entire empire's Kroni administration would come to a standstill. Even so, it's not impossible to handle, but Heck doesn't think he can face the Queen's disappointment in him. The arsenal. The 3 players' eyes lit up. Isn't that the monster spawn point for the entire imperial planet? Chrysanthemum loves maids. If you spent a few days grinding in the Amazon rainforest, you'd probably beat the game in no time. To avoid suspicion, Chrysanthemum secretly typed her complaints in the communication interface. Quinn, you think the developers can't have thought of this? The fact that this information is being revealed at this time can only mean one thing. The developers are indirectly telling us that this place is extremely difficult to conquer. At least it's a place that even with warframes you can't easily roam. Just think about our interception mission a few days ago. A single poisoner almost wiped out our entire team. Thinking about it this way, Chrysanthemum also came to her senses. The arsenal was afraid of the plague virus infection, but not necessarily of you Chenji. If Joe can reveal this information, doesn't that mean it's not a cosmic secret? Why haven't those elusive Chenji gone on a killing spree? There can only be one answer. We can't beat them. So we only have 2 options right now, which narrows down the choices considerably. How should we proceed? Quinn pressed. The starting point of the route to the central Eurasian continent is the Bino orbit port. I don't know if he told you that the shipping hubs are interconnected. After arriving at the shipping hub, there are also the outposts left by the Oro Empire. That is the path connecting the shipping hub to the Imperial orbit port. Otherwise, it would take at least 7 days to fly from the shipping hub to the Imperial. The orbital port leading to Antarctica is the outer space station at the South Pole. Although we are currently in Eurasia, the distance between us and the 2 orbital ports is not large, but after comprehensive consideration, our goal is the Bino orbital port. Quinn, and Antarctica. You guys didn't know. Joe's unexpected reaction puzzled the 3 players. Don't we need to go with them? Yes, according to the initial alert mission range, we now have the armor and the frequency is sufficient, so why did we say? Quinn and Chrysanthemum accepted their mission assignments and bid farewell to the first sniper god and the second empire. The 2 holy swords were puzzled and watched with envy as Quinn and Chrysanthemum flew into the sky, while the 2 of them went to find Xia Shang. You don't need to follow the steel defense line. The Oro battery's transport ships have been set up with trap routes. We don't have the exact coordinates of the transport ships, so we must split up. Your destination is another port. Xia Shang had already ruled out the non-target points, but he had told Quinn and Chrysanthemum to just listen to Joe, and that Joe would handle the information himself, so he didn't tell them. The 2 of us. We're inexperienced. I think you should let us and Brother Quinn handle the assignments. 1 glass armor and 1 holy sword, the second empire said repeatedly. The mere mention of orbital port conjured up images of being hung up and beaten in the spaceship 2 days prior. Without these 2 big shots, how could a lowly sniper like me compete with Kroni's elite? The first sniper god shook his head and sighed. But it's no use saying anything now. Quinn and Chrysanthemum have already set off, and they have no choice. Seeing their worried expressions, Xia Shang shook his head and sighed, saying, back then, Quinn and Chrysanthemum also had little experience when they invaded the Void Fortress. The dangers in the Void are far greater than those on the ships of Kroni Star. Although it was fraught with peril, they still successfully completed their mission. Why can't you do the same? That's true, but having a big shot with me makes me feel more at ease. The second empire was a little embarrassed by what was said, but what Brother Shang said also makes sense. The first sniper god reacted even faster, and immediately understood. Brother Quinn didn't have any pros to guide him. He became a pro through his own exploration. We can't always rely on others to play the game. Having come to this understanding, the 2 holy swordsmen adjusted their thoughts and fighting spirit, and obeyed Xia Shang's assignment. Besides these 2 holy generals, Xia Shang also needs to gather other combat power players to fill 3 transport ships. Through a server-wide announcement, Xia Shang solicited players who dared to venture into unknown and dangerous places to complete the mission. Xia Shang also did not conceal the danger of this trip, indicating that players would have a very high probability of dying in battle there. Even so, the number of players who signed up still exceeded the recruitment quota, and Xia Shang had to manually eliminate those players with relatively low skill levels. Our objective is the orbital port outside Antarctica, where a target resembling the Oro battery transport ship will arrive. We will arrive around the same time as them, breach their defenses, and locate the target vessel in the port. Understood. 3 transport ships, each with 2 pilots, and 2 holy generals each with 14 other ordinary players, to board 1 ship in case of emergencies. Upon hearing Audis's broadcast, the 3 spaceships took off in succession, heading towards the tranquil outer space. In the deep blue-black space, a colossal fortress-like structure sits still like a giant ice cream cone. At the tip of its ever-converging, spinning base, it points down at a snow-white, flatly painted block of color, resembling a hand axe, surrounded by blue ocean. That is Antarctica. Today, Antarctica has lost its veil of mystery. Beneath the thick ice sheet, Kroni has used his scorching drilling tools to unearth many relics from the Oro era and transformed them into their permanent frozen base. Taking advantage of the extreme weather in the polar regions, they manufactured many biological and chemical weapons, and even conducted biological modification experiments. Once a project is successfully developed, it will naturally enter into a terrifying mass production, be transported into the vast universe, and become a sharp weapon for them to fight countless kilometers away. However, due to the extreme environment, energy consumption here is also considerable, especially in the reddening and crystallization processes. The amorphous alloy is as hard as ancient iron here, losing its fluid state. If it is to be used as a normal material, it must be heated with additional energy. Therefore, in this orbital port built specifically for Antarctica, huge transport ships depart from the dock every day without interruption, flying into the atmosphere in a spiral arc with an extremely large diameter and landing on the Antarctic ice sheet. However, if the weather is too bad, there is a risk that the transport ship may sink, although the probability is extremely low. At this moment, several transport ships with faded paint are lined up neatly, awaiting information review at the port of call. Transport ship X, please show your visa. Visa verified. X, you are now approved. Long live the Queen. Attention, 3rd Enforcement Squad Leader. There may be illegal food supplies on the next spaceship. Board and inspect immediately. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Transport ship Z514. Please dock for inspection. Scan passed. Catapult ready. 3, 2, 1, launch. Transport ship T-7888. Please explain why there is residual Chenji energy on your ship. The attack on Saturn a month ago. There is a record of it. Okay, you can pass. Today's Antarctic underground mineral production exceeds expectations, requiring the dispatch of 20 transport ships for loading. Mars has already pre-ordered this batch of permafrost crystal ore. D transport ship, a ship with a D prefix. Please show your visa. This is your visa. It's expired. 7th Enforcement Team Captain. Take it away. Command Center, Level 3 needs a prison van. Very well, you D ships always like to break rules and regulations. Your visa validity will definitely be shortened in the future. Next. Visa. Pass. Next. Next. What are you daydreaming about? If you don't pass, get out. Pass. Next. Visa. Captain of the 9th Cleanup Team. Please lead your team to port number 3 on Level 4 immediately to incinerate and clean up any traces of infection. Number. Oh, it's a special investigation document for a congressman. Okay, please dock at the inland port. Captain, didn't you return to the shipyard for maintenance? Where's your visa? Was it approved? Produce your identification number. Don't move. Seize him. You. What's this? It better not be the Crimson Veil badge. Hold him down. Search these boxes. Hello. Orbital Commander. A ship associated with the Celestials has been discovered. Yes. Take him away. The colonists at the port were extremely busy, with announcements and shouts constantly punctuated by curses, as the comings and goings of ships to Antarctica were at stake, and no one dared to slack off. Suddenly, however, bright warning lights flashed across most of the port. Attention! Unidentified flying objects have been spotted outside the port. All patrol teams are requested to proceed immediately for investigation. Attention! Flying units are accelerating past the warning zone. Destroy them immediately and maintain a safe distance. Beware of suicide attacks. Notice, the next moment, the yellow warning lights turned red instantly, and at the same time, 3 strangely shaped transport ships rushed into the port, capsizing several transport ships that were still docked for inspection. Vomit. The cabin doors opened, and one by one, people who looked like survivors rolled out, their faces ashen, momentarily stunning the law enforcement officers on the platform who were on guard with guns. Suddenly, a grey-white figure darted out of the cabin, azure energy blade appearing in his hand, but instantly slashing more than 10 meters away. If you don't want to die, get lost, the Second Empire shouted. The next moment, countless bullets flew over. Chapter 300. Player aid. Great rewards. Holy crap. That's brutal. The Second Empire quickly rolled to dodge, while simultaneously drawing his bare blade from his back to deflect the bullet aimed at his face. Warning. Antarctic port is under attack by Chenchi. All armed forces are to immediately engage. Make some distance and take cover. The Second Empire suddenly heard a communication coming from the communication channel, glanced around hurriedly, and then spun around and leaped behind a nearby notice board. Just then, another holy sword was seen leaping into the air from the hatch of the second transport ship. The Kroni troops, on high alert, immediately locked onto the sniper, but at the same time, the first sniper conjured an energy long sword and raised it high. Boom. A blinding white light instantly flooded the minds of all the Kroni who witnessed the long sword, and a buzzing sound in their ears drowned out all other sounds. Come out quickly. It's our turn to attack the city. Someone shouted, and the other players, armed with guns, swarmed out of the spaceship. Some sought cover, while others immediately began firing at the Kroni soldiers who were covering their faces and howling. Hooray! We've increased our entropy count. What the hell? The mission is to find the target spaceship. When can't we increase entropy with batteries? Oh, you're right. But where are we supposed to find them? We'll definitely check them one by one. You guys go ahead, I'll cover you. A commotion and chaos ensued. Before the group could even decide what to do, the Kroni forces had already reacted. The Kroni soldiers who were further away from the flashbang were out of blinded state earlier. Seeing that their comrades on the front line were in danger, they rushed over without thinking to provide cover. Some soldiers also moved behind various cover, trying to flank an attack from the side. Startled by the sudden attack, the players were well aware of the effects of their shields, and being briefly exposed to gunfire posed little threat to them. Moreover, the port was full of cover, whether it was cargo containers, trucks carrying boxes at night, strange signs, or stair railings, they could be found scurrying forward. The players selected to board the spaceship were all warmongers, and faced with Kroni's rapid recovery and counterattack, they had to temporarily hold off Kroni's offensive. 7 players tried to sneak away to find the battery transport ship during this period of intense firefight, but they ran into the frontline soldiers of the Kroni who were flanking them from the side. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle, with bullets flying everywhere. Where are our armor? Our firepower is about to be crushed. The players were outnumbered and, facing the overwhelming firepower of hundreds of Kroni soldiers, they were quickly pinned down by the hail of bullets. The initial advantage was thanks to the first sniper's wide area blinding ability, which paralyzed the close-range forces of the Kroni. However, the Kroni soldiers who were not killed by the sneak attack while in a state of inactivity were now filled with rage and took turns pushing forward with their padded iron armor. The players quickly began to show signs of weakness. Can I have another A1 Highshine one? Please. A player, crouching behind a corner of a flower bed, called out into the chat while holding a doe with a scope attached to it. And what about the battle armor? The top sniper was also on the front line, but his firepower alone couldn't change the situation much. The only way to break the deadlock was with the armor's abilities. At this moment, the enemy was advancing in a fan shape, and with his teammates calling out, he instinctively raised his sword to unleash wide blindness again. Base. Like an electric current piercing the air, or like swords slicing through the air, streaks of sword energy suddenly burst forth from the middle of the Kroni camp, overturning and shattering large sections of cover, tearing the Kroni soldiers behind the cover into rags. Haha. Sword, come. Take this from my mighty sword. It turns out to be the Second Empire. That kid actually took advantage of a large number of players appearing to attract the other side's attention, and secretly found an angle to fly into the arena. The Second Empire's ultimate attack amidst the enemy ranks instantly disrupted Kroni's battle lines and formations. The soldiers on the front lines immediately turned around to try and eliminate the Holy Sword, allowing the players on the front to break free from the suppression. Holy crap, these are legendary swords. The sword aura is so cool, I want to wield the Holy Sword. A sword's light chills Antarctica. Let not the golden goblet stand empty before the Emperor. What utter nonsense are you memorizing? Quickly, quick, someone follow them. Don't let them get away. The players immediately launched an attack, chasing after the soldiers on the front lines of Kroni and firing at them. Seeing that the Second Empire was able to suppress Kroni's minion wave, the first sniper god did not choose to charge in with his ultimate. Instead, he stopped several players and led them to quickly search for the transport ships that were currently stranded in the port. What kind of ship is this? The two players knocked on the hatch of the flat, bug-like spaceship in front of them, but the hatch was suddenly sprang open, accompanied by the distinctive hoarse shouts of the Kroni. You son of a bitch. Die. Thud. Thud. Before the players could even touch him with their shields, the loyal Kroni crew member was killed by a headshot. Report. It's full of red crystal ore. It's everywhere. One player jumped into the spaceship first, but then shook his head and came out. Just as the top sniper was about to say next, a communication connection popped up in front of him, and an adorable metal cicada appeared in the lower right corner of his field of vision, initiating the search for nearby transport ships suspected of containing residual aurora energy. Please release void probe energy. The top sniper was taken aback and quickly followed Audiz's instructions, raising his hand to release a void ripple. This was originally a method used to scan holographic maps, but now, with Audiz's assistance, it had become a kind of reconnaissance method. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Attention! 5 transport ships suspected of containing remnants of auro technology have been detected within the detection range. They have been marked and are requested to proceed for inspection. The top sniper immediately saw 5 bright, illusory figures flashing in his eyes through spatial vision, one of which was a target ship that was not far away. We have a target, follow me. The top sniper reminded everyone, urging them to hurry up and follow him. However, as they ran, the players quickly fell behind the Holy Sword. The first sniper's agile vaulting and sliding would instinctively activate the black force field on his body, making his normal speed much faster than the players. If the target point hadn't been so close, the players would have almost lost him. Why are you running so fast, bro? The players, panting heavily, finally caught up with him. They almost dropped their guns to rest, but the gunfire around them strengthened their resolve and prevented them from giving up easily. Excuse me, I'll be careful. Audiz, how do I open this door? With a code breaker. The top sniper apologized to the players, then knocked on the outer shell of the ship's cabin door, but there was no response. Audiz can crack the hatch, but using a decryption device can shorten the cracking time. Without a second thought, the first sniper took out the decoder and, following Audis's instructions, only leaned against the hatch gap for a moment before hearing the sound of hinges turning amidst the ship's noise. Wow, that was fast. There were no Kroni stranded on the ship. In the cabin, there were a few gold-trimmed boxes. When the players opened them, they found some strange objects, oddly shaped, gold and white, resembling some kind of tool or sculpture. What is this thing? It looks a bit like the style of the Oro Empire. The player who spoke picked one up and looked at it, and found that there were 3 recessed holes on it, wondering what was originally inlaid there. How do you know it's the style of the Oro Empire? A player asked him, looking at him with a puzzled expression. He, you don't understand. The most distinctive design of the architecture and products of the Oro Empire is the gold decoration. This gold is not like the gold color in our reality. Its tone is darker and the reflection has an oily sheen. It is luxurious but not vulgar. I feel that this tone can be called Oro gold. Upon hearing this, wow, it turns out he's an expert. Forget it. Whatever it is, anything from the Oro Empire is good. Let's just buy it first. So these strange sculptures fell directly into the player's void passage. After quickly searching the spaceship and finding nothing else strange, the group quickly ran towards their next target. The second ship was breached, revealing several giant tooth soldiers on guard. The players spent some effort, enduring the barrage of Crocodile God shotgun fire, to kill them and also managed to dismantle a villain's backpack for himself. The players, who had been excited, were all surprised when they kicked open the metal lid of the storage box. Is this some kind of material? Even the top sniper was curious and picked up a golden disc from the box. It looked like a slice cut from a sphere. The golden rim made it look like a shield, but the bottom was not a horizontal cut, but a ring-shaped fixing sleeve. From this perspective, it's not a material, but rather some kind of equipment or machinery. But it doesn't matter, even if it's a manhole cover from the Oro era, it'll still be a nuisance. A squad of Kroni green-black soldiers was lurking around the third ship. To save time, the first sniper directly used a series of slashes to kill them. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to take them down with just his sniper rifle. Upon boarding the ship, the players were astonished by the sheer volume of storage space inside. Holy crap, so many storage boxes. Did they find the batteries? They had never seen the battery compartment where the Oro battery was located, so they mistook it for something else, and even thought that this was only the third ship, so they couldn't be that lucky, right? Then wouldn't the 3 veteran players at the other port have made a wasted trip? Various thoughts flashed through the player's mind, but none of them were as helpful as opening the box to take a look. Wait, something's not right. This box is so light, is it empty? A player lunged forward, tensing his back, ready to lift one of the stacked boxes, only to find that the metal box in his hand weighed almost nothing but sheet metal. It's not even as good as the manhole cover in the previous cabin. However, after shaking it, you can hear a rustling friction sound. What does that mean? Is it filled with cotton? Finally, the metal box lid was pried open, revealing a flat, golden surface. No, a piece of gold metal that had been precisely cut to fit the size of the material box. Just as the player was trying to figure out how to pour it out, he was horrified to find that the metal block slid out of the box like butter when he swung it horizontally, and it was even floating in the air. Holy crap. This game is ridiculous. Players were horrified by the almost gravity-defying metal in midair. Upon reaching out to touch it, the metal immediately veered off course due to the force, only to be caught by the player's hands. It's so hard, it really does feel like metal, at least it's not a balloon. The top sniper tried to scrape the metal block with the tip of his sword, and sparks were naturally produced, confirming that it was indeed a metal material. There are so many of these. Do we have enough space to keep them all? The players couldn't help but hesitate. Why don't we take some? We can't be without it, whether it's new material or not. Just then, Audis, who had been silent all along, offered a solution. Teleport directly back to the Imperial planet base. They're all made of refined Aussie metal. What's going on at the Antarctic labs now? Xia Shang looked at the boxes slowly piling up in the warehouse, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face for some reason. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, speaking of which, Xia Shang once went to Kuzhong Lao Deng to ask for some oxymetal. This thing is not common. It is a hard metal material developed during the Aurora period that weighs less than the same volume of air. Just because it is lighter than air, its key position is irreplaceable. However, Xia Shang became curious again. So far, things are going smoothly, no casualties, no obstacles. Could it be that it's not in Antarctica? Let's wait and see. The top sniper glanced at the bright, blurry image of the transport ship, which had penetrated the wall and was 582 meters away, and urged the players to follow quickly. The farther away the highlighted target is, the deeper it needs to go along the edge of the port into this space fortress. There are not many ships docked along the way. They are mostly Kroni with round heads and cylindrical bodies, but the materials used are obviously more solid than those ordinary ships outside. They are obviously not ordinary Kroni ships. However, none of them contained any remnants of Aurora technology, so these players were too lazy to waste their time on them. Just as the group was about to pass through a huge doorway deep in the harbour, resembling a hula hoop sleeve, no one noticed that near the ground of the heavy structural columns, there was a mango-coloured plate-sized object. Just as the player was focused on getting there and was about to pass by, several arcs of electricity suddenly shot out from the edge of the plate. Sizzle, the player's shields were struck and connected by the electric arcs, and in an instant, their shields turned red. Before the players could react, a group of Kroni soldiers suddenly rushed out of a previously quiet transport ship with its doors open, seemingly unmanned. The conquest howitzers roared, and the players were immediately scattered. There's an ambush. The first sniper's shield was thicker, barely managing to withstand the explosion. The players weren't so lucky. Without shields, even if they were physically stronger, they couldn't withstand much damage beyond what their flesh and blood could bear, even with the most common void crystal, life force, equipped beforehand. Kill these bastards. The Kroni roared and unleashed a barrage of shotgun and rifle fire, chasing and shooting down the players who were dazed and disoriented from the explosions. The top sniper hurriedly reached out to blind the target, but a grenade had already barely hit him. I was careless. The top sniper looked at the impact point at the tip of the bullet, and a trace of regret flashed through his mind. Chapter 301 Black Lotus Holy Sword. Previous chapter has been added and is available to read. Boom. The fireworks engulfed it, and the number 1 sniper flew several meters backward, landing motionless on the ground with a few thuds, like a carpet. 2 players who were blasted back behind a load-bearing pillar were left undetected by the Kroni squad ahead. However, the Kroni were very cautious. Seeing that the holy sword had been blown away and was lying on the ground, they slowly stepped forward to arrest him. As long as they passed through the blind spot hidden by the load-bearing pillar, they would find that there were 2 more who had escaped. What do we do? We're going to die. A player with his head covered and some ringing in his ears whispered to another player. What the hell are you being a coward for? It's not like we can't respawn. Just pull out a grenade and blow them up. The player had actually already gripped a grenade in each hand, his fingers interlocking the pins. Just as he was about to pounce on the approaching Kroni, he saw something and ducked back down. It turned out to be the number 1 sniper god. A slight ripple came from the space where he fell, and a blue twin-winged terror bird floated out from it, with several arcs of electricity connecting to the bodies of the players on the ground. The Kroni missed the best time to open fire in the moment of their astonishment upon suddenly seeing the cups as artifacts. The first sniper god no longer disguised himself. He slapped the ground with both hands, launched himself into the air, and spun around, revealing an energy sword in his hand, which flashed with a white light of consciousness. This group of Kroni soldiers seemed to have a lot of experience fighting the Sky Pisser. After being shocked by the wide area blindness, they did not cry out like the other soldiers. Instead, they focused their guns on the last glimpse of the Sky Pisser before they went blind and unleashed a barrage of fire. Swish, however, the number 1 sniper god was protected by the shielded osprey, and bullets could not get close to him. He swung his long sword, and his figure passed through the gaps in the rain of bullets like a ghost, suddenly slashing and killing the nearest soldier. Then came the second and third consecutive strikes. After a full 13 consecutive kills, the top sniper finally managed to eliminate the entire ambush squad while they were blinded. 3, 2, 1, alert, make contact, revive yourselves, brothers. The first sniper god waited a few seconds before speaking to give the prompt. The next second, the 5 players who had been dead were instantly restored to normal and got up from the ground with solemn expressions. They even set traps. Kroni outside is so cunning. I want to go back to the Imperial planet. A player tapped the mango-colored metal disc on the ground that had already released its stored power, and then, as if thinking of something, put it into the void passage. After this incident, the players became much more cautious. They had been complacent because of their previous successful search and had forgotten the difficulty of this mission. Because of their increased vigilance, the Kroni team that tried to ambush them within the next 300 meters was completely wiped out, leaving their equipment scattered all over the ground. This is a sensor door lock. After circling around the edge of the port, a huge pale yellow energy barrier suddenly blocked them at the port's edge, preventing them from reaching the target spaceship. Is this a shield? A player touched it and could feel a slight heat and a repulsive force as solid as a city wall. He didn't know if it was radiation or something else. Who cares what it is? It's definitely a console-controlled device. Let's just hack it. Audis quickly removed the decoder and attached it to the frame of the shield generator. Soon the barrier flickered and disappeared. Audios is so useful. I want to have my own Audi someday. As everyone sighed, they heard a series of heavy footsteps. Clang, clang, clang. An ugly clone covered in metal modifications walked up to the crowd, holding a long, double-headed, flaming staff on his shoulder, and blocked their way. The main force will feign an attack on the port control room, while you will be responsible for penetrating and sealing off the warehouses. One celestial swordsman will lead the way, and you will skip over any storage boxes along the way. You already have a target. Holy sword. 2 holy swordsmen. You are the celestial swordsman team that attacked the orbital defense ship some time ago, right? The top sniper watched the opponent's footsteps and listened to their words, but dared not take another step. He even waved for the players to retreat. Seeing his actions, the Kroni man also smirked and said, "It seems you know me and my brothers. Very well, Judge of Fire, I'll use you as my merit today. I can't let you end up like that Judge of Lightning, who was tricked by 2 brats." The judge brandished the flaming 2-headed snake in his hand, assuming a martial arts stance. The top sniper definitely recognized this guy. He was listed in the forum's Kroni unit collection post. The player who uploaded the unit's appearance characteristics and explained its combat level was none other than the streamer Quinn, who had returned after completing the anti-gravity warp wing mission. He even separately extracted the video of his final battle with the judge alongside Chrysanthemum, whose troop stats were considered by all players to be far superior to the evil eye boss in the red crystal community. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that it can withstand the evil eye's bullet with a single blow has earned it a place in the current version stat monster category among players. And recently, a giant can over 2 meters tall has been added to the list of numerical monsters, called something like Poisoner. The top sniper was inwardly groaning. He never expected that what he thought would be the safest looting mission would lead him to encounter such a terrifying judge boss. How would Quinn, the Warhound, fight this battle? What the hell? Even the streamer Quinn is focused on escaping, while he's just a lowly holy swordsman. He can't possibly fight back, he doesn't have the ability. Seeing the holy sword's slow defensive movements, the fire judge clearly sensed the opponent's hesitation. For some reason, this reaction pleased the fire judge quite a bit. Perhaps it was the discovery that even the notorious and infamous Chani was so wary of him. This not only made him realize that Chani lacked both ability and experience, but also satisfied his fervent vanity. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. How about this? I'll give you 5 moves, no, 10 moves, so you won't say I'm bullying the weak. He chuckled, no longer taking the number 1 sniper seriously, and relaxed completely. You want me to have 10 moves? Good grief, you've really been underestimated. These words roused even the 7 players who were hesitant to act. Holy crap, can we really tolerate this? We'll let you have 10 moves. 10 moves equals 10 slashes. Sniper god, won't you take him down in 10 slashes? Exactly. A truly magnificent sword. See you in the next life. Hearing his brothers egging him on, the first sniper god no longer hesitated. He clenched his right fist, pressed the tiger's mouth against his left palm, and then suddenly pulled it away. A sword made of pure energy emitted a joyful hum. Sudden slash. The first sniper god instantly charged towards the fire judge, his imposing sword slashing straight at the opponent's face. The face not covered by iron armor is almost the weakness of all Kroni. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the first sniper god's only idea is to attack its weakness. The sword blade, brimming with energy, tore through the artificial air, only to crash into an iron rod with a clang. The sword energy that should have been launched was instead blocked within the sword by the iron rod. In other words, the judge blocked the double damage from the physical strike of the energy sword and the burst of sword energy simply by raising his staff with one hand. As for the burning judge, it was merely to gain leverage, with his left foot slightly stepping back to support the point of force. The first sniper felt the force of the sword rebounding back and, refusing to believe it, swung his sword again, only to have it blocked one by his opponent, leaving him with a numb hand from the impact. As a holy sword armor, how could it be suppressed by the opponent's close-range defense? Is there any justice in this world? The number 1 sniper god had no intention of playing the gentleman, so he jumped up and slashed with his sword, but as expected, it was blocked by the fire judge's staff. We've already used 6 moves. It's time to come up with something new. Huofen's gaze passed over the cross formed by the double-headed staff and the opponent's energy sword, and looked at the opponent's white face, devoid of features and emotions. However, the next moment, the long sword in his eyes burst out with blazing white light, and the fire judge felt as if a sun had been stuffed into his mind. With his vision blocked, the judge showed a rare moment of panic, hastily taking a few steps back to try and increase the distance between himself and the holy sword, which played right into the hands of the first sniper god. Whoosh! Several sword energies immediately slashed towards the judge. He couldn't believe that the judge, who had lost his senses, could withstand his attack. Bang! The sword energy shattered. Holy crap! What? The judge neither advanced nor retreated, but instead swung his staff in a dazzling display. The air currents generated by the flaming staff head resembled a tornado, and the impenetrable staff shadows shattered the formidable sword energy one after another. It's unclear whether the opponent's stats were high enough, but despite the wide area blindness that could block the senses of ordinary soldiers for nearly 10 seconds at normal distances, the fire judge was out of the state after only 2 seconds. Is this your last trick? It seems that Chenji really has no ability. Whether it's the landing craft that relies on the void shield to become invisible, or the pilot himself, he is just a piece of trash who needs to cover his tracks to survive. You only have 2 tricks left. Let me see what other shady abilities you have. Faced with the judge's humiliating provocation, the top sniper felt somewhat hopeless. This isn't just a numerical anomaly, it's pure numerical data itself. Not only are there numerically overwhelming opponents, but also mechanically crafted monsters. The players watching from the rear were full of complaints. They weren't complete newbies who had just entered the game. They knew that even if they all attacked together, they would be instantly killed. If even armored suits can't do it, how could these humanoid phantoms possibly do it so easily? The situation reached a stalemate. Feeling powerless, the first sniper watched his energy bar slowly deplete, unable to make any move, because he knew that no matter what he did now, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the opponent's defense. What should I do? Is the task doomed to fail? Is there no other way to proceed? Just as the players were beginning to consider whether to wait for the opponent to leave before respawning or to respawn and return to their base, the number 1 sniper suddenly stood up straight and sheathed his sword with a whoosh. What? You're giving up after 2 more moves? The judge tilted his head and looked at the other person, his tone full of disappointment. I haven't given up, the number 1 sniper replied, but his relaxed tone, which sounded like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders, puzzled even the 7 phantom players behind him. Wait, is the sniper god just going all out? Or is the sniper god still hiding, and he has a divine weapon that can take the enemy down with him? It's not to the point of mutual destruction. I know, sniper god, you're playing carby oil chicken. A player's eyes suddenly lit up, and the others immediately looked at him, wondering what he meant. Think about it, if the sniper god never uses those 2 moves, won't this boss be stuck here? Upon hearing this, the players' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Was there really such a thing? If you don't make a move, then I'll have to force you to. I don't have time to waste here with you. The judge's reaction still told the players that NPCs have no patience, especially when it comes to enemies. Upon hearing this, the top sniper suddenly raised both hands above his head. This action attracted the attention of all the players, including the judge. A purple energy appeared above the first judge's head, causing ripples to spread across the space like water. The next moment, a figure fell from the ripples, but stood straight in front of the first sniper god like a wooden stake. That was, and also a holy sword. Focusing their gaze, they saw a holy sword armor painted with a jet black lotus pattern being summoned by the first sniper god. It was an armor that, apart from the change in the pattern and color, was no different from an ordinary holy sword. Dude, if you can't beat them with one holy sword, can you beat them with 2? Just as players were wondering whether they should laugh or not, one player discovered the problem. The void passage could not hold living beings. Warframes not controlled by players can indeed be stored in the void portal, but once controlled by players, the void portal will recognize the unit as a living entity, making it impossible to store or teleport it. In other words, this black lotus holy sword is an unclaimed battle armor. But where would the top sniper get the materials to build 2 holy sword armors? Even if he grinded like a pro and got the holy sword blueprints, where would he get the second Oro battery? Therefore, this armor could not possibly belong to the number 1 sniper. Whose is it? 9-5 Jizu. Clever old R. Or Galio, or perhaps, before he could even announce the dishes, a bolt of lightning pierced the air above the first sniper god's head, arcing through the air before landing in the Black Lotus Holy Sword. The next moment, the Black Lotus Holy Sword slowly began to move its joints. What the hell are you doing? The judge had never seen anything like this before. Looking at the Black Holy Sword in front of him, the judge was not puzzled like the others, because his instincts gave him the answer. This holy sword is completely different from the holy sword that follows. Moreover, this difference appeared right after the lightning bolt appeared. He noticed that his hand holding the stick was trembling slightly, but even when he clenched both hands into a fighting stance, he still couldn't suppress his body's instinctive reaction. Fear, terror. What happened? What did that lightning symbolize? This is unprecedented, a rumor never heard of, a sight never seen before. The judge of fire's intuition, honed by over a decade of life or death battles, was frantically urging him to flee, but the mark of loyalty to the queen kept his feet firmly planted on the ground. Players without combat intuition were unaware of all this. They only saw the judge suddenly startled, yet remained still, as if waiting for the unfamiliar holy sword to familiarize itself with its body. But looking at his shocked and angry expression, his round eyes fixed on the Black Lotus holy sword, he vaguely sensed that things might not be as simple as they thought. 2 moves. This is your punishment for your loyalty. The Black Lotus holy sword finally stopped its movements, took 2 steps forward, and looked at the judge. At this moment, the players who heard the voice belatedly realized that smiles were appearing on their faces, because they recognized who the voice came from. Brother Shang. On the other hand, the judge could no longer hear the sharp voices of the others. His eyes were only on the black holy sword in front of him. The next moment, he moved, his steps propelling his waist twisting his shoulders swinging his arms, and his arms swinging the fire stick. This attack was hasty, but it was the strongest strike he could unleash under the immense pressure. Base, a white sword light flashed, the fire stick broke in 2, and the judge's body was severed in midair, crashing down in front of Xia Shang with 2 loud thuds. As the life force rapidly faded, the judge turned his gaze to the terrifying horizontal crack on the mask, resembling a gaping maw, his expression somewhat bewildered. You really think I'll give you 2 moves? Xia Shang shook his head and raised his leg. Thud. He stomped on the judge's head and crushed it. Chapter 302 The Advancing Mechanical Team. Another battle armor cryogenic chamber appears. Oh. Brother Shang, are you here to lead the team? This is the first time I've seen Brother Shang come out, even if he's just controlling the battle armor. Bullshit. Who said it was the first time? It happened before. I brought back a cryogenic chamber for armor. Oh right, now that you mention it, I just remembered. But Brother Shang is so strong. The player looked at the judge's corpse on the ground and couldn't help but ask, why didn't he just come out and blast Kroni from the start? Yeah, wouldn't it have been better to just use the red form from the start? Xia Shang, it's impossible for me to go to 2 places at the same time. 2 places? Wait, boss, you're not talking about Quinn's place, are you? For some reason, the first sniper god thought of that place. But what does this mean? Why go to 2 places at the same time? I've ruled out 3 red herrings. When you set off, Antarctica and the Bino orbital port near the equator were options, but ultimately you'll need to land at the port to see the truth before I can decide which port I should go to. Xia Shang waved to the crowd and led them to the 4th highlighted target, the transport ship. The players noticed that he had a strange device on his right wrist, unlike the first sniper. With a flick of his wrist, a short, black blade suddenly shot out from the wrist guard-like device. Xia Shang plunged the short blade into the hull of the transport ship, and in less than a second, the hatch was activated and opened. This is a hidden blade. The first sniper pointed at Xia Shang's wrist, where he retracted the blade tip, and then pointed to his own wrist, indicating why he didn't have one. This hidden blade can be hacked and unlocked. It should be called a cyber hidden blade, said the player next to him. Xia Shang glanced at the thing under his palm, thought for a moment, and then said, this thing doesn't have a name yet, and it's not complete at the moment. It comes from an unfinished blueprint in the ancient Oro data module that was sent back from the last Quinn mission. It can integrate data intrusion, weak point killing, and even short-range grappling hook functions. However, it is still missing some key data, so we can't provide it to you for use yet. Please forgive us. It's unclear whether the players understood what Xia Shang said, but they did understand one thing. It's still under development and cannot be implemented yet. So some people are happy while others are sad. Those who are sad are able to see it but cannot use it, while those who are happy are aware that they will have the opportunity to possess it in the future. Wait, that's not the point, is it? Suddenly, a player interrupted everyone's wild thoughts, looking at Xia Shang in surprise and saying, so, according to you, Brother Shang, the reason you're here is because the Oro battery transport ship is confirmed to be in this port. Oh, right. The top sniper made a mistake, and everyone almost missed something so important. Xia Shang smiled mysteriously and first invited everyone to board the ship. The large cabin was not filled with any materials or supplies, but contained only a small object about the size of a door panel. It had a streamlined white shell without any gold patterns, but it was clear that it was old, with some gravel and dust still on it. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a fortress shield generator. Before the players could ask, Xia Shang spoke up. With this, our current strongholds will also be able to withstand the risk of surprise attacks. If we can develop a sample blueprint, all future strongholds will be safe. Holy crap, this is fantastic. Every time I log off, I worry about whether the Kroni will launch a surprise attack. Now I don't have to worry so much. These players learned about the power of the Bastion shield from the Iron Line. The full power shield can even withstand orbital strikes and has a regional magnetic field concealment effect, as well as anti-electronic device detection, making it extremely useful in practice. This also explains why there's a big boss standing guard outside. Fortunately, the NPCs in my own area have higher intelligence. They anticipated that there were good things and directly took action to grab them, which can probably be considered a kind of plot advancement. Just as everyone was preparing to head to the last target ship, the top sniper received a distress signal. There are too many people. I've used up all my energy in the flowing energy. Are you all done yet? Otherwise, we're going to be wiped out by the enemy. The Second Empire's voice, mixed with the sound of gunfire, was extremely jarring. Almost there. The first sniper god originally wanted the Second Empire to hold on a little longer, but Xia Shang connected to the squad voice chat. For some reason, even though Xia Shang was controlling the armor, the first sniper god could still see Xia Shang's face appear in the lower right corner of their field of vision, which had almost become their exclusive communication corner. Second Empire, this is Xia Shang. The mission objective is clear. You need to capture the teleportation control room at Antarctic Port. The destination coordinates, Audis, will be sent to you. The Second Empire was taken aback. A straight line quickly appeared in their field of vision, curving outwards and passing through a kind of building shelter, penetrating deep into the high tower in the center of the harbor, where a small white dot was glowing. Holy crap, it's so far. We can't beat them, Brother Shang. We're almost outmatched now, the Second Empire exclaimed. Don't be stingy with your replenishment equipment. You can use the Terrorbird, Roller, and other phantoms. The deeper we go, the greater the rewards will be after the mission. Xia Shang paused for a moment, then added, Audis will also provide you with a mechanical force to assist you. You must capture the control room, otherwise the difficulty of obtaining the Oro battery will not be reduced. And all you need to do is move forward, and I will come to your aid soon. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Upon hearing this, the Second Reich realized that everyone was playing too conservatively, and apart from guns and grenades, almost no one was using support items. It's estimated that they all considered that there was a high probability of not being able to return from this mission. They were already going to lose this phantom with a frequency of 70 or 80, and losing other stockpiles might really hurt them. However, they seem to have forgotten that supplies could be scavenged along the way. Moreover, Xia Shang will also be coming to the front lines. Yes, boss, we will not fail you. The Second Empire, whose communications had been cut off, seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Hiding behind cover, it opened a void portal with one hand, from which rolls of all sizes tumbled out. These rollers are all manufactured by Audi's foundry, and their internal control modules are designed with the player in mind, so Kroni side cannot take over control. Charge! Disrupt their formation. The Second Empire ordered, and the rolling troops charged in unison along the various narrow paths towards the Kroni forces. Whoosh! A roller suddenly shot out from the shadows and slammed into the face of a Kroni soldier. The blades inside the roller popped out instantly, shattering the Kroni's head into a watermelon-like shape. Before the frontline troops of Kroni could react, many rollers had already reached them, crashing down on them with a deafening roar. The sharp blades smashed them to pieces. Some were lucky enough to be able to withstand the blades with their padded armor, but the unlucky ones were precisely struck by the rollers at their weak points and joints. Roller. The Kroni were shocked and immediately called the rear mechanical command center, but they did not receive any message to dispatch the roller. They've hacked into the machine's command center. Quickly, take back control of the rollers. But just as the problem with the rollers was starting, they heard a series of loud, rapid mechanical footsteps. Looking up, they saw a dense swarm of blue-black terrorbirds, each with a weapon on its head, charging towards them from the sky-piercing line. At a glance, it was close to a massive army of hundreds of mechanical mower birds. How is this possible? Where did they get so many mechanical units? Could it be that some optically cloaked KUPS transport ship slipped in during the chaos? Impossible. Bang 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 bang. Before Commander Kroni could figure out why, a burst of bullets erupted from the gun on the mower's head, hitting the cover next to him. Iron filings splattered all over his face, startling him so much that he immediately dropped to the ground. Damn it, so Brother Shang was coming too. You should have told me earlier. I can't let Brother Shang see how timid I was just now. Damn it, I'm going to blow them up. Wait, aren't you going to skip the later parts of the story? NPC number 0 coming to the battlefield definitely means there's a main storyline involved. Hiss, that makes sense. Then I won't explode. Let my mower explode. With a series of clanging sounds, as the player waved his hand to open a void portal, more than 10 more terrorbirds landed. Attention! The second wave of Audi's mechanical support is here, the Second Empire shouted. The space rippled, and more than a dozen mist shield ospreys flew out from them. After activation and takeoff, the current connected to the players' bodies. The shields not only quickly filled up, but also, due to the ample energy replenishment, the shields on their bodies even shimmered with a thick layer of azure light. Such a thick shield. What a brave bird. Such a sharp ball. What do we have to fear? Charge! 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 I've never fought such a lucrative battle in my life. At the forefront, the most agile rollers weaved between various bunkers, tearing gaps in the Kroni forces' lines. Immediately following was a barrage of bullets from the mower squadron. Incredibly, some players had even installed sniper rifles on their mowers' heads. With such a short distance to begin with, using a sniper rifle made it even more effective. One shot, one kill. Players at the very back, protected by shielded ospreys, could almost swagger behind the mower. Suddenly, I want to play a mechanic summoner build. 9-5 Jizuan, who was mixed in with the players, looked at the army of terrorbirds in front of him and suddenly sighed. Because this battle took place in space, players unfamiliar with the environment saw that the team included a player named Zhou Jizuan and repeatedly asked him not to use large-scale bombardment lightly. Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't care about the big picture? If you keep doing this, I'm really going to be heartbroken. Zhou Jizuan protested vehemently against everyone's prejudice against him. Suppressing the urge to blow something up, Zhou Jizuan only threw a few grenades here and there in an attempt to reduce the enemy's firepower, but it didn't work. But now he has seen another way. Galio, holding the Conqueror howitzer, heard what 95 said. Thinking about his past experience of being bombed by 95 as a human shield, and now feeling safe with the terrorbird troops in front of him, he suddenly reached out and patted 95 heavily on the shoulder. Kujiro Chizuru. Galio, you absolutely have to try out the summoner build. While pleased to receive support from his teammates, Kujiro Tomazuru felt that they might have some offensive intentions. However, this smooth advance did not last long. Kroni's roller troops were quickly pushed to the front lines, and with Kroni's superior numbers, they held back the players' rollers at the point of engagement. Meanwhile, Kroni's rear support troops raised their conquest howitzers. Boom boom boom. Countless grenades rained down on the mower bird formation, sending limbs and severed legs flying everywhere. Although the cost was painful, safety was the top priority. The players began to control the mower birds to disperse, reducing the density of bombardment and allowing them to infiltrate the mower bird formation to carry out precision strikes against the Kroni units. Players are slowly making their way to the quest path, while Xia Shang is encountering considerable resistance. A fully armed, black and blue Kroni force is intercepting them in front of the last ship. Players have almost never seen them. Their bodies are painted black, their outer armor is sprayed with a dark blue marking with a hint of eerie green, and they are all equipped with tactical masks. Their eyes are terrifying crimson. The moment they saw the player squad, they immediately launched a fierce attack. 3 villains floated in the air, unleashing a barrage of rockets from their backpack side panels towards the player. This is the first time the top sniper has ever seen a villain's backpack with other attack methods. The machine gunner's thick-barreled weapon roared continuously, its rate of fire increasing faster and faster. If the original top sniper had led the advance, they would probably have been instantly wiped out by this group of advanced troops, without any suspense. However, what now stood before them was a black holy sword. Xia Shang watched as the hail of bullets was blocked by the shield of the mist like terrorbird, but it continued to advance on him as the shield was being constantly depleted. Without saying a word, he raised his sword with one hand, and a pure white, magnificent sword appeared in his hand, bursting out a dazzling white light, as if a sun had suddenly appeared. Even the players were somewhat affected, quickly raising their hands to shield their vision. Then they saw Xia Shang immediately reverse his grip on his sword and plunge it into the ground, unleashing a burst of energy swords that shot out from the blade. Swish 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 swish. Each energy sword pierced a Kroni soldier with precision, its immense power even sending them flying backward and pinning them straight to the wall. Those 3 thugs were even more pitiful. The moment they were nailed to the wall, their backpacks were also pierced, and they exploded into 3 balls of fire above the heads of the others. Wow, who are you? With this level of combat power, It's impossible for you to have appeared in the Imperial Planet region without making a sound. The heavy machine gun crashed to the ground, and the energy sword continuously released microsword energy from their wounds, damaging their nerve tissue and making it impossible for them to break free from this force, causing them to suffer incessant pain, perhaps until all the energy from the energy sword dissipated from their bodies. Seeing all his teammates disarmed in a single encounter, the cries of pain around him made Captain Kroni ask in fear, "What are you talking about? I've never left the Imperial Planet, but that might not be the case in the future," Xia Shang replied with a hint of sneer, as if he had done something completely unconcerned. "If we can take over the shipping hub, then I might as well take a look around your Uranus." You. Before he could finish speaking, his last breath was consumed by the energy sword in his abdomen. Boss, these guns." Just then, a group of players suddenly gathered around, including a fawning holy sword. Xia Shang suddenly realized, and waved his hand, saying, "Take it yourselves, it's not mine." "Okay. Thanks, boss." Upon opening the last ship's cabin, the players were surprised to find that it was divided into compartments. The first compartment was filled with materials, including polymer tubes, biomass, gallium metal, and even 2 large boxes of explosive flammable agents. After gathering the resources, the group entered the inner chamber, where they saw a coffin-shaped device lined up on the floor. Through the see-through chamber on the surface, they could vaguely see a human figure lying quietly inside amidst the cold mist. Without a doubt, it was a cryogenic chamber for combat armor. Chapter 303 breaking through the orbital port's defenses, arriving as expected its armor. The players were very excited to see the cryogenic chamber of the armor and crowded around to see what kind of armor was inside. However, the freezing fog was too thick, and they could not see what was inside at all. They could only vaguely make out that it was an armor with 2 horns on its head. "It looks like a bull," one player said, "but its physique doesn't resemble that of a cow. Could it be a demon type?" Just as the players were about to start arguing, Xia Shang waved his hand and took the entire cryogenic chamber of the battle armor into the void. "We'll talk about these things later. Time is of the essence. We need to get to the main force immediately," Xia Shang said solemnly. "But boss, we haven't found the Oro battery yet." The first sniper god realized that the last spaceship with the Oro reaction was not actually the Oro battery. "What about the battery? We can now confirm that the battery is not in this port, but in the Bino rail port." Xia Shang can now be certain. While the players were observing the armor's cryogenic chamber, he had already proactively detected the entire Antarctic port. He could still detect some residual reactions of Oro technology, but they were all too small. They were just Oro materials or devices used in the port's equipment, as well as a few small boats, none of which showed the energy response expected from a battery with a capacity of several hundred kilowatts. Not here. Then you've come all this way for nothing." The players let out a wail. "Who said we came for nothing? I came here for this port without a battery compartment." Xia Shang didn't explain any more to them. He threw out a hoverboard with one hand and then said, "Hurry up and follow us. This opportunity is hard won. If we succeed, we will soon leap out of the Imperial Planet, and you will be able to go to more distant planets to make your mark." Even if you don't understand what Xia Shang means, you can tell that Xia Shang is plotting something more valuable than batteries. Recalling a Shang's past practice of never letting the players suffer losses, this newly drawn-out promise instantly energized them. They all threw out their hoverboards and followed behind Xia Shang, passing through the buildings constructed for people coming and going on the outer edge of the port, heading towards the direction of the continuous gunfire in the distance. Meanwhile, Dust, Quinn, and Chrysanthemum, aboard the Steel Line spaceship, were still heading towards the equatorial outer spaceport. The pilots on the Iron Line were more cautious than the players, so they moved slower. The electromagnetic recoil devices on their ships allowed them to briefly transform into small aircraft within the Kroni probes, reducing the impact on the alert level and allowing them to approach the Bino orbital port in a more complete formation. They've already landed in Antarctica, but I don't know how the battle is going. Chrysanthemum was watching the player channel and noticed that someone was already reposting the live stream of the battle at the Antarctic orbital port, and so far it seemed to be going smoothly. So fast. Joe was somewhat surprised, not expecting the Wanderer to act even faster than him. Could it be that he also urgently needed the Oro battery? Attention inside the cabin. We are about to pass through the patrol deck of the escort vessel. Be careful of turbulence. The pilot's tense announcement came from inside the cabin, but the 3 players didn't take it seriously. Their attention was entirely on the public channel. At first, they were all a little worried about the situation there, because the only main force they had were 2 Holy Sword armor suits. If the defense of the orbital port were even half as strong as in the previous space battle, the front line there would probably be in a tough spot. However, as they looked at the reposted content, they felt a little more at ease, because the other side had received assistance from Aldous' mechanical phantom force, which was not entirely weaker than Kroni's defensive forces. This meant that Evergrande could delay until the suspicious targets at the port were searched, and then the mission could be completed. It seems we just need to focus on our own side. Quinn breathed a sigh of relief for the moment, thinking that the spaceship was a bit slow, and they had already searched half of Antarctica. "There's no use worrying about what's going on over there. We can't get there anyway," Dust said, shaking his head. "I feel like we only need 2 people here. We could send one of us, me or Quinn, to lead the team. That should increase our success rate," Chrysanthemum speculated. The spaceship suddenly began to shake violently, accompanied by a noticeable tremor. This was not caused by speed inertia, but rather by the feedback from the spaceship being hit by a stray bullet. The enemy has already engaged outside. It seems we've entered their restricted area. If the pilot didn't make any mistakes, then the other side has reinforced their patrols, which means something valuable or someone important has arrived at the port. Joe was well aware of the changes happening within Kroni. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum immediately became enthusiastic. "Oh? Could it be that the battery is really on our side? The external defenses over in Antarctica aren't very strong. They didn't even use cloaking and just charged straight in." As if to verify his statement, the spaceship began to make a sharp turn, and the cabin shook. Many of the steel defense soldiers immediately crouched down to change their center of gravity. Joe, needless to say, had his weight, while the players were covered in black shadows and attached to the cabin walls, so the shaking had no effect on them. The shaking and trembling continued for a while, then a sudden alarm sounded in the cockpit. "Deputy Commander, the enemy's armed boats are attacking too fiercely. We're having a hard time breaking through their firepower. If this continues, we might break apart before we even reach port." Joe was somewhat surprised. The severity of the blockade was indeed beyond his expectations. "Unleash full firepower and find a way to break through. We must reach Bino port." Joe's words brooked no argument. The voice in the driver's cab hesitated for a few seconds before responding to Joe's order. "Something seems off," Dust warned his brothers over the comms. "My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Would we need to use our anti-gravity curved wings to help tear through the external firepower?" Chrysanthemum guessed. "It's very possible that if the battery is really at our target location, then our battle will probably start before we landed. Wait, what's going on in the channel?" Qin Chuan had the same idea, but before he could make up his mind, he saw what message popped up on the public channel. A Shanko parachuted into the orbital port of Antarctica. Even as a holy sword. Seeing this news, even Dust and Chrysanthemum were stunned. What does this mean? If the own camp needs Oro batteries, boss, shouldn't you come here to help? Just then, Aldous' image popped up below their field of vision. "Quinn squad, the following are the instructions from the commander. Land at Bino orbit port as soon as possible. The battery storage should be located at that port. If extreme resistance forces appear, do not worry about any factors. Unleash all weapon usage limits and prioritize the batteries. The commander himself will launch a surprise attack on the channel hub to hold off enemy reinforcements for you." "Oh, I see. No. What is Brother Shang going to do?" Dust suddenly realized, but Chrysanthemum and Qin Chuan were more decisive and immediately asked Zhou to open the hatch. We'll be more flexible in our actions. We'll disrupt their defensive firepower from the outside with individual firepower and break into the port from 3 directions. Qin Chuan didn't waste any words and directly summoned the anti-gravity curved wings. Obviously, he wasn't asking Zhou's opinion, but informing him that if Zhou didn't agree to open the hatch, he would probably have to blast a hole to get out. Didn't you say you'd follow my orders? Zhou said with a half smile, which made Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua fall silent. But Zhou didn't say anything about it. Instead, he did what he wanted. Actually, I had this idea at first, but I didn't know how to tell you. Since you're not afraid, I need you to create a landing point for my transport ship. I'm counting on you. No problem. Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua decisively detached from the transport ship from the rear cabin's pressure balance compartment. Outside, it was already a vacuum of space, and many high-temperature explosives were whizzing past the side of the ship, while many others hit the ship's armor directly, sending up large amounts of sparks. Large cracks were visible on the ship, with scrap metal constantly falling off. If it continued to move forward like this, it would probably be scrapped in no time. Go! Qin Chuan glanced at the scene and then split up with Zhu Hua. He grabbed General Triumph and charged straight across the transport ship, rushing towards the armed boats flying in formation like fish, amidst the barrage of bullets that almost obscured their vision. Haha, they really came. Let's blow them to smithereens in space. On the armed yacht, the leading commander laughed loudly over the spaceship channel, ordering the group to launch another attack. If nothing unexpected happens, after 3 barrages of attacks, this dilapidated ship will be completely destroyed. But just as their fleet was preparing to turn around, the airship suddenly sounded an alarm that it was under attack. What's going on? The transport ship's bearing isn't in the direction of the attack. What's attacking us? After readjusting the radar parameters, they discovered 2 tiny objects following closely behind them. Although small in size, their firepower was not small at all. General Triumph roared and blasted bullets at the propulsion system of the armed boat, leaving the high-temperature armor inside riddled with holes and soon causing a high-temperature leak. Boom! The first armed vessel exploded in space. Damn it! Quick, unleash a barrage of attacks and wipe out these 2 scumbags. Boom! Boom boom boom. Countless missiles spewing hot exhaust fumes burst forth from both sides of the armed boat, rushing toward the nearby threats. Despite the barrage of missiles hurtling towards them, Quinn and Chrysanthemum remained calm. After dodging the first few missiles, the words fully charged appeared on their wing control panels. Get on them. Take care of them, Quinn said in the communicator. Chrysanthemum responded with her actions, her speed instantly increasing, her entire figure almost becoming a blur, passing through the gaps in the barrage of bullets, and arriving directly beside the armed boat. The triumphant general disappeared from her hand, transforming into a giant battle sword. The great sword of truth suddenly looked at the thruster. A spark flashed for a moment, and the chrysanthemum-shaped figure once again turned into an afterimage, appearing 100 meters away the next moment. Boom! Several missiles that had been locked on from nearby were unable to turn around due to inertia and crashed into the rift cut open by the chrysanthemum, instantly exploding the airship. On the other side, Quinn was also quick, and the 2 of them soon blasted the armed boat squadron into a panicked retreat, greatly reducing the pressure on the steel defense line. As they watched the red dots on the monitor disappear one by one in the cockpit, the 2 drivers seemed to have a vague understanding of the terror of the Sky Dragon. Deputy Commander, the danger has passed. We are about to land. Zhou wasn't surprised to hear the broadcast, but Chen was quite taken aback. Had his brother actually mastered the highest level of space combat skills during their time apart? I really did drag my brother down. Warning, warning. The defensive line has been breached. Defending forces prepare to engage the enemy. Mechanical command. Roller troops immediately deployed to the front lines. Almost all the ships moored in the port were cleared out and crammed into the inner refuge port in advance. The outer teleportation buffer platform was also temporarily closed, and all armed forces surrounded the outer passage of the port. Suddenly, 2 halos of light appeared outside the port and almost instantly arrived inside, transforming into 2 slender suits of armor that charged forward fearlessly. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Fire! At a command, a barrage of ammunition was fired at Qin Chuan and his companion, who were the first to land. Having entered the gravity zone, the 2 immediately retracted their curved wings to avoid being damaged, their bodies emanating black shadows as they glided and floated towards the rear of the Kroni defense line, just as they had done when they brought 2 holy swords to infiltrate the ships. Blow them down. Don't let them through the loading and unloading area. Boom 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 boom. The twin turrets roared towards the sky with their barrels raised, and many red-hot bullets could be clearly seen hitting the armor, but for some reason, they had no effect. Before the gunner could figure out why, a series of large-caliber bullets ricocheted around the shards of glass surrounding the turret and then shot back, blasting the driver so hard that blood splattered everywhere and he shattered on the spot. Such formidable firepower. Their defenses are even stronger than those on that starship. They were well prepared. They must have guessed what data we intercepted, so they made this preparation in advance. It's all right. We have Dust. This is the best place for him to perform. We'll control the situation as it unfolds. Don't rush to waste energy. As he was speaking, Quinn saw a squad of Kroni soldiers on the ground platform carrying cannon barrels. Boom. However, the explosion occurred first in the camp of the Kroni soldiers. Looking back, they saw that 3 ships of the steel line had also entered the port. The 2 ships, as the targets for takeoff, attracted attention, resulting in the steel line ships encountering almost no resistance. Split up and fight separately. All of you, prioritize your own survival and provide cover for me. Do your best to hold the spaceship until I return. Zhou kicked aside a large iron box that was as tall as himself and took out a single-headed chisel. Dust looked at Zhou with surprise. To be honest, he thought Zhou's weapon would also be a stick, because he always used a stick to spar with him. The pickaxe was more like a hammer with a one-way spike. The orange-red spike emitted waves of high temperature. Even Dust several meters away could feel the heat it transmitted. Looking at the iron box, it was filled with frozen crystal ore. It's my companion weapon, made with my own genome, so it resonates with me when I touch it. It's also a spiked hammer developed with reference to Chenji technology, Zhou explained to Chen Ari as he hoisted the weapon onto his shoulder. Biological weapons. Strictly speaking, no, but now is not the time to talk about that. Zhou looked at the rows of Kroni soldiers in front of him, many of whom looked at him with confusion and fear. Yeah, don't make it sound like I'm interested in your weapons. Mission comes first. Let's see who can kill faster. Wanna come? Zhou laughed. Base. The fiery red sword was drawn from the dust in his hand, and streaks of orange-red sword energy rushed into the enemy ranks, carving a path of flames. Even the soldiers who were not cut down by the sword energy were engulfed in flames and rolled on the ground. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Dust glanced at Zhou smugly. Zhou still didn't seem surprised, but just smiled faintly, then slightly bent his knees. Thump. The alloy floor was shaken and collapsed, almost causing Dust to lose its footing. Then Dust saw Zhou quickly take off and fly to the top of the Kroni troops, swinging his spiked hammer and smashing it into the enemy ranks like a cannonball. Boom. The entire port seemed to tremble. A high-temperature shockwave exploded from the epicenter, blowing everything in the area away. The soldiers hiding there were all shocked until blood came out of their mouths and noses. And now, Zhou's voice could be heard coming from afar. Dust was momentarily speechless. Okay, you're the faction boss, you're awesome, but you can't just steal my experience like this, can you? Chapter 3.0 for the clones have all grown brains. The massive Zhou was like a super heavy bulldozer, completely disregarding anything in its path, charging forward and casually hurling its spiked hammer. The scorching impact would instantly kill any Kroni soldiers who tried to resist. Traitor! You, the commander of the frontline troops, looked at the tall experimental subject with shock and anger. He never expected that the experimental subject, which was originally intended to fight against Chenchi, would actually join forces with Chenchi to attack his camp. Before he could utter any curses or rebukes, the hammer swung down with a whoosh, leaving the commander with only half his body standing in place. Mitch, who gave you the right to speak to me like that? Joe said coldly. Suddenly, he heard a deep explosion coming from behind the Kroni camp. Looking up, he saw a large white trail of flame streaking in parabolic arcs as it hurtled toward his position. Bang! One grenade struck near Joe's feet, instantly exploding with a violent shockwave and flames. Immediately afterward, more grenades rained down, creating a deafening roar like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Looking at the area of endless roaring waves from afar, Qin Chuan and Ju Hua couldn't help but feel a little worried as they searched for a way to get deeper into the port. Should we provide support? He's an NPC accompanying the mission. He shouldn't run into any problems, right? The bowstring of Chrysanthemum was almost smoking, and cheap arrows made from recycled metal pierced the foreheads of every Kroni soldier. Some even had the idea of releasing a spectral fury to draw fire for the main battlefield. But before he could make a move, he saw dust spiraling up and flying over Cho's head. It didn't release blinding or flying swords, but instead, upon entering the skills range, it directly slashed, leaving after images, as if it had transformed into sword energy and rushed into the enemy group. In an instant, scorching sword energy erupted and shot out, breaking through and scattering the enemy formation. It seems we're not needed. Let's hurry and intercept them from behind so they can get away and catch up as soon as possible. Qin Chuan was thinking more deeply because Xia Shang had previously revealed that these ports were nodes connecting shipping routes and could directly receive support from the main force behind them. If it drags on for too long, it will probably be a huge burden on Xia Shang. I'll blast open a firebreak, then send a squad of moa birds here to provide support. Chrysanthemum said, leaping into the enemy's field. The instantaneous concentrated fire almost shattered his shield, but fortunately, the skill casting was already completed. The glass wall instantly unfolded, freezing dozens of soldiers who were still pulling the trigger into statues. Since the wall wasn't needed to block bullets, but rather to clear the battlefield, Chrysanthemum immediately released the glass sword, striking the wall and detonating the stable crystal chains within. The wall instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering like a rain of sharp blades, violently clearing a large uninhabited area in an instant. Qin Chuan followed suit, releasing 20 assault-headed terrorbirds and ordering them to guard the area. Range meets requirements. Initiating detection of nearby transport ships exhibiting high-intensity aurora energy reactions. Please release void detection energy. How much energy is needed? Qin Chuan didn't immediately release his probe, but instead asked a follow-up question. Consumes 25 points of void energy. It wasn't much, so Qin Chuan opened his palm to probe, and got the results in 3 seconds. Attention! 7 transport ships suspected of containing remnants of auro technology have been detected within the identification range and have been marked. Please proceed for inspection. 7 ships. That many. Qin Chuan noticed several bright outlines appearing deep within the port in his field of vision. After looking in that direction for a while, he discovered a main road leading to his target. Chrysanthemum. Let's go this way. But before Qin Chuan could finish his call, a figure suddenly flew over and crashed into the shelf next to Qin Chuan with a bang, causing chaos in an instant. Damn it! Chrysanthemum cursed, scrambling to her feet from the overturned, deflated iron box. Her shield flashed as it rapidly recharged. Damn it, their main force is here. They're all judges. Qin Chuan was taken aback and turned to look at the opposite side. He saw 13 judges holding 2-headed snakes walking heavily towards him, followed by frontline combat troops, for machine gunners, a group of villains floating in the air, and other main force soldiers also eager to fight. 13 judges. Is this game even playable? No wonder they assigned us a faction boss to accompany us. Chrysanthemum spat, thinking that they were probably going to have to play the rush sniper style again. After all, that's how they injured the judge the first time they encountered him. It shouldn't be. Their body modification patterns and weapons are indeed the same as the judges, but look at their weapons, they don't have any attributes, and their physiques are also different. Qin Chuan didn't panic and quickly noticed that these judges in front of him were somewhat different from the judges they had encountered before. Is it a lower-tier mass-produced unit? Chrysanthemum noticed this detail and was slightly relieved, but Qin Chuan then added a question. But there will definitely be high-ranking judges behind this, so don't get too excited. I haven't even had time to be happy yet. Chrysanthemum said, somewhat speechless. Can we even win? At this moment, one of the 13 judges spoke. Heavens, you actually came. You're like maggots that can't be scraped off, utterly repulsive. The counselor really saw through you, telling us to lie in ambush here. But we didn't expect that not only Chenjo would take the bait, but also an escaped Kai High test subject. You can forget about getting away with the military merits that have been handed over. The judges looked at the 2 lonely Chenchi with fierce smiles on their faces, but they quickly restrained themselves and became serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Escape? How could you think we're the ones trying to escape? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Clang, clang, clang. A towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall, carrying a scorching spiked hammer, stepped forward from behind Qin Chuan and his companion, facing the hundreds of Kroni soldiers led by the judge. However, the figure seemed to be on the winning side. Cho, instead of hiding in your underground fortress and surviving, you dare to rush to the port of the Empire you should be serving to slaughter your own brothers and compatriots. Do you deserve this body and this life of yours? Joe didn't speak, but turned to look at Chenji beside him. Chenari had also joined the team and was ready to go. My primary objective is to locate the Oro battery. You should have some means to find these things. I will go straight into their heartland, and you will adapt accordingly. How does that sound? There's no better way, Qin Chuan said. We're counting on you to pave the way. Polite. Joe laughed loudly, and without any battle cry or warning, he strode forward like a silent, heavy truck charging straight into the enemy camp. Don't confront him head-on. He's a crimson skeleton creature. We'll hold him off, and the rest of you, wipe out all of Chenlu scum. For the Empress. For the Empress. 1 call and 100 responses. Countless stray bullets flew towards them. Qin Chuan Chrysanthemum unhesitatingly released a glass slide storm to deal with the situation, turning the dust into. This guy actually took it with his bare hands. Especially when he was gliding through the air after the bullet bounced, the stray bullets couldn't hurt his skin at all, which was obviously due to the effect of the crystallized shock absorber. No way. You're using armor to cut through flesh. Qin Chuan and Chrysanthemum then realized that Dust's shield only had the initial capacity and broke almost instantly. I have a full set of ironhide armor with high HP and damage reduction, a dedicated sustained crystal set for staying on the field. There's no reason I shouldn't use it. Dust brandished the one-handed sword that came with the armor, deflecting some unnecessary bullet damage while healing them. Bang bang bang, bullets shattered into iron filings and sparks on Cho's body. Stray bullets bombarded him without leaving any marks. The smoke and fire streaked charge intensified his suffocating sense of oppression. The judges took a step back, ready to evade Cho's attack at any moment. Suddenly, the dust seized the opportunity and flew over to the air behind Cho, condensing into magnificent swords. It was raised high in the air and released a golden red light, which immediately blinded the group of lower judges who were on high alert. Without offering any words of thanks, Cho accelerated to cover the final 10 meters, then swung his hammer and smashed the judge who had just challenged him from afar into a splattered mess of flesh. Fiskos, this guy holds a grudge. Chrysanthemum whispered in the channel. This game is really detailed. It even shows these little personality traits. Dust had just exclaimed when he heard Qin Chuan urging him on. Give the judge the order to him, and let's quickly clear out the rest. Yes, sir. Dust landed lightly, and the fiery sword energy surged forward again. However, after unleashing several strikes, Dust was surprised to find that the destructive power of his sword energy had inexplicably weakened considerably. What happened? Taking advantage of the chaos, he kicked aside a nearby corpse and was surprised to see that they were carrying frozen crystal ore, targeting my fire damage. These clones have gotten smarter. The Dust exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 305 Raid on the shipping channel hub reporting to Brother Shang. The resistance firepower at the front is beginning to weaken. The first sniper god bang 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 fired 3 shots in succession, killing the snipers behind the rows of portable bunkers downstairs in the trackport, then watched for a few seconds before quickly channeling the Xia Shang tong. Xia Shang did not move at the back of the player's front, watching the players in front of him rushing and fighting the clones' guards back and forth, and then replied, "Positive fire continues to suppress. Call the 9-5 smart trout to the coordinate point. Melt down the isolation warehouse. We go straight up." When his name was called, Kyuchi stood up in a flash, guaranteed to complete the mission. My grenade bag was already eager to try it. "You can pay attention. There are precision circuits everywhere here. Don't melt other things." The first sniper god said helplessly, taking the 95th intelligent trout from the side closer to the main building constructed into the gyroscope middle axis. 9-5 wise trout reached out and touched the alloy wall directly inserted into the space-deep universe in front of the face. Damn, how thick is this? 9-5 Tomasuke didn't notice a single hollow sensation. It was as if the thing in front of him was actually a solid object. "You're asking me. I should be asking you. Brother Shang is talking about this spot. Maybe it's even thicker elsewhere." The first sniper god, who was on guard nearby, responded to Zhou Jizuan's exclamation. Without saying another word, Zhou Jizuan attached the incendiary grenade to the wall, quickly set everything up, and then had the top sniper pull the bolt, explaining that he wouldn't have time to run. He then hid far behind an obstacle and peered out to observe. The top sniper's hand speed was incredibly fast. He pulled the safety pin on the incendiary grenade on the wall, and with a whoosh, he leaped into the air and flew away. Immediately afterwards, a roar was heard, but it was quickly covered by the artillery fire of the main battlefield. At Zhou Jizuan, one could see molten iron splashing out in large smelting zones. The alloy walls were completely red hot, but there was clearly no sign of melting. The melting point is too high. It won't melt. Zhou Jizuan pondered for a second, then took out his evil eye, which he had almost never used, and fired a shot at the reddened wall, creating a small dent. The melting point is too high. I can't break it. Let me ask Brother Shang what to do. Is that even a question? It's already red hot. The wall's practically soft now. Watch me chop it open. The top sniper saw that even the evil eye could be dented, so there was no reason why his own illustrious sword couldn't cut through it. So he drew his illustrious sword and unleashed dozens of sword slashes, all of which accurately struck the red wall. The already softened wall couldn't withstand such devastation and was quickly blasted open by the sword energy, creating a hole the size of a person. The high temperature inside was still steaming the air and distorting the light shining from within. The top sniper, relying on his armored body, braved the heat to reach the edge of the crack and peer inside. It seemed to be a compartment, with a door directly facing the crack. Upon learning that the entrance had been completed, Xia Shang wasted no time and quickly went to the 2 players who were waiting for him. "Do you want to come in together?" Xia Shang asked. "Of course. We've come all this way. We can't let it go to waste." 9-5 Jizuan and the first sniper god rubbed their hands together with great joy. Xia Shang led 2 players through the gap and kicked open the isolation door of the inner cabin. There was almost no one outside. Most of them had been drawn to the main entrance to defend against the players' frontal fire. "Should we go help over there?" the top sniper asked, pointing to the commotion in the direction of the gate. "Let's hurry up and go up. It'll be more effective than staying here," Xia Shang said, looking around before confidently heading towards the inner arched passageway. The first sniper and the 9-5 wisdom trout exchanged a glance and quickly ran after him. Walking straight to the central cylindrical elevator, the 3 encountered the Kroni soldiers who were on duty there. However, they were caught off guard by the first sniper and were then blown up by the 9-5 wisdom trout. Xia Shang once again used the thorn on his wrist to physically connect to the elevator's control panel, bypassing the gene detection, selecting the floor, and the 3 of them headed straight for the 33rd floor. Just as they were waiting for the elevator to go up, it suddenly jolted violently and then got stuck in place, no longer rising. "What's going on? The elevator is out of oil." Zhou Jizuan squatted on the ground. He wasn't in armor, and his balance was only at the level of an ordinary person, so he was naturally no match for Xia Shang and the number 1 sniper. "I thought we could sneak up directly, but it seems they've discovered the elevator's anomaly. Let's go out." "Get out. This is only the 17th floor. Do we have to climb 16 floors?" Zhou Jizuan asked in surprise. However, no sooner had he finished questioning than he saw Xia Shang cleave through the partition above his head with a single sword stroke and leap up onto it. "All right, I'm just a mortal, don't take it personally." Looking at the profile of the number 1 sniper god, even though the other party didn't have eyes, Zhou Jizuan could still feel a strange gaze. The first sniper, suppressing a laugh, grabbed him and jumped off the elevator platform. Looking up at the dark elevator shaft, the already black-patterned holy sword figure was even less visible. "Come on up." Hearing Xia Shang's urging, the number 1 sniper finally hoisted the Type 95 Jizuan onto his back and began repeatedly leaping upwards, using the wall as a springboard. Outside the elevator shaft, on the 33rd floor, the intruders are trapped on the 17th floor. The alarm is temporarily lifted. Send the guards from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors to reinforce the ground floor gate and eliminate all the survivors. An angry shout came from the observation corridor of the inner bridge on the 33rd floor. A group of fully armed Kroni soldiers hugged their weapons, but looked at each other. Their duty was to guard the most critical control room of the Antarctic port, the teleportation tower dispatch control room. Although I don't know what they call it on Chenji's side, that's at least what they call it in their own control tower, and they probably often just call it the control room. The security is somewhat weak. All the personnel were conscripted to Porto Bino a few days ago. I don't know if the downstairs area can hold out. I heard there was an infiltration team of over 70 people, led by Chenji, but hasn't Chenji always been a lone wolf? More than 70 people. I heard there were only more than 30. Bullshit. I heard from the control tower that there are over 200 enemy units. The soldiers outside the control tower argued for a bit, then began to exchange worried words. They all suspected that Chani had learned about the personnel deployment a few days ago. Otherwise, why would they lead an attack when the Antarctic port's defenses were at their weakest? Click. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened, and a black holy sword and an ordinary holy sword carrying a person on its back emerged. The group stared at each other in disbelief in the corridor. Heavenly sword. The guards then reacted, shouting and raising their guns to attack, but Xia Shang was faster. He plunged his magnificent sword into the ground, unleashing 13 energy swords that pinned all the Kroni soldiers in the passage to the walls on both sides. What's that? The sensors in the control room were activated. Before a captain of the Kroni guard could even see the scene outside, a flash of sword light appeared, and his head had already fallen to the ground. "Chenji, how did you get in here?" The 2 deputy guards behind the captain shouted, but then fell silent. The operators in the control room who heard the loud shout were terrified and looked at the person sitting in the main control seat in the center of the tower. To their surprise, they found a man in armor with a black lotus tattooed on his chest standing behind their leader. "When was it?" "Spare me. Whatever you need, I'll do it all." Xia Shang didn't give the commander time to waste. He pierced the commander's body with his sword, then lifted the sword and flung him and his chair away, where they crashed into the corner of the wall, splattering blood everywhere. "Annihilate them all. Receive." The operators at the secondary control console hurriedly stood up and pulled out their spare weapons from under the table, but they were powerless against the 9-5 intelligence trout, let alone the number 1 sniper in the armored suit. A moment later, only silence remained in the command room. "Ords," Xia Shang called softly. "Yes, Commander. Dispatch center to take over." A deep blue, prismatic crystal pattern appeared on the holographic projection in front of the Kroni table, and as Audi's voice appeared, it displayed waves resembling the frequency of sound amplitude. Open the teleportation channel to the shipping hub. Yes, coordinates detection in progress. Coordinates confirmed, teleportation channel activating. Buzz buzz buzz. The players and Kroni who were still fighting fiercely at the bottom of the building heard a powerful buzzing sound coming from the behemoth beneath their feet. It seemed that something had been activated. Then they saw the barrier of the semi-open shield dome above their heads, which could originally see through the universe, begin to distort, as if the energy was concentrated and gathered at the top of the tallest building in the entire port. The next moment, a huge beam of energy shot into space, but instead of shooting into the depths of space, it plunged directly into the rippling void. How could the hub link be activated? The captain of Kroni's team looked at the sky in surprise, vaguely realizing that something was wrong. Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking windows rang out from high above, followed by a scream like someone bungee jumping. 3 figures descended from the sky and then glided through the air back in the direction they had come from. Immediately afterwards, the invaders all lost their previous anger, their expressions a mixture of surprise, joy, fear, and anticipation. After each throwing out a skateboard, they all withdrew from the battle line and returned to the edge of the harbor. Mission changed. Please note, mission has changed. The Oro battery transport ship is not in the Antarctic orbital port, but has been hidden in the Bino orbital port. The battle at Bino port is fierce, and the Kroni Empire is aware of their intention to intercept the transport ship. The Empire's main fleet at the shipping hub is preparing to send more reinforcements to Bino port. You urgently need to follow Xia Shang to the shipping hub and intercept their reinforcements. Mission details changed. Follow Xia Shang and attack the shipping hub. Note that this mission is a one-way trip. However, if Kroni's rear support forces arrive at the Bino orbital port, the Oro battery acquisition mission will completely fail. Holy crap, a complete failure. Then what have we been fighting for all this time? Is it just a waste of a phantom? Charge. If we all run out of Arrow batteries for our armor, the cowardly lizard will be shamefully exposed on the forums for future players to lash out at. One player shouted and led a large group of players into the cargo hold of the transport ship they had come from. Players responded enthusiastically, even saying that the quest itself was unnecessary, since all the players who followed them to the port were determined to die and go back. The 3 spaceships swayed and steadied themselves, and under Audis' control, they quickly and smoothly merged into a row. Then with a whoosh, they flew out of the Antarctic port and sped towards the void where the energy beam had disappeared. Initiate void jump. Audis' voice rang out in the cabin. Soon, the spaceships broke through the boundary between the energy beam and the real space. Under the protection of the energy emitted by the hub beam, the spaceships were shielded from the void, but still had a real physical form. They moved forward along the direction connected by the hub beam. The players, crammed into the cabin, felt the entire spaceship shaking and their hearts filled with unease. This spaceship collided with another ship when it landed at the port before. Could there be any hidden dangers? Is this a space jump? If the spaceship explodes, will we be disintegrated or ejected from the void after being thrown out? Good question. Should we try kicking you out? Hee, maybe everyone's going to go swimming in space later. I'll go with you. As they were arguing, the players suddenly realized that the spaceship's tremors had stopped and everything had returned to calm. Void jump complete. Invisibility device activated. In the boundless, deep space, a blazing star shines brightly from countless kilometers away, illuminating the vast universe with countless points of silver light. It was a silver-grey, cross-shaped fortress, one of its branches being several times longer than the other 3, its tip piercing into the void, as if fixing itself in this void, yet constantly following the sun's trajectory, locking onto a point of light so far away that its form was no longer visible, maintaining a fixed distance. Around it, a spherical support, as thin as a bamboo stick, surrounds the cross-shaped star within an orbit several kilometers in diameter. If one could observe the viewing windows along the curve of these bamboo sticks, one could even see a Kroni soldier clad in iron armor walking within them. Compared to the cross, it looks like a bamboo stick, but in reality, the thickest part of its main support rod is more than 10 meters in diameter, and the interior is filled with observation equipment and maintenance personnel. Tens of kilometers further outward into the spherical space, dozens of starships of various sizes, resembling sea cucumbers, were scattered. Armed vessels, as densely packed as a school of deep-sea fish, continuously patrolled and circled the star, protecting it from interference and control by outsiders. Suddenly, the previously silent, pointed tip of the cross that had disappeared into the void was illuminated by a huge blue sphere of light, like a lighthouse in a sea of stars. What's going on? Why did the waterway control system start up by itself? Quickly check its data. We were supposed to send reinforcements to Pinor Harbor on Earth to arrest Chenji and that traitor Kai Hai right away, and you guys messed up at this crucial moment. If I were to be sent back for rework, you'd all be ahead of me. Inside the spherical skeleton, Kroni's technical research officer roared in shock and anger. However, his technical team worked on the detection system for quite some time but failed to detect any targets that had jumped over. Commander, this situation can only be caused by Skyhawk landing craft. Shut up, the technical research officer snapped. Do you know more than I do? But what good would knowing do? The sky-piercing landing craft's void cloaking shield only leaves behind energy residue afterward. Do you have any techniques or methods to detect them in real time? No. The tech team hung their heads and didn't dare to utter a single word. Report this to the authorities. How many times has this been the first time this year that a ghost ship has appeared? This is the 8th case. Damn Chenji, treating our shipping hub like his own backyard, coming and going as he pleases, it's outrageous. The technical research officer was preparing to have his subordinates adjust the data fluctuations at the navigation hub when his gaze inadvertently drifted out of the observation window and saw 3 slightly translucent orbs of light slowly approaching. What is that? He asked, puzzled. Chapter 306 Limit Contact. The technical research officer's first reaction was that it was Chenji's stealth technology. However, recalling the information I had gathered in the past, I realized that Chenji's void invisibility shield would not leave any flaws on the scene, and the void energy reaction could only be detected by a detector after a period of time. Therefore, it is impossible to detect the Chenji landing craft with the naked eye or professional detectors. At least with current technology, this cannot be denied. If it's not Chenji, then who could it be? This area is surrounded by dozens of Imperial ships, and there are over 1 million individual airships and their motherships guarding the outer orbit. Neither the infected ships nor Kupsa's ships could possibly reach this area. The reaction that just occurred, which was suspected to be a celestial leap, was also very strange. These 2 phenomena are clearly connected. Just as the researcher was about to turn around to find the alarm button, he heard a loud bang that shook the entire cabin and knocked him to the ground. His research team was in just as bad a state as he was. By the time the shaking subsided, the cabin was a chaotic mess of people piled on top of each other. The researchers didn't even need to find the manual alarm button. The piercing alarm was already blaring loudly. Quickly notify the patrol formation. The Chenji has hit the limit switch. The research officer, disregarding being pinned down by the crowd, raised his hand and shouted outside. Limit switch. Why is it called that? The broken gap, sparking with electricity, indicated that all 3 spaceships were now disabled. Crashing into this strange ring-shaped structure had also caused significant losses for the players, and at least for now, there seemed to be no other way to return to space. For example, after climbing out of the cabin, the space outside is very small, like a long corridor. Through the broken walls, you can see many sea cucumbers floating in outer space, some distance away. Just moments ago, Audis was explaining to the players what the structure enclosing the hub was called, and then left them with some mission details, before everything went upside down. It turns out they'd run into this thing. However, as he recalled the contents of Audis' announcement and tried to take a deep breath, he found that his chest was under an invisible pressure, making it impossible for him to inhale any air. What's going on? Before Li Zi could react, a holy sword suddenly landed beside him. With a wave of its hand, it released a metal device from the void passage, which stood on the deck. The next moment, a gust of wind burst out from it, causing Li Zi to take 2 steps back. But thanks to the strong wind, he was finally able to catch his breath. We're in a state of complete depressurization. The survival devices will only last a few minutes. We need to break through the sealed door quickly, or we'll all die here. The Second Empire shouted to the players, but judging from the state of the other players not far away, they probably couldn't hear what he said because the air was too thin. So he could only type in the public channel. Immediately, players sprang into action. Galio had hit his head somewhere, and blood was gushing from his forehead. The external pressure-free environment was drawing blood from his wound like a pump. The Phantom's ability to seal blood vessels was somewhat weak in the face of pure pressure. In order to avoid becoming the first player in the entire game to bleed to death, Galio fired a barrage at the sealed door, but nothing was left except for the dark explosion marks. Kroni took this space structure very seriously, and the materials used were quite sturdy and robust. On the other side, Chizuru Kujiro also felt a chill run down his spine. Even his incendiary bombs could only slightly heat the surface of the sealed door. Just as they were racking their brains trying to figure out how to break down the door, a line of text appeared on the public channel. Clever old R, why not use a codec? I'm just asking. Click, click, click. The sealed door slowly opened a crack, and artificial air was drawn out to create a gust of wind that prevented the players from entering. However, 2 suits of armor were stuck to the door frame, pulling the players in one by one. Only after the last player was dragged inside, and the locked door was closed by the clever older using a decoder, did everyone escape the space environment and begin to breathe heavily again. Don't rush to rest, the Kroni are here. The players who were heading there suddenly shouted, and a dense throng of footsteps approached. The players immediately rallied, shouldered their weapons, and ran toward the sound of footsteps. Boom boom, stray bullets splattered everywhere in the cabin corridor, loose shelves were broken and their supports collapsed, broken cables sparked, a grenade was thrown behind a table where a player was hiding, but the player quickly picked it up and threw it back, where it exploded in midair, the scattered fragments pinning both sides to the spot. The space is too cramped. I can't stretch out properly. Damn, when did I get shot? Let me hide for a second, the shield is about to burst. Seeing the predicament of their teammates ahead, the 2 holy swordsmen hiding at the back knew they couldn't rest any longer. How much energy have you recovered? 2 people were blinded. Okay, we'll take turns using it and push it little by little. Shouldn't we push forward quickly? I'm worried they'll make a drastic sacrifice and blow up our entire section. We can't control that much. Even if our entire army is annihilated, we have to blow up the limiter that ODI said. Otherwise, if they activate the channel hub, we will still fail the mission. Okay, let's go. The 2 holy swords immediately flew up and ran up the rounded walls on both sides, crossing the players' camp with their adsorption ability, and then the bullets jumped into the Kroni defenders' line, causing an unexpected commotion. It's Tianzuan. Their temporary rest made the first defenders numb and careless. They were unable to respond to their raid correctly for a while, and the firepower that suppressed the Phantom players immediately collapsed. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the highlights. The Phantom players seized the opportunity, with those in good shield condition leading the charge, followed closely by the rest. They quickly annihilated the first wave of Kroni resistance and advanced deeper into the second compartment. With a death wish, the 2 holy swordsmen charged forward with unstoppable force, disregarding their injuries and breaking through any of the firepower that Kroni had set up to defend the corridor. They were then supported by the players behind them who provided additional firepower to suppress the distant gunners. Perhaps because they had stayed in safe positions for too long, the combat skills of the Kroni soldiers in this limiter space station were even inferior to those of the giant Tooth Legion on the plains, which allowed the players to advance very quickly and smoothly. A limit switch in operation within range has been detected. Number of destruction required to release the limit switch from spatial locking of the channel hub. 0 of 2. A brightly lit device appeared in the eyes of all the players at the same time, like a delicious meal appearing in the olfactory system of a pack of hungry wolves. The players moved more swiftly and fearlessly, and the Kroni soldiers were pushed back one after another, allowing the players to quickly occupy the compartment where the restraint device was located. How do we destroy it? Blow it up. The number 1 sniper asked. According to Audiz's suggestion, simply destroying the device is meaningless. The locked tide will not disappear immediately, which does not meet Xia Shang's needs. They need to swap the positions of the energy fuel rods and the heatsink made of permafrost crystal or at the front and back of the device. As Audi's described, they pulled out the 2 energy bars with all their might and called out. The lights in the entire cabin changed color, and all the players found themselves slowly detached from the pull of the deck beneath their feet. It turns out that the entire cabin was part of a limit generator, and when the device reversed, even the gravity system began to fail. Boom! A loud bang reached the players' ears from who knows where, and they were surprised to find that the entire limiter began to press in one direction, squeezing all the players against the same wall. What? What about the shining stone? Old R, who was being pressed against the wall by other players and felt the pressure increasing, slammed his fist against the wall and asked, I don't know. Were we separated from the main body of the space station? One player's first guess was that they were abandoned by the ring-shaped skeleton of the limiter. This might be a replaceable device. The Kroni saw that they could not be controlled, so they deliberately separated them and threw them into space. You're kidding me, we still have 1 limit switch generator left to destroy. Hearing the players' nonsense, the first sniper and the Second Empire, who had been firmly holding themselves in place, exchanged a glance and immediately grabbed each other's hands. The Second Empire then threw the first sniper toward the observation porthole at one end of the corridor. The first sniper god had just attached himself to the porthole and looked out when he stared in shock at the outer universe. What happened? Sniper god, bro. The players saw him by the window and called out to him. It's spinning. It's spinning. The top sniper's expression changed drastically. The entire spatial limiter is spinning. The space limiter appears to have lost its balance due to the disruption of the limit generator, and is now beginning to deflect in the direction perpendicular to the skeleton. Click, 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 click. Suddenly, a metallic grating sound came from the passageways on both sides. At first, the players were confused, but as they watched the passageways slowly bend to the side, they realized that the heavy frame of the limiter itself could not withstand such a deflection force, and the latches and welded parts were wailing under the enormous force. Boom! With a loud bang, a large piece of the outer metal shell shattered and detached from the main body under pressure, striking the porthole glass and leaving terrifying scratches. Will the hook lock work? We still have a second limit switch to work on. One player fired a grappling hook at the next hatch overhead, successfully pulling himself out of the group of players. Seeing that he had successfully moved his location, the other players couldn't wait any longer and were ready to follow suit, but suddenly a mission success panel appeared in front of them. Limiter successfully destroyed. 2 halves. Mission rewards will be distributed upon returning to the base. What happened? How did it get finished already? So what do we do now? Should I just commit suicide and go back? No rush. Let me check the situation first. We've finally made it to space, and now that the mission is complete, I'd like to see if there's anything hidden. The first sniper god paid no attention to the other players' troubles. His main concern was that, as a member of the armor, he had noticed that the rotation of the entire spatial limiter was beginning to slow down. Looking out again, the first sniper god suddenly perked up and pressed his entire face against the window pane. Sniper god, what are you looking at? A player noticed his unusual behavior. I know who completed our mission. The first sniper god murmured, his gaze passing through several kilometers to see a black armored figure equipped with anti-gravity curved wings moving among countless armed boats on the opposite side of outer space. Wielding the great sword of truth, Xia Shang deftly dodged a barrage of incoming missiles with his flip wings. Seemingly sensing the gaze of the first sniper god, he glanced in the direction of the players. Otis, try to help them find the nearest Kroni escape dinghy. Yes, Commander. Although he will have to rely entirely on himself from now on, he is not planning to give up on these players. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Upon noticing the missile barrage once again, Xia Shang felt annoyed. Suddenly, a magnificent sword materialized in his empty left hand, emitting a bright light that stunned and neutralized all the missiles within a certain range around him. The missiles flew haphazardly to unknown destinations, some even crashing into other Kroni armed ships. Having broken free from the missile lock, Xia Shang instantly accelerated, sprinting towards the shipping hub that was both close at hand and far away. The navigation hub has now broken free of the spatial lock of the limiter. If it does not go up during this period, its own orbital system will probably correct its trajectory and send it rapidly toward Earth. Approaching the shipping hub, Xia Shang's figure suddenly passed through a void barrier that was imperceptible to the naked eye. The anti-gravity curved wings behind him were instantly absorbed into the void channel, and a black force field opened up on his body. Under the gravity of the shipping hub, the entire battle armor was quickly forced to land at a trapezoidal landing port in the center of the cross star. Snap! The immense inertia of the descent forced Xia Shang to crouch and land, before he slowly stood up and looked at the deep, dark passage before him. 1,000 years have passed, and after the fall of the Oro Empire, it seems that no one has come here to maintain and repair it anymore. Some people can no longer come, and some people want to come but cannot make an inch. Xia Shang slowly walked in. As if sensing his arrival, the lights in the passageway turned on one by one, as if welcoming him. Xia Shang remained unhurried, his body seemingly poised to erupt at any moment. Commander, a celestial resonance has been detected. Someone is guarding this place. Audiz's voice rang out softly, as if afraid of disturbing Xia Shang's alert senses. In the past 1,000 years, apart from the void creations and the bloodlines of the blue-skinned people, ordinary life forms would have to rely on cryogenic chambers to survive to this day. But if I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't be the real Tianji. Sizzle tilde tilde tilde, an arc of electricity pierced through the passageway, shooting straight towards Xia Shang's holy sword. Xia Shang was prepared. His magnificent sword instantly appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, he even deflected the lightning. Looking towards the wall not far away, a suit of armor slowly emerged from behind the arched, weighted pillar at the edge of the passageway. His limbs were a deep blue-green, long and slender, with a metallic brownish-black hue reflecting off his chest. 3 parallel ring structures formed on his upper arms, which together with the shoulder armor created cylindrical arm armor. A skirt of armor hung down from his tapering waist. His helmet was also peculiar, with a ring of edges along the back of the top and a horn protruding forward from his forehead, similar to the holy sword, but different in that its edges were more angular and straight. Volt. Xia Shang called out his name. Chapter 307 Leap Initiation. The other party did not react at all, but simply slowly entered alert mode. Xia Shang was extremely familiar with this mechanized movement. Clearly, the opponent was a mass-produced phantom armor that was not controlled by Chuanxia. In the Oro era, it was directly controlled by the Oro Empire and only possessed combat instincts and the mindset of carrying out missions. It did not have an independent personality or mindset. Xia Shang looked at the armor and felt a slight headache coming on. Why is it a volt? But if it's just 1 volt, it's manageable. If we get the chance, we should be able to take it down unscathed. As Xia Shang was pondering how to completely defeat his opponent, he suddenly heard a series of subtle sounds. Turning his head, he saw another volt phantom armor appear from the corner of the heavy pillar on the opposite side. 2 units. Swish, 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 swish. 2 teams of volt-armored tanks lined up behind the passageway, and looking at them, there were a total of 12 volt phantoms. Your mothers. In an instant, arcs of electricity flashed, and the 8 battlesuits radiated blinding light, their figures instantly leaving after images of lightning. Charge acceleration. Xia Shang instantly recognized the meaning of the electric light surging from their bodies. The arrangement of those free charges would continuously accelerate their limbs, which meant, bang, a long sword, as red hot as burning charcoal, instantly slashed down in front of Xia Shang. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the scorching hot blade radiated a burning heat that seared Xia Shang's face, yet it could not advance an inch. The magnificent sword was steadily held in front of him, blocking the opponent's swift attack. But at this moment, it wasn't just this one sword that was attacking him. The other 7 armored warriors were also rushing to their respective positions, wielding their flaming longswords at Xia Shang. There was no time to dodge, and it was not wise to try to outrun Volt at close range. So the magnificent sword instantly burst out with a dazzling light. Widespread blindness. The sudden light and roar burst forth from the Phantom Volt's light sensing systems, shaking their processing systems to the brink of collapse. The original attack commands aimed at Xia Shang immediately dissipated, allowing Xia Shang to find an opening and unleash a series of sword strikes, dismembering and destroying several Phantom armor suits. Sizzle. The standby Volts who did not advance to attack were also affected by wide area blindness. However, it seemed that 2 of them did not see the magnificent swords that were blocked by the other Volts due to the angle. Wide area blindness had little effect on them. Seeing their comrade being eliminated, the 2 of them immediately released 2 electric barriers in front of them, and then each of them drew a revolver equipped with a thick barrel and fired at Xia Shang repeatedly. Xia Shang flicked his sword to deflect the bullets, then suddenly stopped and bent down, plunging his sword into the ground and sending out 4 flying swords that shot out. The 2 Volts, still blinded, were pinned to the wall, while the other 2 flying swords crashed into the power barrier, creating a violent shockwave that sent the 2 Volts behind the barrier flying. As they were about to get up and fight again, Xia Shang suddenly appeared in front of them, beheading one of the Volts with a single sword strike. Then, he punched the last Volt in the face, the terrifying force even sending the still-standing Phantom Volt flying, as if his head was dragging his body, landing 15 meters away and rolling several meters before coming to a stop. Oh, Commander, wasn't that a bit too harsh? I mean, they're all just like little kids. Audiz's voice finally rang out. There are no children here, we're all adults and have to be responsible for our actions. As the imposing swords and spears dispersed, Xia Shang casually picked up the severed limbs and arms on the ground, even throwing in the armor that was only missing legs and feet and unable to move but could still move. Without the control and guidance of the celestial consciousness, the armor is no different from mechanical units such as the Terrorbird, Osprey, and Roller, except that the former 3 were created by Cups and Kroni, while these armors were created by the Oro Empire. Besides, if I don't act decisively, I don't know how much time I'll waste with my Volt-type skills. The armor was incredibly tough. Xia Shang was worried he wouldn't be able to knock it unconscious without using some force. However, it doesn't matter if you really kill him with 1 punch. With so many samples here, you can piece together a complete one even if you have to. The only thing to say is that knocking him out is the most perfect result. The only ones in good condition, besides the last Volt, were the other 2 Volts pinned to the wall, each with only a penetrating wound. Xia Shang was quite satisfied with this. As for the guns and flaming long sword on the ground, Xia Shang reluctantly took them with him. Continuing into the interior space of the waterway hub, Xia Shang encountered no further obstacles until he arrived at the main control room of the waterway hub. Please show your permissions. A dark green barrier blocked the entrance to the control room. Xia Shang was surprised to hear the sound coming from the doorframe and paused for a moment. Commander, should we proceed with the decryption? Audiz was ready upon hearing this, but after waiting a few seconds without receiving any orders from Xia Shang, he took the initiative to ask. No need. As he spoke, a beam of energy particles detached from the holy sword and transformed into Xia Shang's original form. He pondered for a moment, looking at his palm, before raising it to touch the barrier in front of him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response. It wasn't entirely unexpected. Xia Shang lowered his arm and secretly mocked himself for actually having some expectations. Audiz, just go straight. Just as he was about to use a simple and brute force method to bypass the access control, the barrier began to slowly disappear. No latest Imperial Authority update order received. Emergency plan activated. Welcome, Commander of the Imperial Guard, Lower Entropy Instructor. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Xia Shang raised an eyebrow, never expecting that the 3 titles he had held in the Oro Empire would have such an effect. Upon entering the control room, the central system inside had already awakened from standby, illuminating the circular control panel in the center of the room, awaiting his input of commands. However, Xia Shang did not operate the control panel first. Instead, he walked to the other side of the wall and used the permission command to activate the circular pattern on it. A semicircular box was slowly pushed out. Xia Shang reached in and took out a cylindrical data module. After weighing it in his hand, he was about to turn and leave when he noticed a crystal fragment the size of a fingernail stored in the groove below the bracket that held the module. Void crystallization. Xia Shang's first thought was a void crystal, but then he remembered that void crystal would have to be broken into several pieces to reach this size, so he actually reached out and scooped it out. Is this a coordinate? As soon as Xia Shang's consciousness entered it, a thin stream of data flowed into his mind, and the crystal disappeared on its own the next moment. Audis, analyze the coordinates. Xia Shang gave Audis the coordinates, and after learning that Audis would need some time, he turned and went to the main control terminal. The main control terminal of the airway hub has almost no functions other than void jump, and it does not even have self-defense firepower. This is a rule set by the Oro Empire when it was first designed. The only thing that can be called a defensive structure is the void shield, which does not have the ability to become invisible. It draws energy from the overflowing void, so the energy is inexhaustible. No one can enter without authorization. This is why the Kroni Empire can only watch from the outside and can only use the longest void anchor on the outside to gain access to void jumps, because the Kroni cannot break through the void shield. Central system, attempt a spatial long jump in the limited orbital segment of the Imperial Sphere orbit. Activate tidal force recognition, Xia Shang said. Calculating region coordinates. Coordinate region determined. Identifying tidal force distribution on the planet. Detection successful. Target region safety factor 97.2%. Eliminating interference terms in the target region. Safety factor 99.7%. Detecting local jump interference. Error. External tidal force locked. Unstable fluctuations in the void jump beam. Jump safety factor 45%. Eliminating interference. Unable to eliminate. Contacting nearby guards to eliminate interference. Communication port malfunction. Emergency plan activated. Contact the nearest military unit department. Search successful. Commander of the Advance, instructor of lower entropy. Please eliminate interference sources in the vicinity of the airway hub, correct the void energy beam, and then submit a jump request. Xia Shang. Damn it, I helped you advance, and now you're asking me for help. If I could easily handle those giant sea cucumbers outside, would I need to make you leap forward? It seems that the failure of just 2 limit switches is not enough to completely free the waterway hub from the lock of the limit switches. The 2 are probably now in a state of mutual influence. Since that's the case, Xia Shang no longer dared to hope to transfer this hub. He had already achieved the best possible situation he had envisioned, and it had gone incredibly smoothly, so naturally he no longer desired anything more. What's the situation with the players on the limit switches? Have they found any lifeboats? Xia Shang asked. Commander, the escape pod nodes have been sent to them, but the armed boat support force has arrived. The players' situation is not optimistic. Even if they board the escape pods, they will not be able to escape the pursuit of the armed boats. Audis' judgment was closest to the result. Xia Shang focused his consciousness and followed the connection to the node of the Second Empire. Through his perspective, he saw that the limiter had been segmented and fixed. It seemed that Kroni had an emergency response plan in case the limiter was attacked, but the main force was not there at the beginning, so the response was not timely. At this moment, the limit device is like a chain wrapped around the outside of the waterway hub. The parts occupied and damaged by the players have been separated and are now disposable modules. The armed boat is currently speeding up the clearing of the parts where the players are, probably in order to recover the materials on the wreckage and repair it. The Second Empire wanted to call on the first sniper to try jumping out through the breach and intercepting a single soldier airship. However, Xia Shang also noticed that outside the limiter, a portion of the Kroni fleet, which was originally supposed to support the Bino orbital port, had already approached. Now, the players had no chance of returning to the Imperial planet unless they joined Kroni. Sure enough, one player immediately asked if the top sniper could join Kroni and reluctantly become a spy to dig out Kroni's internal intelligence. Seeing this, Xia Shang also withdrew his consciousness. The outside world was already a dead end, and looking any further would only result in the players' tentative struggles. For the players, this was just an inevitable experiment, but for Xia Shang, that's not enough. Simply obtaining the data modules won't alleviate the current situation. Kroni's encroachment on the Imperial planet won't slow down because of the lack of these 300 batteries. It might even accelerate it. He could apply for another 300, or even simply use a traditional power source. Xia Shang realized that he still needed to do something, at least as he had initially planned, to separate this shipping hub from the Kroni Empire and from the hands of Senator Hekwi. This was the result he needed most. However, to achieve this result, he needed to completely destroy the outer ring-shaped limiter, which was beyond his expectations. Xia Shang then remembered something else, and his consciousness shifted again, landing on Qin Chuan and the other 2. Meanwhile, the battle at the Bino orbital port was even more intense. The 3 suits of armor were almost completely covered by corpses. Apart from the Kroni troops in front, Xia Shang could see from Quinn's perspective that there were 3 more high-ranking judges behind the Kroni lines. This level of defense goes beyond simply protecting the Oro battery. Hek has likely given a death order to kill any intruders who dare to venture into the Bino orbital port at any cost. From Hek's perspective, the enemies who dared to land at the orbital port were definitely the top combat force among the rebels. As long as these units could be killed, it would surely thwart the resistance and arrogance of the ground rebels, and could even indirectly eliminate many obstacles to his expansion on the ground. If such a goal can be achieved, no matter how much the pad pays for renewable replicants, it will be in vain. Even the Oro battery is probably a decoy used by Hiker to lure and destroy the main force of the Imperial Bull rebels. Reclaiming his consciousness again, Xia Shang recalled the external fleet waiting for the void to jump. That size was indeed not as large as just supporting an orbital port. I'm afraid that there is a high probability that it will be able to land on the Imperial Bull. Bino orbital port can't get the battery for a short time, but there is no risk of player death. It's just that this side can't delay any longer. It is expected that the limiter will be able to work again in half an hour, activating the void beam from the outside to open the jump channel. The battery didn't get it, and even if he had a data module, it was just a bunch of useless data. The actual purpose is still the battery. What can be done to stop these fleets from passing? Quinn and his men just need time. Those judges are no match for Cho. Xia Shang has complete faith in Cho's abilities. Leap, leap, leap. Xia Shang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly tapped the control terminal to maximize the power consumption of the leap. Activate emergency plan. Consume all void reserve energy. Include all surrounding targets within the jump range. Void jump path adjustment. Change to Venus channel hub. By docking at the channel hub, the energy consumption for opening the path can be minimized, and all energy can be used to expand the effective range of the jump. In this way, even the tidal force of the limiter cannot prevent the jump from starting. Ready. Initiating void leap. The next moment, a huge blue light appeared in space, comparable to a small sun. After an unknown amount of time, the blue sun gradually died down, and in the end, only a dim cross-shaped nexus remained. Chapter 308 Oro Battery Array. Return. 2K added. At Bino Railport. Gunfire had become very sparse. The only thing that had the upper hand was the continuous, booming vibration of metal impacts. Cho faced 4 attribute judges, each with a 2-headed snake coiled with a different attribute. The fire judge had 2 flames on its head, and the lightning judge was accompanied by lightning and thunder. The poison judge sprayed venom, the viscous, dark green substance staining his entire staff green. When he swung it, terrifying droplets of liquid would always splash onto Cho's body. If it filled his armor, it wouldn't matter, but if it landed on the skin in the gaps, the flesh would immediately begin to change color. The icy judge's staff howled in the snow and wind, its ends wrapped in thick frost. Its heavy size effectively increased the force of any strike, and when it shattered, it released low-temperature gas along with the ice fragments. During combat, this gas could reduce the activity of the enemy's nerve cells or disrupt the operation of their internal mechanical circuits. However, at this moment, in front of Cho's high-temperature hammer, it can only achieve the effect of air conditioning to cool down, so as not to make his own and other judges' body temperatures too high. The only judges who can effectively entangle Cho are the fire judge and the ice judge. The poison judge spreads poison at the edge to interfere, while the lightning judge looks for opportunities to provide support. Even with such precise teamwork, the four of them were still at a disadvantage against Bu Luocho. The other three Tenno are still facing the relentless Kroni minions. Not only have they exhausted their void energy, but even their last mech has been destroyed. Now they are fighting the Kroni creeps with only their ballistic swords. Even so, this is still a major victory for Kroni. Because this stalemate will continue for a long time, and as long as there are no unexpected problems, they can keep Cho here for more than 4 hours. All sacrifices will be worthwhile as long as reinforcements arrive. For the Empress. The fiery judge narrowly dodged the sharp spiked hammer. Ignoring the blisters on his skin, he immediately thrust his club into Cho's chest, using the recoil to push himself out of Cho's attack range. A brief gap appeared between Cho and the judges. The roaming electric shock judge, drenched in sweat, spotted the huge opening at the back of Cho's head and immediately darted forward. The two-headed snake swung its arms in a spiral, crackling with electricity, and slammed down on the tall hill. Cho was extremely agile and immediately raised his arm to block the blow. Arcs of electricity flashed and sparks flew everywhere. Even the iron armor on Cho's body could not perfectly withstand the blow, and blood droplets spurted from the cracks in the armor. The metallic-smelling smoke rising from the blood as it was struck by the electric arc greatly excited the lightning-struck judge, who was half a head shorter than Cho. You've been away from the Empire for so many years, and your flaws have remained uncorrected. As expected, you still can't withstand the overload of your machine. If it weren't for this blow, I might have thought you were modified from the heavenly jade. The Thunder Judge grinned as he looked at the thick blood dripping from Cho's arm. As he spoke, Judge Lightning raised the end of his staff, about to feign an attack and retreat, but Cho's injured hand twisted and grabbed the end of the two-headed snake staff. No matter how much high-voltage arc surged in his palm, he could not make Cho loosen his grip even slightly. But it's enough to deal with your mass-produced forces. Cho swung the electric baton, slamming the lightning judge on the end of the baton like a sandbag onto the icy judge beside him. The icy judge, fearing the consequences, dared not take the hit and could only roll sideways to block between himself and the lightning judge. After a dull thud, the frosty judge flew an unknown distance, crashing into a metal shell full of red crystal ore, scattering countless red crystals all over the ground. Let go. The poison judge swung his poison baton, and large amounts of venom spurted out from the gaps in the baton's tip, covering Cho's left arm, which was tightly gripping the electric baton. Before Cho could react, the electric judge suddenly increased the power of the stun gun, and the electric arc spread to Cho's upper arm, electrolyzing the venom. The next moment, a wisp of blue smoke rose from Cho's arm, and it was seen that both the iron armor and the flesh on his arm were being corroded into fragments and blood. Cho remained unmoved, but then decisively smashed the Thunder Judge to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. The heat surged from the spiked hammer he gripped tightly in his other hand, and the sharp, high-temperature spikes looked like shooting stars piercing the sky in the Thunder Judge's eyes. Sizzle. Boom. The Fire Judge had no time to stop it. A shockwave erupted from the Lightning Judge, followed by a deafening roar. This hammer blow smashed the judge's entire chest cavity into blood and foam, which splattered into the cracks in the shattered metal and seeped downwards. In their rage, the three judges once again engaged Cho in battle, but with one less person to assist them, the three of them could barely breathe when facing Cho's attacks. Quickly seizing the opportunity, Cho smashed past the fiery judge in front of him like a train, his severely corroded left hand like a giant python gripping the judge's neck. With all 5 fingers embedded in the flesh of the neck, Cho spun around and swung his large hand like a whirlwind, repeatedly slamming the poisoned judge to the ground. The craters in the ground sank deeper and deeper until Cho used too much force and snapped his hand so hard that he crushed the judge's throat into a bloody pulp. Just then, Cho raised his clenched fist and smashed it down, flattening the judge's entire head into a layer of iron. Damn it, damn it. Why haven't the support troops jumped over yet? Seeing that he had lost 2 teammates of the same level in a short time, the frosty judge felt a surge of panic rise to his throat, which blocked his trachea and made him feel suffocated. He couldn't help but shout. But the sky remained lifeless, and there was no response from beyond the Bino orbital port. There was not a trace of the ships, starships, or support forces scheduled for the mission. And now it has long exceeded the time when the support should have arrived. The Fire Judge's fighting spirit also waned. He was extremely puzzled, as this was an impossible situation in their understanding. The transfer order for such a large starship force, with so many transfer points from top to bottom, could not possibly have been delayed for so long if it were all done in a unified manner. Either the mission was never carried out at all, or all the people they had at Bino port were deceived by the senator. Either the waterway hub responsible for the transfer has encountered a problem. But no matter what the question is, they have no way of knowing the answer, because the spiked hammer of the hill will now devour their blood. With all the judges dead, the troops in front of Kroni who were resisting the 3 armored vehicles had also been almost completely wiped out. 200 soldiers in the buffer zone at the front port, 350 soldiers following the lower-ranking judges in the central cargo exchange area, and nearly 500 clones in the bottom-line troops of the higher-ranking judges in the rear, totaling nearly 1,000 combat units. Apart from the other mechanical dispatch departments that had long since lost their combat capabilities, there was no longer any power to resist at the port of Bino. With Quinn's final shot killing the commander of the Kroni squad, the remaining Kroni soldiers, perhaps seeing the horrific battle that sealed their fate, lost their will to resist. At this moment, their will to survive outweighed their loyalty to the Queen and the Empire. Faced with such Kroni soldiers, the 3 armored warriors did not kill them all, because Cho, despite his injuries, had come over and offered to take over the surrendered soldiers. The fact that they can activate the remaining survival instincts in their genes means that their mental imprint has loosened. If all goes well, they may even become our comrades in the future, Cho explained. The 3 armored units had no objection to this. They had already harvested too much entropy and didn't need a few thousand more. Dividing it among the 3 of them would only yield a few hundred each, and might even create a rift with the NPC who had single-handedly killed 4 bosses. It would be a losing proposition. There was no need to choose a battlefield. The iron defense line would come to take care of things. Quinn, Chrysanthemum, and Dust simply waited for Cho to finish arranging the work for his subordinates before following Quinn straight to the Oro battery transport ship. When the 4 of them squeezed into the transport ship, which was filled with battery compartments, they couldn't help but smile at the magnificent array before them, even Cho, whose face still held a hint of fierceness and dullness. However, they soon faced another problem: how to divide it. How many batteries do you need? Cho asked proactively. Actually, the more the better, Qin Chuan replied. We still have many people who are just missing this to make their battle armor. Manufacturing armor was incredible to Cho, but he didn't think the 3 of them would lie to him. However, the Oro batteries have a wide range of uses. If they could obtain more batteries, their iron defense line should also have stronger strategic equipment. Whether it is research laboratories or energy equipment, the logistics of his iron defense line could be upgraded several levels, and perhaps there might even be a way to solve his health problems. More importantly, Oro battery might be able to extend the life of his group. But if it's armor, seeing Cho's thoughtful expression, Qin Chuan and the other 2 didn't sit idle either, and contacted their boss, Xia Shang. You've already got it. How much? Xia Shang's face came into their view. There are a total of 150 battery compartments, with 2 batteries in each compartment, for a total of 300 batteries. Chrysanthemum finished counting. How many do you need for the iron defense line? Xia Shang continued to ask. Upon hearing Qin Chuan relay Xia Shang's question, Cho pondered for a moment before replying. 5 sets, 10 batteries. Cho knew the principle of don't bite off more than you can chew. Even if the current steel defense line devoted all its manpower to equipment research and manufacturing, it was not certain that they could put the batteries into use in a short period of time. If we're just leaving it to gather dust in the warehouse, we might as well hand it over to these Tenno. The combat power of a single battlesuit far surpasses any external force, let alone a battlesuit that is an ally. To be honest, if we're only talking about personal interests, he could just take 2 batteries for Dao and give the rest to Chani, as long as they're willing to help the Iron Defense Line. However, as the deputy group leader of the Iron Defense Line, there are still some things he needs to fight for. 10. Xia Shang pondered. Currently, the player's demand is only around 300, and he could also dissect the Volt Phantom he had just dealt with to find the Oro battery, which was also more than 10. Okay, you can bring him the batteries he needs, and send the rest of the batteries directly to Audi's. Then follow Cho back to the Iron Line to end the mission. It's a good thing, because this way our base can also have its own fortress shield. Xia Shang's words also carried a sense of relief. A fortress shield. Dust suddenly perked up his ears upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration striking him. He quickly called out to Xia Shang, I have a small fortress shield device, I got it from the ruins. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Even Qin Chuan and Ju Hua looked at him in surprise. Why didn't you say so sooner? Xia Shang asked in surprise. I forgot, a small shield device, the one the Kroni used to protect that ruin. He had indeed forgotten about the small fortress device he obtained after leaving the ruins following the acquisition of the Holy Sword armor. He had completely forgotten about it due to various other matters. A miniature fortress device. Well, it should only slow down the research time a bit. Giving it to us sooner won't make much difference. Xia Shang had Audi's pay Dust several thousand reputation points in exchange for the small fortress shield. Upon inspection, it was indeed not a traditional fortress shield, lacking some of the attack methods and interference functions that traditional fortress shields possess, such as counterattack shock. However, the shield's defensive power was not reduced. In fact, because it lacked those power-consuming functions, its defensive shield recovery speed was faster. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. In other words, although it is a small fortress device, its defensive capabilities exceed those of a traditional fortress shield. Why does this feel more suitable for player bases? Xia Shang suddenly felt that the research blueprint for the orthodox fortress shield was no longer appealing. However, feelings aside, a fortress shield is indispensable. Traditional fortress shields are used to protect large settlement targets, and their attack methods can also provide effective means of attack when facing giant targets. Strictly speaking, they can be used to defend against night spirits on the plains. In Xia Shang's plan, it was also to lay the groundwork for future relay stations. The research diagram of the fortress shield was in the data module he obtained from the shipping hub, but the amount of data was quite large, requiring Audi's to spend a long time studying it. Now that he had this small fortress shield, both the research and its practical use could be achieved quickly. By the way, Audi's, did you manage to analyze those coordinates? Xia Shang suddenly remembered. It was indeed resolved, but Commander, it's invalid coordinates. Audi's felt a little guilty for some reason. Invalid coordinates. There's no such location. Xia Shang asked rhetorically. No, it should be said that it was a valid cosmic coordinate 1,000 years ago, but now, the primordial galaxy is no longer in the same position as 1,000 years ago. This coordinate is still in the same position as 1,000 years ago, but it has lost its meaning for us. This. Xia Shang then realized that the thing had been stored in this hub for 1,000 years. If it were coordinates on some planet, it could be found, but if it were coordinates in outer space, it was completely meaningless. But how could there be such a coordinate in the waterway hub? Xia Shang couldn't understand it. Considering its location, perhaps some researcher had simply left it there. Alright, since it's no use, let's just forget about it and head back. With that, Xia Shang threw the battle armor into the void passage, and then looked around at the dim environment with some reluctance. After all, once he left, he didn't know when he would be able to return to this shipping hub. However, there's no need to be disappointed. The channel hub will continuously absorb void energy to replenish itself in the coming period, and during this time it will keep drifting towards the Imperial planet, finding its proper place near the Imperial planet. Goodbye, old friend. After Xia Shang finished speaking, a void rift appeared behind him, and he turned around and walked into it. Now only the shipping hub remains, floating alone in space, but it is not lonely, for the sun is always there. Chapter 309 Descending on Venus. Unfamiliar armor appears. Venus, a mineral-rich planet, is also the closest planet to the sun in the territory of the Coops Trading Company. However, due to its own greenhouse effect, the planet's surface temperature is generally above 450 degrees Celsius, and its atmospheric pressure is almost 100 times that of the planet Empire. The atmosphere is filled with high concentrations of carbon dioxide and acidic substances. However, with the rise of the Oro Empire and the widespread adoption of void technology following its expansion, various environmental modification devices were also established on Venus. Therefore, it cannot be said that some areas of Venus are completely uninhabitable. As a result, the planet also contains many resources and materials that have been used since the time of the Oro Empire. Later, when the Oro Empire was destroyed, the merchants rose to power and not only seized control of Venus, but also continued to use the Oro Empire's methods to modify the surface environment of Venus. They not only reactivated the environmental modification devices left on Venus by the Oro Empire, but also intensified the modification efforts, releasing more artificial cooling liquid onto Venus, which even altered the topography of many regions of Venus. To further cool the planet, they even referenced advanced technology from the ruins of the Oro Empire and created a giant reflector in Venus's orbit that could refract sunlight. This reflector was periodically activated to reduce the heat Venus absorbs from the sun and was called the atmospheric modification reflector. Each time a reflector is activated, it blocks 63% of the sunlight above Venus. Combined with the continuous operation of various surface modification equipment and the presence of artificial cooling liquid, an artificial night will occur on the surface of Venus during this period, characterized by dim light and extreme cold. For this reason, Venus can now even mine new minerals that did not exist in the ancient Oro period. Permafrost crystals. Hidden deep within the towering mountains of Venus, the Cups Trading Company diligently pursues its trade. The magnificent structures erected here testify to the creativity of the Cups engineers stationed there, while the remnants of Oro technology continue to regulate the surface temperature. Fragments of Venus a flash of white light, and for example, it felt as if his body was being torn into thousands of pieces, but then it was sewn back together in an instant, and his senses finally reconnected with his consciousness. He even thought that something had been launched from Kroni's ship and blown them all up. Since he was going to respawn and go home anyway, he figured he might as well use his death perspective to see what was going on outside. But as the white light gradually faded, the death countdown did not appear. For example, they even found that images gradually began to appear in their field of vision. I'm alive. Suddenly, Li Zi woke up and quickly got up from the ground. Looking around, he saw that the ground was covered with broken ice and snow, the mountains were rugged and undulating, and the black rocks were silent and unmoved by the wind. Where am I? I was in space just a moment ago. How did I end up here? Back on Earth. However, when he looked up at the sky, he immediately dismissed his guess, because a thick layer of dim yellow clouds covered the land, and a few hazy bright spots outside the clouds provided him with illumination no less than that of the daytime in the world. Only then did he suddenly realize that the air here actually had a slightly pungent and choking feel, but since there were no signs of blood loss or poisoning, it seemed he could ignore it. It shouldn't be the Imperial sphere. Could that light have been a teleportation device? But where would teleportation come from? A shipping hub? For example, he couldn't quite figure it out, so he tried to open the communication panel, but before he could find anyone, a terrifying and oppressive howling sound came to his ears. Looking up, one could see a giant sea cucumber breaking through the thick clouds that obscured the sky, plummeting towards the distant mountain peaks amidst billowing black smoke. For example, I recognize it. That's Clonny's starship. How did it end up here? and the black smoke on the stern of this starship clearly indicates a huge breach. Who shot it down? Is this reasonable? One question after another arose. For example, they immediately saw 4 or 5 strange, flattened spaceships closely following the Kroni starship, passing through the clouds and flying towards the distant mountain peaks, clearly attacking the former. That spaceship looks familiar. Lyle's spaceship. The Cups Trading Company. There's no Cups Trading Company on the Imperial planet. I heard Lyle comes from Jupiter. Could this be Jupiter? Boom, the Earth trembled so badly that Lizzie almost lost his balance. Watching the Kroni starship crash, he wanted to go over and see if he could salvage anything, but he was also worried that the Cup ships would be after him. Forget it. Let's find somewhere to hide first. It seems to be getting a bit colder here. For example, he quickly ran in the opposite direction and soon saw a cave in the shadow of a rock on a hillside next to him, so he took off running up the hillside. But just as he was thinking about going in, using some resources to start a fire, and then contacting other players to see if there were any others who had come here like him, he heard a familiar clanging sound. A mower wandered out of the cave and bumped into a chestnut. The two stared at each other at the camera. A mower. One of our own here. For example, his first thought was that it was one of his own players' mower, because the mower he had seen before were all his own. But he immediately realized that this was not the Imperial planet, but the territory of some unknown planet called Cups. Laugh. Sure enough, the mower emitted a strange frequency sound, and the plasma gun that had hit its head immediately fired a volley of plasma bullets at Juju Lizzie was so frightened that it quickly rolled to dodge, and at the same time took out a shotgun and shot off the mower's leg. The mower, having lost its balance, fell headfirst to the ground, whereupon a rifle shot its underside, shattering it before it fell silent. Perhaps the sound of his gunshot alerted someone in the cave. For example, strange mechanical sounds and footsteps could be clearly heard coming from inside the cave, and there were far more than one. Damn, could this be another one of Cups' cave outposts? For example, I really want to complain. They're all capable of interstellar travel, yet 1 or 2 of them live in caves. Isn't that just disgusting? The next moment, 3 Copas crew members, their bodies completely covered in thick ship suits and wearing square helmets, emerged from the cave. Behind them followed a mower squad of 7 or 8 mower birds, each seemingly equipped with a laser-cutting type of ray weapon, one of which was an orange-yellow model. What happened? A Coup's crew member stepped out of the cave and saw only a mangled mower bird on the ground and a strange pile of craters. Another couple's crew member stepped forward and picked up the spent cartridge case that had melted and was showing signs of water in the snow. Terminal scanning in progress. Identification complete. Model is from the Crocodile God double-barrel shotgun universal ammunition of the giant tooth unit of the Kroni Empire. Their voices came from inside their helmets, sounding almost identical and indistinguishable. The Kroni Empire. Just as they were wondering what was going on, a radio wave connected to their helmets. A large Kroni fleet has jumped to Venus orbit. All crew members who can receive this information are on high alert. Units in the vicinity should immediately proceed to the most recently invaded area to conduct annihilation operations. Upon receiving orders, the 3 Coups crew members immediately looked toward the ridge in the distance where the Kroni starship was perched, then dropped their spent cartridge cases and led the Terrorbird squad toward the invasion area. After a few minutes, there was no more movement in the cave. Then, Lizzie crawled out from behind the side rock and shook his hands, which were scratched by the sharp protrusions on the rock. Are they really leaving? After thinking for a moment, Lee Jelly still went into the cave. The caves here are not much different from those on Earth. The cave walls are formed by neatly cut black rocks, while some areas are naturally formed smooth concave areas. Following the lighthouse of Coups, we found a small camp. Several metal boxes were neatly arranged, and waterproof tarpaulins were folded and placed to the side. However, there were no cooking utensils like those of Kroni. Obviously, the people of Coups do not eat ordinary food. Perhaps they eat energy bars. He didn't know the exact example, but he didn't think it was safe here. After taking a few screenshots of his view and wandering around the cave, he left and climbed up the rocky cliff on the hillside. Looking around, he noticed a faint black smoke rising into the sky in the distance. It looks like a large building is emitting exhaust fumes. After doing all that, I started trying to contact other players. The first one I used was the global chat channel, where all players on the server could speak. After flipping through a few pages, I saw many IDs of players who had fought alongside me. However, judging from their messages, they had died after the flash of white light. Some died in space, some died in a strange cloud of gas, and some were drowned in a viscous liquid lake. The deaths were all bizarre, and none of them were normal people. However, one person's message contained some information. He said that he had suffocated in outer space. There were many starships and warships around him, as well as armed boats, but there were more silver-white square ships, which were very different from the style of Kroni. He guessed that they were from the Cups Trading Company. Moreover, the background is a huge golden planet with a white tinge, which is obviously not the Imperial planet. Many people in the channel speculated that they were probably teleported to other places and scattered. For example, after hesitating for a moment, he sent a message to the channel saying that he had survived. After a tiny delay of less than 0.2 seconds, the message about, for example, was finally seen by everyone. What? Someone's still alive. That's incredible. What a stroke of luck. Holy crap, I actually fell off the sky and died. That's just absurd. It's obvious you haven't grasped the essence of the king of drag and drop. Look at him, he's practically side by side with a meteorite. It seems that within the player community, the story of dust stepping on a meteorite and streaking across the sky has become the standard for being drop resistant, and any player who dies from a fall will be mocked in this way. Even the mockers themselves can't do it. In no time, many players who had been killed and returned to their base opened the private chat board of Example to try to find out what was going on. Example couldn't reply to everyone. All the messages were asking where he was, what the situation was, if he had any good stuff, if he had discovered any ruins, or if he had found any armor, etc. At least for Example, it feels like they're dreaming. After politely replying to each message with the actual situation and then closing the chat window, for example, I suddenly saw a strange message. Sankaria, you're still alive. Where are you? Upon seeing the word also, Lizzie was overjoyed and immediately sent a message along with a picture of the terrain around him. Sankaria followed suit and sent over some pictures. The two checked them and found that there were no common landmarks or terrain features. In fact, there were 3 or 4 Kroni crash ship of different sizes on Sankaria's side, and the battle around them was extremely intense. For example, here only one large starship crashed, and there wasn't even a gunshot. For example, it seems we're quite far apart. Sankaria, what should we do? I'm feeling colder and colder, and I can't find anywhere to hide. How are things on your end? For example, he sighed and then realized that his breath had condensed directly into mist, indicating that the temperature had dropped to almost freezing point. How long has it been? For example, my situation is similar. Maybe we're in the same dimension. If we can tell which way is which, we might be able to reunite. But for now, let's focus on surviving. Otherwise, we'll have to respawn and rejoin our base. Sankaria did not reply, nor did she care about giving an example. She immediately threw out her skateboard and headed straight down the mountain. Once you pick up speed, even without wind, the still air becomes your wind. The icy wind whipped around Juju, making him shiver. He also saw some strange things along the way. For example, a strange, light red rocky ground, tall things that look like mushrooms, mycelium and carpet all remind one of a plague virus. However, near those strange things, there would be an all-metal camp built against the mountain, and the Cups crew patrolling around the camp hardly cared about the mycelium. Recalling Lyle's attitude towards the virus, players can clearly see that the Coups Merchant Guild is also extremely wary of the plague virus. Since even they didn't react, for example, one might suspect that those weren't viruses, but rather life forms that evolved native to this planet. Suddenly, a road covered with remnants of snow appeared on the ground. Lizzie hugged his arms and shivered in surprise. Without thinking, he moved towards the path and sped along the edge of the road. He only slowed down when he could no longer stand the cold. Low temperature. The status bar already has a yellow low temperature warning. For example, I regret not staying in that cave to make a fire and survive for a while longer. But it's impossible for him to turn back now. He can only keep going. Snow began to fall. As Li Zi passed by a turquoise lake surrounded by railing, a metal building resembling a warehouse was under construction in the center of the lake. Li Zi dared not linger for too long, fearing being discovered by the Kupu's people inside the building. He only glanced at the lake briefly and seemed to see a humanoid shadow surrounded by many swimming fish. This reminded him of the guy in the channel who said he had drowned. Could this be that player's remains? Suddenly, a roar came from the wind and snow. Zhuge Li stared wide-eyed and rushed towards the direction from which the sound came. Based on the scenery along the way, the planet is currently relatively stable. If a battle were to occur, it would most likely be the Kroni who crash-landed during this space jump and the battle between them and the Cups. If that's the case, he might be able to find a way to get some warmth and even pick up a spaceship. However, when he crossed the mountain and saw the war zone, he was momentarily at a loss. A vehicle with a perfectly round, single-wheeled tire structure had been blown open on one side, and a squad of Cups were fighting to protect the transport vehicle from the attackers. As for the attacker, it was actually a suit of light blue armor. He fired explosive bullets from his blue gun to suppress the Cups crew, then clapped his hands forward, unleashing an energy wave that condensed into a huge orange area centered on his armor. The wind and snow drifted in, instantly melting into rain, which then evaporated into steam and white mist. Chapter 310 Silent Gauss. Xia Shang's little thoughts were. The crew members, who were wrapped up tightly, were also in the high temperature zone. The high temperature almost suffocated them in their ship suits, and the scorching heat made them cry out in pain. However, the armor raised its hands again, then slammed them together forward with a snap. Then, an energy ripple emanated from his palm and spread outwards. Before anyone knew what was happening, the Cups crew members suddenly fell silent. Their ship suits suddenly swelled up from the inside, forming taut tires that slammed to the ground and lay motionless. Judging from the extent of the swelling in the suit, it's likely that even the slightest movement would cause it to explode due to the internal pressure. What kind of armor is this? For example, he was still in shock and wanted to observe for a while, but he saw the armored figure suddenly turn its head to look in his direction, then bend down and put its hands on the ground, assuming a starting position. Varied, before he could even utter the second word, the blue armored warrior was already standing in front of him, his finger pointing at the forehead of the man who was giving a chestnut. Cool, the hurricane followed closely behind, violently surging and crashing against Zhuge Li, only managing to blow him completely away. He fell and rolled on the ground, completely disoriented. He quickly got up and looked at the other person, his mind still filled with the image of the other person who had appeared as if by teleportation. He ran here. He was faster than the wind. He was shocked and panicked to find the other person's figure. He was worried that the armor couldn't help but clap his hands directly, like it slapped those Coup's crew members to death, so he also touched out his own crocodile god from the void passage. Facing the armor, this gun may be useless, but he can't sit still and wait for death, otherwise he will be laughed at by his brothers when he returns to his stronghold. However, before he could raise the muzzle, there was another blur in front of his eyes. He raised his hand and found that the gun in his hand was gone. He raised his head and was speechless. This is the Flash Man. What can he do with such a fast speed? Is it possible that the matter has come to this point and we can only blow ourselves up? Looking back on myself when I came to this strange planet, I was just frozen all the way and did nothing. Looking back on that guy who landed like a meteorite, it seems that opening up Wasteland is not something ordinary people can do. Durability and luck are indispensable. Wait, since the other side is armored, can I contact Brother Shang and ask him to negotiate? I don't want to go back to town yet. Just as Zhuge Li was about to unleash his ultimate move, calling for the boss, Crocodile God was randomly thrown back, landing on Zhuge Li's head and making his skull buzz. What's wrong? Zhuge Li held his gun and looked at the other person in confusion. The armored vehicle looked quite puzzled, scratching its head with one hand while circling the chestnut and examining it closely, seemingly trying hard to recall something. However, after circling the chestnut 2.5 times, it gave up, clearly having failed to remember. Boss, you. Just as I was about to ask what was going on, the armored vehicle turned around and disappeared in a flash. For example. What do you mean? Are you just trying to scare me and then leaving? Are you very free? A cold wind suddenly blew by, and Li Zi found that the surroundings suddenly became cold again, even though it wasn't that cold just a moment ago. Could it be that her adrenaline surged before she died? Brother Shang. Calling Brother Shang. Never mind all that. Let's contact our boss first. However, only Audis replied with an example. The commander is currently busy. Please do not disturb. It is fine to discuss matters with Audis, and Audis will convey the information to the commander later. Okay, I don't know where I'm right now. Li Jelly quickly recounted what happened after his space jump, including the situation when he faced the armor. If nothing unexpected happens, you have now arrived at the surface of Venus, which is close to the Imperial planet. The environment on Venus is much harsher than on Earth. The frequent temperature changes could easily cause you to disappear on the plains. You can try to use weapons to create a shelter to survive the alternation of cold and warmth. Audis paused, seemingly analyzing something, before continuing. If you did indeed use the void portal to extract the body, then the Tama should know you weren't an enemy. If you encounter it again, you can try to ask it for help. The main purpose of Chenji's actions is to quell the turmoil in the Origin star system. All actions are for this purpose, including mutual assistance. It sounds like a warm and loving family, doesn't it? Someone joked. Not entirely. Don't forget, Chenji was originally a warrior of the Oro Empire. Not all armored units are our own. There are also individual armored units that have served the Oro Empire from beginning to end and hate us for destroying their home. But you don't need to be worried. The hostility of such vengeful individuals is obvious to us. Their appearance means battle. As for the armor you mentioned, I have some records in my database. The recorder is the commander. You can look into it. He is. Audis then added some survival tips for Venus to the example, which brought the conversation to a halt. Looking at the swirling snow, he felt a pang of emotion. He exchanged his power for a thermal machete, martial, from the void passage. The heat emanating from the blade gave him a sense of warmth. He flexed his fingers and prepared to find a leeward slope to try and dig a hole. Just as he was about to jump onto his hoverboard, a tremendous force suddenly grabbed his collar. He spun around, and his chest and abdomen slammed into a hard protrusion, almost making him vomit stomach acid. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. For example, upon closer inspection, he discovered it was actually that armored vehicle. He turned back and carried it on his shoulder. Gauss, what are you doing? For example, now that he knows the other party has no ill intentions, but he doesn't understand what the other party wants to do, he immediately calls out the name of the other party's armor, intending to tell him that he is not completely ignorant. Gauss was indeed somewhat surprised, and turned to look at him. His own face was reflected on the smooth, silver helmet. However, Gauss still did not answer him. As if he could not speak, he stepped on one end of Chestnut's hoverboard, bounced it high into the air, grabbed it with one hand and threw it to Chestnut, and then arched his back. Instantly, for example, he felt the other person's body rapidly heating up, even alternating between hot and cold, rising in temperature while simultaneously cooling down, making the chestnut on his shoulder very uncomfortable. Buzz 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 buzz, click. Like a latch being unlocked, or as if a restriction being lifted, a burst of electric particles erupted from Gauss's joints, and his body temperature stabilized in a constant range. Whoosh! The wind suddenly howled behind me, and for example, I found that my perspective was stretched and elongated, as if a piece of chewing gum had shrunk to the center. No, it's the light. Gauss's speed is chasing the light, shortening the wavelength of the light in front and lengthening the wavelength of the light to the sides and behind. But just as they realized this, the phantom mech, for example, was unable to withstand the terrifying speed and collapsed and lost connection just a few seconds after Gauss started moving. For example, after staring blankly at the black screen displaying disconnected, he paused for a long time before taking off his signal equipment, picking up his phone, and logging into the forum. Gauss. Xia Shang also mentioned this name. During the Aurora period, Gauss assisted the Praetorian Guard in suppressing a rebellion at an Aurora fortress on Ceres. The fortress was named Altera, and Gauss was later called the Saint of Altera by the local residents. While it's not uncommon for battle suits to be revered as saints by survivors of certain emergencies, Gauss was exceptionally special in Xia Shang's eyes at the time, simply because Gauss's abilities could briefly trigger entropy reversal. This surprised Xia Shang greatly, but after stealing Gauss's experimental data, he severed his information connection with Gauss and continued to work as a layperson. Later, based on experimental data, it was found that Gauss's inverse entropy was just a superficial phenomenon. Cold and heat seemed to appear out of thin air, but in fact, they had already completed energy exchange within his body. The overall energy was still conserved and additional void energy was consumed, rather than actually seizing molecular kinetic energy. Thermal energy extraction. I almost fell for the blue man's arrogant naming method and used my ultimate move. Xia Shang recalled his naive self and couldn't help but chuckle. However, all of that is in the past. Gauss no longer has anyone to serve. Since that ancient war, the Heavenly Sword has never been a weapon of enslavement for the Oro Empire. Although it was an accident, they are still interstellar travelers. Letting them remove some of the existing obstacles, whether it's letting them know we exist or letting them know we have indeed returned, is a necessary action. Xia Shang tapped the table, suddenly making a decision. Ords, remove the batteries from the shelves. What? Commander, cancel. But some players have already purchased the battery packs, and I've already collected the reputation. Audis didn't understand Xia Shang's meaning. Yes, listen to me, cancel the listing, and give every player an Oro battery. Free, but our investment. Also, you can draft a new update announcement, saying. Xia Shang counted on his fingers, then continued. Say that Heck is furious and is preparing to gather troops to invade the plains of Night Spirit. The Oro battery will be distributed to them as a quest item. I have also finished disassembling the blueprint for Vault. You can put it on the market directly in the announcement, and then launch a follow-up quest for the Iron Road. Commander, what mission? Audis asked, puzzled. I'll say that for every 10% increase in the battle armor's frequency of attack, you can receive 5,000 reputation points. Is there no requirement for specific types? Audis pressed. The creation of the Glass Maiden is far more difficult than that of the Holy Sword and Vault. Are you stupid? We want them to build these too quickly. Xia Shang said in a low voice, as if afraid someone was eavesdropping. If we don't push them like this, who knows how long they'll keep putting down those glass ladies. You don't think I was just making things up when I said Hike was angry, do you? The following is a supplement. After saying that, Xia Shang waved his hand as if he remembered something, moved the sofa next to the main control room to the corner, and took out a series of severed limbs from the void passage. These severed limbs have arms and legs. On the severed arms, a series of bands can be seen embedded side by side in the upper arm position, while the severed legs have brown skin that reflects a metallic luster. Yes, these are the severed limbs of Vault's Phantom. In addition to the severed limbs, Xia Shang also took out their bodies, picked and chose, and assembled them into 3 complete Vault Phantoms. You've guarded that place for over 1,000 years, and instead of your shift being changed, you've finally been allowed to leave. You can rest now. Xia Shang mourned for a while over the props in front of him, and then began to try to copy the structure inside the first Vault Phantom. He removed 1 hand and 1 foot from the armor, and the area where the circuit was interrupted was burned, so there was nothing else of reference value outside the break. Most of the structure was imprinted with the void energy memory. Xia Shang carefully removed the Oro battery from its chest cavity, and handed the remaining remains over to Audis to decompose and recycle into basic materials. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. The second Phantom was injured on its torso. Compared to the previous one, the corresponding arm area was intact, allowing it to be overwritten and replaced with a missing part. Xia Shang scanned the next Phantom with different injuries, and the complete internal structure of a Vault armor was copied. He then transmitted the data to the void terminal in his spaceship for Audis to read. It shouldn't be long before the entire blueprint of the Vault armor could be disassembled. After conveniently removing the batteries from the remaining Phantoms, these remains were left with only the value of being decomposed. Currently, after deducting the amount that needs to be distributed to the players, there are still quite a few batteries left. Audis, please prepare 1 Vault armor for me as well, Xia Shang reminded him. Yes, Commander. Is there anything that needs to be changed in appearance? Audis asked. Change it to white for me. It'll probably only be used temporarily. Xia Shang didn't really care. Looking at the battery in his hand, Xia Shang wondered if he had also sent a cryogenic chamber for the battle armor back to him. Yes, Commander. The cryo chamber of the armor is still operational, but after a scan by Audis, it appears that the armor inside is not a complete suit of armor. However, it does possess the characteristics of a complete suit of armor, and what? Furthermore, her body is filled with extremely high-pressure void energy, leading Audis to speculate that she might be a holy armor. Holy armor. When Xia Shang was at the scene, he sensed a significant amount of void energy emanating from the cryo chamber of the armor. Worried that the player might accidentally activate the cryo chamber, and given that his attention was focused on getting to the navigation hub, he decided to put the cryo chamber away for now. Xia Shang, do you have internal scan images? Some commanders, this is a scanned image from inside the armor's cryogenic chamber. A holographic humanoid image quickly appeared before Xia Shang. Its deep blue body was very capable, with its upper body seemingly wearing a breastplate. Its waist was snow-white and slender, and its limbs were strong. There was a circular raised structure on each of its upper arm and thigh. At the same time, there were golden circular patterns on its chest, abdomen, joints, and the circular patterns. Its head had a diamond-shaped focus pattern, and a pair of bull horns curved above its head, also decorated with white and gold patterns. This golden pattern really is holy armor, but after examining it closely for a few moments, Xia Shang frowned and pondered, still unable to figure it out. Which holy armor is this? Even Audis doesn't know. Xia Shang and Audis exchanged a glance, staring at each other intently. Many of the conditions for the formation of the holy armor are unknown, making it almost unique in the entire universe. If the cryo chamber is activated under unknown conditions, especially when some components of the internal cryo armor are missing, even Xia Shang does not know what will happen. Ultimately, both sides agreed to put it aside for now and then slowly search for information about this holy armor. Chapter 311, a brand new event, begins. Players unable to connect. Wow, my Oro batteries arrived. Damn, 3,000 reputation batteries. All in all, it would cost 15,000 reputation to build 1 suit of armor. 15,000. Which armor did you build? I have all the materials and blueprints for the Holy Sword. Now I just need the battery and the master plan. If materials can be counted as reputation, it's probably less than 10,000. Less than 10,000, but the blueprints for just one set of the glass lady figures I made cost over 10,000. Lyle looked at the crowded store entrance in front of him and wanted to scratch his forehead, but he was afraid of irritating his hairline, so he just rubbed it with his fingers. He didn't ask the people inside the wall about the battle situation, because he saw many of the men he had personally sent onto the transport ship among them, and just by sitting there, he had already overheard most of what they were saying. The assault on the Antarctic orbital port not only captured the berthing and unloading areas, but also destroyed half of the orbital control center. The first wave of the assault was carried out without any damage, and the entire Moa Force and Osprey shields were used to break through half of the orbital port. Lyle couldn't understand how an orbital port stationed in the equatorial region could have such weak defenses. Could it be that they happened to be caught in a troop redeployment, creating a brief defensive vacuum for them? Then the armor pierced through again, activating void teleportation. The group jumped again, heading straight to the channel hub. They destroyed the stabilization device, assisted Xia Shang in landing at the hub, and were then blown to death by white light. However, based on their later inquiries about how they died, Lyle speculated that they did not die at that time, but rather that they were separated. So, does this mean the Wanderers activated the shipping hub? Lyle had seen the work of navigation hubs and had participated in the learning and imitation phases. Whether it was the navigation hubs of Jupiter or Venus, he had participated in research work at nearby buoyancy observatories when he was young, but later. However, the working principle of the waterway hub is to connect the spatial coordinates of the two hubs and then collapse to create a void tunnel that traverses space. But according to what these people are saying, Xia Shang seems to have started a large-scale regional teleportation. Instead, the landing point is also random. This opened Lyle's eyes. It was a new feature he had never seen before. Perhaps he could remember it and use it in the future. Mr. Lyle, what are you spacing out for? Suddenly, the shouts at the door interrupted his thoughts, and he saw a row of players blocking his counter. What's wrong? I just remembered something. Lyle stood up and went over to ask. It's this Moa, boss. We've discovered they're using a Moa swarm tactic in this battle. Could you produce some more practical Moa models? Hearing this, Lyle clicked his tongue in amazement. Brother, aren't these components practical enough? The mobility component reduces movement noise, lowers load, and increases mobility. The standard component offers both load capacity and dexterity, and the heavy-duty component can even help you withstand bullets. What more could you want? That's true, but what I mean is I want them to have more functions, not just be mobile turrets. Like climbing, digging, and diving capabilities, right? And that's not the point. The point is that they need to be able to combine. Lyle, combined? Yes, the group can be a big robot, both tanky and capable of dealing damage, serving as a decisive battle unit. This way, many new players can also break through enemy lines even in the early stages. In other words, it's about spending money to buy stats. That's how it works for the mechanic class. Lyle hadn't really thought about this aspect. In the Merchant Guild, the Moa Bird served as replaceable auxiliary units. Rather than combat power, the Merchant Guild hoped that they could be more widespread. Therefore, flexibility and replaceability were the development directions for Moa Bird technology. The person inside the wall suddenly proposed a combination, which momentarily stunned Lyle, who had been completely influenced by the commercial mindset of mass production and market for a long time. What are your ideas about this concept of fusion? Lyle couldn't help but ask. That's something to talk about. However, before the player could even speak, he suddenly froze, his eyes glazing over. Lyle was puzzled, then noticed that the entire area had become quiet. This was because an update announcement appeared in all players' user panels, and the opening content of it was a major bombshell. Why? I spent reputation points to buy these batteries. Why do I have to return them? Suddenly, wails of agony erupted from the players, but they were quickly replaced by silly laughter. So it's been changed to giving away items. Long live freebies. Hee, new armor blueprints. New armor again. When was this time more like? It's a hot update, so you don't need to log off. Hooray, long live hot updates. Update announcement. The interception mission of the Oro battery has been successfully completed. The entire development team would like to express their gratitude to all the players who contributed to this effort. It is the participation of all players that has enabled this game to continue operating. However, everyone's actions have crossed the line of the current ruler of the Imperial planet, Heck. Considering many factors, the development team has decided to recall the Oro batteries that were originally planned to be sold and refund the reputation points spent. Based on Xia Shang's deduction, Heck has enough clues to understand the unusual activity in the plains of night. He might investigate the whereabouts of this batch of batteries and invest more resources in the battle. Therefore, it was suggested that the batteries be given to all the walled villagers as a mission reward, and we have decided to adopt this suggestion. In addition, Xia Shang will also provide more game content. The following is the information provided by Xia Shang. 1. The brand new armor, Volt, is now available in the reputation shop. Volt armor is a versatile warrior who wields lightning with lightning speed. He uses electricity in both offense and defense, capable of blocking incoming threatening firepower and unleashing devastating electromagnetic storms. This armor possesses powerful offensive capabilities. Its weaponry is robust and fully charged with electrical energy. If used at full power, it may injure teammates. Please use it with caution, fellow warriors. 2. Expansion of influence. The Steel Road event has been running for quite some time, but progress on the next stronghold is currently very slow. However, this is understandable, as players' current equipment and firepower are not sufficient to expand to the next stronghold camp. However, facing the overwhelming Kroni Empire, more combat power is necessary. Combine the gifted Oro batteries to create your own battle armor and effectively advance the Steel Road. As an incentive, Xia Shang will put a batch of void crystals on the market. All those within the walls can use the settlement slips of the relevant bounty missions of the Steel Road stronghold to exchange for them at the Audi's shop. 3. Growth process. As everyone in the game has realized, creating a battle suit is not a smooth journey. Rather, owning a battle suit is just the beginning of growth. Unlike the first batch of test players, the second batch of test players has a larger number of players and a shorter playtime, so they will face the risk of increased difficulty in the future. Therefore, as an incentive, Xia Shang will provide a growth event. Synchronization boost. Craft to obtain a warframe. For every 10% increase in synchronization, you can receive 5,000 Skybreaker faction reputation, can be repeated. A weapon specialization. Practice with a brand new weapon. For every 20% increase in frequency, you can receive 1,500 Chenji faction reputation, can be repeated. The above summarizes the main updates. There are also some other minor changes that you, the players, will discover for yourselves in the game. They may surprise you, shock you, or even frighten you. We hope you have a good gaming experience and wish you all a smooth journey into the Origin system. Star Ocean Frenzy production team brand new armor joins the deluxe lunch. More strongholds await you to open. There are also growth rewards that give away reputation points for free, allowing you to spend big in the reputation shop. This update announcement not only delighted the players in the game, but also gave a jolt to the armchair gamers who spent their days on the forums eagerly awaiting the next round of game access. Why did the mouse's body tremble? Because these users, whether on forums or video platforms, have already collected countless pieces of content about newbies getting started in the game. For example, there are articles such as how to start a new game, advanced gameplay tutorial, types of enemies in Kroni, continuously updated, how to choose your weapon, should you choose the glass armor or the holy sword, the mechanics of the plains of night, mining tips, and 200 meters under the sea. After hoarding so much game-related content like a hamster, it's finally going to have a use. We hamsters are begging you guys to hurry up and open your base. Even the production team can't stand you slacking off like this anymore. Hey, I have a question. Will this progression quest be available to the next batch of players who join the game? But we don't have any armor in the game. We probably don't have enough batteries, as we calculated before. We don't have enough warframes, but we have weapons. There are so many types of weapons in the game now. Getting a weapon to 40% of its maximum effectiveness grants 3,000 reputation points. That's a lot of reputation. With that reputation, we can buy warframe blueprints, right? But you don't have any batteries either. Oh dear, the method for obtaining batteries has already been revealed. They can probably be removed from some devices. Just keep farming and you'll get them. But upstairs, have you forgotten something? The reason for distributing the batteries is to get into an event. Councillor Heck is getting desperate and wants to come to the Plains of Night to deal with us. Those of us without armor might not even be able to leave our homes. The game forums were buzzing with discussion, and the game's main location was also bustling with activity. However, some people still find them noisy, proving that people's joys and sorrows are not always shared. The two, First Sniper and Second Empire, sat in front of their respective computers, watching the commotion on the forum with expressions of utter despair. Unlike other players who are teleported to Venus, where they either die and are resurrected back to their base, or are lucky enough to land on the ground, this is a survival game in the wilderness. To say they were unlucky wouldn't be accurate. Their armor was undamaged, and it was still intact. But to say they were lucky, no, they didn't land on the planet's surface, or even any surface at all. Their holy swords are now disconnected and cannot be reconnected. There is no resurrection time displayed either, as if there is a bug. Now, when you wear the device, you can only see a message that the transmission connection has been disconnected, and you can't do anything else. They guessed that the armor had fainted during the teleportation process for some unknown reason. Since it hadn't died, it might be near Venus or perhaps in the vacuum of space. If this is the guess, then Vitality can keep their armor detached from the atmosphere for a period of time, but if this period is over, they will die on the spot for no reason, and even if they are on the verge of death, no one can save them. But if it's not this guess, then it's very likely that the armor is stuck somewhere, because according to the player's information, this large-scale teleportation was completely random, and they may have been teleported into the interior of Venus and are stuck in the terrain. If this is the case, then the quickest and most effective method now is to die quickly, resurrect, return to the base, and use the next battery to build another suit of armor. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. They clearly didn't want to give up, but when they tried to contact Xia Shang, Audi showed that Xia Shang was busy, so they had to log off to see if there was any way to resolve the issue. The game update announcement is indeed very good, but it's too little, too late. I think we still need to find Brother Shang or the development team to confirm. Otherwise, what are we going to do? If we can't connect, we can't get out of the armor. Now we can't live or die. The Second Empire was very annoyed and sent a message to the First Sniper God through the game app. Then let's ask again. Even the First Sniper God had no other choice but to try contacting Audis again. This time, instead of receiving a message that Xia Shang was busy, he finally managed to contact Xia Shang successfully. Xia Shang received the message from the First Sniper God and then remembered that there were actually two armored suits mixed in with the teleportation in that area. Oh no, I was so busy I forgot. Xia Shang was a little embarrassed, but fortunately, it was text communication now, so he didn't have to worry about the player seeing his expression. However, Xia Shang was also somewhat puzzled by the situation described by the First Sniper God. The power to make the armor faint was not something that could be easily achieved, so Xia Shang first ruled out the possibility of fainting, and instead started by breaking the connection, transmission. Since the communication has been severed, the best solution is for him to go and see for himself. You are now establishing a communication connection. I will check the situation for you. Xia Shang sent a message. A teleportation link. It took the First Sniper God 2 seconds to realize that the other party was asking him to go online. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, the top sniper quickly grabbed his equipment and clicked to enter the game. Consciousness traversed the void, and after all the light on the screen disappeared, a row of reminders still appeared on the dark screen as usual. Unresponsive communication. Is it still like this? The top sniper wondered. He had been offline for quite a while, and even if he were in a vacuum, he should have died by now. What was going on? Damn it. They didn't even ask how long the checkup would take. How long am I supposed to wait like this? The number one sniper was devastated. At the same time, sensing the appearance of the First Sniper God's consciousness, Xia Shang immediately tightened his consciousness and followed it, traversing through layers of void, and soon arrived at the place where the First Sniper God's consciousness was blocked. Xia Shang's consciousness was attached to the First Sniper God. He was basically in the same state as the First Sniper God, but unlike the First Sniper God, his consciousness could break through this barrier and clearly sense the presence of the armor in front of him. What's going on? This was the first time Xia Shang had encountered such a situation. He carefully sensed the invisible obstacle in front of him and seemed to hear some kind of whisper. People inside the wall. Xia Shang was startled, but immediately dismissed it, because the players did not have physical bodies from the primordial universe, and their connection to the void was within themselves, so they could not possibly detect the void entity. After ruling out this option, Xia Shang listened to the whispers for a while and immediately became puzzled, because the voice on the other end sounded very young, and seemed to be happy. Welcome back, hugs. The same flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang suddenly broke through the barrier, bringing with him the ritual of the First Sniper God, and went straight to the First Sniper God's armor. The consciousness entered the body, and the body functioned normally, but the scene that entered Xia Shang's eyes was extremely disgusting and unbearable. Countless pieces of flesh and blood are enveloping the armor, tough tendons and tentacles are coiled around the surface of the armor, and the solid steel skin of the armor, with its capillaries already broken, is extending inward. Layers of mucous membranes cover the surface of the armor, almost wrapping it up like an egg. What blocked the First Sniper God's communication was the blood flowing into the armor through the blood vessels, or more precisely, the consciousness contained within it. A mature mutated mother nest. Xia Shang's heart was shocked. Chapter 312, The Infected Starship. Choosing to stay, how could there be a mutated mother nest on Venus? Is there a management oversight in the COOP's Chamber of Commerce? No. COPS possesses mechanical units that are not afraid of attrition. With their firepower, clearing an infected area would be no problem at all. Besides, in my memory, COPS isn't as insane as Kroni, so they shouldn't be deliberately keeping a dark zone under control. However, Xia Shang wasn't actually certain, because he hadn't been to Venus for a long time, and it wasn't impossible for COPS to come up with a new idea. After all, the COOP's Chamber of Commerce is capable of anything for profit. If they discover that the mutated virus can bring them far more profit than controlling its spread, they might actually start researching the virus. No, they've been researching viruses all along. Xia Shang was in a bad mood, and even the top sniper who came with him felt the same way, or rather, the top sniper was startled. Holy crap. My armor is going to be eaten. The top sniper was terrified, especially since although his visual senses had returned, his armor was still not under his control. In his view, the armor was probably already under the control of these fleshy vines. Damn it. We might as well just die. What if these turn into zombie armor and go back to attack our brothers back home? The fact that the infected player possesses a possessive consciousness is no secret among the players. During the first cleanup of the ancient virus, 2 players were infected by the virus. Later, one of the players even had one of his hands turn into a separate limb. Things have come to this. Is self-destruction the only option? The First Sniper God anticipated that he could open a void portal to release the Phantom's true form. Although the humanoid Phantom might be infected by the virus, if he could burn this place down, it wouldn't be a complete loss. At least this update included batteries, and he could always build another suit. Just as the First Sniper was about to sacrifice himself, he suddenly felt his body move. The number 1 sniper, you should be here, right? The holy sword armor strained to curl its arms until its hands touched, and a surge of sword energy burst forth from its palms. The magnificent sword leaped into his hand, piercing through the layers of mucous membrane that bound him, and then severing the blood vessels and tendons wrapped around his body. Freed from control, the holy sword leaped onto the fleshy platform and crashed to the floor with a thud. Thousands of trembling capillaries on his body gushed out a blood-red viral liquid, possibly including some of the armor's own blood. Ah, Yes, you must be, Brother Shang. It wasn't until then that the first sniper god recovered from the shock of hearing those words. Who else could it be but me? Xia Shang said, giving himself a healing injection as he went. Otherwise he would probably be on the verge of death and collapsing on the ground in his current armor condition. I understand what you were thinking. You were afraid that your combat power would benefit the enemy, so you thought you should at least destroy it. I had the same idea a long time ago. But you have forgotten one of your advantages, Xia Shang said slowly. Advantages? The number one sniper didn't understand. You are a person within the wall. You will not die. Your spirit and will always be the most independent individual, unaffected by any control or influence. The only thing that can be controlled is your physical body, Xia Shang explained. Suddenly, the entire earth began to tremble. The vaguely forming spirit was enraged. It was like a child who had belatedly lost its toy. Emotions immediately overwhelmed its will. No one knew how big its true form was, but at least Xia Shang could feel a massive surge of spiritual power. But now that I've experienced it all, it was still within my expectations. The physical body is just a tool to us. If you are in a crisis and a predicament that you cannot reverse, then rebirth is your advantage. Before you die and are resurrected, what you need to do is find a way to survive so that you can gather more intelligence. Upon hearing Xia Shang's words, the first sniper god suddenly realized that he might have indeed been a bit too flustered. But you mean, even if this armor is truly infected and corrupted, it won't be a problem, as long as enough intelligence is gathered. Yes, I think that's a fair way to understand it. You've seen interstellar battles, although they're all small-scale skirmishes. But I believe you can also realize that with your current level of armor capabilities, the impact you can have is actually quite limited. You're still at the same starting point, which is why I'm designing a growth plan for you. At this point, Xia Shang suddenly gave a wry smile. This growth plan is probably going to drain me dry. I hope you won't waste it, otherwise I'll have to put down my work and become a mercenary hunter to supplement my family's income. Boss. Upon hearing this, the first sniper god recalled the update announcement. It turned out that almost all the rewards in the announcement came from Xia Shang's treasury, which moved him deeply. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Thinking back to other game development teams or companies in the Great U Kingdom, they all tried their best to act like the players' fathers, not only controlling the players' income but also their gameplay. Once the players were comfortable, it was as painful as having their life savings taken away. And what about Star Frenzy? The NPCs act as both father and mother, making plans for you, helping you develop your character, and they don't restrict how players play. If you want to farm, you can farm. If you want to fight, they'll take care of you. If the game goes live on the day of the open beta, I'll definitely buy 10 copies. The first sniper god thought firmly. All right, stop with the nonsense. We've got a situation. Since I'm already here, I'll take you with me. As Xia Shang was speaking, suddenly a large hole appeared in the wall in front of him, which had been covered by flesh and blood. A large number of terrifying infected creatures were surging in from the other side of the spacious corridor. Although they are completely distorted and warped, some of the exposed electronic components on their bodies can still tell them about their identities. The crew members of the Cups, their limbs twisted and contorted, had their suits bursting from the inside by bloated, proliferating tissue. Some had mutated, slender limbs and claws, while others had large, bulging, bright red vesicles hanging from them. Some crew members with missing bodies crawled on the ground, their mad dog-like appearance making the top sniper frown. To his surprise, some of the shielded ospreys, which were mostly covered by scarlet mucus, were also still working. Their bodies were surrounded by smoke and dust that reflected the light. The storage compartments under their bodies, which originally contained portable shield receivers, were also broken and cracked, with bamboo-like claws extending out from them. The moa were also among this infected horde. Their metallic shells were covered with scarlet spots that looked like rust or infected growths. The sturdy supports on their heads that held their weapons were covered with a patch of intertwined metal fragments and tumors. The first sniper god really couldn't figure out where the flesh and blood on these mechanical bodies came from. Xia Shang leaped out of the plague-stricken area and unleashed sword energy to slash at the mutants in the corridor. To Xia Shang's surprise, these flesh and blood mutants were surprisingly resilient. The sword energy could only cut them in half rather than completely dismember them. The situation was relatively better for the metal-infected creatures. The impact of the sword energy could directly smash them into scrap metal. The abnormal circuits caused some of the still-functioning moa birds to spin wildly on the ground, and their hard iron feet occasionally tripped up the mutated crew members rushing from behind. A mutated crew member with a huge fleshy tumor on its neck, from which 2 or 3 eye-like organs protruded, suddenly leaped up from a distance and pounced on Xia Shang. Xia Shang was raising his sword to kill an infected creature that had crawled to his feet when he saw a red light flying towards him. Without thinking, he spun around and slashed it with his sword, splitting it in 2 in midair, which then smashed into his 2 sides. The holy sword of the first sniper god was far weaker than Xia Shang's own. Xia Shang found that he needed to exert some effort to cut these things in 2 with a single stroke. However, he did not plan to enhance it for the time being. If possible, Xia Shang planned to turn this situation into a supplementary expansion about the mutation infection. Suddenly, a pair of tentacles wrapped around the lower leg of the armor. Xia Shang looked down and saw that they were the things extending from the 2 pieces of corpse. Okay, at least we should equip the illustrious sword with lava impact. 5 lava impact. Increases melee fire damage by an additional 90%, indirectly increases melee pressure by 11, cool. But the void energy consumed should allow you to survive longer. However, if you have a team of 2 or more people, then a map is crucial. As Xia Shang was speaking, the first sniper god suddenly remembered something. What? The Second Empire is in the same situation. Xia Shang was puzzled after hearing the information provided by the first sniper god. What's wrong? Is there something else going on with him? The first sniper god was a little uneasy when he saw that Xia Shang couldn't figure him out. If it were a different situation, that would be fine. The flesh and blood cradle I just brought you out of usually represents a mother nest consciousness, but there was only your suit of armor in that cradle, and no other suits of armor were present. If the Second Empire is in the same situation of being cut off from communication with you, and is on the same ship, then it can only mean. Does this starship contain multiple mutant mother broods? The first sniper god asked. Right. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The number 1 sniper asked. It's a mixed bag. As long as there are no outsiders, the resources inside the starship are fixed. The more mature motherships there are, the fewer resources they can get, which also greatly reduces the growth limit of each mothership. Does resources refer to the flesh and blood of the crew? The top sniper didn't ask that question. Instead, he focused on the key point. Is this an advantage? What about the disadvantages? The downside is that they may evolve in different directions depending on their surrounding environment. When all the nests have reached their limit and start plundering each other, there is a high possibility that a mother nest fusion will emerge, a mother nest fusion with multiple evolutionary capabilities. Even the Oro Empire at its peak was reluctant to come into contact with such a thing. After speaking, Xia Shang and the first sniper god fell into a brief silence. Finally, Xia Shang spoke up. Let's leave it at that. Let him try to connect. I'll pinpoint his location. Xia Shang sheathed his illustrious sword and returned control of the armor to the first sniper god, who immediately sent a message to the Second Empire. The long-awaited Second Empire finally received a response and excitedly went live. The first sniper, having received a response, was preparing to relinquish control to Xia Shang, but Xia Shang did not accept immediately. Instead, he was tracking the connection lines of the Second Empire. Soon, the barrier reappeared, accompanied by similar murmurs and spiritual energy. Xia Shang concentrated a bit of his will to penetrate the barrier and land on the armor on the other side. The next moment, a highlighted marker appeared in the first sniper's field of vision, 948 meters away from him in a straight line. The number 1 sniper. Well, looks like my luck isn't so good. Xia Shang smiled wryly. Okay, on the bright side, at least you have a holographic map now, so it's not all bad news. The top sniper pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, can this ship be destroyed? Xia Shang was taken aback upon hearing this. It's difficult at the moment. Even if the entire ship were to self-destruct, it wouldn't be able to completely eliminate the infected on board. The propulsion force from the explosion might even give them a way to travel to other areas. For now, leaving it here is the best option. Then I want to stay on this ship, at least to monitor the evolution of these mother nests. As the first sniper god spoke, he retrieved the Ignis flamethrower from the void portal, preparing to go find the Second Empire. Chapter 313. Breaching the cabin and opening the bag. The first sniper god wasn't sure what the Second Empire was thinking, so he directly used his energy to scan a long, narrow cabin map. The Ignis flamethrower was a weapon specifically designed by Kroni to clear infected tissue. Holding this flamethrower, the first sniper traversed many ship cabins filled with infected material, seeing numerous starship devices and components enveloped by infected tissue melted into a creeping layer. They seem to know something. The first sniper god asked. That's a device that regulates the power to nearby equipment. It might be trying to maintain the starship so that it can develop more steadily, Xia Shang replied. Should we blow it up? The first reaction of the first sniper god was to destroy it, so as to slow down the spread of these infected. It's not as significant as you think. It can still survive in a vacuum, but if you're determined to stay here as a research observer, then it actually provides you with a living environment, such as oxygen and a suitable temperature, and even lighting and all the control consoles working properly. Xia Shang did not recommend that he do so. The first sniper decisively abandoned his immature idea, because he really did not intend to return to the base or go to Venus. He soon arrived at the cabin where the outline of the highlighted armor was displayed. There were many mutants here, and all he could see were twisted limbs. The first sniper god felt that if he saw such a creature in reality, with its body twisted like a pretzel and covered with human faces or fingers like proliferators, he would probably have vomited his gallbladder empty. However, he felt unusually good. The immense pressure released flammable liquid, which was ignited by a small flame at the bottom of the gun barrel. The scorching flame spewed from the muzzle, burning the mutants that tried to surround him into clumps of flesh rolling on the ground. The scene even made him feel somewhat comfortable. When he saw that some mutants were instinctively shrinking and hiding because they were afraid of the high temperature and light of the flames, and dared not come forward, he couldn't help but hum softly. Heh, even when they fall to the ground, they are still individuals controlled by primal instincts. The open space in front of the gate, with its still burning corpses, served as a barrier to prevent the remaining mutants from getting close, giving him time to decipher the gate's lock. The sound of pressure relief came from the hydraulic rod inside the door. The thick, sealed door slowly opened like a mechanical maw. Behind the door, it was impossible to tell what kind of cabin it was. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all covered with solid fascia. Tendons connected to the walls and ceiling, creating a scene that resembled a spider's web. The outline of the bright armor was deep inside the cabin, in a huge sack-like tissue. This reminded the first sniper god of the scene he saw when he first arrived, with countless blood vessels connecting his body. He guessed that the armor of the Second Empire was also being corroded in the same way. The first sniper was about to raise his gun to burn the mucous tissue when Xia Shang stopped him. I don't recommend you do that. Once it grows to this size and forms a nest, ordinary flames won't be able to completely burn it. They might even anger it, and then you'll be in trouble. The first sniper god looked at the snake-like tendons slowly spreading towards his gun muzzle on the ground, and then turned his gun around. Sensing no threat, the serpentine tendons ceased their movement and then merged into the mucous membrane. That's really amazing. The top sniper wanted to retract his earlier contempt for primal instincts. So, how do I get in? Just walk in. These are currently just proliferating bacteria that are modifying the environment, so they don't pose a threat to you. If there are anything entangled, just cut it off. But remember not to use excessively stimulating fire-based damage, Xia Shang reminded him. Following Xia Shang's advice, the first sniper god tentatively stepped onto the thick layer of flesh and found that it felt quite good underfoot, not as soft and mushy as he had imagined, but rather quite firm and resilient. Walking slowly toward the vesicle, the first sniper found no other infected beings here. The entire chamber contained only this one enormous thing. Quite some time had passed since the Second Empire went live, and the first sniper god was worried that he might log off again after waiting too long. It would be difficult for him to move around while carrying a warframe, so he sent another message to the Second Empire. He confirmed that there was no reply and that the Second Empire was probably still logged in and waiting. Without further hesitation, he drew his magnificent sword and slashed at the sack. Instantly, countless pus gushed out, flowing all over the ground, revealing the holy sword entwined by tentacles inside, just like when the first sniper god arrived. Just as he was about to step forward and pull out the armor, the entire nest suddenly trembled. The first sniper god did not panic, but instead went up even faster, swung his sword to cut off the spiderweb-like capillaries and tentacles, and threw the armor out. The armor fell limply toward the gate like a corpse, but suddenly reacted while airborne. Its limbs trembled, and its drooping head lifted. Realizing the dizzying situation, the Second Empire immediately spread its limbs to balance its body, then landed with a graceful spin. It looked at itself in confusion, then looked around. Holy crap! Realizing what was happening, the Second Empire quickly turned around and saw a familiar holy sword armor in the center of the hellish mountain of flesh stage. However, the right hand holding the illustrious sword was entangled by strong tendon tentacles, and no matter how the first sniper god struggled, he could not break free. Oh, a gasp, like a hissing sound tearing at the vocal cords, came from the tissue at the bottom of the cyst beneath his feet. The first sniper god realized that this guy was enraged. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. The first empire used its other hand to retrieve a martial cleaver from the void portal, intending to sever the tendon. However, a tentacle also emerged from the other side, wrapping around the left arm. Oh no! The first sniper thought to himself, but then a chainsaw sword roared down and slashed at him. The motor hummed as it drove the chainsaw, and with a hiss, it instantly tore off the tentacles. With another slash, the other side was also severed. The first empire broke free of its restraints and hurriedly called upon the second empire to flee. The nest was enraged at losing its prize, and a strange sound wave emanated from it, arousing all the mutants outside, who charged towards them despite the flames. However, they are now two armored vehicles, not the first sniper fighting alone. Ignis's flamethrower spewed forth a torrent of fire, while his loyal chainsword ruthlessly tore apart the oncoming flesh and blood. The two fought and ran. They saw a square window sealed off by a fence in the ceiling 7 meters above their heads. The first sniper god immediately slashed overhead, cleaving the fence with one sword, grabbing the window frame with one hand, and then beckoning the second empire to come up together. The two climbed up the vertical ventilation duct, which led to a nearly 20 square meter equipment room. It contained lighting, 3 long unused Kopu sleeping bags, and a workbench against the wall with several repair tools hanging on it. I'm in a bit of luck. We can use this as our campsite, the top sniper exclaimed happily. Hey, you're planning to stay here? Wait, where is this place? We've been grinding monsters with you all this time. What's going on now? The second empire asked hurriedly. Chapter 314 Sourcing from the black market, and the cracks of hunger sent to the vicinity of Venus by the shipping hub, the infected and abandoned cup starship, the existence of multiple mutated mother nests, and the possibility of a mother nest fusion. The second empire was so overwhelmed by the barrage of information that they didn't even notice the blood still seeping from their capillaries. It was the top sniper who reminded him that he used a heat-generating machete to scrape himself to remove some bruises, and only after getting an injection did he feel better. So we're actually quite lucky to have been teleported to the same place, and it just so happens that we were split up by 2 mother broods. If you ask me, the development team did it a bit deliberately. Deliberate? Me? How come I didn't know? Xia Shang, who was listening from the sidelines, looked puzzled. It's nothing, it's just a coincidence. After all, we were the only 2 in armor near the shipping hub, so being teleported here is better than everyone else dying. The first sniper god didn't dwell on these things. So what do we do now? If this is an abandoned starship that has been taken over by mutants, and it's still in space, how are we supposed to get back? The Second Empire was having a headache. He had noticed the game announcement that the base opening event was pretty good, and he wanted to try it out, but now he was on Venus instead. There are indeed players on Venus, but Venus is currently a completely unknown planet, and more importantly, there are no events to participate in. I'm not planning to go back. If you want to leave, I can help you look for an escape pod. You can go to Venus to take a look. Anyway, we can't go back to the Imperial planet for the time being, the first sniper god replied. The Second Empire suddenly realized, yet remained puzzled. Oh right. You just said you weren't planning to go back. What did you mean? I want to investigate the evolution of this mother nest, the first sniper god answered truthfully. But isn't this a bit of a waste of time? It's a lot of work for no reward, and there's no bonus. If you ask me, we should wait until the batteries arrive and then build 2 anti-gravity curved wings to leave this place, the Second Empire advised. I don't know about the reward, but it's not a waste of time. Do you know where this place is? The first sniper god suddenly looked at the Second Empire with a sly expression, leaving the Second Empire completely confused. What place? Isn't that just a mutant lair? At this point, the Second Empire suddenly realized, the Dark Zone. Does it have resources unique to mutants here? I'm not actually sure yet. I'll have to ask Brother Xia Shang. Xia Shang had actually guessed the first sniper god's thoughts from the beginning, but as a guide, he had no obligation to expose the player's selfish desires. In fact, he believed that the player's selfish desires were what drove their development. Brother Xia Shang is here too. The Second Empire suddenly realized. Of course he's here, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find you. Without Brother Shang, I wouldn't even be able to log in, the first sniper god laughed. Your idea is indeed good. There are multiple mother nests here. The standard number of COPS units on the entire starship is usually around 50,000, and with other mechanical bodies, it can reach 100,000 units. Its spread area is no less than an entire mountain range, with many areas that can be explored, such as COPS resource warehouses, plus neurons and nanospores produced by the infected, and there may even be neural sensors and sample mutants. These are all resources unique to infected mutants. And we don't have to worry about external threats of infection, nor will we be infected, the first sniper god added. Indeed, it has only advantages and no disadvantages. The only drawback is, as the Second Empire said, that they cannot participate in the new activities of the Imperial planet. Here's what I'll do. I'll provide you with a separate alert campaign to collect infection samples and mutation materials related to the mutants, which can be exchanged for reputation and void crystals from the Audi shop. To be honest, Xia Shang was already having trouble finding some mutant sample materials. He didn't expect the first sniper to be so decisive. He couldn't just take advantage of them for nothing, so he let them have something to do here and provide real-time information about the development of the mother nest. They even provided the pathogens only through void teleportation to Audis, thus preventing any accidental external infection during the transportation process. With 2 alert missions added to their user interface, even the Second Empire, after taking a look, realized it might be more profitable than in the Imperial planet, and naturally didn't want to leave. Just kidding, they're given the entire spaceship to explore, and it's even Coops' spaceship. Who knows how much high technology is hidden inside, or maybe even some powerful weapons hidden in some armory. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the Second Empire could no longer sit still. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go out and explore right now. The Second Empire excitedly tried to jump down the ventilation duct, but was stopped by the first sniper. Why are you in such a hurry? I want to go swimming too, but we don't know anyone here. If we break any life support equipment or get stuck somewhere, these kinds of accidents could send us straight home. Then what should we do? Scan the map. Have you forgotten that we have a Cooper's engineer in our family? Having just dealt with the situation of the armors in the 2 dark zones, Xia Shang returned shortly after receiving another message from Venus. Good news. The Phantom of the Chestnut has regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to find himself lying in a cave. Fortunately, he is not in immediate danger. There was a resistance heating rod on the ground. The bad news was that he didn't see Gauss when he woke up. However, I don't know if this counts as bad news, since we only met once. It's already quite kind of them to save your life out of consideration for our shared origins. Furthermore, there's another player, Sankaria, also on the surface of Venus, but we don't know his exact location. How should we meet up? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This problem was easy for Xia Shang to solve, but it also reminded him of the situation of other players. What if 2 players who were alone in the universe wanted to find each other and team up? You can invite each other to team up via the chat box, and then one of you can place a location pin to share your location, so the other person can see the direction and distance. Upon hearing Audis' answer, Li Jiyu slapped his forehead, realizing that he had actually forgotten such a simple thing. However, recalling that he had almost never needed to use position pins when teaming up with others, he could understand. However, after he sent a message to Sankaria, he did not receive a response. He was unsure whether the other party had frozen to death outside or had logged off somewhere and simply did not check the app to reply. For example, imagine you arrive at the entrance of a cave and want to see where you are, but there's a blizzard outside and you can't even see things 10 meters away, let alone find out the terrain. Sometimes being too realistic isn't good either. In such a harsh environment, all we can do is waste time waiting here. With a sigh, Julie turned around and went back to the bottom of the cave. While sitting by the electric heater to warm up, she thought of some stress-relieving videos she used to watch about building shelters in the wilderness and snow. He used to watch these kinds of videos when he was slacking off at work. The sense of satisfaction he felt when he saw a shelter that could provide shelter from the wind and rain being built was hard to describe. Since we don't need to build a shelter anymore and there's one ready-made, let's cook something to eat. For example, by tapping his palm, he retrieved cooking utensils from the void passage that he had prepared on the Imperial planet but had not used, and immediately started a fire. Tilda humming a little tune. She used the water from the melting snow to wash the ingredients that were preserved in the void passage and kept forever fresh. For example, she skillfully chopped them into pieces and threw them into a small pot, then scooped up a handful of snow and stuffed it in. She then sat down and waited for the finished product. As the flames flickered, stirring the patterns on the bottom of the pot, the snow water inside melted and boiled, displacing the juices from the ingredients, and soon began to thicken and bubble. This was all expected, because he often cooks a meal during some spare time before logging off to enrich his taste buds and wash away the dullness of eating out in real life. Finally, sprinkle a pinch of spicy leaf powder on top to ward off the cold. For example, just as I was about to start, I suddenly heard a gurgling sound in my ear. Gurgle tilde gurgle tilde gurgle. The eerie sound echoed in the cave. Jew Jelly looked around the cave blankly and found that there was no one else besides himself. Hallucination? No. For example, suspecting that this might be the den of some wild animal in the mountains, he quickly put down his pots and pans, gripped his bare blade, and began searching inside the cave. Before long, a crack in the mountainside hidden in the cave wall appeared before him, and strange gurgling sounds came from it, as if a terrible monster that had been starving for countless years was hiding inside. Before he could even hesitate about whether to go down and check, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, casting a shadow on the wall in front of him. Chapter 315 Communication between 2 eras. The assaulting shadow, for example. Lee quickly turned around and saw a blue suit of armor standing behind him. It's Gauss, his back. Jew Jelly was overjoyed and quickly put away his machete, pointing to the crack at his feet and saying, "Have you seen anything here?" Gauss slowly turned his head from his hand, which had been freed of the knife, toward him. The air was quiet for a moment, then strange sounds came from the crack again. The armor finally moved. He reached out and pushed aside Ju Li, dragging a string of things toward the crack. Ju Li looked closely and saw that behind Gauss was a string of azure blue things that looked like batteries, tied together with ropes. There were many scratches on them, which reminded him of the first time he met Gauss. Gauss casually untied the rope and threw all the batteries into the crack. Immediately, a swallowing sound came from below, which horrified Chestnut. What on earth is that down there? It's actually eating Kopu's batteries like food. What bothered him even more was why the Gauss armor was personally feeding him here. Curious as he was, Chestnut didn't ask directly. He noticed that neither before nor now had the other party answered his questions, perhaps because they didn't want to talk to him, or perhaps for some other reason. Gauss stared at the crack, listening to the gurgling sounds as he waited, until finally a continuous murmur came from below, which made Gauss react. He looked around and spotted the small iron pot that Jew Jelly had casually placed on the stone platform. He walked over, picked it up, and looked at it. Then he pointed to the paste inside. I want this. How many do you have? His voice was filled with electric current, possessing an extremely clear and penetrating quality. Ah! For example, he was stunned for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he had already set up a huge bonfire. The recycled metal was manually broken into a large iron frame by Gauss, on which was placed an iron pot made by repeatedly smashing large iron sheets with his fists. As for the iron pot, it was stewing all the ingredients for one person. Let's take an example. For example, he didn't know what was going on. Gauss seemed to have said something to him that he didn't understand, and the other party hurriedly made such a large batch of cooking utensils. You don't need so many to feed pigs, do you? There's not enough water. Lee Jelly suddenly shouted while staring at the pot. Gauss turned around and shoveled a large box of snow back. He slapped the metal box with both hands, and the snow inside immediately melted into water and started to steam, almost turning into boiling water. Gauss poured hot water into the pot with a splash, and watching Jew Jelly use a cleaver as a spatula to stir the water, he suddenly said, my method heats up faster and more evenly. After thinking about it for a while, I realized it made sense, so I had Gauss come to the pot to heat it. Buzz 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 buzz, pop. Ripples spread across the tin pot, and the soup boiled instantly. In just 10 seconds, the ingredients were all soft and mashed into a paste. When you stir it again, it easily turns into a porridge. Pick some out, let them cool, and try them. The texture and taste weren't as fragrant as those heated by a regular flame, perhaps because the heat was too evenly distributed, but it's pretty close. With Chestnut's approval, Gauss, unfazed by the heat, picked up the large iron pot and poured the contents into the crack. It even reminded me of watching videos of rural old men emptying swill from pig troughs. Hulu, the thing below the crack seemed quite happy. Gauss was poured on top, and it drank heartily below, until the Gauss pot was turned upside down and not a drop was left, and it still seemed like it hadn't had enough. Again, Gauss said. For example, she stared in disbelief as he put the pot back on the iron rack, and after a moment of stunned silence, she hurriedly said that she had used up all her ingredients. What do you need? Gauss asked without further ado. This is a bit tricky. For example, scratching his head, he explained that he didn't know what Venus had to eat or not, and that his ingredients were all brought from the Imperial planet. If he wanted more, he would have to contact the Imperial planet. The Imperial planet. You're from the Imperial planet. Gauss looked at Jew Jelly Z with sudden suspicion. Seeing Jew Jelly Z nod, he pressed on, then do you know Loki's whereabouts? Loki. He thought for a moment, then quickly recalled the rumors circulating on the forums that Loki had been dismembered by Kroni, which left him momentarily speechless. But Chani shouldn't die, right? For example, with a hint of suspicion, he briefly told the other party about the rumors about Loki, and as expected, he only received a silence. No one knows what Gauss was thinking. For example, he thought to himself that he was just a tiny phantom who couldn't do anything, so he quickly sent a message to his friends on the Imperial plains. Hey bro, you're already on Venus and you're still thinking about food. Joe Jizuan replied. It's not for me to eat, sigh, it's hard to explain in a short time. Hurry up and get me some, remember to get a lot, 2 truckloads will do. For example, she just wanted to seize the time to get on good terms with Gauss and see what good things he would give her after feeding the rift. As expected, Joe Jizuan was efficient. He quickly contacted several strange players who had stockpiled a lot of wild game ingredients from the Imperial planet and helped him pack the items and send them over. As for what they used in exchange, Joe Jizuan didn't say, only that it was a few worthless gems. He also instructed them to give an example of whether there were any special minerals to mine on Venus, and if so, they could set up an extraterrestrial mineral trading channel. Okay, I'll take a look for you later. I'm busy now, so I'll hang up now. You go ahead with your work. Ignoring the follow-up news about Joe Jizuan, Julizi reached out and released the power of the void, which immediately attracted Gauss's attention. Pale purple void energy appeared on his left hand, and the space rippled. He slammed down 2 huge storage boxes. When he lifted the board, he found them full of food, including fish fillets that they had grilled before. At least you still have some conscience. Jew Jelly nodded, then started putting the ingredients back into the pot. Anyway, they'll all turn into mush after being heated by Gauss, so there's no need to cut them. When did you get back? Suddenly, Gauss asked out of the blue. For example, Lee was slightly taken aback, looked around, and realized that Gauss was indeed asking him a question, but he didn't understand what Gauss meant. What? When? Where did you come from? Seeing that the puzzled look on Gauss's face didn't seem feigned, Gauss was also puzzled and pointed to the 2 boxes. You mean this? I had my friends teleport here from the Imperial planet. If you're from the heavenly realm, you should know what it is, right? It's void teleportation. Gauss certainly knew that if he wasn't the genius, then who was? But the question is, are you really the genius? For example, seeing the other person rubbing their chin, seemingly lost in thought, he was completely bewildered and could only continue cooking. 1 pot, 2 pots, the wind and snow outside the cave had begun to subside. The mounting cracks, which had swallowed countless batteries from Gauss, were filled with 3 large pots of mud and finally quieted down. Thank you. Gauss expressed his gratitude sincerely, just like giving an example. Thinking that he should return the favor, he pondered for a moment and then took out a strange badge. The badge is not a badge in the traditional sense. It is a strange electronic button that can be attached to a combat uniform, such as a lexicon. When touched lightly, a small symbol projection appears on it, which looks like a V-shaped shield divided into 3 segments. He didn't recognize the object at all, but for some reason, he remembered a pattern that could be seen everywhere in the steel line of his own base, the steel line's corporate emblem. Is this the emblem of some corporation? Someone asked, giving an example. Yes, there's an orb valley about 30 kilometers away. It used to be the site of the Oro Empire's tower, and the environment there has been modified to be more temperate. You can find another alliance called Solaris there, besides the Copus Merchant Guild. They're hiding in the Fortuna colony underground in the valley. If you're looking for a place to settle down long term, you can give it a try. As Gauss spoke, he took out another bronze crystal and handed it to Julie. I hardly ever need this, but it should be of some help to you once you have your own armor. This is a level 5 heat insulation crystal, providing 60% freeze resistance. Wow, this is great. I don't need armor. I can use it right now. As he spoke, he gave an example of how he absorbed the void crystal into his body right in front of Gauss. Gauss, is this your battle armor? Chestnut shook her head. That's a phantom, don't you know? Phantom. When did a phantom clone become capable of withstanding the reconstructive pressure from the void? I could understand if you said the weapon could hold void crystals, that it must be communicating with the will within the armor. But, wait a minute. You are not human, but a phantom. Geo Dun felt his understanding was being challenged. He suddenly wanted to dissect the chestnut to see what its internal structure was like, but then the chestnut started talking again. Yes, but it's only temporary. My armor should be finished in a few days. Oh, right, you're a senior. I wanted to ask, how should newbies like us who are unfamiliar with armor choose our first armor? We currently have 3 armors to choose from: Glazed Maiden, Holy Sword, and Vault. After listening to a long string of questions, Gauss became increasingly astonished. Had the glass lady been resurrected? No, it should be that only the blueprint sample has been analyzed. but she died in the Night Spirit plane of the Imperial planet, and her fragments are scattered all over the Night Spirit plane. To find her, besides collecting and assembling 80% of the whole to calculate the blueprint, the only other way is to obtain the recognition and grant of the will of the Glass Lady. What exactly happened to the Imperial Ball? Sigh, the main problem is that I only have one battery to build the armor right now. If I had a second one, and could also build an anti-gravity warp wing, I should be able to. Before Chestnut could finish her musings, Gauss suddenly grabbed her by the collar. What did you say? You have the blueprints for the anti-gravity warp wings. Then how did Loki die? What did I say wrong? I don't know, Lizzie said blankly. According to the forum summary, we only found the data module in a void fortress that Kroni discovered. Yes, Loki only took the void coordinates with him. According to you, the void coordinates fell into the hands of the Kroni Empire. Then how did you find that place? Gauss pressed. I didn't know. The mission to find the anti-gravity warp wings was a personal mission given to us by Brother Shang. Only the two of us big shots were going to do it. Brother Shang. What's his full name? For example, you suddenly realize that the force you're using to pull on your collar has loosened, and that's when you realize that your trump card has always been Brother Shang. That is sizzle sizzle sizzle. Suddenly, a faint whisper appeared in their ears. A dark halo shrouded Juji Lizi's vision in a chilling grey, and even the light seemed to shrink back, reducing its illumination of the cave's interior. Before Lee could react, Gauss abruptly threw him to the ground and vanished instantly, leaving only a faint blue afterimage that stirred up the snowflakes at the cave entrance. As he left, the grey atmosphere in the cave vanished abruptly, as if it had followed Gauss away. He hit his head hard on the ground, but he didn't wait for a reply and quickly staggered towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the biting north wind was shielded from his body by the heat-insulating crystals, and he no longer felt cold. However, the scene before him left him in awe. Gauss seemed to be running at full power, his body bursting with high-energy particles. His figure moved wildly back and forth like lightning, occasionally drawing the silver-white rifle on his back and firing it in certain directions, seemingly attacking some target. However, the bullets either missed their target or exploded on the ground, sending up arcs of electricity that scorched the ground black. Hiss hiss hiss, another eerie sound rang in their ears, and just then, for example, they finally saw what Gauss was fighting. It was a deep black shadow or smoke, drifting erratically, seemingly spreading slowly, yet able to stay close to Gauss. However, to give an example, it's clear that this is far from Gauss's maximum speed. To control it at a speed where he can clearly see the afterimage, the only example that comes to mind is this cave, or something inside some crevice. Gauss worried that if he left at full speed, the black shadow would find something in the crack and attack it. Your sins, you cannot escape them. The cold, hoarse voice pierced the chilly wind, yet it conveyed a sense of death more vividly than the weather on Venus. Even though I was just standing dozens of meters away watching, I was already sweating profusely just from looking at Chestnut. Quickly record this, even if we die, it has to be worth it. But who exactly is that dark figure? He was surprised to see the black figure suddenly rushing away, a black sword slashing precisely at Gauss. Gauss was not afraid. A large number of high-energy particles emerged in front of him to form a shield, which collided violently with the black light sword. Boom! The shockwave surged instantly, forcing countless snowflakes back, and even the snowflakes in the sky twirled and danced, unable to fall. Never-ending, red limit. Gauss was knocked back several meters, seemingly cursing softly. He then assumed a charged piloting stance, his entire body surging with arcs of electricity and high-energy light, which instantly contracted, transforming into a stream of light covering his streamlined body. Whoosh! Gauss seemed to transform into a blue-white lightning bolt, rushing towards the black shadow. The white and black collided instantly, bursting out with a clang, electric arcs erupted, and sparks flew everywhere. In his crimson limit state, Gauss no longer used a gun. Instead, he relied on an energy shield condensed around his body to engage in close combat with the shadowy figure with his bare fists. The sound of his fists and palms bursting with energy could be heard. High and low temperatures intertwined, and electrons transformed into streaks of lightning that rose up and bit at the black smoke shadow. A short-handled, curved scythe appeared in the shadowy figure's hand at some unknown time. He swung it at Gauss, but it was constantly deflected by the particle shield on Gauss's body, scattering large amounts of particles and orange-red sparks. This shows that Gauss's particle shield cannot completely block the scythe attack. Where did this battle of gods come from? Is this still the Starsea frenzy? For example, Lizzie stared in shock at the black and white conflict before him, speechless for a moment. Chapter 316 Repelling the Hunters, Relay Station Reconstruction Plan. Gauss attacked swiftly, his fist slamming into the tip of the shadowy figure's scythe, ice crystals instantly climbing up the entire blade. The second punch shook out the shockwave, and the black scythe was instantly heated to emit an orange-red heat light. In the instant of alternating hot and cold, the molecular chains could not withstand such extreme tension, and the covering ice crystals exploded instantly. The impact once again scattered both sides, and the spiraling blade flew out in a huge arc, embedding itself in the mountain rock above Jujalizi's head with a snap. It was none other than the black scythe. Seeing that the opponent had lost his weapon, Gauss's fighting spirit intensified, and he charged headlong into the shadowy figure once more. This time, the shadowy figure seemed somewhat wary of Gauss's abilities. While moving around in shadow, it launched a beam of black light at Gauss's joints. After Gauss easily dodged it, the shadowy figure began to maintain a distance from Gauss, as if it were observing something. Gauss accelerated as he chased the shadow, but the shadow moved slowly back and forth within a small area, dodging the lightning bolts at a slow pace. Why is this? Gauss's speed is still increasing, but why can't we catch him? Even Li Jiyu was puzzled, but after watching a couple more times, he finally discovered the problem. Gauss's straight line speed is indeed very fast, but his ability to turn while speeding is somewhat lacking. He can run a large arc, but he cannot make a small, instantaneous turn. The other party completely understood this about him. If you can understand the example, Gauss, as the person involved, certainly understands as well. The fact that the other party always avoids him in the slightest way is enough to show that he has already grasped his weakness after just one test. However, Gauss quickly changed his strategy. Just as he charged at the shadow again, Gauss stopped a moment before the shadow swayed and pushed the shadow, which was right in front of him, with both hands. The molecules in the surrounding air instantly froze, and ice crystals condensed on the dark figure, slowing him down considerably. Immediately afterward, Gauss clapped his hands again, and the absorption path of molecular kinetic energy was immediately reversed, releasing double the kinetic energy. Amidst the high temperature oscillation, the cold air also burst forth. Bang 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 bang, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, piercing out of Gauss's influence range like an arrow released from a bow, and landing on the ground to reveal its true form. It was a pure black suit of armor, with scarlet stripes spreading across its body as if a tangible killing intent was flowing through it. For some reason, I was reminded of Xia Shang's black holy sword, which I had seen not long ago. The silhouettes of the two were very similar, except that the head of the armor in front of me was completely different from the holy sword. Not only did it not have broken horns, but it was also slightly recessed, and the face was decorated with dark red stripes in the shape of half a lotus flower. Lotus. Zhuge Li was slightly taken aback, then suddenly turned his head to look at the sickle above his head. Why aren't you dodging anymore? If you don't want to fight, then it's my turn. Gauss took small, light steps to warm up, his body constantly crackling with electricity as it struck the ground, creating tiny snow craters. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure tilted its head and stared at Gauss, then suddenly raised its hand, condensed a wave of energy, and released it. The light wave spread so fast that it passed right through Gauss before he could even react. The next moment, the electric arcs on Gauss's body dissipated. Not only the electric arcs, but also the constantly surging high-energy particles quickly disappeared, as if they had all been defeated by the light wave just now. What's this? Not only was his combat state interrupted, but Gauss looked at his hands in surprise and could even feel the energy flow within his body being stopped. Death tilde, a chilling judgment came from the wind and snow. The black-armored figure raised his hand, as if summoning something. This action shocked Gauss into taking several steps back. Gauss's energy is now sealed, which also means that his high-speed running is prohibited. Now he only has the shell of his armor. In the moment of panic, he even forgot to take out his gun to deal with the situation. However, the shadowy figure raised its hand and waited for a few seconds, but nothing happened. Gauss. The shadowy figure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the shadowy figure lowered his hand and turned to look in one direction. Gauss, on guard, also looked in the direction the other was looking. Zhu was seen climbing at the cave entrance, gripping a short-handled black sickle with both hands. The sickle seemed to have a mind of its own, constantly climbing upwards to break free from Zhu grasp. However, Zhu refused to let go, and the man and the sickle were locked in a stalemate on the rock wall. Finally, Zhu twisted his foot and fell off the rock wall with the sickle, crashing down with a thud. Oh, cough cough cough. He slammed a chestnut hard onto the rugged rocky slope, almost catching his breath, but he didn't loosen his grip on the knife handle. Suddenly the sunlight dimmed, and Lizzie squinted and looked up, only to see the black-armored figure already in front of him. Seeing the shadowy figure raise his hand to kill Jiu Li, Gauss quickly shouted, "He's one of the instructor's men." Upon hearing Gauss's shout, the shadowy figure paused and turned to look at Gauss. Taking advantage of this opening, for example, a bone armor suddenly appeared on Lizzie's left arm, and with a whoosh, a support extended out, condensing a pale purple energy ball, which was then fired directly at the chest of the dark figure. Boom! The void energy collided with the shield, instantly breaking the thin film into the most basic photon energy. The remaining force still struck the chest of the shadow armor. With a loud bang, the shadow was blasted more than 10 meters away before it could barely stand. Even Gauss was stunned by this scene. The black figure used his hands to block half of the void bombardment damage at the critical moment, but half of it still splashed onto his chest. Large chunks of tissue on his originally black arms and chest were broken down by the void energy, revealing tender red fibers mixed with silver-black free circuits. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. This blow seemed to have severely injured him, and he almost collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. However, he didn't care about his injuries. Instead, he alternated his gaze between the chestnut and the sickle in the chestnut's hand. Heh! His hoarse voice seemed to let out a cold laugh, then he raised his terrifying arm, pointed at the chestnut, and said, "Keep it safe. I'll come back for it, along with your head and his." After the shadowy figure finished speaking, it slowly knelt on the ground and quickly turned into black smoke, disappearing without a trace. For example, staring at the ground where the shadowy figure disappeared, to make sure the other party was gone, he even went over and kicked the snow pit that the shadowy figure had knelt in, making sure that there was really no one there before he sat down with a thud, relieved and panting heavily. Mom, damn it, why make it so realistic? Do you really think we're going to die? Gauss walked over step by step, reached out and pulled Zhu up, solemnly patted the remaining snow off him, and said, "Thank you, you saved my life." For example, Li blinked blankly and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I was just protecting myself. If you hadn't helped me delay his actions, I wouldn't have been able to fire that shot. Luckily, I had an amplifier on me before, otherwise I feel like even 3 lives wouldn't have been enough for this guy to kill me." Gauss shook his head, then led Zhu back to the cave, so it seemed they were safe for the time being. Arriving at the campfire in the cave, the heat emanating from the embers made Zhu feel as if he had finally returned to the real, living world, whereas the murderous intent emanating from that guy had made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Insulating crystals can only isolate the physical low temperature, but they cannot isolate the mental feeling. For example, looking at the cold black scythe in his hand, he casually stabbed it into the stone platform beside him, and the sharp blade instantly sank into it. "Who is he? Why is he chasing you?" Zhu asked Gauss, rubbing his hands together over the fire. Gauss remained silent for a long time, and just when everyone thought he didn't want to answer, he finally spoke. "I don't know his identity either. My memories of the Oro era are blurry. As for the pursuit..." As he spoke, he looked at the crack deep inside the cave, and felt a pang of emotion. Gauss didn't say much, but an example would make his meaning clear. Gauss and the other 2 armored warriors were searching for the ruins of the ancient Oro Empire. After they obtained the void coordinates from a Kroni underwater laboratory on Uranus, they discovered that a ghost ship was following them. The shadowy figure then began to hunt them down. Gauss's teammate, another armored unit, was accidentally injured by it. Although he did not die, ordinary treatments were ineffective for him, so he had to walk to Venus to recuperate. They initially guessed that the shadowy figure was there to retrieve the void coordinate data they had. So, in order to distract the ghost ship, another warframe chose to jump to the Empire with the data as bait, namely Loki. According to the information provided so far, Loki is dead, but the other side did not retrieve the coordinates and instead quickly tracked down to Venus. This means that the shadowy figure came specifically to hunt them down, rather than them provoking it. Then what did you mean by mentioning the instructor to him at the end? He clearly knew this instructor. I even suspect that in his last words to me, the he was referring to wasn't you, but this instructor. Just thinking about it gives me a chill. The light cannon amplifier he assembled completely drained his void energy with that single shot. If he hadn't managed to repel his opponent, he would have been truly helpless. Instructor, if he really is a celestial warrior who survived the Oro era, then he must know you. Almost all the armor from the Oro era was trained under you, but I don't know which batch he was from. But don't you know the instructor? What's the full name of this brother Shang you mentioned? Brother Xia Shang. You mean Xia Shang? Wait a minute. You mean he's your instructor? Wait. Our brother Xia Shang is young and handsome, not some old man. Don't mistake him for someone else. Zhu quickly corrected. What if they're homophones? That would be a huge misunderstanding. Tell me, which Xia and which Shang? The down in up and down, and the entropy in reverse entropy, Gauss replied. Hey, that doesn't match up. Our brother Shang's name is Xia as in spring and summer, and Shang as in intelligence. It doesn't match up. Hearing Zhu Li's denial, Gauss did not argue, but simply nodded silently, and then naturally shifted the topic to the bone scaffold in Zhu Li's hand. You mean this? This is a weapon developed by our brother Shang specifically for night spirits, an amplifier that can amplify the attack power of the void. The spaceship slowly descended among the snow-capped mountains, and a squad of troops from the Iron Defense Line came forward to receive it. Standing at the front was Dao, who was leaning on a cane. Her face was calm, but the knuckles of her fingers holding the cane were white. She smiled only when she saw Cho's figure emerge from behind the hatch, but then frowned again, because she also saw Cho's arm, which was corroded and mangled. I'm back. Everything is fine. No one was injured. Cho said proudly as he stepped off the spaceship. He was about to hug his sister with one hand when Dao hit him on the leg with a jujube. That's what you should do. If the strong don't protect the weak, civilization will cease to exist, Dao said sharply, but then softened his voice. But you also need to be careful about your own safety. Cho gently protected Dao's back with one hand. Our great victory is also thanks to these 3 heavenly warriors. Behind him, Chenari, Jin Chuan, and Ju Hua also disembarked from the boat. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Where do you put the battery compartment? Dust Monkey asked impatiently. Just leave it here. I'll arrange for someone to transport it underground. Black Veil suddenly appeared behind the Dust. Damn it. Can you at least make a normal entrance? Dust was startled and said irritably, placing the 5 battery compartments on the ground. Sunlight shone on the platinum and white battery compartments, reflecting a magnificent scene that stunned everyone else. Thank you so much for your help. Please convey my sincerest gratitude to the wanderers. It's cold outside. Let's go back to the fortress first, Dao warmly invited. Without any hesitation, the three followed the two group leaders to the underground steel defense fortress. Upon learning that the three of them possessed their own humanoid bodies, Dao immediately offered to host a private banquet for them, and she would prepare some dishes for them, all of which she had learned from the remnants of the empire when she was young. Qin Chuan and the other two calculated that the time did not conflict with reality, so they happily agreed. It was called a banquet, but it was really just a few small dishes. Dao didn't even invite Zhou to eat with them because Zhou had a huge appetite, and Dao didn't have the energy to cook so many dishes at once. The dining table was also a newly prepared square table, probably unused for years, and even needed dust to help wipe away the dust that had settled on it. During the meal, Dao tried asking Qin Chuan and a Zhou a few questions and received the truthful answers. Xia Shang was indeed coming back, bringing his newly created Chenji. Upon learning that Xia Shang had indeed used Chenji as the name of his faction, Dao was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. You guys are trusted by him a lot. Back when the Imperial Relay Station was still there, although he wasn't the most high-profile one, he was the captain that many Celestials were desperate to join. He was revered by everyone as the leader of the relay station. Although he didn't have that official position, all the mechs were willing to listen to him. Dao slowly began to reminisce about the past with the three of them. Qin Chuan glanced at Chenari, who was eating heartily, and wanted to kick him to make him eat with confidence and listen to his elders. However, he thought that this was just a game and there was no need to pay so much attention to etiquette, so he didn't do anything and just ate and responded. So Brother Shang was the leader of Chenchi before. What? Channy confessed to him? What happened next? Holy crap. A love triangle. No, Brother Shang didn't send any arrows out, so it can't be a love triangle. It's I love you love him structure. Sigh, it's so good to be handsome. I want to be a handsome guy too. There were so many spy cameras at the old relay station. Can Brother Shang manage them all? As Dao spoke, a once thriving and enormous space station slowly appeared in their imagination, where the Chenji lived, carried out missions together, communicated and traded, just like a huge gathering of players. This was also the first time they learned about the deeds of Xia Shang, the NPC who had always helped them grow from outsiders. In the end, the Chenji were destroyed by the premeditated giant warships of Kroni, which were comparable to planetary level ships. The Chenji scattered and fled, losing all contact, and the relay station became a ruin on orbit forever. Pity. 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 The three of them took turns saying something, then shook their heads sadly. Even so, I've always had this idea, but has never expressed it before. Now, it should be an opportunity. Dao looked at the three young men and said, I want to rebuild the relay station. Chapter 317 New Outpost Site Confirmation Rebuild the relay station. That's too easy for you, Ms. Dao. Looking at the message Quinn had sent him, Xia Shang stroked the Oro battery in his hand, then embedded it into the small fortress shield in front of him. This is the fortress shield that Dust handed over to him, except that Audi's repaired it, fixing all the scratches and damage left by Kroni when he moved it, and now it looks brand new. Back when he was slacking off at the command headquarters. While he was working, he spent a lot of time observing this thing in the defense department. After all the tests were completed, Xia Shang officially started it. With a buzzing sound emanating from the shield generator, gradually transitioning from a slight hum to a higher frequency, it finally fell silent upon breaking through a certain frequency band. Immediately afterward, a deep blue arc of light barrier condensed on its surface and then instantly expanded outward. The barrier covered the basement, penetrated layers of metal floors, and quickly led to the cliff surface at the top of the stronghold. All the players still inside the stronghold only noticed a blue light suddenly flash past their eyes, and they didn't know what had happened. Seeing that the shield generator was stabilizing, Xia Shang knew that everything was ready. He instructed Audis to check it regularly in the future, and then left the equipment management room located at the bottom of the base and above the garage. Upon arriving at the normal activity area and seeing Xia Shang's appearance, the players rushed over to explain what had just happened. When Xia Shang told them that it was their own fortress shield, the players were overjoyed. At least they no longer had to worry about being raided by the Kroni Empire's air raids. After bidding farewell to the players, Xia Shang returned to the main control room to ponder the meaning behind the Iron Defense Line's actions. Dao wanted to rebuild the relay station, and Xia Shang had also thought about it, but neither he nor the Iron Defense Line had the manpower and resources to do it before. Even if preparations were to begin now, there would be no progress for a long time, because Kroni's giant warships would always be the biggest obstacle to their entry into space. Fortunately, Xia Shang currently has no intention of directly engaging in war with the giant warships. He already has a blueprint for the fortress shield, and the small fortress shield is sufficient for players to expand their territory. Therefore, the current focus can indeed be on expanding the players' ground influence and coverage. Simply put, it means expanding our bases. The plains of night spirits are patrolled by night spirits that never die at midnight. They attack anything that dares to show itself at night, posing both a threat and a protector to the creatures of the plains of night spirits. So how about we first establish outposts all over the night spirit plains? However, this plan was not without problems. The main problem was that for new players who followed the new stronghold, the midnight hours when they could not go out in their free time largely overlapped, and the presence of night spirits also greatly extended the player's development time. However, this is not a problem for Xia Shang. If players want to avoid being threatened by night spirits, they must have the means to avoid or eliminate individual night spirits. Players are quite mobile now. Hoverboards are flexible enough for short to medium distances, and for longer distances, there are anti-gravity curved wings and player-controlled transport ships. The best method is to eliminate the void, but its main limitation is that the player needs to have the willpower level to release the void ray and create an amplifier to amplify the void attack. Manufacturing amplifiers is a significant challenge in itself, and the difficulty in acquiring the materials is no less than that required for manufacturing any other armor. Thinking of this, Xia Shang immediately thought of someone, opened the player list to check and found that they were still online, so he immediately called the other party to his control room. Galio arrived at Xia Shang's control room with doubts in his heart. He saw that Xia Shang was fully equipped and ready to go on a mission. Do you remember before this orbital port mission, I told you to come back from there? Xia Shang gestured for Galio to sit down on the guest sofa. Yes. Galio was puzzled at the time. It was not easy for him to go there, but Brother Shang actually called him back. Although the rewards for the space mission were very generous, he would now have to spend a lot of time traveling back to Nightfeather Camp. I didn't actually plan to call you back before, but I did change my mind at the last minute because EU is indeed someone we need to work on to improve our relationship with, and this route needs to be officially established. Galio didn't seem to understand Xia Shang's meaning. This time we need to add more new outposts on the plains of Night Spirit. Along with them, there will be more newcomers from the wall. For them, nothing on the plains is as dangerous as the Night Spirits at midnight. Nightfeather is a group that has been studying Night Spirits for many years. If we can stabilize our exchanges, or even help each other and integrate into one, many of the materials needed for amplifiers can be simplified, and they can even be put into our supply and demand database. Xia Shang's idea was simple, to make Chenji the only supply outlet for Yeyu, thus eliminating the greatest possibility of Kroni. Controlling the Night Spirit planes. Galio listened slowly to Xia Shang's thoughts, from deep thought to excitement, and then back to deep thought. By the time Xia Shang saw him off, he was already envisioning a future where players could buy their own amplifiers directly from the store, just like buying a Terrorbird. But what about choosing a location for this base? I didn't even have time to explore the map when I got there. While pondering this, Galio found the 9-5 wisdom trout. What did Brother Shang want to see you about? Is there a mission? Zhou Wujizuan asked, puzzled by Galio's thoughtful expression. Should we still go find Yu? Galio was all set to go, originally intending to take the 9-5 Jizan to the Night Feather Camp by the lake. There is a mission, but it should be a mission specifically for us. Otherwise, Brother Shang wouldn't have called me out separately. He would have just sent the bounty for the Iron Defense Line directly. Galio thought for a moment and relayed Xia Shang's words to Zhou Wujizuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wujizuan was deeply moved. Sigh, there are advantages to getting into this hobby late. The seniors have smoothed out all the obstacles for them. How so? Galio countered. What else can I say? Zhou Wujizuan picked up his bag, tossed out a hoverboard, and called out, let's go. Opening a new base comes with reputation rewards. The two quickly blended into the group of players leaving the base. Among them were many people returning to Jade Mountain Forest. They hadn't been there much these past few days, and since there was a base mission now, they could look for a place in the mountain valley to set up a base. I feel that the cave where the animals live would be perfect. But that's the territory of a mountain god dog. Oh yeah. A group of players who often teamed up in the Jade Mountain Forest discussed the location of their stronghold. In the end, they felt that the existing stronghold in Kroni was more comfortable. After all, it is fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, and even has its own repair materials. They arrived at the Jade Stone Forest without any problems, and the group was suddenly stunned as they looked at the forest from afar. A long-horned deer was seen strolling leisurely on the grass with its fawns around the woodland. This is... One player said, pointing at the deer with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Not necessarily, maybe it's a wild animal from somewhere else. But when they actually headed towards the cave, the cubros, cat-like creatures, and mutated pikas that could be seen everywhere along the way all indicated that the place was safe. Upon arriving at the crevice in the mountain cave, one can see a kukoro with antlers sitting on the grass, gazing at the tranquil mountain range ahead. The meaning behind this is self-evident. The virus has been eradicated. What about the Kroni? Players familiar with Oba approached to inquire, but received no clear answer. Oba merely glanced at them before turning back into the cave. What do you mean? The others asked. How would I know? I don't understand Kubro, and besides, he didn't say a word. Did he just interpret it from a look? Oh right. What about that mute NPC? One player suddenly remembered Wu Yi. Doesn't he understand? But now that the animals have all been released back into the wild, where are we supposed to find him? Just then, a figure emerged from the cave. It was Wu Yi, whom the players had been talking about. He was covered in dust and it was unclear what he had been busy with. Moreover, he seemed to know something, and before the players could ask, he began writing on the sand and gravel on the ground. Looking at the translated text, the players stared at Wu Yi with slight shock. It wants us to establish a base here. Wu Yi nodded in response. And what about it? Is it leaving? Wu Yi shook his head, pointed to the ground, and began writing again. There are people here who need his protection. With the location of the Jade Forest stronghold confirmed, all players knew that it was the cave that could shelter all the animals in the mountain area. The news even spread to forums outside the game, which pleased some people and displeased others. The location of the outpost has been determined, which means that a group of new players will be assigned to this outpost as their starting point. That place is just a wasteland, with no resources whatsoever. It would be difficult to even get to the current engineering base, right? How are we going to buy hoverboards without Lyle's shop? Yeah, and the entire mountain area outside is Kokoro's territory, so there's nowhere to upgrade. Isn't it just too inconvenient? The players who are active on the forums and have made reservations have paid attention to that place. But no matter how you look at it, it's not as convenient as the engineering base that the current batch of players have. There are no NPCs, no shops, no quest assignments, and no resource collection. All there are vast stretches of mountains and endless trees. Are we supposed to send them in as slaves to cut down trees? It's not that bad, is it? There are lots of animals there. You can keep big dogs and cats. Look at veteran player Dirt. He even has one, right? Unfortunately, it's hard to convince others to choose a particular location if such a small point can't be considered an advantage. In the Jade Forest, players who heard the opposing voices on the forum were also somewhat perplexed. What those players said wasn't entirely wrong. This place is indeed very remote, but it's the land god's request, so how could these small players refuse? To put it simply, this is a task assigned by an NPC. Ask Audis. We've explored this Jade territory for many days. The Cloney didn't build any large outposts here, just small military tent-style camps, which were all blown up long ago. After discussing it, everyone decided that they should ask the higher-ups for their opinion. While it was said that the question was directed at Audis, it was actually a question to Xia Shang's opinion. Fortunately, Audis didn't keep them waiting long. In the end, it was Xia Shang himself who contacted them. Audis had been paying attention to the matter since a small number of voices emerged on the forum and had informed Xia Shang. The requests for help from these players were within his expectations. He simply hadn't expected Oba to be so direct in asking them to build a base. Maybe they're making me pay the difference in the price of those equipment materials. Xia Shang smiled wryly. However, this problem is actually easy to solve, but Lyle still needs to contribute some hairline. Build a base. Upon hearing this request, Lyle, unusually, showed no hesitation. Instead, he appeared quite excited. Where? What's the terrain like? Will it be embedded, constructed, or perhaps an underground fortress? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What's wrong with you? Why were you so reluctant to come to work before, but now you're actually willing to come to work? Xia Shang suspected that he had bumped his head. Otherwise, why would this middle-aged man who cherishes his hairline so much suddenly curl it up? What are you saying? Where there's demand, there's profit. Oh no, that's what I read in books. What I mean is, I just love building houses. Lyle answered shyly, smiling like a young man in his 20s. Okay, but that place is a bit special. I think you might need to go and see it for yourself. No problem. When do I need to leave? Anytime is fine. If there are any minor issues during the investigation, contact Audis. If there are any major issues, you can contact me. Xia Shang proactively reminded him, not for any other reason than that half of the Oro laboratory was buried at the bottom of that cave. Lyle would definitely discover this problem after he went there, so he was giving him a heads up. It's just building a base. Metal to metal, block to block. What could be the problem? Lyle chuckled dismissively, returning to prepare surveying equipment, ready to head to Jade Forest once the next spaceship was assembled. In conclusion, the construction of this base will be planned by Boss Lyle. He has extensive experience in planning the Coops camp. Coops is extremely skilled at building shelters with sophisticated structures and convenient functions in extreme environments. According to the temporary plan, the management center of this base will be handled by Audis, so you don't need to worry about it being inferior to other bases in daily operations. Upon receiving Xia Shang's reply, all the players present breathed a sigh of relief. Lyle's communication request quickly connected to their squad voice chat. Lyle, Jade Forest, right? I've heard you kids talk about it before. It's full of all sorts of cats and dogs, and it was burned down, wasn't it? Since the boss has entrusted me with taking over our first shelter built from scratch, I should naturally give it my all. If you don't have any important missions, then you'll be my temporary management team. What's with that expression? Take it back. When have I, Lyle, ever mistreated you? I've recently developed a batch of new equipment and weapons, and I'll definitely give you some as compensation. Reputation. Reputation is the base salary. You won't lose reputation, no matter what else you lose. I'll give it to you even if you don't want it. Just kidding, the reputation allocation quota refreshes every time. Wouldn't he be missing out big time if he didn't use it? When has Taleli ever made a losing deal? Chapter 318 The First Cup's Outpost. Oberyn's will thanks to Audi's meticulous coordination, the number of production workshops assembling transport ships has increased to 3. However, it's impossible for players to assemble parts at every workstation, so currently almost all of them are plains dwellers residing near the stronghold, or other survivors hoping to receive shelter from the Wanderers, who have come to work in response to the employment regulations issued by Audis. There was no danger to their lives, the work was simple and easy to understand, there was no need to worry about reduced demand, the environment was absolutely safe, and even meals were provided free of charge. When had survivors on the plains ever received such treatment? Normally, they only dared to come to the stronghold after dawn to find odd jobs that the people inside the walls were unwilling to do, or to sell odd jobs to these strange people. When the survivors first saw this job posting for them, they thought it was some kind of scam to lure people in for human experimentation. But after thinking about it carefully, they realized that if people wanted to do something to them, they wouldn't need such good conditions at all, so some people resolutely stepped forward to sign up and take a gamble. As it turned out, they didn't lose their bet. Occasionally, someone would come to supervise them. This was a member of a powerful force that hadn't been heard of for many years, but now everyone called him Boss Lyle. He was the Wanderer's colleague. Lyle had no prejudice against these survivors on the plains. Although they were not as efficient as the people inside the walls, they were all hardworking and conscientious. Besides, he didn't pay them out of his own pocket, and he didn't make any demands on them. The transport ships assembled by them are also overseen by Audis throughout the entire process, so there's no need to worry about safety hazards. The only thing he frequently checked on was the assembly progress of the transport ship. Be quick and efficient. After checking on the transport ship's progress for the 5th time, the ship finally entered the scanning and inspection phase in Lyle's mind. Seeing the green clearance light turn on indicating that the inspection had passed, Lyle clenched his fist and cheered, then quickly turned back to his armed shop, while simultaneously contacting the people he had deployed in the Jade Mountain forest. I'll be there in half an hour. The terrain scan can take a little longer. I'll verify the data once I arrive. After receiving the communication, Lyle intercepted a few lucky individuals in the stronghold's passageway and had them follow him to the arms store to transport some needed tools. Ever since he learned that players could carry or even teleport items, he would occasionally have players transport materials, and this time was no exception. However, those inside the walls who possess the ability to teleport items must be familiar faces. Most of the newcomers from recently arrived do not have this ability. Actually, he didn't have much stuff. Besides the tools he needed to use, he also heard that there were no ready-made accommodations in the Jade Mountain forest. In order to ensure that he could sleep soundly during his limited sleep time each day, he brought a batch of supplies for setting up temporary military tents. After boarding the transport ship controlled by Audis and moored outside the stronghold, Lyle quickly arrived at the Jade Forest, hundreds of kilometers away. The scenery here was indeed as tranquil and harmonious as he had imagined. After disembarking from the spaceship, he looked out into the deep mountains from the hillside where the aircraft was parked. He could see a large area of burned forest, but new branches had already sprouted, dark and green, and he estimated that it would be completely covered by vegetation in a few days. It's a pity about this batch of charcoal. We should have sent some people to collect it. Lyle adhered to the good principles of the Coop's Chamber of Commerce Academy. All materials could be exchanged for objective profits. Waste was a bad habit for Lyle. If there was any waste, then you should consider whether the waste could generate more profit. If so, then the waste is actually a compensation for profits, which is a technology, not a waste. Wow, what used to take hours to skateboard across now only takes 10 minutes. Technology really changes lives. The players stepped out of the cabin and were amazed to find that they had arrived at their destination after a short flight of just over 10 minutes without any turbulence. Mr. Lyle, he's over here. The players who had been given the mission by Lyle had come to meet them, mainly because there weren't any good docking spots near the cave. Upon entering the cave, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere immediately struck Lyle's olfactory nerves. Where's my helmet? He covered his nose and backed away, patting the players who had been using him as a backpack. After putting on the square helmet and taking a deep breath of the oxygen filtered by the helmet, Lyle, who had recovered, realized that the players looked perfectly normal, as if they couldn't smell the stuffy stench in the air. Oh, you mean this smell? It's the smell of animal dung that's accumulated in the cave, plus the fishy smell of the meat and other things that were supplied before. Everyone's gotten used to sleeping in there at night. Hearing the players' replies, Lyle felt a headache coming on. Didn't you guys even try to clean it up? Clean it up? We didn't clean it up, but someone did. There were just too many of them. Boss, don't you think about it? All the animals in the forest are crammed in here. If they were all herbivores, it would be fine, but there are quite a few carnivores among these animals. Lyle didn't say anything more after hearing this, but simply checked again whether the seams of the helmet were tightly closed. Entering the cave, walking along a path paved with cracks in the mountainside and loose stones, we arrived at the gentle slope at the bottom. Lyle had the players take out their toolboxes and backpacks to explore the structure of the space. Wow, it's huge. As the 3D model of the cave's interior slowly appeared on the holographic screen, the players realized that this cave they frequented actually descended into the ground at a slope of less than 20 degrees. According to the measurement data on the panel, it could probably hold the water of an entire lake. Is this a naturally formed underground reservoir? Lyle couldn't help but ask. I don't know, it shouldn't be, one player replied immediately. He had walked down there before logging off, and there were some traces of artificial excavation down there. Oh. This piqued Lyle's interest. If it was a semi-manual project involving the remnants of the ancient people, then the entrance wouldn't look so natural. If it were the Kroni Empire, the mountain would never be so intact. He roughly understood what Xia Shang meant earlier. Before long, they found Wu Yi in the cave, still cleaning up the traces left by the animals. His skin looked pale under the Lyle lights, probably because he hadn't been properly exposed to sunlight for a long time. Wu Yi didn't know Lyle, but Lyle did, so he beckoned him to put down what he was doing and come with him. Finally, Lyle reached the bottom of the cave and saw Kumar, who was lying quietly resting in the darkness, with antlers growing on both sides of his forehead. Of course, there's also the tip of the iceberg of the massive architectural complex behind it, usually embedded in the rock wall, which is clearly in the style of the Oro Empire. Lyle, who had already guessed most of what was going on, wasn't surprised. This was also why he had invited Wu Yi to stay with the group, because he had heard that there was someone here who understood Cubro language but couldn't speak, and who could help him communicate with this mysterious Cubro. The negotiations proceeded as expected, even beyond Lyle's expectations. As the owner of the place, the other party had no objection whatsoever to the matter of modifying the mountain. In fact, when Lyle explicitly stated that he might build the base in the very obvious mechanical style of Coop's, the other party had no objection. Of course, Cubro did have a request, but Lyle felt he had no say in it, so he ultimately contacted Xia Shang. It wants to dig up the ruins. Xia Shang was also surprised to receive the contact, because he had assumed that Oba would not allow them to go any further into the underground ruins. Xia Shang immediately told Lyle to place the communicator in front of Oba so that he could ask him. Oba couldn't speak, and Xia Shang didn't understand Cubro language. However, Xia Shang could understand Oba's meaning, so the players and Lyle nearby saw that Xia Shang seemed to be talking to himself. Cubro, with its antlers, hardly responded, only occasionally making some physical gestures. Okay, I understand. Xia Shang roughly understood what Oba meant, and he expressed his understanding, but if they were to provide their support. But you should also know that more than 80% of this laboratory has collapsed, and it won't be easy to dig out what you're looking for in a short time. Oba didn't express anything, which means it understood, but it was only at this point that it began to express itself proactively. Xia Shang silently looked at its description, and finally let out a long sigh full of emotion. Perhaps my presence makes you think that way, but we also need you. Just like I hoped you could help me teach these new students. They are still too inexperienced, and there will be many more things they cannot do in the future. As an elder of Chani, you were considered a father figure by those children back then. I also admire that you still retain your kindness even after becoming that kind of person, so I hope you can have an easier time in the future. Despite Xia Shang's lengthy explanation, Cubro in front of him showed little sign of changing his mind, leaving Xia Shang with no choice but to shake his head. Then I won't try to persuade you anymore. I hope you can change in the future, Aobalong. If possible, I still hope to take care of you in your old age. Since things had come to this point, it was inconvenient to say anything more. Xia Shang asked Lyle to take the communicator back. The matter has been settled. You can start building this area according to your ideas first. We can make plans for the ruins after everything is completed. What are your current ideas? Xia Shang asked Lyle as if to ease the atmosphere. Of course I built the base in the style of the Cooper's Energy Research Laboratory that I'm most familiar with. Your current Kroni merit base is so outdated that I can't stand living here at all. This will be my new home. This was both Lyle's joke and his assurance that he would do his best. Haha, a lot of newlyweds say that it's a really rural place. Even dogs wouldn't want to live there. It seems you can completely change their minds. Well then, I wish you all the best. After hanging up, ignoring the players' whispers, Lyle quickly said goodbye to the mountain guarding dog and led the players back. His immediate priority was to measure the thickness and material of the rock layer above their heads to facilitate the opening of ventilation shafts. Hey you, take this and go over there, filter the diameter range I've selected. Do you have a mower? Yes, good. Take this with you and scan the rock face, looking for both visible and invisible cracks. As Lyle began to demonstrate his abilities, news of his role as the construction manager of the Jade Forest Outpost also reached the game's official forum. For a time, the original criticism of Jade Mountain as a stronghold instantly stalled, leaving only some reservation players unfamiliar with Coop's architectural style inquiring, is it a bit irresponsible to let the weapons merchants build houses? Often in the forum, mixed reservation players simply lazy to care about this kind of post, because at a glance top true, appraised as following the wind and water stickers of new users, do not care. And they who have experienced the initial treasury of Ryle saw Ryle built in the Red Crystal Community Temporary Treasury. The Cyber Sci-Fi Asylum almost popularized the player circle at that time, and even now online have begun to imitate the Yell Treasury style decoration companies are marketing everywhere. They only hope that they can be drawn to this Jade stronghold as their birthplace. In the future, the game life is really convenient and fast. Well, the public opinion has been reversed in an instant, hasn't it? Xia Shang glanced at the posts on the forum that were gradually appearing with comments about hoping to be born in the Jade Mountain Forest, then shook his head and stopped paying attention. Commander, Audi still doesn't understand why he gave up on rebirth. If we take control of the Jade Forest, you can release him again, and there's no need to excavate that laboratory any further. At this moment, Audi's asked Xia Shang about the content of Xia Shang and Oba's discussion. Perhaps in his mind, if I find a way to bring him back into the armor, I would want him to help me restore the Aura Empire. Of course, I'm not entirely sure about that, because on the other hand, his lover did indeed die under the ruins. Perhaps the reason he has been able to hold on until now is this land, and now that I and these players have appeared, he feels that he can abandon his responsibilities and leave. Xia Shang leaned back in his chair, recalling Oba's gaze, and translated Oba's meaning in a teasing tone. Just because you're going to take over that forest. Audi still doesn't understand. Audi's round eyes turned into a pair of equal signs. Audi's frustrated face. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just think that he wants to follow the old path of the Empire and is no longer willing to serve the Empire. Besides, there is still room for redemption. But actually, I suspect, he may not really want to be reborn like this. Xia Shang lowered his eyelids, and his eyes seemed to recall that afternoon when he and Oberyn were training the children to adapt to their new bodies. Because Oberyn is practically dead now, his consciousness has detached from the armor. Almost all of it has disappeared, with only a few remnants remaining in the Cubro. Even if Xia Shang were to transfer him back into the armor, he would only be a living Oberyn, not the Oberyn he remembered. Commander. Audi seemed to sense Xia Shang's emotions. Perhaps it wasn't him who was trapped and stuck in the past, but me. Xia Shang was just reminiscing when he was suddenly startled by a communication request. WWH, what happened? Oh, Commander, the player example on Venus wants to send you something. Audi's quickly checked the request and then relayed the details. Oh, finally, a young man has realized he should give me something as a token of respect. Not bad, not bad. Have him pass it on. With Xia Shang's permission, the space in front of him rippled with void. The next moment, a black and red cold light suddenly shot out from the void, heading straight for Xia Shang's neck. Chapter 319 Hatred Stored. Lightning speed becomes an optional. Bite. The black and red scythe clattered into the chair back, its sharp, curved blade cutting a clean gash, but stopping just short of Xia Shang's neck. Xia Shang placed his index finger on the blade and casually removed it. Oh, Commander, are you all right? Audi's reacted quickly, but Xia Shang handled the situation even faster, giving him no chance to step forward and help. What could possibly happen to me, but this sickle? Xia Shang looked at the sickle in his hand with some curiosity. Its design is simple, without excessive decoration. The blade extends at both ends, like a pickaxe, with one side longer than the other. Black and red are its main colors, and the slightly angled sickle blade reflects a cold light. An invisible killing intent spreads from it, subtly lowering the temperature in the control room. I'm so sorry, Commander. It was perfectly normal when it was teleported here. Audi's wanted to apologize more, but Xia Shang stopped him. This little thing can't hurt me, and you can't defend against anything that could, so don't worry about it. Speaking of which, I think I recognize this sickle. As Xia Shang spoke, his fingers brushed across the blade, his fingertip tracing a sharp serration along the edge of the blade. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, as if recalling a dark figure. It's him. Do you know who owns this weapon? Audi's asked, puzzled. However, Xia Shang nodded, then shook his head and said, the experimental subjects are full of instability. The people who were modified were all in pain during the experiments. Even if they were lucky enough to survive the modification, they were forced to complete various dangerous missions for the Empire. As a strategic biological weapon, they had no choice. But among those who accept or are accepted for transformation, there are inevitably individuals whose mentality changes. For example, Oberyn was the first suit of armor to comprehend the spirit of nature. Not only did he not lose his will, but he also later became the teacher of the Celestials who learned to transmit knowledge and tried to control mass-produced armor. Among them were many mass-produced obers created based on his model. So, he doesn't hate the Oro Empire that transformed him into an inhuman being. Audi seemed somewhat moved. I think he still hates him, but he accepted these changes. Later, his students made great contributions in battle and were qualified for sanctification. They wanted to take him with them, but he refused. Okay, let's not talk about Oba. If I remember correctly, the user of this scythe was selected as a test subject in the same batch as the Dragon King. However, after training under me for a while, he was transferred to carry out a mission. Xia Shang carefully recalled the details of that too short time, but these seemed to be all there was to it. But Commander, we don't seem to have ever seen a mass-produced battlesuit with similar weapons. Does he have a mass-produced battlesuit that has been copied? Audi's pressed. Now that you mention it, it seems I've never seen a mass-produced one like it before. It's probably a unique piece, but I've seen similar skills on other mass-produced battlesuits. I wonder if there's any connection. Audi's meticulously recorded all the descriptions of Xia and Shang, storing them deep within its own database. For example, what do they say over there? Where did he get this sickle? Xia Shang finally remembered the key point and pressed for details about the origin of the sickle. He then learned that the armored suit was actually hunting Gauss, and that Gauss's companions were among those being hunted, as well as the true reason for Loki's death. But if that's the case, then Xia Shang actually breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he could conclude that the Loki with the missing head was not the original Loki from his memory, but a clone. But then again, why did he hunt down armored warriors who shared the same origin as him? Because of that coordinate. But just as the conjecture in the example suggests, after he killed the clone Loki, he did not retrieve the coordinate, and in the end, the coordinate fell into the hands of the Kroni. Or perhaps Gauss had some kind of conflict with him before, but Gauss forgot. Oh right, this Gauss also seems to be a Primarch armor. Audi said in surprise. Actually, later on, the Primarch armor and mass-produced armor became indistinguishable. Some desperate or even insane people would volunteer to undergo modification experiments and become one of these weapons. After that, I stopped serving as an instructor because there weren't many children who returned from the void at that time, and Maguri's was also, well, anyway, the Primarch was no longer a unique product later on, which should be due to the increasing improvement of experimental technology. Xia Shang shook his head as he spoke, seemingly sighing, or perhaps trying to avoid something. But Commander, this player said that Gauss mentioned someone with a name that sounds the same as yours that caused the shadow armor to malfunction. That name is... It is indeed me, lower entropy, but don't tell any players for now. There are still many ancient relics hidden in the Origin star system. Although this name didn't make much of a name back then, as the instructor of Chenji, quite a few people still remember me. This is not entirely a good thing for them to travel through interstellar space. Xia Shang was still wary of the remnants of the old era. Just like Oberon, Xia Shang still believed that somewhere in this star system, there were probably still guys who wanted to restore the glory of the Aura Empire. If they hear this name from the players, the naive players might be completely fooled and used as pawns. Although it's my gun now. Xia Shang suddenly felt that he was being hypocritical. But it doesn't matter, anyway, now is the era of us Sky Warriors, and the old zombies are not allowed to make a comeback. Yes, Commander, I will keep it a secret. So, what should we do with this weapon? Xia Shang looked down at the sickle in his hand, then suddenly stood up and swung it lightly. The sharp whistling sound of the blade cutting through the air was like the low laughter of death. It is a very simple weapon, without any additional crystal enhancements, but the blood it is stained with definitely came from various suits of armor. As an extension of the void, Xia Shang could almost feel the remaining will of the armor that had almost solidified on the scythe. Although it was killed by the murderer, it inadvertently fueled the murderer's killing intent, making the scythe even sharper when hunting down armored warriors. Hate it, break it down, and put the blueprint up for sale in the reputation shop. Xia Shang suddenly laughed. Is hatred its name? Yes, whatever it was called before, from now on it will be called hatred. Handing the scythe to Audis, Xia Shang suddenly wondered what his expression would be in the unknown future when he saw these heavenly warriors each wielding their own weapon, even stronger than the one in his own hands. You can't say I didn't keep it for you, can you? I hope you can catch up with me and, in your style, hunt down the one who made you lose your home. Strictly speaking, he was indeed among those who plotted that rebellion. Well, has there been a reply yet? Gauss looked at Li Jiu Li expectantly. Looking at the reply she received from Audis, Li Zi's expression stiffened, simply because his sickle is gone. It will take some time for Audis to break down the blueprints, but he will receive the blueprints and all the materials needed to make them as compensation. The only downside is that he will have to wait for the foundry to make the sickles. There was a reply, but it may not be what you hoped for. There isn't much information about the scythe, and there's no record of the related armor even during the Imperial period. This was Gauss's reply, using the example given. Gauss was only slightly disappointed by this, but this information was actually a valid one, indicating that the Empire had deliberately hidden its existence and did not even have a mass-produced version of it, which meant that the shadow was a Primarch armor, not a celestial armor controlled by telepathy. If the Primarch is killed, it's truly ruined, and there's no way to mass-produce a Primarch to start over. So what should we do now? Li Jiu asked Gauss in return. The wind and snow outside the cave had completely stopped, and light was shining from outside the atmosphere onto the ground through dazzling spots of light. The temperature was also warming up. Gauss glanced at the crack and said, "We need to move to another place. Although he was injured by you, we don't know exactly how long it will take for him to recover. If his self-healing time is short, then we don't have much time either." Just then, I received an extra message. I glanced at it and it was from Ria Sanka. He was incredibly lucky to survive and found a building on the ground where all the miners were very friendly to him, even though they were missing limbs and some even had mechanical heads. After hearing the example, Gauss nodded and said, "He should have arrived near Fortuna. You can go there and use your hoverboard to travel at full speed. You should be able to arrive before the next Cold Warm transition." As Gauss spoke, he took out several strange metal blocks and handed them to someone as an example. These steel sheets are flat like coins, about half a finger thick and half a palm in size. They are quite heavy and come in various shapes, some pentagonal and some triangular. However, it is certain that each of them has a different meaning. These are the main types of debt and receivables circulating in Fortuna, the interest imposed on them by the coup's tax officials. Different types of debt have different interest rates, hence the different types of certificates. I didn't earn much in Fortuna, but I think this should be enough for you to fully understand the place in the time to come. Listening to Gauss's words, and looking at the heavy metal block in his hand, he suddenly realized something. Aren't you coming with me? I have my companions to take care of, and that place is not suitable for me, so I will temporarily leave this planet and go to outer space to live temporarily, Gauss said. Looking at the example, he seemed to be thinking of something. Do you know why I came to Venus? Gauss suddenly asked, clearly not intending to give an example in his answer. Because back in the Oro Empire, it was here that I shed my former name and became Gauss. I am not the first Gauss, nor will I be the last. This place has the resources I need to manufacture, and it is also the perfect material to repair my power battery. As he spoke, Gauss stepped forward and, just as he had done when they first met, touched the forehead of Zhuge Lizi. However, this time no hurricane blew on Lizi. Instead, a faint stream of light entered Zhuge Lizi's mind from between Gauss's fingers. You are indeed Chenji. Although I have never seen you, you are undoubtedly the instructor's warrior. I don't know why you don't have your own armor, but this may be my opportunity. Take this and make it here as my return gift to the instructor. After doing all this, Gauss went straight to the crevice, jumped into it, and soon came up carrying a fat, yellowish-brown object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a suit of armor with a gaping maw on its belly. Suddenly a hurricane appeared outside the cave. Gauss carried his companion out of the cave, and Chestnut hurriedly followed. They saw an arrow-shaped flying machine appear in the sky above them. It seemed to have shed its invisible cloak and emerged from the void. How can I contact you? Someone suddenly asked. You don't need to look for me. I've remembered your void fluctuations. I'll contact you when I come to Venus next time. Gauss waved to the Chestnut, then was pulled in by an arc of electricity from the spacecraft and sucked into the hatch at the bottom of the ship. Watching the aircraft disappear into the distance, vanishing without a trace, Zhuge Li scratched his head, glanced back at the cave, where only some of the huge cooking utensils he had used remained. He smiled, deciding not to bring these things, and threw out the hoverboard, while simultaneously contacting Sankaria. Sankaria was also a veteran player who joined the closed beta after Quinn. He also carried a lot of location pins. After the two established a team up, the pin's location was displayed in the eyes of the player, indicating a distance of 29.7 kilometers. You'll never guess what amazing thing I got. For example, send a message to Sankaria. What good stuff. Tell me, bro. Sanhua Limi sent a dog emoji. I won't tell you now, you'll find out later. As an example, he forwarded the data packet that Gauss had passed to him to Audis. Armor blueprint set. Gauss. Xia Shang looked at the Gauss blueprint that had been added to the database in surprise. He really didn't expect that the other party would so easily hand over his blueprint to Zhu Lizzi, whom he had only met once. But it's not incomprehensible. Chestnut saved his life and repelled the pursuers, which indirectly saved both of their armors. Xia Shang said with some emotion, and then arranged for a copy of the blueprint package to be sent back to Chestnut. Commander, should the Gauss armor be put into service? Audis asked. Go for it. Let these little guys scratch their heads a bit more. Don't they like analyzing the pros and cons of different battle armors? Let them have a hard time choosing. And while you're at it, give them a server-wide reward announcement. For example, some resources and reputation will be awarded. Xia Shang smiled slyly. Server-wide announcement. Thank you to Warman Example for contributing the Lightning Speed Gauss, Warframe Assembly Blueprint, Warframe Vision Blueprint, Warframe Chassis Blueprint, and Warframe System Blueprint to his faction. His contribution will provide all current and future Warman players with more powerful options. As encouragement, we are rewarding him with example reputation, materials, etc. The Lightning Speed Gauss Warframe is now available in the Reputation shop. The announcement caused an uproar among all players. The forum, which hadn't been debating the Jade Stronghold for long, has become lively again. Chapter 320. After a thorough analysis, Lyle had no choice but to reserve a large supply. Lightning Speed. That's a really cool name. It looks like a speed-related battlesuit. But why does this battlesuit have two names? Could Lightning Speed just be a code name? Possibly. You see, Holy Sword and Vault are both simple two-word names. It should be called Gauss. Lightning Speed should be the code name. Stop talking about names. Guys, I just spent Reputation to buy Vault's armor blueprint. They say you should buy new, not old. Did I rip off? Crying. Haha, luckily I held back from buying it right away. Being indecisive does have its advantages, you know. New or old my foot. These two suits of armor are only a day apart. We haven't even made a single Vault yet, so there's no reason why they'd be old. That's right, and this Gauss armor was a set of blueprints donated by players, while the Vault was an armor that was added in the official update announcement. The two shouldn't be very related. Is it possible that every piece of armor is completely different? Look at the Holy Sword and the Glass Maiden. There's no such thing as one being newer or older than the other. They each have their own strengths. To be honest, I actually want the Loki armor from the backstory more. Its invisibility is probably the only invisibility skill in the game right now, which is extremely useful for stealing intelligence. You're really trying to pull a fast one on me. Are you trying to steal information? I think you're just trying to be invisible. Wait, did a car run over my face? Sigh, the Invisible Human Simulator. I want to play it too. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm lecherous. I'm coming clean. I want to play the Loki simulator. As the thread began to veer towards the direction of Audis's defeat, some innocent players quickly joined the discussion and drastically steered the thread back on track. But I heard that this guy, for example, was teleported to Venus. Did he discover the Aurora ruins on Venus? For some players, Venus exists only in word of mouth. Many players have died at the freefall point after being teleported from the navigation hub. For some of them, Venus is a large plate that once floated still in space in front of them, but the time they spent looking at it was too short, making it seem like a big pancake. It's a pie in the sky that the production team and the planners created together. We need to teleport to Venus. I guess teleportation is actually just loading images. Venus is actually on another server. The reason why some people are assigned to the planet and some are filtered out is essentially the same as Quinn's first test. They were selected to be server testers. Wow, what luck. I wish I could be a server bug tester too. But brothers, let's get back to the point. Choosing between the Holy Sword and the Glass Maiden is already difficult enough, and now we have to add a Vault and a Gauss. What are we going to do? What's there to hesitate about? Only children make choices. As an adult, I want it all. Who wouldn't want it all? What do you need batteries for? And the materials are so hard to come by. I've been getting wiped out by the night spirits for days now. It's so frustrating without void rays. What to choose depends on the difficulty of obtaining and the crafting threshold. For a beginner's first Warframe, I feel that it's best not to aim too high and to get a convenient and well-rounded Warframe as soon as possible. You see, only those who have played the game can give an objective evaluation. Well, that's probably what you call professional, but for this top sniper, which of these four armors is the most convenient and well-rounded? Same question, sir. Same question. The first sniper god, who had just taken a bite of rice after logging off for lunch, looked up and saw a series of replies to the quoted post, almost spitting out his food. You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? I only have one Holy Sword. I've never even seen the other two. If only I could preview the Warframe's capabilities. The first sniper couldn't help but sigh, then began to wonder whether he should reply to these people. Just as he was scratching his head in frustration, another big shot appeared out of nowhere to save him from the predicament. The poster was none other than Quinn. I just bought a set of Vault blueprints, because I didn't expect Gauss to be available, so I don't have enough reputation to exchange for Gauss yet. Overall, the crafting process for Vault is just as simple as crafting the Holy Sword, and the materials are no different. However, according to the description of the blueprint armor, Vault should be a lightning-based armor, and may have skills that increase movement speed or displacement. It is certain that there will be a barrier skill, and the ultimate skill will probably be the electromagnetic storm as the name suggests, which should be a large-scale lightning burst that causes electric shock damage. Quinn's analysis was logical, well-founded, and convincing. Although he only identified 3 general skills, it gave everyone a general idea of what the armor was like. It feels like a survival-type armor. The electromagnetic barrier should be able to stop bullets, so with this armor, we might not have to hide all the time. The Holy Sword isn't without its advantages. Let me just mention one. Wide area blinding. It blinds and silences everyone who sees light, so you don't have to hide anymore. That's true. Both of these armors seem quite suitable for beginners. You should be able to choose any option, since the material requirements are the same. It's definitely a personalized category set up by the development team for new players. After all, not all players like melee combat. I've made games before, so I know a bit about this. But what about Gauss? Yes, Gauss is even more mysterious. The complete set of Warframe blueprints is provided by players, and there isn't even enough Warframe description. Is it all just a matter of guessing riddles? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and then casually sent a message to his team's group chat. Quinn, how about we partner up and buy a Gaussian blueprint and take a look? Burning dust. I have no objection. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Doesn't seem necessary, since it was submitted by a player, knowing our brother Shang's temperament, would definitely keep a set for him. Besides, we know the girl, so why not just ask her directly? You're a real genius. For example, when he received Quinn's message, he could already see the black smoke shooting into the sky. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have seen this scene before. Where the black smoke appeared, a huge metal block sat in front of a turquoise lake in the snow-capped mountains. Located nestled between mountains and water, if it weren't for the swirling industrial fumes, it would be a scenic landscape where cyberpunk and nature blend seamlessly. The blueprint materials for crafting the Gauss armor. After glancing at the message and thinking for a moment, I sent a screenshot of the set of images to the other party. Quinn, do you have information on Warframe abilities? I need to make a comparison. I only know the general information about the skills. For example, he was thinking about how to describe the skills that Gauss had used, but he suddenly remembered that he had recorded a video of Gauss fighting against the Shadow. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten to send it to Brother Shang. Oh well, I'll send it to both of them at once. Li Jiyu casually transmitted the recorded battle video to Quinn and Audis. The video is short, barely a minute long, because it was recorded during a battle, so the actual combat time was no more than half a minute. Holy crap, a combat cutscene. Wait, there's no beginning yet. Is this the player's first-person perspective? Quinn's emotional shift from shock to doubt to regret took almost only 2 seconds. This was a professional habit of his. After all, the video didn't have a beginning or starting point, which did look a bit strange. But that wasn't his purpose. He mainly wanted to see the Gauss armor's abilities. High-speed sprint. That's fast. Is there an electric current? Ice attribute. How did it switch to fire attribute? Is it dual-wielding ice and fire? Is this armor bursting with sharp edges a status skill? This particle shield is quite obvious, but perhaps it's passive. As Quinn watched, he realized that the black-armored figure opposite him had never been injured from beginning to end. The only thing that seemed to be hit was actually just the scythe being blown out of his hand. Moreover, after that ripple spread out, all of Gauss's skills were cancelled, and Gauss probably couldn't even use high-speed sprint. Could that ripple be a large-scale energy silencing skill? Just as Quinn was analyzing Chestnut's video, the game's official website secretly uploaded a short video, which was the same as his. However, unlike him, Xia Shang, after seeing it for the first time, handed it over to Audis to simulate and calculate the entire holographic film, and the speed of the two sides' battle was frozen. After Audis edited and adjusted it, removing the later scenes of Gauss being defeated, it became Gauss's promotional CG. This is just a preview. Don't reveal too much information. Treat it as a demonstration, Xia Shang advised. Soon after, players who had made reservations and were about to post on the official website suddenly saw a tall, slender armored figure radiating azure particle light appear on the homepage. He was running in a highly dynamic pose, and the light seemed to be distorted around him. In front of him was a very mysterious black armored figure with red patterns, shrouded in black smoke, which looked like a formidable opponent. Strange, is this a new suit of armor? Holy crap, this armor is so cool, it's brimming with technological sophistication. Sexy. That streamlined body, the shimmering glow of the electric arcs, the dynamic movement of the particles, it's so sexy. I'm going to attack right now. Gauss's skill type was quickly deduced by the players who had pre-registered for the game. Although the video deliberately blurred some details, the players' guesses were almost entirely accurate. He's handsome, but it feels like something's missing. Forget it, nothing else matters. Being handsome is enough. I've made up my mind. I want to be Gauss. Many players on the forum, whether they were already playing the game or had already pre-registered, were completely captivated by this dazzling armor. However, when they learned about the materials used to manufacture the armor, almost all of them were speechless. The materials used to make the armor were almost all from Venus, and they were all things like gemstones and ores that they had never even heard of before. The forum erupted in lamentation. It was a pity that Gaussian could only be admired but not created. So in the end, the only thing left to discuss was how to choose between the Holy Sword and Vault. However, a small number of people discovered that this was not entirely bad news. After all, weren't there players on Venus right now? I think the first person to invent Gauss was probably just an example. After having dinner and resting, the top sniper logged back into the game. The light wove into blocks in front of his eyes, leading him once again to the cold ventilation duct repair toolroom with its wall lamps. This is where he and the Second Empire have settled into this safe zone, which is full of infected starships. Currently, they are both using 2 abandoned sleeping bags in the corner as resting places. Perhaps they can collect more supplies later to build a better bed to rest in. Or perhaps we could find a more comfortable and safer room. Who knows? Looking at the Holy Sword lying flat in the corner like a corpse, the first sniper god shook his head, wondering if that guy would still be online today. After all, he had been playing all day and said he had something to do and had to go out in the evening. He's the only living person on the entire ship right now, so maybe he can go out and explore. But before that, he needs a guide. Mr. Lyle. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, the sniper connected with Boss Lyle and was overjoyed. You. Oh, the first sniper god. I remember you, Lyle said, looking at the holographic image of the Holy Sword displayed on the communicator. He thought he should ask Xia Shang to update the communicator so that it could correctly display the appearance of the person in the wall inside the armor. Otherwise, once all these people inside the wall are transformed into warriors, and they all look more and more alike, how will I be able to tell them apart? Putting those thoughts aside for now, the other party's recent communication must be about the matter that Boss Xia mentioned. I admire you quite a bit. Just the two of you dared to stay on that kind of starship that was devoured by a virus. Usually, such starships are marked as black zones by the Starnet, prohibiting any spaceship from approaching. They are even used as a place of exile where you can only go up but not down, becoming a hell to punish those employees who violate the rules. Lyle waved to signal the other players to continue working according to the schedule he had given them, while he slowly walked to the tent not far away, talking as he sat down and poured himself a cup of hot water. He didn't drink hot water before, but he often heard people in these walls talking about drinking hot water. Later, he tried it and found that the taste of water changed with the temperature. So he started to like drinking all kinds of slightly hot tea. So, do you have any plans? Lyle asked the top sniper on the other side. I'm going to go out and check things out by myself first. I want to find some supplies and weapons. I have part of the map of this ship, but it's too long, and I haven't been able to scan it all, the first sniper god replied. Lyle received the map sent by the other side, took a few close looks, and then told the sniper the model of the ship. This ship is the main body of the precursor to the obelisk, what it looked like before it became a complete obelisk ship. So there might be a lot of materials left on it for making the hull interlocking parts, and there might even be hull materials temporarily stored on it. However, the area you are currently in is not close to these warehouses. The area closer to you is the security area, which is usually the patrol team's armory. You can go and take a look. As he spoke, Lyle magnified the holographic projection of the spaceship and precisely selected 4 or 5 squares within its dense, 3-dimensional projection channels. Chapter 321 Exploring the Black Zone. Survivors. These are roughly the places. There will also be some small classified warehouses along the way, used for transferring and replenishing crew supplies or for repairing and replacing the ship. You can keep an eye out for these places. If you don't recognize any materials, you can send them to me. By the way, you should know that I'm currently planning to build a base in the style of coops. The top sniper nodded. I know, a lot of people outside are really looking forward to your base. Hearing this, Lyle couldn't contain his joy at having his needs acknowledged. Hiding his emotions, he touched his hairline, pretending not to care, and continued. The first thing to consider when building a base in the coop style is the materials. Coop's metal and alloy plate materials are completely different from those of Kroni, so if you can find this type of whole metal material, you can help me collect it, and I will reward you handsomely. Reward? I heard about it. At this point, the first sniper god seemed to remember something. Someone said you were planning to build those fusion-type terrorbirds. Damn, the information flow among you people inside the Great Firewall is really fast. It's only been a day. Even you on Venus know about it. Lyle inwardly scoffed, but still verbally agreed. Sigh, it's just a small design. I'll build it for you later. But right now, my focus is on the base, so I can't spare the time for anything else. We'll all get a bonus if it's built well, and you don't want your boss, Mr. Xia, to be angry if it's not, right? That's true. Let's talk about the mower later. I'll go out and scout it out first. The first sniper hung up the communication and carefully examined the area that Lyle had marked as the armory. 2 of them were located in the upper part of the ship, which was quite far from him. The other 3 were about the same distance, but in different directions. Ultimately, considering that he was now alone, the top sniper chose to go to the nearest one. With his hands and feet braced against the vertical pipe wall, he slowly slid down to the bottom opening. The black force field pulled and adhered to the pipe wall. The first sniper turned around and peered out to observe. I hadn't noticed before, but their ventilation ducts were located in the center of the ceiling of a connecting cabin. It was a huge space, like a factory, with various metal protrusions on the floor separating the paths. However, it was now covered with slime mold that looked like ivy, and most of the conveyor belts had been swallowed up. The top sniper could still see the mutated corpse parts he had killed while escaping. The burned corpse parts had turned into cold ash, and the severed limbs on the ground showed signs of melting flesh and blood, seemingly turning into fungal carpet that could be seen everywhere on the ground. However, the large corpses had all disappeared. There were many trails of blood on the ground that had been dragged, all leading to the passage they had used to escape, which should have been the developing mother nest they were sent to. The first sniper looked around but didn't see any mutants. It was quiet outside, but occasionally he could hear strange roars coming from some unknown passage. After confirming that it was safe outside, he silently fell from the ventilation duct. The black force field suddenly slowed his descent before he reached the ground, allowing him to crouch silently on the ground without making a loud noise. He first instinctively took out his Vulcan sniper rifle, but after thinking for a moment, he put it away and switched to a melee weapon. Then, he headed towards the area marked by Lyle and entered one of the passages. The cabin of the cups was filled with layers of silver white, iron grey, and lacquer blue, interspersed with mucous membrane proliferators that looked like chunks of flesh and blood, which made the first sniper feel that it was very abrupt and out of place. Occasionally, a mutated variant of a half-crewman corpse would emerge and slowly crawl on the ground. The first sniper was quick-witted and swiftly killed it with a single slash. The fire damage instantly burned away the virus source within, leaving almost no trace. The first sniper made his way stealthily to the stairwell. Inside the cabin, he saw many deformed crew members with tumors on their necks, as well as deformed creatures with their limbs bent backwards and crawling on the ground. These all became obstacles on the first sniper's path. He couldn't make too much noise, as that would attract mutants from other places. But if he couldn't kill the mutants quickly, their cries would attract even more mutants. There's no way to sneak past them. The mutants have absolutely no patrol patterns. The first sniper was cornered in a gap in the equipment by a large group of mutants in front and behind him. Looking at the zombie-like creatures outside, he wished he could just kill his way out. Actually, it wasn't that he lacked the ability, but he was worried that if he fought his way forward, he might accidentally detonate some flammable or explosive warehouse, which would be a great injustice. Isn't there a more discreet route? Like, perhaps through a ventilation duct? The first sniper looked around and suddenly noticed a louver embedded in the wall behind him. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be used to cool the device on his face, but the device was now out of service. After removing the blinds, the first sniper peered inside. It was pitch black, with only some light shining through the ventilation openings along the road, which could be considered a kind of road sign. I crouched down and climbed inside for a while, occasionally peeking through the blinds at other cabins. All I could see were the mutants. Fortunately, I didn't see any warehouses or similar cabins. Before long, the first sniper encountered a vertical ventilation duct leading to the upper space. He climbed up, found a window, and looked out. It was an empty cabin, and the door was working properly and could be opened. So the first sniper removed the window and jumped out. This appears to be a control room, with a ring of control consoles built on the floor in the center of the room, and judging from the flickering state of the holographic screen, it even seems to be working properly. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The first sniper opened the document and was surprised to find that it contained records of resource allocation, but he did not recognize the destinations of these allocations. Perhaps there's some intelligence. The first sniper thought for a moment, then took out a hacking module and connected it to the console. After the information was read, he sent it to Audi's. A hacking module like this, which has access to Galaxy, can be exchanged for several hundred reputation points, so why not take advantage of it? After doing all this, the top sniper pressed himself against the cold door panel, listening to the sounds from the other side, and then opened the hatch. Heat waves emanated from the passageway outside the hatch. The floor was made of mesh panels, and iron railings surrounded the passageway. Large pieces of equipment were emitting astonishing heat all around, making a noisy buzzing sound. The blowers roared, drawing heat into the hot air and leading it along the passageway to the air outlet on the other side. It's no wonder that those mutants didn't want to stay here. Even he, in his armor, felt an indescribable heat and suffocation when he stepped into the hot air. His skin could hardly absorb oxygen from the temperature. After struggling through the cooling tunnel and re-entering the mild environment, the first sniper finally caught his breath. Looking back at the cooling tunnel, he suddenly felt that it could be considered a kind of safe passage in some ways. Mark a location. The first sniper left a coordinate before departing. If he accidentally provoked a horde of mutants later, running in this direction might be a way to escape the predicament. He was quite lucky. Most of the mutants were distributed in the corridors near the stairwell. It was also possible that the crew members had all run away when the mutations occurred, resulting in more mutants near the stairwells and main roads. When he came out from the heat dissipation corner, there were almost no mutants around. Moreover, he went upstairs through the ventilation ducts, which brought him even closer to the armory. However, when he arrived at the armory, he found that the warehouse was blocked by yellow warning lights. Based on Boss Lyle's previous warning, he had to lift the security in this area in order to enter the armory. But where is this alarm? The first sniper god has only heard of it, but has never actually seen it. So he made another call to Lyle to ask where he could get an alarm. An alarm? No need for that. Just disconnect the armory security system from the alarm, and then use mine. Oh, I didn't bring it. Sorry, my professional instincts kicked in, Lyle said with an awkward smile, before directing the first sniper to search for the alarm. Outside the passage, the alarms are not controlled by the guards or the guard room. Because the ship's cabin area is too large, the alarms usually only cover a small area. Such alarms are very densely distributed, and there may even be two separate independent alarms on different floors. While searching for the alarm, the top sniper was distracted and bumped into a mutant. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and blinded it with a wide area blinding spell, preventing it from roaring, before finally killing it on the spot. I didn't expect wide area blind to be effective even against the mutants. The first sniper was somewhat surprised, because when he released wide area blind, he hesitated whether using wide area flying sword would have been more appropriate. Upon hearing the first sniper's remark, Lyle suddenly asked, "Are you talking about your ability to unleash lightsabers?" "Yes, boss. Have you met him before?" The number one sniper asked in return. "Wow, I've seen more than just this. You seem to be unaware, so let me add something for you. Your blinding ability isn't just about emitting light as it appears on the surface. Its light doesn't have a reflective effect, and it can also disable surveillance equipment." "What do you mean by not having a reflective effect?" The ability to disable surveillance equipment did surprise the first sniper god, but he didn't understand the previous sentence. How come the knowledge level of you people inside the wall is so inconsistent? Don't you even know about the reflection of light? If you do know, then the light it emits won't be reflected in other directions by other objects, whether it's diffuse reflection or specular reflection, it has no effect on it. Within the research institute at Cooper's, there's even a theory that it's not necessarily light in the physical sense, but rather an electromagnetic phenomenon that can cause malfunctions in the visual nerves and electronic devices. Oh, I see. The first sniper nodded. So, using a mirror actually can't reflect it and cause me to blind myself, right? Yes, that's the idea. And it won't illuminate anything else. It won't become a huge source of light that exposes you. That's why I've always felt that void technology is an unreasonable thing, and I don't know how the Oro Empire, which possessed such technology, was destroyed. Lyle casually remarked and then called the number one sniper god to the front again. The alarm was placed next to the railing of a corridor, looking like a simple controller, but the corridor was full of mutants, leaving him no room to infiltrate the past. So the first sniper god ruthlessly flew to the top of the corridor, released a wide area blinding spell, and then, during the duration of the wide area blinding spell, removed the alarm's restriction and made a lightning-fast escape. After recovering from the painful sensory suppression, the mutants ran wildly in a rage, but could not find the culprit. They even briefly tore at each other before finally calming down. Meanwhile, the top sniper successfully returned to the armory and happily prepared to unlock its door. Just as he was about to plug the hacker into the controller, he heard the sound of hydraulic rods depressurizing from the walls on both sides of the armory door, and the warehouse door slowly loosened its upper and lower door hinges. I haven't opened the door yet. The first sniper stared wide-eyed at the hacking device in his hand, then peered out as the door slowly opened. He then saw a huge, strange violet-colored gun pointed at him, with strange but steady arcs of electricity flickering in the center of the metal-built gun body. He was a crew member, dressed in a light blue ship's uniform, with a bright blue light strip above the eyes of his square helmet. The top sniper didn't dare to move, but he could hear the panting coming from the helmet's loudspeaker. Clearly, the other person was even more nervous than him. Heavenly sword. His hand holding the gun trembled as he called out the name of the number 1 sniper god, but he did not fire. The top sniper's mind flashed through many ideas, the most obvious of which was to kill the crew member. His armor had a shield, so no matter how much damage the unfamiliar gun did, he wouldn't be instantly killed. And the two of them were less than 2 meters apart, a distance that was enough for him to instantly slash and cut his opponent in two. But for some reason, despite having the upper hand, the number 1 sniper didn't do that. Instead, he simply raised his hands to show that he meant no harm. What's wrong? Lal noticed that the virtual display of the holy sword looked somewhat unnatural, so he tentatively asked a question. There's a surviving Coop's crew member in the armory, and is pointing a gun at me, the first sniper god said in front of the crew member. Sure enough, this statement greatly agitated the surviving Coop's crew member. He even took 2 steps forward and shouted at the top sniper. Don't move. Who are you talking to? The voice reached Lyle's ears through the communication system. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly picked up his helmet from beside his seat, put it on, and went into the tent. Can you open a public communication channel? Let me talk to him. Don't interrupt, just cooperate with me, Lyle said, straightening up as he spoke. The first sniper god vaguely guessed Lyle's thoughts, so he whispered to the crew member in front of him. My employer requests to speak with you. If you don't mind, I will slowly lower one hand to provide you with a holographic image. The crew member was both shocked and furious, but he couldn't pull the trigger. He even had a premonition that this Chenji was probably his savior, and no one else was, not even the Cups Trading Company. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Okay. The first sniper slowly spread one palm out in front of him, and a barely perceptible void power emerged, forming the image of a Coop's technician in the eyes of the crew. The crew member was on the verge of a breakdown. He almost dropped his gun and collapsed to the ground. This will all for today. Next part coming soon, so please like, share, and subscribe in order to informed as soon as the next part drops.